Goblins, the true embodiment of chaos and fury, lived in the dungeon like evil spirits in a dark cave. They acted like a pack of jackals, pouncing on their prey with unbridled ferocity. And so, into this dark abyss, where the goblins ruled, the fighters burst. Their goal was to cleanse the dungeon of abominations. Kai, a veritable whirlwind of death, mowed down the ranks of the enemy with one swing of his sword. After felling the last monster, he leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. Returning to Kessel, he asked when they would end this massacre. These words only angered Kessel. Out of anger, he swung his sword even harder and asked him not to hurry. He charged forward, hacking off the goblins' heads with his sword. The last goblin remained before him. Kessel delivered the final blow, impaling the monster with his sword. The goblin shuddered and fell dead. The dungeon could now be considered cleared of monsters. The fighters were breathing. They didn't expect to spend so much time on such an easy dungeon. Kai noted that all the goblins cursed by their master were also dead. Kessel asked where their master was now. His partner decided to go find out about it, but there was no need as they could easily contact him. Kai said he had a strange premonition that something had happened to their master. However, the knight thought that he was only worrying in vain. Suddenly, the fighters began to feel the ground shaking under their feet. When they turned around, they saw a large orc standing over them, the boss of the monsters they had already killed. And this orc wanted revenge. Suddenly, the terrifying monster screamed at the top of its lungs, causing the walls of the dungeon to tremble. Kai decided to urgently retreat, realizing that they could not cope with this monster alone. They had to find their master immediately. However, Kessel had other plans. He broke away from his partner and charged at the orc, believing that he could defeat him alone. The knight faced an orc in battle, which turned out to be very strong. They fought on equal terms, and every blow could be fatal for Kessel. The orc boss hit him so hard that the knight flew back several meters. Kai shouted that Kessel is a fool, because that's how he can die. Suddenly, a sorcerer intervened in the battle, concentrating magic in his staff. Powerful magical charges appeared around him. He fired these charges at the orc, who began to scream in pain and retreat back. It was their master, Kim Hyun-bo. He intervened in time and ordered Kai and Kessel to retreat immediately. Host Kim Hyun-bo was confident in his abilities. He took a magic card in his hand that helped him cast spells. Kai turned back to see his partner Kessel lying on the ground, wounded. He decided to help him. Kim Hyun-bo raised the magic card up, and a huge layer of fire appeared above him, which became even bigger and more formidable with every second. Then, with a sharp movement, he released this layer of fire at the orc boss. The monster got scared and covered his face with his hands, realizing that he had nowhere to run. When the layer of fire collided with the orc's body, a powerful explosion occurred. The monster died instantly, and the fighters were no longer a threat. The fighters were impressed by the work of their master and recognized that Kim Hyun-bo was simply an incredible magician capable of great miracles. Kai approached his master and asked if he was all right. Kim Hyun-bo was sitting on the ground, clutching his head as he spent all his mana killing the orc. He needed time to recover. Kai helped his master up off the ground and said that he was still doing a great job no matter what. But Kim Hyun-bo didn't believe he was doing great and thought it was funny. Although in the past he could only dream of such a high level, at that time he did absolutely nothing to achieve such a result. Then he just sat under his blanket in his room and hid from the world, believing that he would never achieve anything great. 3 months ago, the door in his apartment turned into a portal that led to a dungeon, and thus he found himself locked in his own house. At first it seemed very interesting to him, but when he entered the dungeon, he felt like a fantasy hero who was waiting for incredible adventures. But all this did not last so long, because when he descended deeper into the dungeon, he began to encounter monsters that scared him a lot. He felt confident until the goblins tried to kill him. He managed to break away from them and save his life. However, the poison of the goblins got into his wounds, and for several days he remained at home trying to save himself, balancing on the edge of life and death. He received a message that he managed to survive, and now his rank is Dungeon Explorer. But after that incident, he no longer dared to enter the dungeon again. He tried to ask for help on the internet, but no one believed him when he wrote that the door to his house became the entrance to the dungeon. There was no point in calling the police. Fortunately, when he went to a theme site, he was able to find people who looked like him. On this site, you could find not only discussions and tips, but also whole groups of like-minded people. He could also receive various quests. For example, He was assigned the task of clearing Dungeon #0795, which had a difficulty of F. For completing this task, he was promised 1,000,001 and an F-class item. Dungeon #0795 happened to be in his apartment, and now he needed to clear it with the other players. But he became too scared. It seemed that probably they could manage without him, and at that moment he never dared to take such a dangerous step. And although then he still had to go hunting, because he needed money to live. Killing monsters earned him money, and then he bought the necessary items on the dungeon site. But one day he saw a topic in which it was said that the further you went into the depths of the dungeon, the more terrible monsters you could find there. So he decided that he would continue to kill ordinary goblins. 3 months have passed since then, and there are only 5 people left at the entry level. And then he thought, he did not understand why there were so few of them, and he assumed that they could die, and he did not know what to do. He planned to just live by killing all the goblins, but he was afraid that one day they would come to him. Kim Hyun-bo understood that he had to decide something urgently, and he managed to find a person who received the same quest as him, and he wanted to fight the boss tomorrow. And he asked everyone who remained at the initial level to gather for this. The boy was glad that he would not die, and that there were still those who were able to fight. He had hope, but he spent the next day panicking, because when he looked at the members that remained at the entry level, Kim Hyun-bo was the only one, and he has 274 days left. He had to go to the dungeon himself. A pack of goblins was already waiting for him, guarding his cave. Kim Hyun-bo decided to hide behind the rocks and watch them. He waited for them to leave, in order to then unexpectedly jump out from under the stones and attack them from behind. He did so. But the goblins quickly reacted and attacked. This was his only chance, so he swung his sword and charged at one of them. And he also managed to magically recruit one of the goblins. The recruited goblin began to look around and saw that a goblin from his team had fallen to the ground. So he rushed to help him. The monster took the goblin under his arms to help and held him on the weight. The goblin coughed in pain. It was just the perfect chance for Kim Hyun-bo. This was the last goblin he had to defeat. He took his shield in his hands and began to run away before striking the last monster. The goblin lost consciousness and began to fall. The boy began to act. He stabbed his finger with a knife and blood dripped from it. He really hoped that he would be successful now. On the stomach of the first goblin was a mark, which he placed on his stomach, and after a drop of his blood fell on this mark. Kim Hyun-bo, along with his subordinate goblin, watched in amazement as the other goblin transformed into something extraordinary. The boy thanked the monster for the job and was glad that he managed. Magic appeared around them, and Kim Hyun-bo was taking away the monster's ability to control it. And when he did, he felt something strange. He began to feel dizzy and then fell unconscious. And in the end, he was left all alone. He really tried not to pay attention to everything that was happening. He searched the site for anything that could help him, but he couldn't find anything at all. Kim Hyun-bo clutched his head in fear because he understood that he had no choice. If he can't clear the dungeon alone, he'll stay with him forever. But before going into the dungeons alone, he needed to assess his skills. He took the phone in his hands to deal with the app that analyzes his body. And using a special site application, he was able to view information about himself. It said mana and concentration, which meant he was a mage. And he also had the highest luck rank A. And thanks to his advanced mana and concentration skills, he learned the skill of taming and managed to subdue goblins. At first he tried this skill on one, and then he managed to subdue a few more. But now he couldn't because his mana was exhausted. Kim Hyun-bo, exhausted, was in the dungeon with his subordinates, and suddenly they heard very heavy footsteps. He understood that he had to return urgently, because he will not be able to resist a stronger opponent. He started shouting at the goblins in fear and asked them to help him quickly, and yet he managed to get home. He breathed out in fear. I tried to calm myself down because if they didn't help me, I would definitely die. Thanks to the site, he was able to understand something. Magical skills were quite rare and were especially in demand in group raids. But he once again looked at the number of participants in his team and made sure that he was completely alone. Out of anger, he punched the wall next to his subordinate goblin. He hated himself for being scared in the first place. If he had gone with the other people back then, he would have had a chance to get out of here. But now, he was trapped. And when all the survivors united, he did not dare to take such a step. The boy cried in despair and hit the floor, because in this case he would not be left alone now. He checked the characteristics of the F-class dungeon, 0795, and it was written that there were 272 days left until the raid failed, and it had already been 3 days since Kim Hyun-bo started the solo sweep. Breathing, he lay down on the floor and fell asleep there. But suddenly, through his sleep, he heard someone pounding on his door. Out of fear, he immediately jumped up and grabbed the bat in his hands, but he saw nothing and assumed that he had just imagined it. And although Kim Hyun-bo was very scared at first, he dared to open the door and check what happened. He started walking through the dungeon with his goblins in fear. And when they saw that a package was just standing in front of their door, they calmed down because it wasn't a monster. And this was done by the wizard commander, who decided to send another parcel to the player. And he explained his actions by the fact that they need to invest in their future. He believed that most people would die within a year anyway. And here are those who will be able to survive, although it was his guess, but he spent only $3,000 on this parcel. Therefore, I did not consider it a small contribution. The employee reminded the manager that he had already spent $90,000 because he had helped so many people, and it was just a lot of money. The commander agreed that it was really a lot of money, but it was best to invest your savings in people, because if they come to help in the most difficult moment, they will forever remember his act. And even if only 1% survive, it will be a worthy investment. The employee said that he understood everything, but he would not have been able to act like that. The manager simply asked to help him and not to think about his investment. And he was very interested in what could come out of this project. He had high hopes. Kim Hyun-bo picked up the box that was sent by the wizard commander. In the letter, he wrote that he had seen the boy's message, where he was begging for help, so he thought that he was now in a difficult situation. Therefore, the manager decided to send him 2 books. One was about the theory of mana, and he really hoped that they would be able to help him in pumping. Kim Hyun-bo decided to look up information about this book on the internet and found out that each copy of this book cost about 200,000 won, and there were many cases of people being sold fake books. The boy examined his book and it looked real. It seems that many people were deceived by this book. He unwrapped this book, and it began to glow in his hands. He did not expect this at all, which could mean that the book was truly original. He didn't even know who it was, the leader of the wizards, but he was very grateful. He was touched by the sincerity of this gift. Using magic was a bit like knitting. He had to make a diagram and imagine this image in his head. And due to the fact that he did not study well at school and was not interested in learning, it was a little difficult for him to learn information from the book, and his head was exploding from the amount of information. It took him about 30 minutes to draw one magic circle, and apparently he managed to get a little used to drawing magic circles in just 4 days. Kim Hyun-bo was sure that in time he would definitely get used to it and be a master in his craft, but his goblin distracted him from his studies. He checked the time left to complete the dungeon, and if he did not participate in that time, he would be punished. And if you constantly refuse to participate in cleaning dungeons, then the level and skills will decrease. Therefore, he decided to take up today's task and went to the dungeon with his subordinate goblins. Kim Hyun-bo took almost no part in clearing the dungeon and ordered his goblins to fight for him. And when they defeated one goblin, they put a seal on him, and he also became the boy's subordinate. Kim Hyun-bo was satisfied with his work and the knowledge he gained from the book, because it was now much easier to manage mana. He decided to tame one more goblin, but suddenly he saw skeletons attacking them. The boy had never faced them before and didn't know if he should try to fight them, but he thought he could handle it because this opponent was made of a pile of bones. He looked at their characteristics and learned that the monsters had no blood, only bones, and were not particularly interesting to kill. One of the skeletons had rank E agility, the other skeleton had rank E swordsmanship, and their skeleton commander had rank C magic and C concentration. But when Kim Hyun-bo saw that these skeletons had skills, it got him interested, and he decided to catch them first and ordered his goblins to attack. The goblins successfully bound the skeletons without killing them. The guy sat down on the ground and decided to try to tame them now. But he didn't remember how to tame skeletons, and he didn't remember such information on the site, so he decided to follow his intuition and emotions. He drew a mark and placed it on the monster's face. He reached out his hands and placed them on the magic mark. He began to perform the ritual. And everything happened in the same way as with goblins. It was only necessary to send mana. And suddenly he felt that the skeleton began to move. He managed to tame the skeleton and control it. And this meant that from now on he could rely on himself, without finding help on the internet, and continue to explore the dungeons on his own. Kim Hyun-bo looked at his stats and saw that he had taken too much mana for this spell, so he decided to head back home to avoid paying. He brought the skeleton home and looked at the stats. It was level 1, strength 2, agility 1, fitness 4, magic 3, skill 6. Kim Hyun-bo was surprised that his new subordinate was a woman, and he decided to give her a name. He suggested calling her Christina. The scientist monster fell ill with the blue flame. She liked it. It had been 7 days since Kim Hyun-bo had started exploring the dungeons, and he had 270 left. The boy immediately went to bed to gather new strength for tomorrow, and the skeleton watched him. She remembered her past life. Once she was also a researcher and went through a quest. It was necessary to clear the dungeon of monsters. But she and her team encountered a horror, after which they all died, and after a while her body turned into a skeleton, but her soul remained. Christina once again looked at her hands, which consisted only of bones, and sadly also fell asleep. Kim Hyun-bo woke up in the morning to strange sounds. He did not understand what had happened because it was now early morning, and he was very surprised when he saw a skeleton in his room. He completely forgot that yesterday he tamed a skeleton and now she will live with him. He saw that something very strange had happened to the skeleton. He came closer and asked Christina what happened. But the skeleton just joyfully opened its jaw and greeted its master, wishing him a good morning. The boy did not expect that she could speak. Christina asked not to be afraid, because all this happened only because of his mana, and she was not just a skeleton, but everything happened thanks to the owner. The skeleton said that because he decided to give her a name, she managed to remember her past life, and now she could even talk. Kim Hyun-bo was very interested in this, and he asked to tell her more about her life. He decided to give Christina some mana so they could talk. He asked if she wasn't just a skeleton, and if sentience and the ability to speak only happened through mana. Christina explained that it happened because of the name he gave her, and although the boy said this name just like that, she believed that it could not be just a coincidence. The skeleton explained that a name affirms a person as a person, and a name distinguishes you from all other creatures of this world. She explained that this was very important for a nameless being like her. The boy heard for the first time that creatures could not have a name. Christina said that those who lost their identity and soul end up in dungeons, and the same thing happened to her. The guy asked if she knew who took her name away. The skeleton tried to remember something, but she had no thoughts, because her memory had not yet fully recovered. The only thing she remembered for sure was that she saw a creature before her death, which scared her to the point of trembling when she remembered it. Kim Hyun-bo felt his hand begin to tremble along with hers. He couldn't believe that he actually felt her feelings. The hand was shaking very much, and it was so scary. The goblins approached Christina to calm her down. The boy wondered if he would be able to overcome the creature that killed her. Kim Hyun-bo closed his eyes in anger because this meant that he would now have to fight some creature that had killed an entire team of fighters. This story scared him very much, because now he knew that if he died, he could also lose his soul and go to the dungeon. His body began to shake even more, and he didn't understand why. Christina touched the owner's hands and said that she would not let him die, so he may not be afraid. Kim Hyun-bo was greatly reassured by his subordinate's words, and he thanked his subordinates for their help. He asked the skeleton if she remembered anything else from that day, because any little thing would be useful for him in his study of this strange world. Christina said that she remembered something else, and after these words, she could not speak. She fell silent, and the master did not understand what had happened to her. The skeleton pulled one of its bones from its body and hit the boy on the head. After that, Kim Hyun-bo gave her more mana. She asked not to be afraid, and explained that she just needed to maintain the ability to speak with her mana, so this was the only way she could report it. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised that the amount of mana he had provided was not enough. He apologized and explained that now they would have to wait for her to fully recover. After a few hours of staying at his house, he saw that Christina had quickly mastered computers and put on headphones. It was a very strange picture. Looking at the skeleton's specs again, there was absolutely nothing written about her talking, but he was glad that at least her stats had increased, and she also had a new S-rank giftedness characteristic. Also, Christina had an S-rank magic characteristic, and he decided to take a couple of lessons from her. Meanwhile, the skeleton mastered her knowledge by reading a book. Kim Hyun-bo thought that if they just kept developing their magic, they would be able to just stand in the back and hit the enemies from a long distance, forcing the other skeletons to fight. Meanwhile, Christina studied all kinds of verbs, because during the silence she forgot everything and wanted to learn to speak again. The boy was pleased that now they had a plan. He happily watched the skeleton learn, and he decided to buy her a computer for learning. He turned to Christina and said that he needed help. He asked if she was a witch in a past life, and she confirmed it. Kim Hyun-bo had been asking her to teach him magic because he wanted to become a powerful magician in the future, and the skeleton happily agreed to teach him. And Christina's knowledge was excellent. She talked about everything she had learned in her past life. She drew a special spell on a piece of paper that he had to draw, and thanks to her, the content of the book was much easier for him. And he also said that he had made copies of magic circles before, and they also worked, so it is not necessary to draw anew every time. She also explained how to use mana and accumulate it, and also told why he cannot create magic circles. He needs to grow spiritually and physically, only then he will be able to create them. And every day he needed to practice drawing magic circles. Christina helped him and pointed out where he made mistakes, and in just 1 week, he learned a lot of everything. He really wanted to go to the dungeon after so much studying and drawing all those magic circles, but because of the punishment, he had to hurry to complete the task. The guy picked up the phone and saw the money credited to his account. She thought that God was very lenient because he sent him to hell and gave him a chance to survive. Kim Hyun-bo had a new achievement. He was less afraid of dungeons, and he also had more subordinate goblins who were constantly fighting with each other. Christina told the host that this time they would have to tame as many goblins as possible to create a small army. But the boy did not know if he was capable of all this now. But the skeleton said that for now, these monsters would be enough for them. Christina said that she had to check something, and it was related to her past life. She asked if he remembered how they collected their shared mana before leaving. Kim Hyun-bo remembered this. No matter how hard they tried, the amount of her mana remained the same. He asked if it had anything to do with her, and the skeleton said that it was true. She walked up to one of the goblins, grabbed him by the neck, and then began to drain him of his strength and mana with the help of magic. The goblin began to die little by little, and the boy was frightened. He asked what she was doing. Christina said that she was undead, a monster that had died a long time ago, and it is after death that creatures want to live more than anything else. And she explained that she could not accumulate her mana because she was already dead, and in order to become stronger, she needed to take other people's lives. Kim Hyun-bo's hands began to shake. He admitted that humans didn't really do that, and the fact that humans needed to kill other creatures to survive only proved that humans are monsters. And he understood that Christina understood all this. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked her if she would do anything for him. She said yes, and then he asked to take it as an order. He asked to kill to become stronger, because otherwise she would not be able to protect him if something happened to him. To become stronger, she needs to kill, and she can blame all her guilt on him. That was his order. Christina said that he was too good a person. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't even believe that he was called a good person, but he had to survive at any cost, and he wasn't going to make excuses for his orders anymore. The guy got a little angry because they were too fixated on philosophical topics and said that they would figure it out later. Now they must go to the dungeon. As they walked, Christina said she was glad she wasn't a zombie. The boy asked what was the difference between a skeleton and a zombie. She revealed that she thought the zombies were closer to the living than she was. In order to become stronger, they have to eat all the dead, and she would not want to do that. Kim Hyun-bo imagined how people could bite their victims with their teeth, and it really scared him. He was very glad that Christina was a skeleton. Christina asked him how he was doing with his skills, and the boy replied that they had grown considerably, but he didn't think it was enough for him. Killing only goblins, he will not be able to improve his skills. He decided that he needed to find an opponent who would be stronger than the goblin. Suddenly, his subordinate goblins began to distract the master and asked to look there. They were attacked by a huge pack of goblins who wanted to fight furiously. But Christina really asked her master to leave these monsters to her, because she wants to raise her mana amount and she can handle it alone. The skeleton began to use its magical skills. She raised her hands up and began to draw a magic circle in the air, then used the magic arrow skill. The goblins were surprised when they saw that several dozen magic arrows were flying at them, but they had no time to run away. She managed to kill half of the monsters and they fell to the ground. But many goblins remained alive and continued their attacks. Christina fell to the ground saying that she had spent too much mana and could no longer compete. Kim Hyun-bo asked her to rest and recover for a while, and he would cover her. The boy ordered his nearby goblins to attack. They immediately rushed into battle with the enemy goblins. They fought each other, and the subordinate goblins were much stronger than the enemy monsters. Fierce battles took place between them. Kim Hyun-bo decided to also intervene in the battle to help his subordinates. He swung a bat and blocked attacks with a shield. And with one powerful blow, he managed to knock several teeth out of the monster's mouth. The master's subordinates saw that their adversary had decided to run away, but the boy ordered everyone to pursue them and kill every last one. And it was a mistake. The boy stood in front of his dead goblins who had died protecting their master. Kim Hyun-bo was very upset. He also had many wounds on his body after fighting with his opponents, and his weapon was broken. Out of anger, he threw his bat to the ground. He grabbed his head in fear and did not understand what he had done, because now all his subordinate goblins were dead. It seemed to him that their enemy was converging, but in fact it turned out to be their lair. He did not know what to do now, and thought that now he would have to subdue all the goblins again. He was afraid that everything could happen again. But the only one who remained alive is Christina. She approached her master and asked how he was, but out of anger he only clenched his fist harder. The skeleton asked him not to get so upset because these goblins were just consumables for him, and sooner or later that was bound to happen. She asked to return home, heal their wounds, and recover. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that she was right, because if that happened, there was nothing he could do about it. He smiled and agreed to go home with her. And when they came, the skeleton used her magic to process his organs and heal him. His eye wounds began to heal as if nothing had happened. Kim Hyun-bo asked what she was doing. She revealed that it was the first circle of healing magic, a quick healing skill. She didn't even think that she would be able to use these skills when she was undead, and she was very glad that it did. The boy looked at his body, and his wounds were indeed gone. Christina asked the host if he was thinking of buying better equipment, because next time it might be even more dangerous than today, and he needs to prepare. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to this, but said that he didn't have that much money. Although there were not a few of them, it was still not enough. Even the most basic set will cost 150,000 won. The skeleton said that even the most common kit wouldn't be enough, and asked her not to worry, as she would try to find the money. The boy asked how she would manage to do it. She decided to create a topic on the advice page, and those who get the most views were paid well, so she could post something useful about magic and not get a lot of views. The guy asked if she would succeed, because could her knowledge be exchanged for money just like that? And Christina assured that it is possible, because there will be nothing supernatural there. She decided to write a piece of advice for aspiring magicians, although she wasn't sure if it would be popular, but they wouldn't get their hopes up. Kim Hyun-bo said that she really knows a lot and someone will definitely need her advice, so let them just try. And the next day, the boy was shocked when he saw that Kim Hyun-bo's bank account balance received a message that he received 50 million won, and he did not expect such a large sum at all. Christina told him that now they could even get a new base with such funds. All this time, Kim Hyun-bo thought that moving was impossible, but the skeleton said that it was possible after paying the fee. He needs to enter the address of the house they live in and the address of the house they plan to move to. And after that, they have to stay in the dungeon for about half a day and then return to their new home. The skeleton told him to wait for another deposit in the bank account, because if he gets the first place in terms of views, he will receive a single payment in the amount of the profit received. Usually the admins split the payment into 5 months, but she talked them into paying it all at once. Kim Hyun-bo hoped that they would move closer to other people as soon as possible, because he was already annoyed with his current apartment. And after 4 days, they still managed to buy a new house. It had 4 rooms, a kitchen, and a living room. They made an advance payment and signed a contract for a whole year ahead. They thought this apartment was simply wonderful, but there was only one problem. They had a balcony through which he could observe the lives of ordinary people. He did not understand what all this meant, and how the move even took place, and who were the administrators with whom Christina negotiated. He suggested that maybe these were the same admins who helped him with money. He hoped these admins knew how to get out of here. Suddenly, the skeleton called its owner to her, while he stared out the window for a few minutes. Christina angrily asked him to stop floating in the clouds, because in order to survive, they have to go through the dungeon, and he had long ago come to terms with the fact that he would not get into the ordinary world. Sometimes it seemed to Kim Hyun-bo that the skeleton could read his mind, but he felt that there must be some other way to get out of here. But even if there was, they probably wouldn't be able to use it. Christina asked him what would happen if this method was much more dangerous. And what will he do then? We'll try to match from here. But she believed that avoiding problems would not solve them. Kim Hyun-bo turned around and angrily punched the transparent wall that blocked him from the real world with his hands, because right in front of his eyes was the will, and he couldn't accept it. But in this way, he only injured his hand. He explained to the skeleton that he just wanted to get out, as well as survive, and he would definitely make it if he tried. Out of anger, his energy and mana began to accumulate in his body, and at its peak, it began to come out of him and destroy everything around him. But after this strange situation, the boy immediately stopped and looked at his hand, which contained a magical charge created from his mana and due to strong emotions. Christina said that what happened now was wonderful because he was able to overcome his anger and despair, and with her help, new strength was revealed to him. Therefore, now his own mana was awakened in his body, and he received it for being able to step over himself. The skeleton explained that magic always depends on a person's mental state, and now he could truly be called a true wizard. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised and asked if in this case he would have his own magic circle, and after some time he managed to become a magician of the first circle. Christina watched his progress and said that he became much stronger after this event. He also got new gear during that time, and she thought it was all because of him. She admitted that money really did decide everything. He received an armor set for 10 million won and a one-handed mace for 50 million won. The boy asked how the skeleton could learn such words. She said that this is how people always wrote about money on the internet. He decided that it was necessary to limit the skeleton's access to it. They fought with the skeletons they met on the way, and they lost consciousness. Christina said it was time for them to go back, and they did a good job today. One skeleton had a D-rank swordsmanship and also a C-rank defense, while the other skeleton had a C-rank swordsmanship and C-rank coordination. They decided to return home and take the skeletons they defeated with them. Kim Hyun-bo immediately drew a special mark to tame the skeletons and began his ritual. And he managed to successfully complete the taming, and now he decided to talk to the skeletons. One of them was called Kessel and the other was called Kai. Now they had a team of skeletons. But Christina asked not to give them the opportunity to speak now because it is better to wait for now. Kim Hyun-bo asked if anything could go wrong. Christina said that she could not promise that they would be as submissive as she was, because the memories of death and life as an undead could affect them in unpredictable ways. Therefore, it is better for them to wait until their memory returns to them. They decided to lock these two skeletons in a closet so they wouldn't disturb. And the next day they decided to check what happened to Kai and Kessel. The boy opened the cupboard and a skeleton fell out and fell at their feet. Kim Hyun-bo picked up the skeleton and put it in its place. It seemed to her that their memory must have returned if they were behaving so stressfully. Kim Hyun-bo understood that they understood them but could not speak, but Christina denied it. She said that most likely they did not have voice communication. Her case was unique in this regard. She welcomed the new skeletons as they got another chance to stay with them. Christina explained that their names were taken away, but they were able to regain some of their past life memories, and this happened only because the master gave them new names. She pointed at Kim Hyun-bo and said that he is their savior, so they should obey and respect him. Suddenly, different flames started to burn in the eyes of the two skeletons, and this was a sign that it seems that they managed to win their trust. Christina explained that now their master was in danger, as well as their past world. This new world could also fall apart. Therefore, they are obliged to help their master survive and do what they failed to do in the past life. Therefore, Christina asked them to swear allegiance to their master and to swear that they would give their lives for him, and she would do it too. She thanked her master with all her heart for giving her the chance to live again for the sake of magic, and she swore her loyalty to her master. Magic began to appear around her, and she applied one of the seals and warned the skeletons that if they did not renounce their oath, they would immediately die on the spot. At first they thought and turned away, but then decided to agree to this proposal. They sincerely thanked the owner for giving them the opportunity to take revenge and achieve their goal. They swore their allegiance to the master, and all their mana and power was channeled into Kim Hyun-bo's body. From now on, they became a team, and they relied on Kai and Kessel in the future. Kai got angry because they didn't even give them a choice. Kessel meekly asked his master and the lovely lady to take care of them. Christina was pleased because now they were all connected and could talk without using mana. Kim Hyun-bo said it was very good. The boy asked his new subordinates what they wanted revenge for, because he would rather know about it in advance. Kessel said that he definitely feels that he has to take revenge on someone, but he can't even remember who and why. But he still followed the rule, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, so he will definitely find the scoundrel who killed him. In his past life, he was a hired assassin with D swordsmanship and C defense. Kai remembered that his family had a family treasure, but when his older brother went to the dungeons to find it, they lost contact with him and that important thing. Therefore, his goal now is to find and defend the honor of his family. He was a former knight and had a C-rank swordsmanship skill and a C-rank management skill. Christina said that in her past life, as well as now, she was a magician, but all she wants is to study magic and become even stronger. She currently had C-level magic, B-level skill, and C-level gift. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised. The skeleton stood before him and waited for a story about him. He introduced himself and said that his goal now is to survive and preserve his life, because once he was on the verge of death and he never wants to feel that fear and pain again. Therefore, he very much asks his subordinates to help him survive. The skeletons looked at each other and said that he really liked his master's honesty, because no one wanted to die and they were ready to help him. They immediately asked what they needed to do to help, and they decided to get started. They went to the dungeon. Kai held his weapon in his hands. He ran with incredible speed and killed the orcs with incredible speed with the right punches. Kessel also fought confidently in battle. They were attacking the same team of goblins on their way, but from different directions, and this could cause a clash between them. Kessel ordered Kai to give way as it was now his turn to attack. He had a large two-handed sword that he used to kill several monsters at once with one swing. And even though Kessel asked Kai to leave, he didn't listen, so one day he almost hit him with his blow. It was a dangerous moment. Kim Hyun-bo was pleased with the work of his skeleton subordinates and saw that they were doing well. Thanks to them, the owner managed to spend more time on training and improving skills. When they had 2 more skeletons, they noticed that they were moving much faster through the dungeon. Kessel wanted to kill everyone in his path and was the first to run into battle. Kai tried to stop him. Kim Hyun-bo didn't expect that they would be able to reach the boss's lair so quickly in one day. On the website, he read that there was supposed to be 1 goblin warrior and 10 small goblins. Kessel said it would be too easy for them, and they would be able to handle it in a few minutes. Kai said he was overconfident, because the bosses were much smarter than the goblins, who most often met them on the way to the boss. In addition, Christina said that it is not always necessary to trust what is written on the website. Don't you think you should prepare first? But if the guy wants to start now, then they can start. Kim Hyun-bo said that he decided to prepare and come back here later. His subordinates agreed. At home, the skeletons were engaged in ordinary household chores. The guy approached Christina and asked her if she checked their statistics. Her stats have increased a lot since last time. She agreed that it really did get better. Other skeletons also started looking into the phone because their experience always makes you stronger. This world was amazing. Kim Hyun-bo turned around to see Kai and Kessel looking at his phone. He asked where they came from, but in response, they asked to see their characteristics as well. He agreed. Kessel was level 6, fencing was C rank, defense C, melee D, strength 18, dexterity 15, fitness 24, magic 15, mastery 21, and he also had 5 points. Kai was level 6, C rank swordsmanship, B rank coordination, E rank magic, dexterity 20, physique 21, magic 21, and mastery 27. He also had 5 points left. Kim Hyun-bo said that they have also improved their performance and added new skills. The skeletons asked now to see the statistics of their master. The guy still dared to look at her. Out of all of them, he had the highest level. His strength was 17, agility 18, fitness 16, magic 35, skill 23, but there were no points. But he believed that this was not enough. He needs to become stronger so as not to lose everything at once. Kai agreed that they should be more careful now. Christina said that they still need to buy something, a powder made of magic crystals. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised when he saw the price of it. Just 10 g of this magic crystal powder cost 100,000 won, and it was sold only from 100 g. Christina said that she needed 1 kilogram of this powder, and there was a 50% discount on this site, so it shouldn't have been so expensive. Kim Hyun-bo said that he didn't have that much money at all, but Christina said that the website said that they could take her in installments. The guy asked if she really needed the powder, and she said she really needed it, so he agreed to take it anyway. And a few hours later, Christina joyfully held the parcel containing the magic powder. She said that she would create something with her, so she asked to go to the cave without her for now. Kim Hyun-bo said that she scared him a little. She left and slammed the door. Kai didn't know what she was busy with, but he figured it wouldn't be soon. Kessel offered to leave without her, because they could handle it themselves. They went to the boss and competed against the skeletons on the way. Kai kept count and said that they had already killed 287 monsters. Kessel agreed that they had some weak opponents today. Kim Hyun-bo said that it looks like they wasted all their luck today. Kazal said that luck was actually very important to living things. Kai said that they cannot influence her in any way. Kim Hyun-bo remembered that he had a luck skill and could activate it. He remembered that it was written there, that luck helps him in hopeless situations. Kai thought about it and said that the description of the skill was very strange. Kessel said that he will have to be much more careful in the future because luck did not just happen. It was through luck that good things happened. But if luck helps you only in difficult situations, it meant that in ordinary life you were a loser. Maybe that's why they didn't manage to meet strong skeletons on their way. Both Kai and Castle believed that their master had already spent his fortune when he found them, and this was the most logical option. Kai smiled and said that he was very happy to know that meeting them was his luck. Nevertheless, they decided to return home, and when they entered, they saw Christina lying on the floor. She immediately got up and was surprised that they had come so quickly. Kim Hyun-bo didn't understand what happened to her and asked if she finished yet, and she angrily replied that she did not succeed. She explained that in general this object was very easy to create, but she screwed up 3 times out of 5. And in general she tried to lie down and put her head in order. The boy smiled awkwardly and said that luck was not on her side today, but suddenly he thought that it could happen because of him. Kai and Kessel also looked at each other and said that it could be because of the master. Christina was very interested in this assumption, and the host did not want them to tell her about it. And when she did listen to her friends' guesses, she didn't think that was the point. She admitted that these were her mistakes, and only she was to blame for them. And she believed that if it was really connected, then it meant that the bad luck had to end sooner or later. The guy laughed and said that she was right. Christina said that she would try to make the item again in general. The skeletons asked her if she wanted to tell them what she wanted to do. She came back and said that it was a secret, but they would be satisfied when they saw the result. She swore and slammed the door. Kim Hyun-bo and the skeletons looked at each other and went to the door where Christina was and eavesdropped on what she was doing. But suddenly the door opened and a skeleton came out. She got very angry with them and told them to go to the dungeons and not stay here and try to eavesdrop on her. Kai made coffee and carried it to his master. Kim Hyun-bo asked his subordinates if they knew when Christina last left the room. Kai thought about it and said that it had already been 3 days since she had not gone out. The boys were wondering how she was doing because he would like to help, but he doesn't think he can. Kessel advised him not to do this and asked him to remember how she glared at them when they tried to eavesdrop on her. Better to just trust their sweet lady and wait meekly. Kim Hyun-bo confirmed that Christina was very smart and would do everything in the best way. And suddenly the skeleton left the room and announced that she had returned. She looked very upset, and there was a depressed atmosphere around her. Kim Hyun-bo was very scared and asked how she was doing with the task. But despite her depressed mood, she gave a sharp smile and said that her task was successfully completed. She held a magic card in her hands. The host asked if that was what she had been working on all this time, and she said yes, it was a spell map. They didn't know what it was and wanted her to explain. Christina explained that, to put it simply, it was a card with a spell. You had to take the card in your hands and say the spell, and then direct it with the help of mana to the card, and then anyone can use this spell. In addition, thanks to this card, it is possible to use magic 2 circles higher. The skeleton handed her master a card and asked to see it. Kim Hyun-bo was delighted and said that he would need it very much. He wondered how she did it in the first place. Christina admitted that in her world most often people used not cards, but books of spells, so she did it herself. She said that this world was very technologically advanced, and when she drew one card, she scanned it, and now she can create as many as she wants. She pulled a few more copies from her pockets and said that a small portion of the copies were far from the original, but they still worked. Kim Hyun-bo asked what was wrong then, because she said that she screwed up 3 times out of 5. She explained that she was unable to enchant them because it is not so easy to make an ordinary card into an enchanted one. She said that she managed to make a total of 20 cards. There were 7 pairs of the first round and 3 pairs of the second round. She wanted to make 40 pieces, but she did not succeed. The boy asked why they need cards of the first circle at all, because isn't it better for them to use more complex magic? The skeleton explained that it was about absorbing mana, because the higher the circle, the more mana it needed. Kim Hyun-bo realized that this problem was in his low level. Castle thought and slammed his fist on the table and asked the lady sorceress if she had done anything for them. Christina said that she hasn't made anything yet because she didn't have enough ingredients to make cards for everyone, but she promises that next time she will make something for them too. The master said that now was the time to raise their levels, and it was necessary to pay attention to raising the level of the sorceress because she had already missed the trip to the dungeons 3 times. Castle said they could go to the dungeons right now. Kai was also ready. Kim Hyun-bo did not understand what they were waiting for then and agreed to go, and 16 days of their active pumping had already passed. Their levels have increased a lot. Kai is level 12, Christina is level 12, Kim Hyun-bo is level 12, and Kezel is level 12. Kim Hyun-bo said that they were now fully prepared and ordered everyone to go forward. He asked Kai to be careful because his role in this battle was very important. Kai asked the host to believe in him, and then he promised that he would lead them to victory. The master was the first to go to the boss's door and opened it, and his subordinates followed behind him. They entered the room, and there were many columns, and at the very end of this room were several goblins, and one of them was a king sitting on a throne. This goblin king chuckled along with his subordinates, but when he saw the opponents in front of him, he began to shout furiously, ordering his goblins into action. The monsters immediately pounced on Kim Hyun-bo, and he could already see that there were much more goblins here than what was reported on the internet. Kezel was glad that they had managed to prepare for this fight in advance, and he ordered Kai to attack first. Behind Kai was a herd of their subordinate goblins, and he ordered them to attack. The goblins began to pounce on each other and fight in a fierce battle. Kim Hyun-bo gave an order to Christina, and they simultaneously raised their cards and cast a layer of fire spell. At the same time, layers of fire began to fall from the sky on the goblins. And when the layers of fire collided with the ground, there was a great explosion, and the opposing goblins were scattered to the sides, and they died en masse. Kai could see that their sweet lady and master were protecting them, so now it was their turn to attack the goblins. He was the first to rush into close combat with monsters and tore them apart. The sorceress raised the card in her hands and used the magic arrows spell. Kim Hyun-bo watched the underling skeletons fight and was pleased that he decided to keep Kai as the commander-in-chief in the battle. Castle laughed as he killed the goblins and ordered them to die. He swung his 2-handed sword and punched them in the face, and he said that their end had come. Unexpectedly, the king of these goblins decided to join the battle as well. He was well equipped, and his eyes were burning with rage. Now, it's time to deal with him. Kessel decided that he wanted to deal with him on his own. He began charging at him, and they engaged in melee. The goblin's axe clashed with the sword, and yet the goblin king proved stronger. He pressed the axe, and Kessel's hands trembled. Eventually, he couldn't withstand the force and bounced back. He was furious, because it meant he had to upgrade his equipment. He lacked protection, and if he managed to survive, he would definitely buy a new one. He started running at the king again. They clashed again in a fierce battle, but the goblins still had the upper hand. Christina saw this and asked her master to help Kesley. The host and Christina raised their magic cards and used the spark spell. Mana began to flow from the card, which struck opponents with electricity. Although this charge hit Kessel, it didn't affect him at all, because he was already dead anyway. He grabbed the goblin by the shoulder and ran his sword through his body. Now the Goblin King was a corpse and he fell to the ground. Kessel was overjoyed and, raising his sword aloft, shouted that he had finally won. Kai praised his partner and said that now their plan was to finish off the survivors and victory was practically theirs. They had to hold on a little longer. Kim Hyun-bo fought the last monster and finished it off. He fell to the ground and exhaled exhaustedly. He was very exhausted from the fight, and finally, they managed to win. He completed the quest to clear the first F-level dungeon, and the reward for completing the quest was 100,000 won and an F-class item. Finally, the boy completed the first floor of the dungeon in 50 days, and after the victory, they went home exhausted. They could hardly stay on their feet and dreamed of rest after such a hard fight. Kim Hyun-bo fell to the floor and immediately fell asleep. He recalled how after the victory, he also collapsed. The skeletons talked to each other and confirmed that the bosses were indeed very strong. Christina even already had access to the magic of the third circle. Kim Hyun-bo turned to the other side to rest, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a dead goblin in front of him and was very scared. He immediately jumped back and was very frightened. The subordinate saw this, asked the master what happened to him, but he replied that nothing had happened. The guy was very surprised even by his actions, because he decided to rest in such a creepy place, near corpses. He got up and offered to go home, because they were already very late. The phone had a quick return button. It was the first time he had seen such a button. It was probably because they successfully killed the boss. They decided to press it, because it was unlikely anything could go wrong, and indeed, after pressing the fast return button, they teleported to the door that led home. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised and found this situation very convenient. Suddenly, Christina quickly ran by him. She called it simply incredible. She did not understand whether it was a connection of worlds or a materialization, or it was all at once. She did not understand how this was even possible. Kessel asked the master not to pay attention to her because they would not be able to understand her charming tricks. Kai also agreed not to disturb her for a while. Christina ran around the door, tried to find an explanation for this, and did not allow anyone to come there. Kessel asked how they could get home, and they decided to wait a bit. The boy sat down on a rock, and they decided to wait for her until she calmed down. As soon as they got home, Kim Hyun-bo immediately fell asleep on the floor. And after a few hours, he opened his eyes because he heard someone knocking on the door. He got up and asked Christina if she had bought anything from the dungeon website. She said no. Kai said he would check now. And when he came back, he brought a package, and it was just huge. The skeleton asked to be careful with her because they didn't know who sent her. But when Kim Hyun-bo saw the note on the box that this package was sent by the wizard leader, he said that there was no reason to worry, and he opened the package. The boy and his subordinates looked at the contents of the package with interest and were very surprised. And there was also an envelope with a letter in the package. The wizard leader was happy that his topic was the first on the site, and he was progressing successfully in the dungeons, which made him very happy. And he was sure that he would not be able to cope with such a load alone, so he decided to send him something as a gift, and it was new enchanted gear. The skeletons were inspecting his new gear, and it looked very expensive. It was made of chainmail and had the highest class and high protection index. It was very light and provided freedom of movement. The manager really hoped that one day they would be able to meet, but in the meantime, he asked to accept his gift. The skeleton placed his new gear on the boy's body, and it fit him just right. Kim Hyun-bo was very grateful, but it would actually be much more convenient if he sent this gift before the boss battle, and he decided to somehow thank this person. The skeletons thought about how to do this, and they had no ideas, because probably this man had enough money, and they could not give him anything more. Christina considered giving him a spell card, and the host thought it was a good idea, since she wanted to sell a few anyway. Besides, this person was a wizard, so it would make a pretty good gift. Christina also noted that this gift can benefit Kim Hyun-bo, because he had to learn the magic of the first circle a long time ago, because he was also a wizard. So she asked to make a map herself and send it on her behalf to the head of wizards. Kim Hyun-bo said that he just came back from the dungeon and wanted to rest for at least one day. But Christina objected, saying that for a training wizard it was rest. The sorceress grabbed the owner by the shirt and forced him to study magic while she was ready to teach him. His employee entered the room of the head of magicians. He apologized and asked if something happened to him, because he called him and asked him to come urgently. And the manager said that something very good had happened. He asked if the worker remembered the boy who was left alone. Now he was very well pumped, and he even sent him a chainmail as a gift. The worker knew that chainmail equipment was incredibly expensive. He was surprised, but the manager said that happiness was not in money. He looked at the monitors and was surprised when he saw the first topic on the site from this guy. He said that the manager has a very good sense. In response, he just laughed and said that he would continue to support him in all his endeavors and see what would come of it, because he really expected a lot from him. And the next day, Kim Hyun-bo still dared to go up to the second floor. He exhaled and they began to enter him. They walked through the cave further into the depths of the dungeon. And when the boy looked around, he recognized that it was practically no different from the first floor. The sorceress warned him that the level of monsters will be much higher, so he must not lose his dexterity. But the boy said he was more alert than ever. And yet, when they descended even deeper, they managed to see the first monsters on their way. And they were already unusual goblins and orcs. They had to face such monsters for the first time. The skeleton immediately attacked with his sword. They began to fight, but it was immediately noticeable that they were a little stronger and more skillful than their master expected. Still, Kessel managed to get through all the little orcs, and he got to the main monster. He understood that his chances were small, but he had nowhere to run, and he would have to fight. Kim Hyun-bo was very worried about his subordinate skeletons because he saw that another one appeared behind these monsters, but Christina asked him not to worry. The sorceress started yelling at Kessel and Kai and warned them that she would signal them when they needed to back off, and they agreed. Christina took out a card from her cloak and held it up, but she didn't have enough mana, so she asked to borrow it for a while. Mana began to move from the host's body into the skeleton's body, but Kim Hyun-bo felt that too much mana was draining and he would not be able to sustain it in battle. Christina started screaming and ordered Kessel and Kai to leave immediately. They obeyed, and a layer of fire began to appear above their heads, which grew even larger. And with a wave of her staff, she directed this layer at 2 large orcs and other small monsters. In a moment, everything was about to explode. Kessel turned back and did not even expect this explosion to be so strong. Obviously, the skills of the sorceress grew every time. There was an explosion and all the monsters died, although with great efforts they managed to overcome them. Kim Hyun-bo was delighted and thought the magic of the third circle was simply incredible, because in one explosion all the monsters died, and he called Christina simply incredible. And when he returned, he did not see the sorceress. He was very scared, and lowering his head, he saw a skeleton lying on the floor. But she asked not to worry and said that everything is fine with her. She simply drained all her mana and disintegrated like a real skeleton. The owner was actually not very scared because he thought she was dead. Kessel was also injured by this explosion, and Kai carried him in his arms. He began to address the witch lady and said that she had almost killed him too. His legs had fallen off in a fire and he wanted them back. Kai thought they needed to go home and recover. The owner agreed because it was too dangerous here. Kai collected the bones of the witch skeleton piece by piece and said that he would carry her. They decided to leave here. And when they got home, the guy immediately fell on the floor, but he was glad that at least Christina could recover, and he also wouldn't mind a little rest. He asked how Kessel was feeling. He said that everything is fine with him, and that the lost bones will grow back in time anyway, or they can attach others to his body. But Kessel was still very angry with the sorceress, because of her, he became disabled, and he asked for forgiveness from her. Christina apologized and said that she would be more careful next time. The master was still glad that all the subordinates remained practically intact, and they successfully got out. But he was sorry that they had lost their entire goblin team. They need to assemble a team first. Kim Hyun-bo asked the sorceress what happened to the layer of fire because he didn't remember her mentioning it before. She explained that she had prepared it just in case. She explained that all wizards don't always act rationally, but they try. The guy laughed and said that the word rationality was not about her at all. Christina asked to remember the theory about the door. Then she also behaved not very rationally, and the owner also agreed with this. He asked the skeletons what they thought of the monsters from the second floor. Kai replied that the orcs were stronger, but they weren't as difficult as the goblin boss they faced. Castle said that the orc was also strong, almost like a dungeon boss, so they should be more careful. And although he was very grateful to his master, he asked to buy them new equipment. Kim Hyun-bo remembered that the skeletons refused to wear the equipment at first, but now he changed his mind because he was already used to his body. The host decided that they would start the matches with a magic attack then, but Kai said that there was another reason why they needed to have the equipment. And that problem was weight, because the skeletons were very light, so it was difficult to fight, and the equipment would be able to increase their weight and effectiveness in battles. In fact, Kim Hyun-bo didn't even think about it. Kessel encouraged the host and said that in this way they would be able to defeat the orcs faster. But the sorceress knew another way. They could purchase the core. The guy thought about it, because he heard something about it, but he didn't remember why. Christina was upset because she had already told him about the core before, and she would have to give him extra lessons. Kim Hyung-bo didn't want to learn more and admitted that he just got a little confused and forgot. She decided to explain again. All undead had a core, something like a heart, and if you destroy it, even the strongest opponent will fall. This is everyone's most vulnerable place. The undead could not feel pain, so they were the most dangerous opponents. But such adversaries also had a weakness. It was called the nucleus, and it is at this that one must aim in battle, because it was in the heart or in the head. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't remember seeing him before, even though he only fought skeletons. The sorceress said that the core was missing from low-level monsters, and it appears with time and experience. Castle asked if this meant that the core could not be created just like that. Christina confirmed that she thought so, but today another way came to her mind. Kai explained that they needed to get stronger to progress further through the dungeon, and they had to get them. Kim Hyun-bo asked what the core could give them because he thought it would only add to their problems. The leader explained that there were more pros than cons. With the core, you could use magic circles and aura. The boy agreed that it was very important for warriors and magicians, but he was suddenly surprised that Christina used magic calmly before, although she did not have a core. The sorceress explained that all this time she had been using the mana from her bones, although it was not enough for her. Therefore, she begged the guy very much to let her create a core, and he agreed. Because if the pros were more than the cons, then he didn't mind. Kessel was happy. And Kai also said that it was the right choice of the host, and he allowed the sorceress to start creating the core right now. But Christina said that she can't do that now, because the core must be made of something that can receive mana. For example, it could be a special metal, a monster's heart, or crystals. But of those, only crystals were available to them right now, and the higher their grade, the better. Kim Hyun-bo asked the magician how much money he currently had in his account. She said somewhere around 30 million, if you don't count living expenses. And although it was not enough to buy a crystal, because one crystal of 1 carat cost about 4 million. Kim Hyun-bo asked how big a crystal would have to become a core. Christina answered that the core should be at least 5 centimeters in diameter, and 1 carat was only 6.2 millimeters. Such an amount scared the owner very much. He asked if there were any other options. The sorceress thought about it and said that there were such options, asked to wait a little. She went into her room and came out with a business plan folder. She created a project to make money for the core, and it was all for the sake of their future together. She started the presentation. The skeletons sat down in front of her, and the host was very surprised when she managed to do all this at all. Christina explained that they needed crystals to make the core, and crystals were incredibly expensive, but they didn't have to worry about that because she knew how to make money. Because there were cards with spells, and by selling them, they could earn a decent amount. They were especially useful for non-magical classes, and she thought that everyone should understand how important magic played in the dungeons, but they didn't even have to worry about production costs, because they could make 100 cards from 1 kilogram of magic powder. 1 card will cost them 1 million. And taking into account the costs of production and the chance of failure, she assumed that the cards would sell for 3 million each. She gave the host her detailed plan and asked if he agreed to conclude a contract. Christina sounded very confident, and they didn't think it could be a hoax. Kim Hyun-bo asked if it was not too high a price for the cards and if they would definitely be bought. Kessel said that they would already be bought because life was more valuable than 3 million. One must always look for an advantage with their circumstances. Christina gave him a contract, and after he signed it, he asked how they were going to sell it, maybe through a website? She replied that she already had time to discuss it with the site administration, and they supported her initiative, and they even agreed to help her with advertising. Kim Hyun-bo decided that then it was necessary to decorate the combat readiness and start. Kai said the second floor was much more difficult, so they would have to tinker with it longer. But still, It was impossible to sit idly by, so they decided to move gradually. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to return home each time after each battle. Kim Hyung-bo picked up on the announcement that they were selling magic cards and decided to post it. Now all they had to do was wait. The next day, the boy was very exhausted because he read many letters and processed parcels. He gave up so quickly that it seemed as if he was going to die soon. Kai brought coffee to his master and said that he had worked hard and deserved a rest. Kessel admitted that he was a little surprised because they managed to sell everything in 5 minutes, and it was very surprising that people bought everything so quickly. And in fact, the guy was even scared to see such huge numbers on his account. Although they spent so much on production, it all paid off. Christina approached the owner and said that she really hoped that they would make more money, and now they could make the cores and she would start ordering materials. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to this, but he smiled and asked if he could at least rest today because he was very exhausted, and the sorceress agreed. And after a few days they managed to make cores for skeletons. Kessel inserted the core into himself, and he began to feel much better. Kai also felt for the first time such pleasant sensations as if he had been reborn. Christina was pleased with their work, as it meant they could now use the magic of the third circle. Kim Hyun-bo did not recognize his subordinate knights. He didn't believe that their feelings had changed so much, because you couldn't tell from the outside. The sorceress laughed, because nothing could not change, because they spent a very large amount on it. Somehow they spent 16 million on it. It's a good thing they used artificial crystals instead of real ones, because they were much cheaper, and the right size was easier to find. The guy asked if they lost 30% efficiency that way. Christina said that this was also true. That is why there were 5 crystals in her core. When quality was not available, you could take this efficiency and quantity. And by the way, the cores were easily replaceable, so she could change everything later. Kim Hyun-bo knew that she had thought it through, and the host invited his skeletons to check their performance. Kessel asked not to be surprised at how strong they could become because of this core. Christina asked to start with her indicators. Christina was level 15. Her strength was 16, agility was 16, fitness was 20, magic was 39-36, and skill was 39. She also had 14 points left. Kessel was level 15. His strength was 21, agility 18, fitness 28, magic 1936, mastery 32. He also had 12 points left. Kai was level 13 with 19 strength, 23 agility, 25 fitness, 25 136 magic, 30 mastery, and 12 remaining points. Kim Hyun-bo immediately saw that something new had appeared there. He asked the skeletons to look at it. The skill added magic that added from their core to their core magic. Christina thought it was pretty good that it was shown separately, but since their cores were brand new, the stats had to be watched carefully. She decided that they should check on them every day. Kim Hyun-bo smiled and agreed, because the main thing is that they already had a result, which means that it will be easier for them in the dungeon. Kessel asked what they were still standing for. He suggested going to the dungeons right away to check out their new cores, but Christina forbade this, because she already said that their cores were completely new, and it was necessary to first check how they possessed magic, because then what would he do if the master died because of their carelessness? And they decided to go there in a few days. Kai swung his sword and killed the goblin. He asked if the host liked his new skills. He explained that only A-class assassins could use this sword whirlwind skill. Kim Hyun-bo said it was just great and praised the skeleton. Kai intervened in the conversation and said that any knight could do that. He took out his sword and said that now he would do something really worthwhile. An orc was attacking him from behind. He swung his sword, and by using skills he was able to channel cutting streams at the monster, and with just one skill he killed the orc. Kim Hyun-bo said that he was simply amazed by Kai's skill and called it true power. This made Kessel very angry, and he said that he could do the same. He swung his sword and directed that slashing stream at another orc. Just like last time, upon encountering the monster, there was an explosion and the monster died. Kim Hyun-bo was about to praise his skeleton, but suddenly he stopped because he was scared. Kessel's bones crumbled, and he fell to the ground. The owner screamed in horror. Kessel explained that everything is fine with him, and everything happened to him in the same way as it happened to Christina that time. He seems to have used up all his mana. The host remembered that they had combined all the mana between themselves. Did he already manage to exhaust it in one skill? Kai explained that this ability really took a lot of mana, and it wasn't just swinging the sword like before, and Kessel was just overdoing it a bit. Kessel began to shout that he was simply not used to his new body and needed time. Kim Hyun-bo thought it was indeed a problem because they should continue to explore the dungeons and apologize to him. Christina believed that the core's main problem is that mana regenerates slowly, so it will be necessary to work on this and improve the core. She asked to leave the experiments for later, because first they need to sell the second batch of cards, because their money ran out very quickly. He offered to return until new monsters appeared. But when they turned around, they understood that they were a little late with this. Kai immediately drew his sword and prepared for battle. There were several huge monsters in front of them, and they were very scared, because it was a pack of gnolls, and the boy knew that without Kessel, they would definitely not be able to cope. The gnolls were simply furious. Red flames came out of their eyes, which meant that they were hungry and looking for victims. Kim Hyun-bo was very scared and asked what they should do, but Christina asked him to calm down. Magic began to concentrate in her staff. She raised her staff up and used the lightning strike skill. Several charges appeared around her, which began to beat the gnolls. The monsters screamed in pain because every second they were struck by a new discharge of lightning. After that, the sorceress hit the ground with her staff and used the skill Ice Breath. The ground began to turn to ice, and the gnolls could not reach them. Christina thought this was the perfect moment for Kai to launch his attack. He did so. He ran all over the monsters and attacked them with his sword, inflicting wounds. And the skeleton managed to finish off the last monster. Kim Hyun-bo was surprised that it had all ended so quickly. He was so scared that he thought he was going to die. Christina approached the owner and told him something very important, that the wizard must always be focused. And leaning down, she furiously explained that it was simply not allowed to panic, because then he wouldn't be able to use his magic properly, and in the worst case, he would just die in seconds. The boy nodded and agreed with this. He wasn't that good. Kessel looked at his master and asked him not to worry, because he was learning quickly and would definitely be able to become more confident and stronger. Kai remembered that just a few months ago he was an ordinary person. It really develops at a good pace, but it doesn't always work out. But he had them. Kim Hyun-bo agreed with them and thanked Kai, Kessel, and Christina. He was very grateful that they cared about him and were willing to help. They returned home and all went to bed. The boy said that the skeletons were well done, as always. He wished them a good rest, and it was reciprocated. The boy lay down in his bed and he felt himself very exhausted, but it was a pleasant exhaustion, because he understood that he was getting stronger every time. He had a strange dream. He stood in the middle of the white room and looked around, but could not understand where he was. He walked on, but when he looked around, he realized that there was no one. It was completely empty. The guy assumed that it was probably just a dream, but only a very strange one. He exhaled and wanted to wake up as soon as possible. He could only wait and be in this strange dream. But suddenly, Kim Hyun-bo felt that something strange started to glow in the place of his heart. He assumed it might be his mana, and he touched it. Each time this mana became even stronger, and around him began to appear a cloud that was created from mana. And it became even more. He didn't know if it was dangerous. He asked her to stop, but she concentrated even more. The boy started to get scared and he screamed, begging for this mana to stop. He tried to take it in his hand and tame it, but he couldn't. He was surrounded by mana from all sides. He breathed in fear and said that if this mana was in his body, then it meant that she must obey him, and he ordered her to stop immediately. His heart was completely engulfed in mana, and it was beating even harder. With every second, this terrible dream scared him even more, and he did not know how to get out of here. The skeletons decided to wake up the host because they saw that something was wrong with him. They asked how he was doing. Kim Hyun-bo asked in fear what happened and why they were all gathered around him. Kessel was surprised that he was even asking about it, because something very terrible could have happened. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, mana started coming out of his room and they went in to check. It was filling the entire room, and he could die of lack of mana if he didn't wake up. The guy was very scared and said that he might know why it happened. Christina asked if he knew the reason, because it would be very important. The owner said that the same thing happened in his dream. He asked the sorceress if she was able to help him in any way, but she replied that it passed on its own, and it seems that he was now normal. Kim Hyun-bo was surprised that no one helped him, and he managed on his own. He looked at his hands, saw light in them. Now he understood what it was all about. It seems that he somehow managed to master the mana in his body, and it turns out that he is able to control it. His hands glowed with yellow light, and mana appeared again around him. He began to release her from his body again, and she began to engulf his subordinate skeletons. Christina said that he is becoming a really great magician because he managed to skip the second round and immediately go to the third. It was very strange. Kai began to clap his hands and said that he respected his master very much. The other skeletons also congratulated him on such an achievement. Kim Hyung-bo still felt mana concentrating around his heart. He couldn't tell if he had slept enough because how did he manage to become a third circle mage in just one night? Christina reminded that magic is always based on the inner state of a person, and she has already explained this several times. So sometimes progress can slow down, but things can change dramatically. But the boy thought that it was already too much. Although his result was surprising, it could be explained because he gradually figured it out, but at some point he was able to overcome the obstacle and move to a new level. And it happened differently for each creature. Therefore, what became a catalyst for him is unlikely to be able to help someone else. It was all individual. But this information was still useful for wizards because it was possible to glean something interesting from it. Christina turned to her master and begged him to tell her everything about her awakening. The guy offered to at least have breakfast first, and then he would tell everything. The sorceress explained that by using his control talents, he could control the mana and force it to obey you. In addition, he can use a spell without even knowing the correct name or pronouncing it incorrectly. He just needed to understand what the essence of the spell was, but given the speed of their learning, higher level spells could be a problem. But once his mana level increases, he can even try to defeat a mage whose level is higher than his. The sorceress believed that they should not waste time, and she decided that today they would start intense training. Kim Hyung-bo was not at all happy with this news and wanted to give it all up. More training was needed because now he was a full-fledged mage and would be able to learn more spells. She suggested that he start now. She explained that they had no time to rest and they had to go to training immediately. Kim Hyun-bo really didn't want it and showed a sign asking for help to his skeletons. In the meantime, he still had the F-Class Dungeon 0795 quest left, and he had 193 days left before failing that quest. It has been 82 days since Kim Hyun-bo started exploring the dungeons. He took the magic wand in his hands and began to use the skills of fire lightning or magic arrow, all of which Christina taught him. Kim Hyun-bo even got into the excitement, and he was pleased with how quickly he dealt with the monsters. Kessel said that he must be very exhausted from studying if he has to de-stress like this. And after killing the monsters, he exhaled. He felt like he was reborn and even found it fun. Kessel said he even improved his skills during his training. The sorceress said that they had finished their classes and they could slowly go home. Kai confirmed that everything should be measured. Kessel, because they still have a lot to learn and he has little mana left. The guy got out of the shower and wiped his head. The skeletons were glad that he had finally arrived, and he asked what had happened. The skeletons said they wanted to test their specs. He agreed. He took the phone in his hands and began to open the windows of characteristics. And he was very surprised when he saw that their classes began to appear next to the skeletons. For example, Kessel was a skeleton warrior, Christina was a skeleton witch, and Kai was a skeleton knight. Skeletons asked if anything else had changed, and he revealed that many stats had increased, but there were no new talents yet. And in fact, the subordinates thought the talents would not increase. Kim Hyun-bo asked if they already knew about it before this. Kessel said that indeed, because they always feel changes in their bodies, and before that, everything was already clear. They also became much taller, so you could see how much they had changed. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised and asked how they managed to grow up like that. The skeletons explained that because of all these changes, they were indeed getting bigger and taller. The boy turned to Christina in fear and could not believe that she could also become so big and tall. The sorceress confirmed this because she also changes with time, but almost all of his changes take place inside her. The owner exhaled because it meant that she would at least not be taller than him. He asked what was the reason for all these changes, and Christina explained that it all happened because of him, because he was already able to become a magician of the third circle, and this directly affected them. This meant that if he became stronger, his subordinates also changed. Kai said that it was unlikely that they would be able to predict exactly what skills they would improve, but he was sure that they had become stronger because of him. And it's even easier to explore this dungeon. Kim Hyun-bo told Christina that he was used to his new powers enough, so he offered to continue cleaning the second floor, but she thought he wasn't ready yet. The boy exhaled. It seems that his strength was still not enough. But the boy's words were interrupted by the sorceress, and she said that he had become a really decent mage because of their training, so he shouldn't be upset. And she also said that their new gear wouldn't be ready until next week, which was just great news. She also said that she will improve it with magic, so they just have to wait a little. So she invited the owner to continue training, and after a week, Kessel was very happy because he managed to get his magnificent enchanted armor. But Christina said that these were not simple armors. Their protection was enhanced by magic, and even when he was beaten by monsters, he would not feel anything. And while he was in this armor, he had access to an instant boost, as well as many other magical things such as lightweight and regeneration. And she also improved the weapon, and it was sharp, strong, and could regenerate itself over time. Kai examined his new weapon. Kim Hyun-bo was happy to watch the skeletons who looked very happy after receiving their gifts, and the enchantress said that she also had a present for her master. The boy was very happy when the box was handed to him, and after unpacking it, he saw a new cloak. It was also very light and had good defense and recovery. She also worked on the pockets. Now he can put a lot of things in there, and the weight will not be felt. Kim Hyun-bo was impressed that she used so many cool magic tricks. Christina confirmed that it was not cheap, but they will definitely need it in battle. They asked if the equipment would last them much longer. Kessel was excited to check how much room there was in these pockets and stuffed various things into them to test the space. Christina explained that no matter how good the equipment was, there were still scavengers, and the stronger the monsters, the more their equipment would suffer. But she really hoped that they would use it for a very long time, as they say, live and see. Kessel interrupted the conversation because it was time to check their gear in battle. They could not wait so long and wanted to try everything. Kim Hyun-bo agreed, because if they were already dressed, then they can go to the dungeons in peace. Now they will definitely be able to advance much further. The host suggested starting with Mani first. They stood in a circle and held hands, and then began to transfer mana. Kim Hyun-bo reached into his pocket and took out a large stuffed cat. He asked where it came from and immediately knew that Kessel had done it. They went to the dungeons of the second floor, went deep. Finally, they came across goblins and one orc. It's finally time to hunt. And as soon as the skeletons wanted to advance and fight, suddenly a layer of fire flew in front of Kessel's face. There was a big explosion in front of them, and all the monsters died on the spot. Kessel started shouting at Christina and asked if she had lost her mind. She asked why he was so angry, but he reminded her that she had already left his feet once and didn't want to do it again. The sorceress explained that back then she really miscalculated a bit, but this time she knew when she hit, and now everything was different. Kessel thought it was just as dangerous anyway. Christina believed that it was not dangerous because he was not injured. Kessel believed that she was just lucky, but she assured that she had everything under control. The owner asked to stop. Kai also asked to calm down. Kim Hyun-bo asked at least not to argue in the dungeon, because it might happen that the monsters that survived might call other monsters for help. They remembered that there were still a few surviving monsters. But when they looked at the same place, there was no one. And that meant that this monster ran to call for reinforcements, and it was Christina and Kessel's fault because they got distracted and they didn't stop them in time. Kessel was furious and again began to blame everything on the sorceress, but she said that she was not involved. It has been 119 days since Kim Hyun-bo started exploring the dungeons. There are 156 days left before failure. Kai decided to descend further into the depths of the dungeon to scout the situation and saw an incredible number of monsters in front of him. There were goblins and orcs and gnolls who were looking for them. He returned to the team and reported that the escaped monster called his friends, and there were about 50 of them. Kai just hated those pesky rats. Kim Hyun-bo suggested that they all try to kill them in one fell swoop. They opened the door and entered the room to the monsters, and at the same moment they began to run like mad. Kim Hyun-bo began to channel his mana into the staff, while Christina held a magic card, which she also began to cast spells into. The wizards decided to work as a team. So they raised their weapons and used the skill layers of fire from both sides and directed those layers at the monsters. There was a loud explosion. But half of the monsters still remained alive because they protected themselves in time with their shields. The gnolls took their spears in their hands and began to attack the fighters. Kim Hyunbo prepared for the next spell and used the magic arrow skill. Several arrows came out of his hands and flew at the monsters. The arrows flew into the bodies of the monsters and pierced their bodies through. The gnolls began to fall to the ground. Kessel decided that now it was his turn to attack. He ran around and hit the monsters with his armor spikes. He called Kai to him and asked him to come help. He immediately took out his sword and began to attack the gnolls. Out of fear, the little goblins began to scatter and run away. Kai noticed it first and asked the owner for help. Kim Hyun-bo slammed his staff on the ground, and large spikes of earth grew in front of the goblins, blocking their path. The exit was successfully blocked, so Christina also began to cast spells and used the ice lightning skill. This lightning struck the goblins and pierced through their bodies. Icy chunks of ice began to appear on their bodies, and they froze to death. Kim Hyun-bo was satisfied with this fight. They killed almost everyone, and only those who were close to Kessel and Kai remained. Kessel asked his master to take a closer look because he had already managed to deal with the last monsters. While they were casting spells, Kai also dealt with his batch of monsters. The guy said that they were great guys and he was happy to see such a result. Christina asked the skeletons if something had happened to their equipment. Kessel said he was doing great and he really liked those spikes on his armor because many of the goblins had been killed by them today. They were glad that they had become even stronger. Kai said he liked their gear too, and they thanked their lovely lady. The sorceress was also glad that they liked it. But the skeletons looked at each other and admitted that there was still one problem. They approached their master angrily, and he was a little frightened. Kessel said there were too few enemy dead. Kim Hyun-bo said that then they would have to solve this problem, and it wouldn't be that difficult. Christina wanted to say something to her master, but first they had to return. The boy agreed that they should go home. The skeletons came home with the owner, and the sorceress went into her room and called Kim Hyun-bo to her. Kessel and Kai stood by the door, said that they would look for them outside, because this matter concerned only the two of them. What are they talking about? But Christina agreed with them because they were two wizards and had better deal with it. But she warned that the conversation would be very serious. The skeleton closed the door, and the owner asked what kind of conversation this would be. She asked to sit down to start. She explained that all this time she had been teaching him different magic, and she asked him what was the easiest of all magic. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it, and remembered that once, after training, he collapsed on the floor exhausted, so he thought it was the easiest part of their training. The sorceress explained that there could be no better recreation for a wizard than studying. Then he will have to choose one thing, so it is better to have as many options as possible to make it easier for him to choose later. The guy said that now he understood everything and the time had come for his choice. Usually students choose a teacher's specialization, but she was a non-official teacher and their skills also differed, Christina thought, because if you look at his skills and talents, it seems that he would have been able to make up his mind a long time ago. He agreed with her because he had already thought for a long time, but he still settled on the fact that he wanted to learn necromancy, and he was ready to take the mana oath. The necromancer's specialization was based on summoning the undead, creating golems and chimeras, as well as poison and curses. And necromancy was the fifth most powerful school of magic, but it is considered scary and very dangerous. The sorceress felt that it was still too early to choose something so specific because he did not yet know all the aspects of this direction. Kim Hyun-bo said that if he transferred the oath, the mana level would increase to the common direction level. She also talked about it herself. Christina said that it was, and that it would also make it easier for him to learn spells and advance on his path as a wizard. But it will also be more difficult for him to learn the spells of other areas, and it is unlikely that he will be able to change specialization if he changes his mind, so he needs to make the right choice. But the boy was completely sure of his decision and was no longer interested in other types of magic. Christina asked why so, and he answered that he had only two reasons for this. The first is a premonition. He finds it easy to learn necromancy because he feels it is perfect for him. And the second reason for this was his subordinate skeletons, Christina, Kai, and Kessel. And he did not think that they ended up together by some accident. And if he studies necromancy, then he can control them, and then they can also help him grow stronger and progress through the dungeon. The sorceress thought because the owner had premonitions and fatalism, and all this was not characteristic of magicians. Kim Hyung-bo just smiled and reminded them that they had said before that sometimes magicians have to act irrationally in order to reach the heights. But Christina warned that it was a difficult direction and it might be turned away from society. He hoped very much that this would not happen, despite the fact that he had problems with luck. But the owner said that he is completely sure of his decision, and if it will be difficult for him or he will regret it, then he really asks for Christina to help him. He's just asking you to stop him if he's about to do something terrible or wrong. The sorceress bowed to the owner and said that she understood him, and there was no point in refusing him. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and there stood Kessel and Kai. They supported their master because he had a great choice, and they believed in him. They promised that they would support him and help him follow his chosen path. Kim Hyung-bo felt confident after receiving massive support. He began to concentrate his mana in his heart area and decided to begin swearing. He gave his name and said that he solemnly swears by the power of mana itself that he will study necromancy and improve his knowledge in it. Mana enveloped his body on all sides, and his oath was accepted. A few seconds later, the mana returned to his body, and he was now officially a necromancer. They hoped that he would succeed and become a great wizard in the future. The boy asked the sorceress where he could find books on necromancy, but she asked him not to worry because they were all sold on the Dungeon website. But you didn't warn them that they were terribly expensive. Studying the first circle cost 5 million, studying the second circle cost 10 million, and studying the third circle cost 20 million. Kim Hyun-bo asked if they would even have enough money to buy the book. Christina thought about it and said that they would definitely be able to buy the book of the second circle. He asked if there would be any money left over after such a purchase. She said there was a saying, "We come into this world empty-handed and leave it with all we've earned, so let him spend while he lives." They decided to go to the dungeons once again, but this time the master wanted to try to compete on his own and asked his subordinates to protect him in case something happened. They were standing in front of a pile of bones and skeletons that had already disintegrated, so he cast a spell that animates the skeletons and animates the archer skeletons. He directed this spell at the skeletons, and it began to work. Their bony bodies assembled into full-fledged skeletons, and they rose to their feet. He managed to revive a dozen skeletons at once, and Christina praised him because this number was large. Kim Hyun-bo thought he could bring 15 more skeletons to life. Kai said that the most important thing is that these skeletons are strong. Kessel was worried that these monsters might be as strong as the ones on the first floor, but right now they would check it out. They saw that a new pack of monsters appeared in front of them. They were gnolls. Kim Hyun-bo ordered his new subordinates, archer skeletons and normal skeletons began to charge. And this enraged the gnolls even more, for several arrows entered their bodies, hindering them. But still these skeletons were much more powerful than on the first floor. The skeletons charged at the monsters behind and hit them with sword and arrow. Skeletons worked very quickly, and after a few minutes, all the monsters were mercilessly killed. The guy did not expect such an effective result at all. He didn't think it would end so quickly. Kessel called the host simply incredible, but still, if they had good weapons, they would have done it even faster. Christina asked how he was feeling and whether his mana had run out, but he replied that everything was fine. Because he summoned a large number of undead, but his mana levels still remained high, and it seems that he can control the monsters for a long time. Although the skeletons didn't take much mana, they still didn't know its true limit. It had already been 127 days since Kim Hyun-bo started exploring the F-Class Dungeon 0795, and there were 148 days left before the mission failed. The leader of the wizards was very angry because all the players had failed, and he did not understand how it happened. All the guild players tried, but none of them could complete the task successfully. He understood that they would have to buy these cards after all. He believed that people simply do not chew on other people's troubles, selling them for such a large amount of money, but he would still buy them. Suddenly, the manager received a message on his phone, and when he read it, he became even angrier. He ordered the employee to immediately bring him that package. This parcel was sent to him by the guy he was helping, and now he realized that the guy they were helping was the magic card seller. He also sent a letter. He was very grateful for his help in a difficult moment for him, and did not know if he would ever be able to thank him. He decided to send him 100 cards to somehow cover his expenses for him, and he asked to accept his gift. As the manager said earlier, all successful investments pay for themselves quickly. He asked Mike, the employee, to take care of purchasing the cards, and he will start researching these for now. Mike asked to keep at least a few cards because who knows what might happen to them, but if they figure out how to make them on their own, it will be much more useful for them. Christina decided that they needed to sell even more cards. The skeletons of the owner were very surprised because they had recently sold the whole lot. But the sorceress reported that their first competitors began to appear. Many fakes also appeared, so the prices for originals began to rise. But she is not sure that counterfeiters will be able to quickly master the technology and will make a quality product for fighters. So she decided the best thing to do was to sell as many as possible while they were still afloat. Monopoly was a wonderful thing, albeit a difficult one. They once again went to the dungeon and successfully reached the 3rd floor. And if you believe the information on the website, then ghouls and slimes should have appeared here. Therefore, they need to be careful, especially with slimes, because their poison can destroy their equipment. He asked the skeletons to be very careful, but he warned that everything could turn out to be someone's invention. Kai agreed, because all the previous floors were different from what he had read. But they remembered that the boss from the 2nd floor was incredibly strong. It was an orc mage, because he was a 3rd circle mage from the 2nd floor, and they had to work hard in this fight. But in general, orcs were not particularly intelligent, so they managed to defeat them quite easily. Christina was standing in front of the boss's corpse. She used the magic arrows spell, and after this attack, the orc died. She was very sorry that they did not have time to subdue the boss, and it was a great loss for them. They went deeper into the dungeon, and the skeletons realized that something was wrong here. They turned to the owner, because the monsters were already supposed to appear, and it is better to scout the situation and not go straight ahead. Christina also said that she also did not feel someone's presence. Kessel asked if it could be that the monsters were scared. The sorceress said that caution has not bothered anyone yet. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to this and said that he would send ghosts to scout. The boy stretched out his hand and released mana and cast a summoning spell. Ghosts began to appear around him. He immediately explained to the ghosts how to act and gave them orders, and the ghosts went on a reconnaissance. Kessel suggested that perhaps the monsters could hide and ambush them. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was possible, and even though they had become stronger, one had to always be smart and always check everything. The owner closed his eyes and began to follow what his ghosts saw. As they scouted the area, he could follow them. And suddenly he opened his eyes because he saw that one of the ghosts had found the door. Kim Hyung-bo immediately went to this door with his team. It was like the boss's room, and it was the only place where he could sense monsters. But they did not know what would be waiting for them behind this door, because no one had ever passed this boss, and there was no information. Kessel said that it was most likely undead because they were also undead, so they could feel something like that. Christina said that this was bad because undead of no lower ranks are much stronger than goblins and orcs, and they can die here. Kim Hyun-bo suggested that they should at least go and find out what kind of undead was hiding behind those doors because they had ghosts that could scout it out. But they have to be careful because they can be noticed. Ghosts flew through the door and entered this room. You didn't look around, but all you could see was darkness. Something strange could be seen through this darkness, like the skeleton of some terrible monster or some large insect. They did not understand what kind of monster it was. Kim Hyung-bo was so scared that he collapsed from what he saw. It seemed to him that it was some kind of joke, and he did not understand what it was at all. It was the skeleton of some terrible monster that was still alive. Red flames were burning from his eyes, and he looked very strong and frightening. Kim Hyun-bo returned home with his team and buried his head in his hands in fear. Christina demanded an explanation from him and asked what he saw there. In this room was a dragon with white bones. He called it a bone dragon. The witch thought about the white bone, and she didn't think it was a bone dragon, and it was good if she was right. Because if not, then such dragons are incredibly dangerous. Dragons were inextricably linked with nature, and each of them had their own distinctive features and characteristics. Only white dragons had white bones, and they were so icy that they could freeze everything around, which was incredibly dangerous. Kim Hyun-bo said that he definitely didn't see anything like ice, and there were only bones that took the form of a dragon. Christina thought about it and said that then it might not even be a dragon, but an undead, which was collected from the bones of other dragons. It was a skeleton dragon. It usually took a long time for them to fully form, so the one in the room probably hadn't reached his limit of strength yet. Also, while they were exploring the dungeons, she had an interesting new theory. It was a theory about the capacity of dungeons. The team was very interested to learn more, as they already knew monsters had their own levels in the dungeons, and she thought their strength was directly related to their numbers. And to make a long story short, all that power of the third floor was concentrated on the boss and was not distributed among the monsters. And if she is right, then he will be incredibly strong. After all, they were still in an F-class dungeon, so hope wasn't lost just yet. Kim Hyun-bo asked if they could handle such a boss. Christina asked not to worry and promised that he would definitely live. They simply cannot die. The boy was amused by this news, so he offered Christina to go to battle. He had an encouraging confidence. From that day on, they began concentrated preparation for this battle. They decided to train even more and learned a lot of new information and improved their skills. And 3 months have already passed. They were fully prepared. The skeletons reassured the owner that everything would go well. And it's good that this floor was the last for them. And they should all understand that they only had one chance, so everyone should be serious. Kim Hyun-bo ordered to move forward and opened the door. But when he began to enter the room, the strongest wind began to blow at him, which almost blew them off their feet. This wind was due to the fact that the bone dragon began to flap its wings and blow the wind. Now the team realized that this would be much more difficult than any past battle. Also, from the bones that were under the dragon, new human skeletons began to magically gather, which crawled on the ground and would also attack. The team simply had to win to complete this quest. Kim Hyun-bo immediately knew what to do and decided to use the Summon Skeleton Warrior spell. And the skeletons that were supposed to compete against his team now became his subordinates. They rebelled, and he could control them. The master said that he would leave these subordinates to Kai, and he accepted his master's order. The bone dragon rose to its feet and, opening its mouth, began to roar with incredible power. A few more skeletons remained on the side of the monster. And Kim Hyun-bo felt that the dragon was trying to take over his subordinate skeletons with its blood magic. But there was no way he was going to let him do that, because those skeletons were his, and the monster wouldn't be able to get them. The enemy skeletons began to pounce on them, and the bone dragon began to run after them and attack as well. The boy asked Kessel to get ready. Now he did so. They went back. And at that moment, the boy launched layers of fire that hit the monsters. They spent a long time preparing these bombs and improving them for this boss. And from this explosion, there was still smoke in the air, and a bone dragon ran out of it, but the skeletons of the enemy were shattered into bones again. But their skeletons were also damaged, and Kessel said they needed more skeletons. They analyzed the situation and realized that when they deal damage, here the dragon summons even more skeletons, and they need to hurry. They are just a little away from victory. It was Kai and Kessel's turn to attack the monster. And after a few attacks, they realized that things were really bad because the dragon had a good defense, but their mana was taking too long to regenerate, and that was the biggest problem. Kessel asked him to stop complaining and told Kai to put all his strength into the next shot. He swung his mace, but it broke with the force of the blow. The skeleton was so enraged that he threw the broken weapon at the boss, and the monster began to scream in pain. And this made the bone dragon very angry, so he began to flap his wings and hit Kessel, and he fell to the ground. Kim Hyun-bo slammed his weapon on the ground and cast a clay golem summon spell. A pack of monsters appeared and started heading towards the dragon. The bone dragon began to attack the golems out of anger, and he even bit off the head of one of them. Kim Hyun-bo understood that everything was going very badly, and he screamed Christina's name in fear. The sorceress immediately understood everything and hit the ground with her stick. Mana began to appear around her, which she channeled into spells. The golems began to attack the dragon even harder, and they clamped down on it from all sides. And at that moment, Christina used the explosion spell. The bone dragon had nowhere to run and was in the center of the entire explosion. They also had to sacrifice their golems, and they died on the spot. Thick smoke was left behind from the explosion, and as it began to clear, they saw a bone dragon that had no head and was motionless. The team was pleased with their work as it meant they had destroyed the core in his head, and now he was easy to kill. Kim Hyun-bo uttered exhaustedly that this was their victory. He is only frightened that he has lost control over the situation. And at that moment, Kessel began to be attacked again. They did not know what to do, and turned to the owner, asking what to do, But the boy did not answer them. And when the master still came to his senses, he saw that the bone monster felt the same as before, and most likely the core was not in his head. The skeleton dragon was no match for an F-class dungeon, and it could be said that it was a gift from above. Because usually, as they wrote on the internet, the boss from the 3rd floor was an orc necromancer, but he was practically on the verge of death because of other players. And feeling imminent death, he decided in agony to create a skeleton dragon, but his powers disappeared and he lost all control over the dragon. He became too strong and he could not resist him. Losing control and trying to survive, he began to absorb everything that was around his creator, other monsters, and the dungeon itself. But despite all this, he could not reach his final form due to the lack of a nucleus in his head. But he still remained very strong. The bone dragon was so angry that he began to wag his neck. And suddenly, his head began to recover, and he became a full-fledged dragon again, pounced on the team and threatened to kill him. Kim Hyun-bo understood that everything was very bad. He asked Christina to prepare to attack, and they have time to buy her some time. She accepted this order. The boy realized that all his mana was almost at the limit, as well as Christina's mana. Everything was very bad. Kezel began to scream at his master during the first attacks of the monster. He lost his legs and arms. He asked to take his mana because he was useless right now anyway. Kim Hyun-bo raised his staff and began to drain the mana from the skeleton's body. He took everything from his body, but he felt that this amount was still not enough for him. With the help of the necromancer skill, he managed to extract a sufficient amount of mana from himself, but in doing so, he had to give up several years of his life. His body began to fill with strength. After that, he felt as if he had lost something very important. His life was shortened, but now he had enough mana. Christina saw what the owner had done, and she was very surprised. That he had the courage to shorten his life? But he replied that everything was fine with him, because he saw no point in the future unless there was a real one, and now their main goal was to survive. Kim Hyun-bo reached into his pocket and pulled out a few more bombs that were sealed in crystals. He threw them at the monster, and there was an explosion. But all the same, the body of the bone dragon could be seen through the fire, and this explosion did not seem to damage it in any way. Christina began to concentrate mana around herself and cast spells. But she stopped in time because she saw that something was wrong. She asked the master to dodge immediately, while the golems tried to cover their bodies. Because at that moment, the bone monster opened its mouth. A large charge began to concentrate in his mouth, and a lot of mana also began to appear around him. It was a dragon breath skill. This blast would be so powerful that they would have nowhere to run, so the sorceress raised her wand in her hands and cast a shield spell to protect her team. And at that moment, the dragon released its dragon breath. It was so fiery that it burned with a red flame, and from such a high temperature, even the shield could not resist, and it broke into several small particles. The attack still reached the team. Kim Hyun-bo tried to cover his head with his hands, but this wave knocked him off his feet, and he was unable to resist. He was lying on the ground and tried to get up after a few seconds. He began to cough up blood and could not afford to die. Kneeling, he began to look around and did not see his subordinates at all. Only their clothes and broken weapons remained from the skeletons. Kim Hyun-bo understood that the end had come for him, because he had no strength and mana left, and his comrades could not help him, and as if he no longer saw the meaning in all this. But still, he decided not to give up, and was not ready to die here. He used the psychokinesis skill, flew into the air, and had only one way to survive. He had to concentrate, because now he had no right to make a mistake, and he was obliged to cope on his own. The boy began to run, and standing in front of the dragon, he ordered him to surrender and bow before him. He ordered the bone dragon to acknowledge him as its master. The monster began to speak, and he was surprised that it was he who was speaking to the dragon, and he told him that he would never be able to acknowledge a human as his master. Kim Hyun-bo started mocking the dragon and said that it was just a bunch of bones and was actually a cheap fake and wouldn't be able to handle it. But despite all this, he was still willing to give the bone dragon a chance, and he ordered the monster to bow before him, and then he would make him stronger than any real dragon, because people were capable of challenging themselves and changing, and the dragon himself had to understand this, because he could not become stronger without the help of others. He ordered them to bow down to him and acknowledge him as their master, or they would both have to die. Kim Hyun-bo shouted incredibly loudly and said that he was the true master of the bone dragon. The boy flew into the air and touched the bone dragon's skull, and it did not resist. And at that moment, Kim Hyung-bo began to fall down from his powerlessness, and he was already ready to accept death. But at that moment, his body landed on the bone dragon's arms, and he was very glad that he managed to survive and tame this terrible monster. It had already been 329 days since Kim Hyun-bo had started exploring the 0795 Class F dungeon. And now, the quest could be considered a success. The dragon remembered his current master's words about giving him the opportunity to help him. He really wanted to become stronger than a real dragon, and he wanted the owner to keep his promise. In one of the many high-rise buildings in Cannes, it looked like an ordinary office building from the outside. But in fact, something extraordinary was hidden there. The worker came to the management with a report on the passage of Dungeon 0795 Class F. There was a farm that mysteriously supports a society of dungeon explorers. The manager looked through all the papers and said that the F grade was too easy, so he didn't have to report to his account. But this passage was very extraordinary, and the employee still asked to look at it. The manager was surprised that there were so many pieces of paper in the report. He could not understand what had happened there. And when he had read a few, he threw the report on the floor in horror. He considered it simply impossible. Although he had already heard about the cases of going through the dungeon alone, everything else did not fit into his head, because a skeleton dragon appeared in the F-rank dungeon, which was impossible. And the player even managed to conquer it. He looked at this guy's card and recognized that before that he was selling spell cards. And he was also a necromancer mage of the third circle. And he also had 2 skeleton warriors in his liver and a 4th circle sorceress. All this could be suitable for Class A. The manager did not understand why he was being told about this unusual incident only now. The worker explained that their team thought the boss was too dangerous to pass, so they put the case on hold for a while. Bo said that all employees who were involved in this are being punished. He ordered to monitor all this and immediately start providing support to this player. The manager was not happy because surely this player would be very disappointed in them because they did not help him in this difficult time. Kim Hyun-bo felt that he was alive, but still, he had lost that battle, and if the dragon used his breath again, he would surely die. The boy opened his eyes and was very unhappy with what happened yesterday. Turning his head, he saw Christina in front of him. She didn't like that he had taken up the old ways again. That day, Kessel, Kai, and Christina managed to survive. Christina and Kai were especially badly affected. In an effort to protect them, they even had to separate their heads from their bodies to survive the dragon's attack. After they woke up, Christina told what really happened to them. They decided to move their core because it was too dangerous, and because of that they were able to escape. The sorceress began to heal the boy and said that they need to work harder on their mistakes. But if you constantly think about them, then it will not lead to anything good either. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, because despite everything, they still managed to win. Because for him, victory is life. And they even managed to tame a bone dragon. Suddenly he heard the voice of his new subordinate, and he said that no one tamed him, and he himself agreed to this adventure. Now his name was Nidhogg. The sorceress told Nidhogg that now he was given his name as a seal of promise to make him even stronger and grander, and he should remember who gave him this opportunity. And perhaps, although he did not admit it, his soul still belonged to their master. Nidhogg still reminded his master not to forget his promise, for if he failed to make him stronger, he would kill him immediately. The guy promised that he would definitely keep his promise, and first of all, he would do it for himself. Kim Hyun-bo turned and looked at his window where the sun was shining. He really wanted to come out as a reward for clearing the dungeon. Christina said that he can go out whenever he wants because, according to her calculations, he will need about half a month to recover, and he will not be able to fight. Kai and Kessel also entered the room and supported their master. Or if he wants to go out for a walk, then he goes on the mend. The boy asked why they were not resting, but walking around the apartment. Kessel explained that he had come here for the company of Kai because he had to replace Christina right now. The sorceress said she would now go to her room and make maps and other equipment, while the master could rest and recuperate for now. Kessel also saw that everything was fine with the boy. He said he would also go and help their lady. Kai approached the owner and asked if he really felt better. He answered that yes, and the skeleton can sit down. And yet, after a few hours, the main character gained strength. He opened the door and saw his entrance instead of the dungeon, as if everything was the same as before. He went outside and again saw a peculiar place and ordinary people on their way to work and shops. He was just excited to see it all again. Kessel also wanted to go outside because he had only seen everything on the computer and couldn't wait to see the world with his own eyes. Nidhogg was also interested in a completely different world because he knew nothing about it. He was very interested. Kessel told him that thanks to his connection with his master, he would have to experience many wonderful things. Kim Hyun-bo began to walk around the city and see everything as if for the first time. He went to the bridge and fixed his lock on it. He also went to the place where the telescope was located and looked at the sky, just walking around the cities and streets, enjoying this beauty. He bought himself a coffee and watched everything with fascination. And although it was a lot of fun, he still had to go home. And actually, Kim Hyun-bo really wanted to stay here some more, but everyone had a place to go back to, and he also wanted to go home after a long walk. He got up from the bench and decided to go home. He decided that they needed to find a new home because if he continued to walk, it could have a bad effect on his injuries. He got into a taxi, and the taxi driver saw that the boy was behaving very strangely and was looking at everything around him with an enthusiastic expression on his face. He said that it was very beautiful here and there were many interesting places to visit. But after sunset, it is better not to leave the house because different things can happen. The guy asked what it could be, for example. He was told that recently many people have been missing only in their country. 50 have already disappeared. But what was most frightening was that a lot of blood was found at the place of disappearance. It seemed to him that maybe the monsters from the dungeons could have something to do with it. But it was still not a fact that they were monsters, because humans could also kill their own kind. He didn't know what to do with this information, because he was an ordinary person, and there was nothing he could do to help in this situation. And this did not concern him, and the danger was enough for him anyway. People died all the time. And most importantly, it wasn't him. It is better for him to focus on his promise and not get involved in other troubles. He got out of the taxi and went to his house. And when he got home, he decided to check again what would be behind his door, and this time he saw a new dungeon. Free time ended very quickly. Christina approached him and said that everything would get better with time. In addition, they had already arrived in their new home, so the time was not wasted. The boy began to look around and saw a spacious room in which even Nidhogg could fit, because he would not have been able to fit in the previous house. Also, the Mana River flowed under this house. It was also called Mana's Path. It was the perfect home for a wizard, and the fact that they got the house so cheap was a stroke of luck. Kessel asked the owner what happened to the dungeons, because they had been having fun for a whole week, and they really wanted to kill a couple of monsters. The guy thought. He took out his phone. He remembered that now he had a new quest. The skeleton stood behind him and looked at the phone. Now he had to investigate Dungeon 1139. This dungeon was much more difficult and dangerous than the previous one, and he had to be careful at all times. He had to try to clear the dungeon as soon as possible. But if he ignores these tips, he will pay with his life. This time the participants were 50 out of 50, and he had 400 days left. Reward for completing the quest, 3 million won, and an F-class item of your choice. They didn't expect that they would be stuck in an F-class dungeon, but it meant that they would be able to handle it quickly. And they are lucky, because it will not cause them any difficulties. But Kim Hyun-bo didn't find it easy, because they had already met Nidhogg in the previous dungeon, and they should understand that all the next bosses will be even more powerful. And Christina said that it is impossible to know for sure what awaits them. Maybe if they were confident in their abilities, but it was impossible to relax, because they have to train and always be ready. The sorceress admitted that the master was right, for one could not lose one's mind, and she was grateful that he had warned them. Kai said it was his mistake and apologized to the host. Kessel also apologized for his stupid thoughts. Kim Hyun-bo let out a breath and said that the important thing was that they understood everything. And then he suggested that they start preparing for the new dungeon. A new story about a new player has begun. It all started with the fact that his apartment was connected to a dungeon, and at first he was scared. But all this time he was not alone, and he was always rescued by the same players as him. And indeed, they lost several people in the fighting in the end. After completing the quest, they had a lot of free time, and they were able to meet outside the dungeon for the first time. And he was very happy. After that, they decided to found their own guild. Their goal was to become the best guild in Korea and then become the best guild in the world. and he really had a big dream and hope for that. But one day he had to lie in a pool of his own blood. He had to face a very strong monster, and he knew that his end had come. He was asked if he needed help, but was asked to speak more quietly because the monsters could hear everything. And the fighters boldly promised to help him, but they needed more information about his whereabouts. The people from the guild were nearby, on the 3rd floor. The guy said he would tell it now. There was a wandering boss in front of him, and little was said about him in the quest description. Be that as it may, it was not easy, but the fighters promised that they could kill this monster in 10 minutes, and he only had to wait for them. At that moment, skeletons summoned by this guy began to appear around this monster. But in reality, nothing stopped this monster. With one wave of his hand, he was able to break these skeletons into pieces, and they immediately fell to the ground. At that moment, the monster started running into the wall and went through it, hiding. At that moment, one of the fighters in a white mask arrived on the scene, and he was very upset when he dropped this monster right in front of his nose. But the boy saw in time that this monster appeared behind his savior, who quietly crept up and swung his fists at him. And when that terrible moment came, he saw that this monster was grasped by someone's bony hand from the portal, and it was unable to move. And after that, a bony dragon came out of the portal. Kim Hyun-bo approached the boy and said that it was a skeleton dragon, and so far he was too weak compared to a real bone dragon. But he asked him to remember him because he would definitely become stronger. The host gave Nidhogg permission to enjoy his new meal in the form of a caught monster. Kim Hyun-bo walked over to the soaked boy and saw that he needed help. And he also said that he is generally also looking for help. So he decided to offer to help each other. The stranger could not understand what he was talking about, but the protagonist explained once again that he was offering him a deal and asking what he could give in return. The boy began to scream and was ready to agree to anything he wanted, if only he would help him. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was all nonsense because he wasn't asking for much. He said that his gratitude would be enough to part ways amicably. Meanwhile, Christina created a new batch of cards, and new sales had already begun, and they once again had to pack thousands of parcels every day. But all this annoyed the sorceress. Although they received a warranty for their product because these cards were checked by the site administration, it took them months, even though she provided instructions to the administrators. Kim Hyun-bo smiled and asked Christina not to be angry because they were not as beautiful as her. But they just encountered magic not so long ago, so they probably didn't understand it at first. The boy approached the injured boy and said that he was ready to give him back his arm, only if he agreed to make a contract with him. And although it seemed to the fighters that it was impossible, he was ready to give guarantees for his services. He understood that everything was difficult to believe, of course, people. But then he decided to do this. He approached the wounded boy and put his hand next to him. He recited this spell. A magic circle appeared around the injured person's body, and the skill of restoring his body began. And in the place where he lost his hand, some particles began to partially recover. She was healing before my eyes. And after a few minutes, the stranger looked at his hand, and they began to tremble. He didn't expect this at all. He didn't think it was possible, and he asked who this guy was. Although the necromancer had already spoken about it, his name was Wonyo, and he asked if, after he restored the stranger's hand, he agreed to sign a contract with him. And all the wounded fighters asked to have their lost limbs restored. And on this day he managed to conclude 21 soul contracts, and he had only 2 conditions. The first is not to tell anyone about it. The second is that they must give him all the mana crystals during joint raids. And he also gave them a book with information about spell cards. And now he was able to receive a percentage of the sale of each magic card. And in the end, he was able to extract the maximum amount of money from this situation. Now he will receive money without doing anything. Kai was very surprised that he signed the contract after all. Kessel recalled that the master had previously said that he did not want to use his power in this way. Kim Hyun-bo explained that now the situation was different, and in order to protect himself, he needed to strengthen his defenses and develop, so he could not do without tricks. And he revealed a great secret, that the soul contracts were much stronger than the mana contracts, and also he could make them whenever he wanted. In addition, one of the conditions is non-disclosure, which means that no one will find out what binds them. Kai thought about the non-disclosure clause. He said that this time the host behaved like a gray cardinal of this time. Kim Hyun-bo started denying all this, and said that it was not true at all. and he was very ashamed. Christina asked him if he was so ashamed because she thought so too. Suddenly, a new notification arrived on the main character's phone that he had a new quest. He was very surprised because it had been a long time since he had received the last quest. And it seemed to him that surely this time this quest would be very strange, but Kessel asked him not to say so. It was Dungeon 1313 of level E. He successfully completed 2 dungeons almost single-handedly. There were 90 players in this dungeon, and he had 500 days left to complete the dungeon. The reward for passing was 5 million won and 1 Class E subject. Kessel said that even if this dungeon wasn't like everyone else's again, they would make it again, and if not, then they will pass it all the more quickly. And when they entered the dungeon, Kessel was very surprised. He couldn't understand why they didn't encounter any monsters, because they had been walking here for 30 minutes and hadn't come across any. He really wanted to try out his new gear, but suddenly Kim Hyun-bo stopped and ordered everyone to get ready immediately. Kessel was very happy because he would finally see the monsters. He asked where their opponents were, and were they orcs or werewolves? The owner slapped himself in the face and said that they were other dungeon explorers, ordinary people, and Kessel immediately became upset because he was looking for monsters. Kai asked how many of these people there were and how far they were from them. The guy said that there were about 15 people there, and it took them about 19 minutes to get there. And he also saw that one of them had a crossbow, and the others also had some strange weapon. Kai asked what they should do with them. Kim Hyun-bo put his mask back on and said that they will solve everything on the spot. But for now, he asked not to relax and be ready to attack, and all communication should go through him. And yet they met these people. Team Kim Hyun-bo completely hid their faces and didn't look very friendly. Kim Jin-hyuk came to greet them and said that he was the head of this clan, and he was pleased to meet him. Won-hyo also greeted him and said his name. Kim Jin-hyuk said that he was very happy to meet and asked if he was here alone. The boy confirmed this, even though there were several beings behind him who were fully dressed in gear. Kim Jin-hyuk decided to ask him who was on his team. Won-hyo explained that it was the undead, and he had subdued them back in the first dungeon, and now they were always with him. Kim Jin-hyuk was very surprised. He didn't know that it was even possible to subdue skeletons. He asked if he wanted to unite with them, because it was clear from his appearance that he was a wizard. The clan leader believed that wizards were very good at working in a team. Knights and warriors were also very important. He assumed that was why Won-hyo chose these skeletons, but he didn't think they would be able to help him in the E-class dungeon. Kim Jin-hyuk asked him again if he wanted to join their clan, and Won-hyo still agreed. The leader was very happy. He said it was a great pick and asked him to go after him because he wanted to introduce him to his other team. Kim Jin-hyuk talked about the new magician and that they will now work together. But it was immediately clear from his eyes that the leader of this clan was a rather unpleasant and suspicious type, and something was wrong here. Kim Hyun-bo returned home and checked his assignment. He saw that 16 people had died today. Kessel asked to pay attention to the skills of the other players, and they were really bad, so it was quite expected. The guy admitted that, to be honest, some researchers really didn't go anywhere. He wondered how they even managed to survive in such a complex dungeon. And even their desire to complete this dungeon didn't help them, so Won-hyo and his team didn't even have to step in to finish them off. Christina felt sorry for the people who were now checking the information about the quest, especially those from the same clan as the dead. Kessel said they had to hurry and took a card from his pocket. The sorceress did not know what they would do. She snatched the phone from the owner's hands and said that Kim Jin-hyuk was just now online. Kessel said he couldn't be ignored because if the remaining men joined his squad, there would be too many of them and they wouldn't be able to handle it. Kai admitted that he actually really disliked this Kim Jin-hyuk and found him suspicious. Kessel was glad that his friend was able to speak his mind and admitted that he hated the guy in general. The owner asked why they were treating him like that. The skeleton saw everything in him that aroused suspicion. His face, his look, his behavior, the way he spoke. Everything about him was wrong. Kai also said that his clan looked suspicious and didn't inspire any confidence. Kim Hyun-bo was talking to Kim Jin-hyuk all this time, so he probably didn't notice anything. All his friends were either silent or staring at them. And if you ask them about their relationship to the clan and the leader, so they will always say only good things, but you could see from the look that it was not so. There was hatred in their eyes, it seemed to the skeletons. Christina said that it was only Kai's guess, and it wasn't enough to draw conclusions. But still, they couldn't ignore the situation. Sometimes people show hatred even for small things, for example, because someone ate the last cookie. Therefore, they still could not consider it a full-fledged proof. The skeletons asked the sorceress if she trusted this leader, but she denied it and said that she would be happy to get rid of him as soon as possible. But first she said that they need to make sure of everything. She says this because she knows it's best not to mess with this guy, and she had a reason. Kim Hyun-bo asked what exactly was her reason, and when he listened to her, he simply had no choice but to agree with her. The boy got up from his chair and said that now they definitely had to get rid of Kim Jin-hyuk before it was too late. Christina had the phone in her hands and saw that it looked like they now had a great chance to do this because Kim Jin-hyuk had just posted this ad on the website and showed it to the skeletons. He kept talking about the fact that 16 people had died in one day, and now everyone understood how dangerous this dungeon was. He believed that they should unite and work together to reduce the number of victims, and he decided to gather all the people in 4 days. Christina said that it was great because they still had time to prepare, and they had to try hard. It was clear that the sorceress had passion in her, and the owner was able to feel her feelings on him through their connection. He could feel her wild desire to deal with this problem. And after 3 days, people really gathered around Kim Jin-hyuk. He had several dozen people in front of him and wanted to start his appeal. First, he thanked them for coming, and he understood that they had other things to do. So he wanted to get straight to the point and not drag it out. He thought that everyone had already felt how different the E-class dungeon was from the F-class, and we already had 19 dead over the past day. His squad was fully prepared for the monsters to appear, but even they were shocked at the level of difficulty. But fortunately, there were many of them, and no one was seriously injured. The dungeon is a dangerous place, and if they are distracted for even a couple of seconds, they will immediately say goodbye to life. But this meant that the dungeon was impossible to pass. In addition, there were many threads on the dungeon's website in which people said that they had already successfully completed it, and he believed that they were no worse than them, so there was nothing to prevent them from joining him as well. Indeed, each of them had completely different skills, but if they combined their efforts, then they would have a good chance. And later, he wanted to tell them how they could upgrade their skills, but they didn't have to live in illusions because their reality was cruel, and they would all have money problems. They got paid by killing monsters, but dividing the income among so many people would greatly reduce their profits. And there was also the problem that conflicts could start between the participants, and the situation could easily get out of control. And this can lead to the creation of a kind of hierarchy, so in order to avoid such problems in advance, he would like to create a guild right now. In the dungeon, there was information about a quick update to the guild system, and it said that being a member of the guild increased the profit from killing monsters by 30%, and there were other benefits. Kim Hyun-bo understood that at this moment, Kim Jin-hyuk had revealed his true intentions. And that is why the leader suggested the creation of a guild, and he proposed to promote him to the role of guildmaster. After all, he said that he has a reason why he should become a leader. He had super strength, and it was all because of his developed talent. People did not believe in the existence of his superpower because of his broken talent. They wondered what kind of superpower it was. Kim Jin-hyuk had a B-grade talent called dominance, and this ability allows you to control those who have a lower level than him. But despite this, he will not be able to control those who have free will. And it also didn't work with those people who were higher than his level, but he promised that he would diligently develop his skill, and through his efforts, they would be able to become a powerful clan. He promised that he could enhance everyone's skills. And this proposal was of great interest to ordinary people. It seemed to them that it was impossible. The head said that he considered his power to be a blessing to his subordinates, and by using it, he would be able to improve their skills as well if they made a deal. Kim Jin-hyuk invited people to look at how the skill would work. He asked one person from the hall to join him on stage. He asked to shake hands, and after that the guy must agree. He did so, and now this person became his subordinate. He offered to test his skills, and they were incredible, because this guy got a promotion from Treasure Hunter C to Treasure Hunter B. The boy called it simply incredible, because in a few seconds the leader was able to improve all his skills, and he couldn't even believe it, because now he wouldn't have to face problems in the dungeons. Kim Jin-hyuk said that the further they advanced, the more their skills could change, so he was the one to become the guild head. And he said that only together with him can they become better, and then they can go through this dungeon together without any casualties. He put his hand on his heart and promised that everyone who signed a contract with him would immediately become stronger, and that was why he was ready to transfer the mana oath right now. A mana oath is an oath that cannot be broken under any circumstances, because otherwise a person will not only lose all his mana, but also the person will be killed by his own powers. He said that he swears that he will never give useless tasks to guild members. The guild leader's body began to swirl with mana, and his oath was accepted. The fighters were simply delighted because swearing mana gave them a guarantee of safety, and they considered him truly worthy of the title of Guildmaster. They wanted to go through this dungeon together. Kim Jin-hyuk was very grateful to all the fighters for understanding him, but he actually had his own sneaky plan undercover. Unexpectedly, Won-yo came to this whole party with his team and started clapping his hands. He said that it was unbelievable because he already knew that Kim Jin-hyuk would want to create his own guild. And also the main character said that he was very surprised by such an incredible skill. The clan leader smiled, as he was very pleased to receive a compliment from a great wizard like him. It was a great honor for him. Won-yo only asked to answer one of his questions, and Kim Jin-hyuk was ready to hear him. The main character asked if the skills of his subordinates were enhanced, but that also applied to his influence, right? Kim Jin-hyuk said that indeed it was, but they could resist if their level was higher or if they had a strong will. Won-yo thought immediately, and now everything was clear to him. And he said that now he finally understood why these 16 people died. The other fighters were very surprised by such a loud statement, and they immediately asked for an explanation from the future leader of the guild. Kim Jin-hyuk pretended not to understand what he was talking about at all. He suggested that maybe Won-yo was thinking that he killed those 16 people. The main character asked him to stop pretending because these people tried to resist but ended up dying due to his cruel orders. Won-yo asked if there were any other people in this cave who had similar power to him. Kim Jin-hyuk immediately started to deny it and said that he didn't understand what Mr. Won-yo was talking about, and he assured that he didn't kill anyone, and if no one believed him, then he could take the mana oath again. The clan leader put his hand over his heart and started swearing with mana and said that he didn't kill other dungeon explorers and he swears that it is true. And after swearing by mana, nothing happened to the boy. People understood that they were being lied to, and most likely the wizard was wrong. The skeletons were just furious. They were so angry with this Kim Jin-hyuk that they wanted to destroy his head. Kai asked Kessel to keep himself in his hands, because it would all be over very soon. Won-yo walked into the middle of the room and was ready to be more precise, because it was not the leader who killed these people, but he ordered them to kill each other, all these 16 researchers. That was his whole order. Kim Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and clenched his teeth in anger, because it seems that he was figured out. In the previous dungeon, Kim Jin-hyuk was one of the 28 explorers, and he was no different from the other users, but he tried his best to stand out. And he was able to get super strength and make his dream come true. But the problem was that he was just a terrible person, and he controlled people like puppets. And by swearing a mana oath, he was able to make everyone obey him. But towards the end of clearing the dungeon, he showed his true colors. Humans were ordered to kill each other, and the researchers simply had no other choice. And he really did not kill anyone himself, but simply gave an order to his subordinates, who could not obey him. The clan leader began to scream and said that this was a complete delusion and that Won-yo had no evidence that he was guilty. And he also noticed that Won-yo never even dared to show his face, so most likely he just wants to assert himself at his expense. But the main character said that he had evidence, and although it will be difficult for him to believe it, but he really had it. Kim Jin-hyuk laughed and said that it was a complete delusion because he definitely had no proof, and those corpses disappeared in the previous dungeon. And he successfully controlled all those who survived. While controlling them, he decided to issue an order to the people he was controlling, and they began to oppose Won-yo's claims. They asked to stop talking about him because they were alive only thanks to him, and there is no need to make baseless statements. Won-yo raised his staff in the air and said that he felt very sorry for these people. He said that he would help them now and hit the ground with his weapon. He cast a Revival of the Dead spell. Suddenly, the souls of the dead bodies that Kim Jin-hyuk had killed began to crawl out from under the ground, and they were direct proof of what he had done. The main character decided to introduce himself and said his name was Wonyo, and he was a necromancer wizard. The researchers were very surprised and actually heard the word necromancer for the first time. It sounded very scary. The boy confirmed that they had heard everything correctly, because wizards with this specialization have many options for using magic: summoning and raising the dead, creating golems, poisons, and curses. But most of all, he still specialized in the common cold. That is why he can summon creatures that cannot be seen so easily. And to be honest, he didn't care what Kim Jin-hyuk did, because there was no way he could harm him. But these dead people were constantly in front of his eyes, so he had to intervene. Kim Jin-hyuk asked to stop carrying the delusion. He didn't believe in ghosts and said they were just illusions or the play of light or something else. But suddenly one of the dead began to speak. It was a girl who saw her brother standing next to Kim Jin-hyuk, and she begged him to be released. The leader of the clan began to shout and asked not to believe them, because he considered it all absurd. He said that probably Wonyo just wanted to become a guildmaster, but he couldn't do it. So he resorted to tricks. He ordered his subordinates to talk as well. Even though these people's bodies were shaking, they assured him that it was true and that Kim Jin-hyuk hadn't really done anything. Suddenly, this subordinate girl began to cry blood out of fear, and everyone in the room saw it. And now people understood everything. They attacked him angrily and forced him to tell the truth. Now they understood that he wanted to make them the same subordinates. People were asking to release their friends and saying that he would never be able to become their guildmaster. Now they didn't trust him. Kim Jin-hyuk was incredibly angry because he could have bribed these people with just a little bit. But that didn't happen because of that creature, Wonyo. He took out his sword, ran, and jumping away from the stage, began to fly towards him. And when he landed, he swung his sword at Wonyo. But at that moment, Kessel was able to block Kim Jin-hyuk's attack. His owner was unharmed. And all this time, Kessel felt incredible anger towards the enemy. So gathering all his strength in his hands, he repelled this attack, and the enemy flew back a few meters and fell. The boy rose to his feet, and the skeleton began to attack him again. Kim Jin-hyuk was screaming and asking him to stop. He ordered his puppets to enter the battle and help him. But the bodies of the subordinates trembled, and they restrained themselves due to the force and did not follow the order. Kessel and the clan leader collided in close combat, and the sound of clashing iron could be heard in the room. Kim Jin-hyuk shouted even louder and asked to protect him, but no one responded. The marionettes tried to restrain themselves and disobey his orders, but still, through their trembling bodies, they charged forward, attacking Kessel. The skeleton understood that he had to stop them, otherwise he would not be able to escape the carnage. Kai begged him not to do this because they were not guilty of anything. He asked to try not to harm them. Knight Kai rushed into close combat with the puppet girl. He felt that the subordinates were very strong, and it would be difficult for him to resist them. Probably, this was his strength. Kim Jin-hyuk started laughing out loud and said that Wonyo's skeletons would not be able to handle his army. Christina decided to intervene in this battle as well. She raised her wand and cast a third circle spell, releasing this charge at her opponents. The subordinate puppet fell to the ground, but the clan leader managed to stay on his feet. Kim Jin-hyuk was so angry that he decided he didn't want to play anymore. He cast a spell in his hand. He wanted to show him the full power of submission. And at that moment, the spell began to spread to all of his puppets around them. A fiery aura began to accumulate, and the whole body began to ache with incredible force. Thus, the berserker mode was turned on, and their characteristics increased due to the reduction of health points. Now his puppet subordinates have become even stronger. Kim Jin-hyuk ordered his subordinates to try to defeat Wonyo and his team, and he let them go for the kill. The underlings began to fight the skeletons, but each side held firm and repelled all attacks. Christina raised her staff and cast an ice arrow spell, firing several arrows at the subordinate puppet. But at that moment, the subordinate girl ran up to the subordinate boy and blocked the attack of the ice arrows with her shield, and the arrows shattered into small pieces. Kim Hyun-bo could indeed see that the opponent was incredibly strong, but he was sure that the clan leader was not the one he ran into. Kim Jin-hyuk decided to attack Wonyo. He shouted and said that he will take all his toys and all the skeletons after his victory will compete on his side. The protagonist did not even resist because at that moment a portal opened from which Nidhogg's hand came out. She grabbed Kim Jin-hyuk with her bony claws, and now he couldn't move. The clan leader was incredibly angry and could not understand what had happened to him. It became harder for him to breathe, and when he turned his head, he saw that he had been grabbed by a bone dragon. At that moment, the sorceress used the Army of Skeletons spell. All the bones that were on the floor began to assemble into full-fledged skeleton bodies, and they distracted the opponents. The skeletons began to grab the subordinate puppets by the legs, and they were unable to move and were exhausted. Kai and Kessel immediately began to approach them and completely immobilize them so that they would not interfere. Kim Jin-hyuk was very scared and didn't know what to do. Won-yo came closer to him and said that he was indeed close to winning, and the main character thought that if he hadn't guessed about his insidious plan, then Kim Jin-hyuk would surely have succeeded in turning this plan around. Won-yo raised his weapon up and began swinging at him. The leader of the clan began to shout and ask to stop because he understood everything and asked for mercy. He promised that this would not happen again and called Won-yo not a murderer. Won-yo asked Kim Jin-hyuk if he had saved the people who begged him for mercy and hovered over his body with a raised weapon. The clan leader started shouting and said that he had saved all these people. Won-yo said that he didn't save very well, so he deserved this death blow. At that moment, he swung even harder and cut his body in half, killing him. On the same day, Kim Hyun-bo returned home feeling very sick. He was disgusted by his action and did not believe that he had actually managed to kill a man. There was no way he could stop thinking about it, because he had cracked that man's skull, and he could see the blood and brain coming out. He smelled that horrible sound and sight, and he would never be able to forget it. Suddenly the boy heard the voice of his skeleton subordinates, and they praised him for what he had done, because he had killed a bad person, and if he hadn't done it, more people would have been hurt, and he did what he had to do. Kim Hyun-bo asked if they really think so, because he thought that there might have been some other way out, and then this person would have been able to stay alive. He remembered what Kim Jin-hyuk had told him, that Kai, Castle, and Christina were also his toys, and he also had subjugation magic, so it was surprising that he would go against him. And at that moment, the main character couldn't even answer, because in fact, he was right. He asked his subordinates if they obeyed him just because he was their master. He remembered those terrible moments when subordinates obeyed their master by force, only by force, and he was afraid to be the same as he. Christina asked to remember that they did this because of the mana oath, and if he killed that horrible person, then Kim Jin-hyuk would create this powerful guild, and many people would die, including them. They believed that the owner was not to blame, because there was simply no other way out. Kim Hyun-bo still ventured out of the room and asked the skeletons not to say anything to him because he just wanted to be alone today. He silently went into his room and closed the door. The skeletons decided not to bother him. The main character was in his room and was beating his head against the pillow. He understood that this was the only way out and they needed to survive. But a murder was a murder, and he could not forget about this incident, never could. And he wants to promise himself that he will not forget any crime, even if they were committed for the sake of survival. He will remember everything, because only then he will be able to at least partially redeem all his sins. At that moment, a new level of mana began to form in the boy's body, because he had moved to a new level. When the main character woke up the next morning, he was very surprised to find his skeletons gathered around him, who happily greeted him because he had successfully passed to the 4th magic circle during the night. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't understand what he was talking about, but the skeletons explained that he had now become a 4th circle mage, and they had always believed in him and called him a good fellow. The boy asked which 4th circle they were talking about, but the skeletons immediately understood what had happened, because last night his determination was able to improve his skills, and now he became a 4th circle wizard, that is, even stronger than he was before. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't believe it, and asked if it was true. He immediately picked up the phone hand and began to check his stats, and saw that they had increased. He was level 41. His strength was 26.5, agility 25, fitness 25.5, mana 85, mastery 45, and points remaining 40. He couldn't believe that he had gotten better by accepting his sins. He somehow didn't like this method very much, but it was also effective. Kai was glad that his master had become stronger. Castle also believed that he should rejoice in his determination. Christina approached the owner and took his hand. She asked him not to think that he became a 4th circle mage only because of this, because it was only natural that he was a mage and could advance further. Kim Hyun-bo thanked the sorceress very much, but after this incident, even more worries and affairs will be added. Christina said that everything is fine and a lot has happened recently. Therefore, they all need to rest, and this behavior was not exactly like her. She explained that there were too many people in the dungeons right now, and after they left, the remaining players still formed their own guild, but they did not have a worthy leader. And because of the situation with Kim Jin-hyuk, everyone kept suspecting each other about everything, and even tried to find Kim Hyun-bo through the bulletin board. The main character laughed because it was expected, because he was able to solve this problem with the commander very quickly. A new post about the wizard Wanyo appeared on the internet. He was a necromancer and at first seemed to be their savior, but recently he killed one of the players. Mike didn't think anyone would believe it. From the beginning, the wizard leader also thought so, but these bone dragons were very strong, and even their guild members would have a hard time dealing with him. It was very unexpected that this was happening in an E-class dungeon, because this monster was at least of the 6th circle, and the worker led to the fact that only the strongest necromancer could conquer such an unusually talented monster. The wizard leader said that the existence of such a player was actually entirely possible. Mike was very surprised, because at first the manager said that he did not believe it at all. He explained that there were too many reports about him on the site, and too many people were seeing the same thing. In addition, he was sure that the necromancers of the 5th and 6th circle must also exist, and this greatly surprised the employee. The leader asked why he was so surprised, because this world was full of surprises. Mike agreed with this idea, but asked not to forget about the trips to the dungeons, and he tries to do his job in the best way. The wizard leader laughed and thanked him for understanding him. The worker said that in that case he would go back to work, and he let him go. Meanwhile, the protagonist, together with his subordinates, arranged a training session at home. The boy competed against Kessel in close combat, and during their practice fight, the master always dodged the blows and moved back, and he said that you can't do that all the time in a fight. Kim Hyun-bo decided to concentrate even more seriously, and he felt that when he became a level 4 mage, his memory and speed became much better. He immediately saw several options of how the opponent could attack, and now he could predict their movements, and he blocked Kessel's strike in time. They clashed swords, and concentrating all his strength in his hands, he knocked the sword away from the skeleton's hands. He felt as if he had become a different person who was even more powerful. Skeleton Castle praised his master, and he couldn't believe that he was able to change so dramatically in just a few days. Before that, Christina told him that nothing was more important for a magician than his mind. Kessel was surprised that it was pumping the mind, and not the muscles. But Kai suddenly intervened in the conversation, and he said that it is impossible to defeat the enemy with muscles alone. Kessel was very angry at these words, and he remembered that Kai had once told him that he had no brain. But the skeleton confirmed that it had no brain, because they were skeletons and had only bones. Kessel got even angrier and started lashing out at Kai, offering him a fight to see who was stronger. Kim Hyun-bo grabbed the skeleton and explained that Kai meant no harm and asked him not to be angry. The owner asked Kai why he was specially provoking Kessel, who was so hot-tempered. But Kai did not pay attention to the claims against him, because he read something impressive in the computer and reported to his master that 13 more people had died in the dungeon while they were gone. Kim Hyun-bo immediately ended the fight with the skeleton and froze, because they did not expect this at all. Kai confirmed that those people had indeed created their guild, and even named it Normal. But it seemed that they were in too much of a hurry because they still needed a leader. Kim Hyun-bo said that he didn't plan to mess with it at all. Kessel agreed with the master because he was already a 4th-level mage and did not need these pawns. They were much stronger than those weaklings. But the boy said that he actually wanted to come to the dungeon as soon as possible, and together with the other players, they could quickly cope. But Christina suddenly intervened in the conversation, and she scared the owner and forbade him to do this because, as she already said, now it is better to concentrate on their skills. And even if he really wanted to go there and become a leader, then it is better for him to endure. Kim Hyun-bo replied that he knew that and didn't want to go there, but he didn't know what to do because the training was over. Christina said that it was, and indeed, she clapped her hands and said that now it was time to make their new plan to become even stronger. And that night, one former puppet of Kim Jin-hyuk had a terrible dream that was like a nightmare. She dreamed the same incident where they tried to kill Kim Jin-hyuk and she was a subordinate. She pounced on people and tore them to pieces, and human deaths scared her the most. She woke up from fear and started screaming. She immediately got up, trying to get away from this nightmare. Lately, she had a lot of nightmares, but she didn't understand why. Because now Kim Jin-hyuk was dead, and there was no way he could control her dreams. She recalled how after that murder, Won-yo started apologizing for killing Kim Jin-hyuk. But he told her not to worry because that was when his real suffering would begin. Because he was already dead, his body turned undead and Won-yo could control him. He grabbed his head and started pulling his hair, and she felt incredible pain. He threw her on the floor and said that from now on they could do whatever they wanted with her. And the other dead people he killed started attacking her and taking revenge for the fact that they died because of him. The girl could not understand what was happening. She rose from the ground on her own and could not believe that she could move. Suddenly, the spirit of her sister approached the girl. She was glad that from now on this girl named Hannah was free, and although she was in a lot of pain then, but now everything was fine with her. Hannah began to cry. She was very happy to see her sister. She fell to the ground and began to apologize to her, because she believed that she died because of her. The nurse put her hand on the girl's shoulder and said that everything was fine and she was not to blame. She was sure that she would be able to stand on her own and definitely survive. And suddenly the dead sister's body began to disappear into thin air. Hannah couldn't believe she was able to see her sister on such short notice. She asked to wait, not to leave, but the sister left anyway. Hannah understood that she could not just sit at home and cry all this time, and from now on she had to become stronger so that this would never happen to her again, and she would not fall into the hands of such a terrible person. And until then, she will pump her skills in dungeons and kill monsters. She took out her terrible mood on her opponents. Kim Hyun-bo still didn't understand why Christina decided they needed a base. She created her new plan and presented it. And the sorceress assumed that probably he himself did not understand that there were a lot of dungeons in this world. And the first item in the plan of dungeon research was the construction of a base. And although there were a lot of dungeons in this world, they would not be able to explore every one of them. And if you make a mistake during the passage, then the other researchers will become nameless undead, just like them. And all other monsters will be able to enter the real world through their homes. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that Christina was indeed right. He recalled a conversation with a taxi driver who said that the place was fine, but in the evenings it was better to stay at home, because there had been some dangerous events recently. Many people were missing. It seemed to him that those missing people could have died at the hands of monsters. The sorceress explained that they needed such bases to increase the number of survivors, and the base would be a safe place for anyone in need. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to such a wonderful idea and asked when they would start construction. Christina replied that they had another problem that needed to be looked into in detail. The boy was surprised that she prepared so thoroughly for the presentation. She opened a new slide and explained that they would need a lot of money to build, and the cards weren't selling very well at the moment, so money was running out. Kim Hyun-bo asked why this was, because they had made sure they sold well. But the enchantress explained that the number of copies continued to increase rapidly. She couldn't understand who could teach people this. The guy thought about doubling or even tripling the amount of goods, but the sorceress suggested selling magical artifacts from now on. Kim Hyun-bo asked Christina if she was sure about it, because if the others found out about the method of making it again, what would happen then? But she asked not to worry, because she only made cards for the sake of earning, and her talent was not even used there. But with artifacts, everything was much different. And this time she promises to give her all. Here is her answer. Christina began to laugh confidently and was completely sure of her plan. The master and the skeletons were even a little surprised by this confidence, because magic really knew how to scare, and no one could compare with it. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to this plan and offered to start the case. The sorceress reminded her host that they would be busy for a while now, and she was sure he would enjoy it. The guy really didn't want to take part in this and asked if it was necessary, but Christina said that indeed, because the sooner they start, the sooner they will finish, and she was right. The next day, lessons on creating magical artifacts began, and Christina very patiently and skillfully taught him all the little things. She helped in matters where he did not understand anything. Thanks to her, he managed to learn everything quickly, and although she always punished him for small mistakes, it still paid off. The punishment was a magical potion that was good for the body, but just awful to the taste. It was bitter, sweet, and spicy at the same time, and it felt like a mixture of mold cheese, spicy tofu, candy, and surströmming. Although he had not tried the latter, he was sure it was there. And so it continued for 3 months, and then he still managed to understand all the subtleties of creating magical artifacts. He left the room and told Christina that now he had done everything. And while he was going to the room, the sorceress stopped him and said that he had forgotten something. She held out a glass of this horrible drink. Kim Hyun-bo started running and refused to taste it. He asked for this drink to be removed and was ready to die rather than drink it. Kai approached the owner and reported that now the time had come because the boss in the E-class dungeon had finally appeared. Meanwhile, there were regular players in the dungeon, and they were waiting for Kim Hyun-bo to come to them. They hoped that he would come because it would be very difficult without him. The girl approached the boy and said that they could not wait for anyone because they themselves would be able to deal with the boss without his help. She asked to get ready because very soon they will come. This girl's name was Yoon Hana, and she was a guild master. She turned to all the players and told them that they would be fine and asked them to go ahead. They were all confident in their abilities and were already approaching the door. All of a sudden, they heard a voice behind the crowd asking them to look back as someone was walking, and it was Wonyo with his team and 100 skeleton minions behind him. The main character has 1313 Class E dungeon tasks left and 392 days left to fail. Kim Hyun-bo had started this dungeon 108 days ago, and the first floor boss battle was about to begin. Wonyo greeted everyone and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and he was really glad to see them. The other explorers were happy to see him and saw a large number of subordinate skeletons that would compete alongside them. Yoon Hana said that she was also happy to meet. Last time, she did not have time to greet him and said that she was the master of the Normals Guild and gave her name. She bowed and thanked him for being able to help her free her sister. She promised that one day she would pay him back for this. Wonyo explained that he better not do that because he just wanted to kill Kim Jin-hyuk and free them. She understood this and asked if he was going to join them in the fight against the monster for the common good. Wonyo asked if this could be considered a collaboration, and she said that it was possible to say that. Although he was strong but alone, that's why she offered this version of events. Wonyo explained that she didn't seem to understand that she needed help in this situation, not him. After a pause, she asked if he still agreed to receive the reward for their cooperation. She showed 1 million won in cash and 5 magic crystals and promised to give something more after the victory. Christina approached the owner and said that these mana crystals would be very appropriate for them. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to this, but still, he considered 1 million won to be a small amount for them. He asked how they planned to split the boss reward. Yoon Hana replied that they would divide it among all the players. She also promised that the 5 members of the guild with her were ready to bring him the Oath of Mana and fulfill his request. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it, decided to agree to the cooperation after all. He extended his hand for a handshake, but then said that he was ready to cooperate only now, not in the future. Yoon Hana thanked him for that at least and shook his hand, but for now she wanted to tell him their plan. Afterwards, Yoon Hana shared her plans with the main character. The melee fighters would be their shield, and the ranged fighters would be their arrows. And due to the fact that they did not know what the boss was like, she chose a rather effective method, but very soon they had to forget about this plan, because this plan was not at all suitable for their boss, whom they saw outside the door. Their main boss was a werewolf, and there were 100 smaller creatures that also attacked. Yoon Hana asked what they should do in such a case, but Kim Hyun-bo asked not to worry about it because there was always a way out in any situation. They were immediately able to come up with a new plan, and after preparation, went into the boss's room. Their army was very large, and it was much scarier than they had all imagined. They saw in front of them a large werewolf waiting for them, and several more terrible monsters that began to pounce on them with great speed. The wolf gave signals to his subordinates, and they immediately rushed to attack. At first it was a dozen rats that had equipment, a shield, a sword, and sharp claws. Yoon Hana immediately issued an order and asked the people with the shields to prepare. They immediately built a wall of shields. She also asked to prepare the first and second squads for battle. These people had with them bottles with poison inside and gasoline. They started throwing them at the monsters. The rats had time to react quickly and immediately protected themselves with a shield. Yunhana ordered the third and fourth squads to use fireballs. And now, fireballs began to fall on the rats from the sky. They began to interact with the incendiary substance, and there was a loud explosion at the place of the little monsters. The army continued to hide behind shields. The bulls, who were also in a rage, went into battle next. They jumped over the fire and began to attack the army. Yunhana realized that things were very bad and called for Mr. Wonyo's help, warning him that she was leaving the bull to him, and their army would concentrate on the other monsters. Wonyo accepted this order. He threw his subordinate skeletons into the attack and also used his magical skills. The bulls began to use the bone spear skill and began to throw sharp bones at the shields of the army. The guildmaster ordered the army to move forward, and they began to march. After that, the second group started firing arrows and killing the monsters one by one. The researchers could not believe that all this was given to them so easily, and they already had hope that they would be able to clear this room. Suddenly, a large axe from the enemy flew into the army, but it flew past with great force and stuck into the stone wall. There was another blow, and now this blow came from the side, and with one swing that axe cut through all the shields, leaving only a few. Yunhana couldn't believe that she managed to do all this to the enemy with just one blow. One of the researchers began to report to the guildmaster that the bulls were once again advancing and attacking them. Yunhana ordered everyone to stay in their seats and no one to leave. She ordered everyone to start shooting. Fireballs and arrows started flying at the bulls, but they also had good minds. There was a rat near the bull. He took it in his hands and threw it at the arrows that flew at him, and at that moment there was a loud explosion in the air, and the army immediately hid behind the shields. They did not immediately understand what had happened, and then it turned out that the bull had used the corpse as a shield. The bulls began to advance even more actively and scatter the researchers to the sides. The army reported to their guild leader that the defenses had been breached and the monsters were making their way inside. They ran in different directions. Yunhana asked the players not to give up and fight to the end. She ordered to force 2 people at once on one monster, to do everything possible, and the guild leader understood that with such a plan they would never be able to win this battle. She considered giving up, or asking Wonyo for help again. The main character began to release his skeletons, and they began to attack the first bulls. Yunhana yelled at Wonyo that there weren't enough skeletons and they would be able to graze quickly. But the main character said that it was not the end. He raised his weapon in his hands and began to cast a new spell. At that moment, the skeletons began to crawl up to the other monsters from the floor and grab their legs, preventing them from moving. And suddenly, after a few seconds, around 200 skeletons appeared around these enemy monsters which surrounded them, and now they were trapped and could not get out. Yunhana couldn't understand how the boy was able to summon such a large number of skeletons in such a short period of time. And suddenly a portal appeared behind Wonyo, from which a bone dragon began to emerge. The guild leader looked up in surprise and saw a subordinate monster of such power for the first time. Wonyo ordered his bone dragon to cast a breath of darkness spell. The dragon opened its mouth, and a wave of powerful force came out of it. This charge destroyed everything in front of it, and Yunhana couldn't believe her eyes, as there was nothing left in front of her. He disappeared without a trace. The bone dragon burned a large crater on the ground that was 100 meters long, and all the monsters immediately disappeared. Yunhana immediately asked Mr. Wonyo if he was okay, as she saw that he was shaking due to weakness and couldn't breathe. Wonyo replied that he was fine, but he understood that this was not the end. Above him appeared his dragon, which was ready to continue listening to his orders. The researchers stood in front of the smoke that rose from this powerful impact and saw several more silhouettes of monsters heading towards them. And it was the main boss and several more bulls, which were even more powerful than the previous ones. They roared with fury and prepared for a brutal battle. Yunhana began to address her entire guild and ordered everyone to immediately group up and prepare for a powerful attack. The first line of defense immediately raised their swords, and the others readied their crossbows. The first arrows flew into several rats, killed them, and they immediately fell to the ground. The next wave of enemy monsters are bulls. They tried to break through the ranks and used their powerful force, but the explorers tried to contain the force. Now the skeletons entered the battle. They immediately began to beat the bulls from all sides and drove them into a corner. Wonyo immediately turned to the guild leader and said that now he will hold back the bulls with the help of skeletons and let her take on the big rats. Yoon Hana knew that this way his delusion would end quickly. And while they were distracted by other, smaller monsters, the boss wolf came up to Wonyo from behind. The paw of this terrible werewolf was near the main character's head, and its claws almost touched him. At that moment, a powerful blow occurred, because the main character's subordinates, Kai and Kessel, were able to react quickly and deliver strong, piercing blows to the werewolf. Christina also decided to intervene in this situation. She raised her staff and cast a lightning strike spell and directed the strike at the wolf. This charge hit the wolf in the stomach with such a powerful force that it threw the werewolf into the wall, where it imprinted itself and then fell. The dungeon boss had a lot of injuries, and this situation made him even more angry. He rose from the ground and began to howl. After a moment, his wounds began to heal and he was fully recovered. Kim Hyunbo understood that the monster's regeneration was too fast, but that still didn't mean they didn't have a chance anymore. They began to approach the boss even closer. He remembered that the breath of darkness used Nidhogg's mana instead of his own. And so with that he managed to get the werewolf's attention by pretending that his mana had run out. Wonyo ordered his skeleton subordinates Kai and Keslu to deal with the werewolf, and they began to gain speed and run at him, attacking. The dungeon boss started swinging his claws, but the skeletons managed to easily dodge all of his blows. And while the wolf was focused on Keslia, Kai managed to pick the right moment, and he inflicted a deep cut on the werewolf. And now his attention was focused on him. So now it was Kessel's turn, and he was sure that he would not be able to get away from them so easily, and he struck another blow. And even after this blow, the wolf's body immediately began to heal all wounds and restore health. This boss had incredible defense, and he was able to fully recover after a few seconds. Kai understood that things would go badly this way, which meant that most likely the core was in his head, and this meant that he had to cut his neck. Kai decided that he would detain the monster for the time being, and ordered Keslu to kill immediately. Kai immediately took out 3 swords and began to attack the wolf, inflicting several cuts. And again, the boss from the dungeon immediately began to heal his wounds on his eyes, and it was easy for him. And finally it was time for Kessel. He asked his partner to step aside so that he would not interfere. He began to run and prepare for the last blow. This blow was very powerful, and he put all his strength into it. But at this moment, the boss managed to dodge it easily. He crouched on the ground and began to run forward. He began to lash out at Christina, and she asked to leave him to her. The sorceress raised her weapon high in her hands and used the previously unknown chains spell. Many golden chains began to appear around the werewolf, entwining themselves around his body and binding him. And now he could no longer move. He tried to get out and resist. These chains also bound the wolf's mouth, and he could no longer roar. Kessel intervened in the battle, jumped up, and waving his sword, ordered the monster to shut up. The night began to fall, and his sharp sword cut the werewolf's throat. He died, and they won. The body of the dead boss began to dissolve into the air, leaving behind a glowing blue magic stone. Kim Hyunbo was immediately interested in the find. He picked up a crystal from the floor. It was a moonstone, in which the power of the moon was concentrated. Such an artifact was very valuable and could be useful in the future. Yoon Hana continued to fight the other small monsters without stopping. She threw her sword at the bull, pierced his body and heart. She ordered her team to continue attacking the werewolves and not to give up, because that was the only way they could win. Dozens of rats attacked the researchers again, but soon they began to run away, realizing that they would inevitably die. The researchers had to constantly restrain the monsters and prevent them from running away. Wonyo, moving with incredible speed, finished off the last monsters. Finally, they managed to complete the task. Yoon Hana couldn't even believe her eyes and looked at the wizard in surprise. The main character said it was a great job, and they successfully completed clearing the dungeon. He sincerely congratulated them and gave the command to move on. Researchers could not believe their victory. They shouted joyfully, celebrating the successful completion of the dungeon. Yoon Hana became emotional, and tears appeared in her eyes. She said that all of this was possible only because of Mr. Wonyo, and if it wasn't for him, they definitely wouldn't have achieved anything. The guildmaster bowed and thanked her again, but the wizard explained that he was just fulfilling his part of the deal. Yoon Hana asked what he planned to do next, and Wonyo thought about it. He said he might partner with someone in town, depending on reliability, but he decided to go his own way. He nodded and left the dungeon, wishing the other explorers the best. The guildmaster ran up and began to tell him that in 3 days they would all go to the second floor together and offered him to join if he wanted to. Wonyo replied that he would think about the offer. The passage of the dungeon number 1313 of Class E continued, and it was already day 108. The first floor boss was defeated. When Wonyo's team left, the people in the guild didn't even expect him to be so strong. After all, he had a skeleton dragon and an undead that suffered with werewolves. This guard was really powerful. They even wanted to continue walking through the dungeon with him. They were captivated by his power. Yoon Hana would not refuse such an opportunity either. The researchers remembered that terrible incident and thought that if Kim Jin-hyuk had been alive, they would have become enemies of this Wonyo. But now, on the contrary, they admired him. Yoon Hana gave an order to all of her guild researchers and said that they could now safely return home. Today they have already completed their task. Kim Hyun-bo returned home with his team, and the sorceress began examining the crystal that fell from their boss. The main character asked if it was really a valuable crystal. After all, they immediately took it first among all the loot after defeating the boss. Christina said that in her world, the moon was called the Eye of God, that illuminated the darkness. This was the first time the boy had heard of such a thing. The sorceress said that when the moon glowed red, all the monsters of the continent of Idea became evil. But when Luna shone with blue light, the monsters behaved quite calmly. Therefore, the moon crystal can also be used in various ways. Kim Hyun-bo looked at the crystal with fascination, saw his reflection in it and asked, "What methods are there anyway?" Christina asked to remember that with the help of the wolf, it was possible to obtain a strong regeneration that exceeded the power of trolls. Kim Hyun-bo understood why the regeneration was so fast this time. Kessel interjected and asked if that meant they would now have to hit twice as hard to die. Kim Hyun-bo agreed, saying that this was also true because this time the victory was easy enough. He praised the skeleton. Kessel was a little offended that the master did not praise him so much for such strong efforts, but the main character did not pay attention to this. He asked the sorceress how they would use this crystal. She thought about it and said that it would probably be best to use it as a core for one of them. The boy thought, because now he had to choose the one who could get this crystal as a core. Kessel said that everything was very clear here. They offered to give this crystal to Christina because she also took an important part in all the battles and also taught the master. The sorceress could not believe that she would actually be able to take him. The skeletons agreed with her because everything was already so clear that they would not be able to cope with him. Kai felt that it was not for him. Kim Hyun-bo smiled and said that everything was settled then. The crystal really suited her perfectly. Christina was incredibly grateful and folded her hands. She thanked them for believing in her and said that she would definitely live up to their expectations. Tears began to appear in her eyes. She immediately ran to her room because she said that now she will deal with the installation of the core and asked not to touch her for a while. Then she slammed the door. The guy smiled and understood that it seems that they will not be able to see Christina soon. 3 days after Kim Hyun-bo's team found the moon crystal, the Normals Guild began exploring the second floor as planned. And the researchers were a little scared, because for the first time they saw that this tunnel was so long, and even the end was not visible. Yoon Hana warned everyone that the second floor was much more dangerous than the first floor. Therefore, she asked them to focus and protect each other, remembering that their goal is to survive and return home. The researchers raised their weapons and were ready to go. In front of them were the stairs that led them down. They were very cool, and some even almost fell. The end of the stairs was not visible. Yoon Hana walked ahead of the entire team. Seeing the light below, she immediately realized that it was a way out and informed the team that they still had a little more to go. But she immediately warned that they did not know what would be waiting for them there. Therefore, if something happens, they must continue to stick together. Finally, they came down and saw this bright light. And walking a little further, they were very surprised. The researchers did not even believe that it was true, and it seemed to them that it was a dream. They did not understand where they got to, for when they raised their heads, they saw the light that the sun was radiating to them. They could not understand from where the sky appeared in the dungeon, and there were many trees around them. Yoon Hana also did not understand how this was even possible and where the sky appeared in the dungeon. There was grass under their feet, and it was as if they had returned to the ordinary world. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-bo was at home studying the information he found on the websites. The researcher immediately decided to talk about this strange situation on his blog. Kessel immediately approached his master and asked, "Could this be true?" It seemed that the forest in the dungeon was impossible, but the boy did not think that the researchers could lie to them. Kai reminded that only dungeons above E-class had open space, so it was very strange. The owner and the skeletons looked at each other and approached Christina's room. They decided to ask her if it was possible, despite the fact that she was very busy. Kim Hyun-bo went into her room after all, asked her what she thought about it, but she thought that nothing special had happened, because it happened on the Idea continent as well. The boy thought about it and asked if this was also possible in ordinary dungeons, but the sorceress explained that there were still differences, and the fact was that the monsters in such a space were twice as strong as ordinary ones. Sure, it wouldn't be a problem for the master, but now it was clear that this dungeon was a field type. It differed from ordinary dungeons with an open space with an ecosystem. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised because this meant that this entire dungeon consisted of only one floor. Kessel said that all of this was true, and, to put it simply, the floors were arranged horizontally relative to each other, not vertically, as was the case previously. Christina said that Kessel was right, and all the floors were united, and the scale of the territory was simply huge. Darling, how not to get angry? In addition, there were no boss rooms in such areas, and this meant that the bosses wandered somewhere and did not wait for the players. Kim Hyun-bo didn't expect this at all because it was very dangerous. The unknown terrain and bosses around sounded very scary, and he couldn't accept that it was anything special when it was completely different from what it was. But Christina said that in general nothing has changed, because he had to find bosses, clear dungeons, and that's it. Therefore, she really considered it nothing special. Kim Hyun-bo agreed with her, but it was still strange to him. The witch didn't want to continue the conversation, so she went back to her room and slammed the door. Kessel turned to his master and asked what their plan was, and he replied that they would act as usual, as the sorceress had told them. Nothing had changed. Therefore, he will go to train to be ready for anything. Kessel was fascinated by his master because he was always very confident, and this also gave him confidence in victory. Kai also knew that they would not lose. The skeletons also went to their rooms. Kai wanted to continue reading, and Kessel wanted to continue watching Ghost Smoke. The most interesting thing just started there. They decided to return to normal business, and after a few days came up with a new plan and contacted the Normals Guild. The guild was now in a dungeon and trying to adjust to a new type of dungeon. Suddenly, Yoon-hana's phone received a message from Wonyo. When the other researchers on the team found out about this, they curiously asked what he was talking about. But the leader said that he did not offer to join and was simply warning the dungeon about it. And she received a new message with conditions. The researchers were also surprised because they did not understand what conditions were being discussed. Kessel was on the team with the Normalized Guild, and he ordered everyone to work immediately. They had to hurry and dig as soon as possible, because they had to make it so that if the wall fell, they could die first. And researchers began to build a wall. They had no idea that they would have to do such hard work in the dungeon. If they didn't want to become undead like him, then they had to do their job well. The researchers understood everything, but it seemed to them that this skeleton was simply exploiting them. And they understood that they needed protection, and after that they could go back to training. Kessel very cruelly controlled the process and ordered the researchers to work. Wonyo immediately noticed that thanks to the help of Normalize, the work went much easier and faster. Kessel was surprised to see the owner here, that he came here only to see how the work is going and also to accumulate mana in the dungeon. Mana regenerated 3 times faster here. Yoon-hana was glad to see the host. She said that he came just in time. She called him to her because she said that Kai was also here. The main character said goodbye to Kessel and said that he leaves everything to him and he will leave for now. And the skeleton agreed to do such work. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-bo decided to offer the Normalized Guild to teach them magic and conduct training for them, and in return, they would help them build a shelter on the 2nd floor. And they agreed. Now, everything went like clockwork. Kai and Kessel controlled the whole process because they had the necessary skills and experience. Kessel was very cruel to the workers and forced them to work. He dealt with matters inside the camp. Meanwhile, Kai was engaged in external affairs. He was a knight in life and trained several scouts, as he understood the importance of the situation. The owner praised Kai for his excellent work. He asked if he had been able to scout anything, and Kai revealed that they already knew about the great ape monster, and now they were able to discover the red ape and rhinoceros beetle monsters. He said that rhinoceros beetles were the size of a man's head and could fly. They had a large, sharp horn, which represented a great danger. Wonyo asked if they were carnivorous, and Kai said that they seemed to be, but for now, that was all they knew about the monsters around the camp. There was little information so far. The owner said that he would now wait for news from him and asked not to overdo it at work. Wonyo continued to observe what was happening in their camp. And I saw people who were training. They were trained by Christina from combat. She said that their stance should be strong and confident, and their own skills would never let them down. This continued for some time, and he also continued to teach people magic, constantly recalling Christina's words. A magician must give as much as he received. And while teaching others, he was also able to glean some information that helped him strengthen the fourth magic circle. He was used to the camp, and many people even stayed in the dungeon overnight to restore mana. The researchers lay on the ground and looked at the sky. They saw that a mighty dragon flew over them. This monster was huge, and they were sure it would kill them if it attacked. But next to them was Mr. Wonyo, and they were sure that to him it was just a bug. And although the monster was strong, the researchers thought that they would be able to cope on their own because they had trained a lot. And suddenly someone's hand touched the body of one of the researchers, and out of surprise, he immediately started screaming in fear. And only then did he realize that it was the hand of their colleague. Now it was clear that it seemed that this place was still not to the teeth of these people, because they could still be very frightened by someone's hand. There has also been an increase in the number of people reporting sightings of strange creatures. And indeed, Kim Hyun-bo was not one of them, because he constantly continued to accumulate mana and practice magic. And so 80 days passed, and one day Kai ran up to him and he told his master to run as fast as possible. The researchers and the guild immediately began to run away, and stones flew at them behind them which fell near them and could crush a person in one blow. People tried to run away as quickly as possible, but suddenly several large stones fell in front of them which completely blocked their path, and they could not get out. The researchers froze and returned. Behind them were terrible monsters. It was the red monkeys that surrounded them from all sides. Suddenly, these monkeys began to pounce on them with a loud cry, and the people were very frightened, because all this time they tried to be as careful as possible, and they could not understand how the monsters managed to notice them. Kai was with the guild leader and one researcher. He asked them to go to the owner and report this situation so that he would come to their aid. This was exactly what was needed from scouts right now. After giving this order, Kai took his sword in his hands and started running at the monsters. He inflicted many cuts and wounds on the monkeys' bodies. There were a lot of them, and they were screaming in pain. Also in the monkey pack were monsters who had bamboo arrows with sharp ends in their hands, and they swung and threw them at the researchers. Kai was confident. He stepped back and dodged all those bamboo arrows and remained unharmed. But suddenly he saw how one of the red monkeys came very close to him, and with a fierce roar began to swing at him with its heavy paw. Kai had nowhere to run this time because it was already too late, and when the monkey hit him on the head, his helmet shattered and he lost half his armor. And after this powerful blow, he flew several meters and fell to the ground. His skull cracked from such a powerful attack. But the red monkey was not going to stop. She jumped up and screamed furiously before landing her body on top of the skeleton. And at that moment, there was a confrontation. Yun-hana could not watch this and intervened in the duel. She took her shield in her hands and blocked the monkey's strike, thereby saving Kai's life. She was very strong and tried with great strength to hold back this blow from the monkey. Her shield even began to crack from such force, but she continued to stand. One of the researchers asked the leader of his team to leave. She did so, and at that moment he fired an arrow into the monkey's heart, and it pierced the whole monster. The monster screamed in pain and fought in hellish agony on the ground. Kai got up from such a cruel blow and thanked Yun-hana, because it was thanks to her that he managed to survive. The leader said that they should unite and defend themselves together. The researcher reminded the skeleton that he had been teaching them martial arts all this time. Therefore, now they will definitely not lose. The monsters began to attack from all sides, and the red monkey, who had received an arrow in the heart, pulled it out of his body and continued the attack. The monkeys were furious. They roared and accelerated to great speeds, and the fighters were preparing for their powerful attacks. The researcher started shooting arrows from his crossbow at all the monsters that attacked him. The wounded immediately fell to the ground with a painful roar. Yun-hana saw that one of the monsters was charging at her, so she immediately took out her shield and countered it. Meanwhile, Kai swung his sword and killed the monsters that attacked him. With one swing, he managed to cut monsters in half, and they died immediately. The battle continued. The guild leader fought back as usual, and the researcher fired arrows at the monsters. The fight was dynamic. And suddenly Kai felt that something was approaching, and raising his head, he saw a layer of fire falling on him. He immediately informed his comrades that the shelling had begun, and that they should be careful. And after a moment, there was a strong explosion. The layer of fire flared up, but fortunately, the fighters managed to move to a safe distance. Kai understood that the monsters attacked and moved in an organized manner. They separated them and continued the offensive, but he could not understand what was the reason for such unexpected activity, because all this time, everything was peaceful. The red monkey attacked him again, and the skeleton immediately fought back and inflicted several wounds. After that, he accelerated even more. You could see the rage in Kai's eyes. He inflicted more wounds on the red monkey's body and delivered 2 final blows, piercing all of its vulnerable spots with his sword. The monster began to fall to the ground, and the skeleton immediately ran forward, looking for a new victim. The knight returned and asked if all of his team were safe. He reported that the red monkey had died, so now they could deal with other monkeys. But suddenly the skeleton felt heavy steps approaching behind him, and when he raised his skull, he saw before him a huge monster. It was a monkey that had white fur, and this was the boss in command, and his name was White Monkey. And with just one powerful swing of his hand, he immediately hit Yun-hana and the other researcher, and they fell to the ground. Kai looked around. His comrades were badly injured, and he understood that he himself would not be able to cope with such a powerful boss. This monster had 4 hands at once, which he perfectly mastered. He immediately got into a fighting stance against the skeleton, and the 2 of them froze. Kai put down his weapon and mentally said goodbye to the owner. He was very sorry, but he understood that it seemed that from now on the host would have to do without him, because this match could be his last. The white monkey opened its mouth and started screaming angrily. She waved her arms and picked up stones from the floor, throwing them at the skeleton. And this powerful blow from the stones still caught Kai, and he fell to the ground. Next to him appeared the monster of the master necromancer of the 4th circle, which resisted the blow of the white monkey, and it was a stone golem. The stone golem was a very powerful opponent. He also swung at the boss, a white monkey, and hit him in the back while he was distracted. The monster's teeth began to fall out from such a blow, and this blow was so powerful that it flew several meters and crashed into the wall with its body. Meanwhile, Wanyo still arrived at the scene. He met Kai and reminded him that they had gone all the way and were not giving up before their time. Kessel also said that now he was safe and could not be afraid. But even after such a powerful blow, the boss still got up and started heading towards the stone golem. The white monkey laughed, while Kai carried out the injured. Kessel immediately took a battle stance and asked his master to be careful, for they had no way of knowing how this monster would behave, and they had to be on guard. The monster raised its head up and began to whistle first, and then with fury began to scream so loudly that the fighters pricked their ears from the ultrasound. And it was very distracting for them because at that moment you could hear even louder sounds of heavy footsteps, because other monsters were also advancing. Christina asked the host to concentrate while she healed Yun-hana. And when the protagonist turned his head, he saw that behind this boss, a white monkey, there were 3 more wolves unknown to him, which were also huge and aggressive. A moment later, these wolves began to howl with fury, and now it was revealed that they were also roaming bosses. One monster was a 2-headed blood wolf, and the other was just a blood wolf, and all the monsters attacked them. Meanwhile, Christina began healing. She used a magic circle and applied it to Yun-hana's body. And when the healing was over, the guildmaster opened her eyes and looked around. She was very scared and did not understand what had happened. Wanyo walked up to Yun-hana and apologized to her for putting too much pressure on her. He said that they needed to defeat the bosses and return home safe and sound. The blood wolves started howling furiously, and thus they announced the attack. At that moment, a stone golem began to attack them. He swung his hand and struck the wolf in the face. Due to the fact that his hand consisted of stones, he was able to wash the monster's face. Due to the fact that these wolves were composed of blood, they could easily assume different forms. And after that blow, they began to cover the body of the golem. And the other wolves began to approach Kessel, but he was completely confident in his abilities. He swung his sword and said that he would deal with such trifles even faster. He began swinging his sword, slashing at the blood wolves. They immediately turned into a bloody substance, but this did not prevent them from easily recovering. Their bodies behaved like slugs. Meanwhile, the white monkey began to grab stones from the floor and throw them at the opponents, inflicting dozens of blows. Wonyo anticipated these blows, so he immediately called Kessel to him and ordered him to return to them. The boss, the white monkey, kept coming closer and closer to them. And when he was very close and swung at the fighters, suddenly the ground under them began to move. It was the main character who used his new skills. He concentrated his mana and, touching the ground, created a turtle that rose to its feet. They ended up inside her shell of bones. The boss, a white monkey, immediately fell to the ground before the turtle's paws. The skeleton was very surprised that the owner managed to summon such a huge monster with the help of the golem's heart. But he admitted that mana was low and he would have enough of it for 20 minutes. The fighters were confident that they would be able to deal with the monster in that amount of time. Yunhana asked Mr. Wonyo to be careful and look under his feet because something was approaching them. It was the clots of blood that made up the blood wolves, and they tried to climb the stone legs of the turtle to get to the fighters. The main character immediately realized that it seems that the remnants of the wolves after the explosion began to connect and climb the mountain. He told Christina to keep on the defensive. The sorceress raised her hand and began to concentrate magic in it. She wanted to show them the true power of the core. She cast the spell, Summon Ruined Meiji Skeletons. Skeletons began to appear from the ground, which were controlled by magic, and they stood on the first line of defense. And Wonyo was very surprised by this, because although Christina was not a necromancer, she also managed to summon Meiji. And now the true power of moonstones was revealed. The boy turned to Kai and said that he was now leaving him in command of the skeletons. The subordinate asked to trust him. The sorceress created an angry skeleton knight, and they also began to help the other skeletons in defense. Kai, for the first time in the ranks of the skeletons, attacked the wolves with ease, cutting their throats. Their body immediately turned into blood, which formed a new body. The enraged skeleton knights also wounded the wolves with their spears, piercing their bodies through. The monsters screamed in pain. The white monkey watched everything that happened. She took a large stone in her hands and launched it at the opponents with a roar. But unexpectedly, this blow was able to be restrained by the paw of a large stone turtle. This huge rock split into several pieces, and they started falling back towards the boss. In theory, these heavy pieces of stone were supposed to kill the white monkey, and they very much hoped that they succeeded in doing so. And although all the fighters were on the body of a large stone turtle and were covered by several bones around them, the two-headed bloody wolf was still able to reach them by jumping up. They opened their mouths, and bowl-shaped bloody charges began to appear in them, which became larger and larger. And when they became even bigger, the wolves used the bloody breath skill, and this bloody breath reached the soldiers who were hiding behind the bones. Wonyo immediately cast the bone prison spell, and the bones around tried to contain the bloody breath. But this breath was incredibly powerful, and in the place where their bone dungeon was, there was a strong explosion. And from the blast wave, Yunhana and the other researcher fell out of their cover and began to fall to the ground. The protagonist immediately began to scream, asking his subordinates to cover him. Christina began to carry out her order. She also jumped down, and using her magic was able to catch the bodies of the victims and control them so they wouldn't crash. Wonyo decided to summon his bone dragon Nidhogg, and it landed on his body. Now he will help him. The two-headed blood wolves began to use blood breath again and released them. And this time, this attack was aimed at Nidhogg and the main character. The bone monster immediately smothered that breath, and he did not understand how these abominations could have the audacity to imitate him. The protagonist asked Nidhogg to wait because they were quite unusual monsters, and he asked not to use breath just like that. But the bone monster did not obey him. He opened his mouth and began to use his magical breath, and the breaths of the dragons clashed in opposition, and they measured their strength. and the power of the blood wolf was so powerful that it was difficult for Nidhogg to resist. He tried his best to resist, but in the end, he couldn't keep himself on his feet. Wonyo could feel them being pushed back, but if he did anything, his mana would run out very quickly. He decided that they should withdraw from the attack. The master asked his bone dragon to stop it, but Nidhogg told him that he was a dragon, and he could never lose to a wolf. Wonyo clutched his heart. He understood that he felt the same as his subordinate Nidhogg, and it seems that he could not believe that the enemy was able to push him away, and he did not become the strongest. The main character understood that now he could not do anything, and he would have to intervene. He concentrated his mana in his hands and touched the bone dragon's skull. And he told Nidhogg that he would now transfer all his mana to him, and he asked them to show their opponents all the dragon's power. Mono transfer took place between them. Nidhogg began to feel a surge of strength within him, and he used the skill of prophetic breath. A new, powerful breath force began to concentrate in his mouth, which attacked the wolves. But the opponents also did not retreat, and used their forces even more powerfully, trying to hold on. But after a few seconds, the two-headed blood wolf realized that its strength had begun to fade, and it could no longer resist the dragon. They stopped their bloody breath and were immediately attacked by the bone dragon's prophetic breath. This power was incredibly powerful, and it simply split these blood wolves into atoms, and now the enemy was considered defeated. The protagonist fell to the ground exhausted. He gave all his strength to his dragon and couldn't even move. He looked up into the sky and saw his dragon flying above him. He understood that victory had come, and he had nothing to fear anymore. Next to the master's body, his subordinate skeletons gathered. They asked him to open his eyes and were very worried because he had been lying there for several hours. And yet Kim Hyun-bo opened his eyes. He saw his skeletons. Kessel asked if he recognized them and how he felt. Christina was very worried about him. The boy asked them what was wrong, but the skeletons explained to him that he had run out of mana and now needed rest, so he couldn't get out of bed. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised and asked his subordinates how Yoon Hana and her guild were feeling. Kai said that thanks to him they were all safe and now they went to their homes. The master rose a little and said that he was very glad because instead of saving his mana, he decided to spend it to the last drop. He understood that something even more terrible could happen. The skeletons explained that it was only because of him that they were able to defeat those bosses. If it weren't for his mana, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Christina agreed, because the monsters were becoming even more aggressive. So it was necessary to deal with them as soon as possible, and the boy also agreed with this. But he said he had another problem. He reminded Nidhogg that it was because of his pride that they were in such a dangerous situation. Kai said that they had cleared things up now, but there was still some work to be done. Through scouting with Master Yoon Hana, they were able to discover a new monster, and it was a giant. They caught him when he was resting and was not a threat to them. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't believe that they managed to find the giant. This giant was of a lower class and was slightly larger than that white monkey and was called the weak giant. Kessel immediately said that if this monster was from a lower class, then it shouldn't have caused them any trouble. Kai said that you can't think that the battle will be easy, because maybe he was weak among the giants, but he would be much stronger than the trolls anyway, and he was a danger to Kessel and Christina because of his immunity to magic. And he also had a very high intelligence. And Kai thought that this giant might be the most dangerous of all the monsters they had to face, so they should prepare well. Suddenly, a portal began to appear above the skeletons. It was Nidhogg who also wanted to join in the conversation. The bone dragon was very interested in fighting the giant and said that he wanted to kill him himself. He asked them to stand back and watch, not to interfere in the battle like this time. Kim Hyun-bo was unhappy with the behavior of his subordinate dragon. Nidhogg asked not to waste his time because he wanted to deal with everything himself, and after this conversation he disappeared. Kessel was incredibly angry because he could not understand how a subordinate dragon allowed himself to talk to his master like that. This was unacceptable. Christina said that the disrespectful behavior of a bone dragon cannot be ignored, and the owner should take care of its upbringing. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to this, but said that now he had better get some rest and regain his strength because he was badly injured in the battle. The main boss of this dungeon watched the death of two-headed wolves. She didn't understand why she was wasting her time on them in the first place, and she didn't think they could be defeated so easily. and for the first time, she saw so many worthy opponents in such a small country as Korea. They dealt with her creatures too quickly, and even 20 monsters wasn't enough. Then she decided it was time to start. She began to spin the roulette wheel, on which were the names of the players, and finally she got the result. It was Kim Hyun-bo, and she wanted to save him for dessert anyway. But if the roulette wheel decided that, she would have to start their meal with something sweet. After some time after the battle, everyone started to prepare for the battle with the giant, and the main character also started to prepare. He stood in the workshop and extracted the heart crystal from the golem. Yoon-hana watched this, and saw the goblin's heart for the first time. Won-hyo gave her the heart to take a closer look. He explained that it drained mana from the environment and was useful when summoning golems. Also, depending on the type of golem, the time of use also changes. They tried many times to find the right application for it, but now everything became clear. He handed that heart into Yoon-hana's hands and gave it to her. Won-hyo asked if she wanted to say something to him and thank him. The guild leader put her heart on the table and apologized, saying that the Normalized Guild would like to discuss the terms of their contract again. And the thing was that any battle together with Mr. Won-hyo ended in victory, but without him, they don't seem to be able to cope at all. And they made sure of it after the last battle. Although they tried in training and reconnaissance, opponents of this level were simply invincible for them. And she thought that even her entire guild together couldn't defeat a single boss like that, and she saw how strong a mage Won-hyo was. Therefore, Yoon-hana said that she made her choice and the Normalized Guild will not go through this dungeon with her team. She understood that this Zatya will end in nothing but useless sacrifices, and they need to become stronger to survive in such a place. The guild leader bowed and apologized again. She was very sorry that she was ending their contract in this way. Won-hyo said that he understood everything and asked her to raise her head and look at him. He understood that it was a difficult decision for her. Then he offered her to break the contract right now, but she can already use everything they built together. He lets it stay. Yoon-hana couldn't even believe these words. The guy explained his decision by the fact that they built it all together, and he wished them all good luck in the future. They shook hands, and the girl once again thanked Mr. Won-hyo for such a pleasant opportunity to work together. After working together for a short time, their paths diverged, and the goals and methods of their achievement are all different. But they are united by the desire to survive. They just go to it in different ways. 1313. Class E dungeon completion task remained, and 273 days left before the task failed. Kim Hyun-bo started exploring this dungeon 227 days ago and parted ways with the Normalized Guild. Kim Hyun-bo's team was able to find the giant they were hunting. This monster was in the dungeon and they need to be quieter so as not to wake it up. Suddenly, Nidhogg appeared from the portal and told the owner that they had to leave right now. The owner asked him if he was going to compete on his own. But the bony dragon believed that this giant was of the lowest class and the fighters would only stir under his feet, so he would definitely manage. Kim Hyun-bo decided to play according to the wishes of his subordinate dragon. He asked him to get ready to leave. A large portal appeared, from which Nidhogg came out. He immediately entered the arena to the monsters and began to roar at them, and with his loud voice woke up the giant. The golems began to pounce on the dragon and hit it with their sticks and weapons. But the bone dragon decided to hit them with his tail. This blow was strong, and the monster fell to the ground, and another monster began to attack near his head. Nidhogg managed to orient himself successfully, and dodging other attacks, grabbed the orc's hand in his mouth. He began to swing his head, and opening his mouth, he threw him into the air, and the orc began to fall to the ground. This monster fell at his master's command. Kessel was very furious and thought that such a reception was already too much. Nidhogg said he had everything under control and asked not to interfere in the fight. He can handle these monsters on his own without help. The lower-class giant looked at the bone dragon's attacks and studied them. And when Nidhogg saw this, he became even more enraged, for he saw a sneer in his eyes, and it seemed to him that the monster was looking down on him, so he immediately wanted to take revenge on him. The giant began to pounce on the dragon and hit him in the jaw, and this blow was incredibly strong. The dragon did not expect this at all, and from the force of the blow, he fell on his back. His head began to shake, because he understood that such an opponent was beyond his strength. He decided to use his magical breath. He rose to his feet and directed a powerful wave of magic at him. And the lower-class giant was hit by this charge. But he was completely resistant to magic and was able to remain calm under the wave of magic attack. He calmly moved in this magical wave and reached the dragon's skull, and he did not expect this at all, so he did not have time to react in time. The giant immediately struck him powerfully on the head, and he fell to the ground. He was completely exhausted and was unlikely to be able to win the battle alone. Kim Hyun-bo knew immediately that they had to intervene. The whole team got ready, and they entered the battle arena. Kezel picked up his heavy two-handed sword and began swinging at the monster, as it was now their turn to attack. The bony dragon nevertheless found the strength to rise and began to shout at the giant. He said that nothing like this giant would be able to defeat him. The monster couldn't stand being treated like that, so it kicked, and that kick was also very powerful. The dragon flew back several meters again. The giant began to smile and giggle. He called Nidhogg a weakling. The skull of the bone dragon cracked from such a powerful blow. He could not calmly hear such statements because he was a dragon who was a representative of their great race, and he could not lose. Kim Hyun-bo turned to his subordinate and said that he was not a dragon, but only a fake that was made in his likeness. Nidhogg told his master to shut up because he really thought he was a mighty dragon. The bone dragon charged again, and the giant delivered another powerful blow to its head. He could not resist again and flew back. The lower-ranked monster approached him and continued to pound his skull, finishing Nidhogg. His skull cracked even harder, and he felt terrible blows on himself. Kim Hyun-bo turned to his dragon and told him that he should understand anyway, and asked him to stop deceiving himself and get over his arrogance, because he couldn't become a real dragon just because he wanted to. But Nidhogg would not listen to anything, and the lower-level giant continued to fight him. He had beaten him so badly that he had taken his body apart bone by bone, and now he was destroyed. The giant came closer to the body of the defeated bone dragon and once again said that he was a complete weakling. Nidhogg was enraged by this incident. He remembered that Kim Hyun-bo had promised him from the beginning that he would make him even stronger, a real dragon. Having lost, he could not keep his promise. Kim Hyun-bo confirmed that he had made his promise, but the bone dragon had also failed to fulfill his part, and he could not continue on this path with a being whose mind was clouded by pride. And the main character confirmed that previously Nidhogg was indeed his strongest card, but if he continues to think only of himself, then he will never be able to become stronger. The bone dragon remembered what had happened before, and he realized that while everyone else was training and getting better, he wasn't doing anything because he thought he was already so strong. But now he had completely changed his mind and was really asking Kim Hyun-bo to teach him how to become stronger. He really wanted strength. Suddenly, from this fierce thirst, the bone dragon's body began to gather at the bones. He had a great desire to learn again. His body began to regenerate from his inner desire to become better. Kim Hyun-bo was very happy to hear these words from his bone dragon subordinate, and he was really looking forward to these words. And finally, Nidhogg realized his mistakes. The giant could not understand what was happening, because he had just defeated the bone dragon and completely dismantled its body. And now it was completely restored. Nidhogg's body had fully recovered, and he stood before the lower-ranked giant. His body structure had also changed, and he was hungry for victory. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-bo, who was in control of the whole situation, stood on his back and supported Nidhogg and told him that they had to get rid of this monster. The main character began to use several spells. These were Phantom Armor, Negative Energy, and Unholy Weapon. And now he ordered the bone dragon to repeat after him, because the magic he uses must be used for him too. He suggested that he should study right now, and then he would become much stronger. And Nidhogg still agreed to do it, and used the spell as well. In fact, the owner did not expect to hear this. He was glad that the subordinate was being re-educated. Kim Hyun-bo ordered to go forward to kill their enemy. They chased after the giant, who was already waiting for them and preparing to strike. But at that moment, the bone dragon did something unexpected. He didn't start attacking the giant, but with his power he threw him into the air and the giant began to fall. At this moment, the protagonist used the skill Bone Spear of Death. Suddenly, stones began to fall from the sky, which fell on the giant and pierced his body through. And now the bone dragon understood that the end had come. He used his fire breath. The giant tried to resist, but he failed. Kim Hyun-bo decided to help him, and together they managed to create a large fire. There was a strong explosion, after which this giant would surely have died. The skeletons looked at Nidhogg's new account. Now his body was a real dragon-like one. After the victory, He descended to the ground and landed his master. But suddenly Kessel saw that something was very dangerous. He asked his master to be careful. The bone dragon understood immediately what had happened. He struck several more blows at the place where the corpse of the lower-ranking giant was. The subordinate skeletons immediately rushed to the master and discovered that there was something very unusual in this place. At the place where the giant died, a strange pink glow appeared. And suddenly, his body, which was in a pink protective shield, began to crawl out from under the ground, and they could not harm him. They couldn't understand what had happened because they thought they had killed him. But this was very unusual for an ordinary giant. Kim Hyun-bo asked everyone to be very careful because he really didn't like the atmosphere. The skeletons asked what he meant. He said that he had a strange feeling, as if someone was nearby, as if someone was watching them. He began to look around, and suddenly they heard someone clap their hands. It was the same creature that had been watching him, and now she accepted that he had won. But she wanted to say that this battle had disappointed her. So she smiled furiously and asked if he wanted to start all over again. This creature was like a demon. The team knew they couldn't move because if they did something wrong, they would immediately provoke her, and they had to be very careful. The creature was very disappointed. She asked if he really didn't want to do anything and not even ask her about anything. Kim Hyun-bo asked if she would answer his question if he did ask it. The demonic creature just smiled and said that he would not do that. Then the main character asked what was the point then? If only she would get what she wanted. The creature said that now she understood exactly what Kim Hyun-bo was. She admitted that he was right. Only a strong opponent had the right to choose. And she liked it. Because before she was going to kill him, but now she decided to spare his life, and she liked his confidence, although he did not yet understand what was happening. She didn't like fighters who lacked insight. She was talking about Nidhogg now. But if she has already come, then she will just be bored to leave so easily. The creature snapped its fingers, and some strange power began to appear around Kim Hyun-bo and his subordinates. He felt as if his body had recovered, and he felt a lot of mana within him. She asked if they all had time to recover, and began to take off into the air. She suggested that they start a fight, but because she asked them not to worry, because she would restrain herself, and asked him to just try to survive and she would give him 5 minutes to hold on. The guy thought about it, because it was strange, because her words and actions diverged. She must have been checking them out. But you won't do anything. They will do what she wants. The boy said that he would give all of his mana to Nidhogg to strike, while Kessel and Kai would stand on the defensive. The bone dragon accepted his order, and the skeletons asked to trust him. They were ready to follow him. The creature did not want to waste time, so she offered to start already, because she promised that she would give them the victory. A battle ensued, and Nidhogg began to gather magic in his mouth to use a wrathful breath and release it at the creature. Kim Hyun-bo watched his subordinate and felt that he lacked mana, so he asked Christina to transfer her powers to Nidhogg, and the sorceress did so. The bone dragon used the vicious breath skill. A dark energy began to emanate from his mouth, powerfully attacking this creature. But in response, she just laughed and couldn't believe that it was their attack. Her hand began to turn into a large paw with claws, and she called them boring. She charged into the fray and swung her huge paw, striking Nidhogg. The bone dragon immediately began to fall and crumble on its bones. The main character could not believe his eyes. He didn't understand how she could single-handedly do such a terrible thing to Nidhogg. The dragon's bones began to fall to the ground, and he could no longer resist her. He needed time to recover, the creature thought. She felt that the opponents were too weak for her, so she decided to change her mind and just kill Kim Hyun-bo. The boy was very scared, because he understood that he had no chance against such a strong opponent. Even he wouldn't be able to overcome Nidhogg so easily. Kessel was also frightened. He did not understand what kind of creature she was, like a creature from another world, and he didn't know how they could even compete with her in such a frightening place. Kim Hyun-bo thought about these words and agreed with their logic, because before that the creature said that it would be boring to just leave if she had already arrived here. Suddenly the bone dragon felt his strength and began to restore himself. The bones began to assemble into a new skeleton. The owner supported him and said he trusted him. The boy ordered him to capture the giant. The bone dragon flew into the air and began to grab the defeated giant with its teeth. And now he realized that he needed a magical explosion, so he asked Christina to help him with it. They combined the remaining mana and created a huge layer of fire. There was a magical explosion. A strong fire started, and the blast wave illuminated everything around. It was the only thing they could do. From the force of this blow, even the master and his subordinates fell to the ground, and they watched what they would see after the explosion. And at that moment, the protagonist was very surprised, because the giant, who was in his shield, was still in the air, but his defense had weakened a lot. They saw that he began to revive. The boy immediately understood what to do and called Kai and Kessel. He said they needed to destroy the shield before the process was over. Kessel did not ask not to worry, because he would take care of it. He pushed himself off the ground and flew up, and grabbing his sword, he pierced the lower-class giant's shield with it. And after that he drew his sword and the shield began to split. The giant began to fall from his shield and fall to the ground. Kai was ordered to cover the rear. Kai immediately intervened in the battle. He concentrated all his mana in his hand, swung his sword, and sent this blow upwards at the monster, and ordered it to die. From this blow the shield split even more, and fragments from it began to fall to the ground. It could be considered that he was defeated. Kim Hyun-bo watched the monster fall, and really hoped that everything would happen as he had planned. And raising his head, he saw a creature in front of him. She laughed because she couldn't believe that he had really wasted all his energy on a lesser-ranked giant. He would never have been able to defeat her with them. The boy said that he was sure that such a strong being could not have come into this world by itself, and it needed a guide, and that was why it covered the dying giant with a shield. The creature laughed, trying not to pretend it was true, and she did admit that Kim Hyun-bo was not like everyone else, and she had never met such intelligent fighters. And the fact that they came here with such information surprised her. She laughed and said that she liked these little people, and she decided to keep them alive after all. She said that it was only thanks to them that they managed to cheer her up, so she was even ready to give them a reward, and she agreed not to take it after all. The protagonist could not understand what these words meant and why she wanted to take him away. The creature said that she would have liked to make him her apprentice or servant, but she chose not to. She said it was about time she started to dissolve into thin air and said he deserved a bonus, so she decided to reveal her identity after all. Her name was Gloria, and she was a demon dragon of misfortune and was blessed by darkness itself. She invited him to play again sometime, because she wanted to take him as her apprentice or servant. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and said her name again. She was a demon dragon. Completion of Dungeon 1313. Class E continued until the task failed. 258 days left. They returned home, and the boy gathered all his subordinates in a room. And he could not believe that this being really wanted to take him with him to another universe. Christina said that their affairs were bad because she could implement her plans in the next meeting, and she was extremely strong, so it would not be possible to resist her. Kim Hyun-bo thought about Gloria's words. He could become her either an enemy or a servant, and in this dungeon there were indeed amazing creatures. And this could mean that there were more advanced beings than this Gloria in this universe. And it was likely that those who had invaded Idea, the planet where Christina used to live, were now operating on planet Earth as well. And it seems they wanted to eliminate potentially dangerous people or make them their servants. Kessel asked the owner what he was going to do about it. The boy asked what they thought about the case because he would like to hear their opinion first. Kessel said that he thought they should keep fighting because she was their enemy, and they could lose a little longer. But fighting her now was just shortening his life. And they loved their master very much and could not do that because he was still alive and they were dead, and of them only he was still alive. Kessel said that he would like to fight her, but it would be too dangerous for him, and even if he agrees to be with her, he still wants his skeleton subordinates to stay with him until the very end. Kai agreed with this opinion because he thought the same. Because no matter who he chooses as his brother, God or the devil or someone worse, he, like a knight, is ready to follow his master to the end, whoever he is. Christina agreed with this opinion, and the boy was very surprised by this, because usually she was very principled. He asked that she was ready to fight side by side with her enemy, but she had already said that her goals were much higher than that, and she really wanted to. But if she didn't succeed, she was still sure that they could achieve much more with him. Kim Hyun-bo bowed his head and said that he understood her. He decided to listen to everyone and asked what Nidhogg thought about this case. The edible dragon said that hospitality was about becoming stronger, so he didn't care who helped him with it. Kessel was furious. He was angry with the dragon because he was the only one who thought differently than everyone else. He asked what the owner thought to do in this situation. Kim Hyun-bo said that he doesn't know, because when his life is on the line, it's difficult to make the right choice. But he is sure that there will never be peace on the side of the creature. Castle asked if this meant that he had decided to choose a side of the battles, and he replied that for now it would be the best choice. But he emphasized again it wasn't because he wasn't her student, and it was just a suggestion, and they still had the choice to run or continue fighting. And he thinks that in order to become stronger, he has to be on the same level as her, so he will train even more to beat her. Kessel was impressed by the courage of his master and said that he was a real man, because he was ready to fight even for such a dangerous opponent, and he was ready to definitely help him. Christina warned her master that this creature Gloria was not like the others, so he should be careful. But she is still ready to go with him to the end. But if their lives were to be constantly threatened by the numerous shoots, she wanted to warn him in advance that she might betray him in such a case. In other words, if Christina will understand that their powers were unequal, she will also become his enemy. And even on such a day, he needs to force them to serve him to the end. Therefore, he will have to use force in this case. They have come such a long way, trusting each other, and you have to make every effort not to lose that trust. A battle with Gloria could destroy their relationship. Suddenly, a bell that had just gone off rang out in the room, and they immediately responded to it. They didn't think such a thing was possible, but the sorceress explained that surely their door was now connected to the outside world, because they had won the last battle. The guy didn't even know that they could communicate with the outside world, but he didn't even know who came, because he wasn't expecting guests. So he decided to check. He looked at the screen that showed who was behind the door, and there was an unknown lady. Kim Hyun-bo asked who she was. The girl showed her badge, which had Kang Hye-mi's name written on it, and she was very happy to see Mistress Kim Hyun-bo. She introduced herself and gave her name. She revealed that she ran the Dungeon site, an organization called the Operations Bureau, and she asked if they had had a chance to talk. The boy asked the skeletons to calm down, as he explained that it was someone from the Dungeon site, and it should be clear that no ordinary people would come to them. Nidhogg was very surprised when he heard this. He opened the portal. He never knew that there was a real company behind them, and that surprised him. Kim Hyun-bo was also very scared. He did not understand why they came to him at all and why they needed him. Meanwhile, in the office, the boss was furious. He was standing in front of the report folder, and he couldn't understand where such powerful monsters came from in the E-class dungeon, because they already had 16 dead. The employee reminded that they still had survivors. For example, there was one guy with talent who could swing all the way to A-class. He showed the player Kim Hyun-bo and all his skills, but he promised the boss that he would send their agent to check the dungeon where people died. The boss thought about it and said that it is better not to do it. He suggested first contacting the promising researcher he was talking about. The worker was very surprised, but the boss once again ordered him to immediately contact the master, Kim Hyun-bo. Kang Hye-mi thanked him for letting her into his apartment. She introduced herself once again, and she ran the dungeon site and an organization called the Operations Bureau. Kim Hyun-bo also bowed and introduced himself, and he admitted that he didn't know there was someone behind the dungeon site. She said that they manage the item shipping site using the technology of the highest beings and also help the researchers with the money circulation. Christina was very surprised and asked who the highest beings were and assumed that they were gods. In fact, the worker was very surprised to see a talking skeleton. The sorceress asked if their organization could contact the gods whenever they wanted. Although it was a skeleton, the girl had to answer because she was at work, and she explained that she didn't know the details, but they thought it was both gods and demons. The guy offered to get to the point and was interested in why they decided to come to him in the first place. Kang Hye-mi decided to answer directly. They could look up information about the players through the Dungeon app, and they are especially careful about researchers with A-class talents. And they were suddenly able to find that 16 people had died in this E-class dungeon, and they were very worried about it. Kim Hyun-bo asked if they decided to find him to get information, and the worker confirmed that, or if they really needed to know what was going on in the Class E dungeon, and they would also like to offer them cooperation. The guy immediately asked what they could give him, and the employee asked again what he meant. The main character explained that all the information cost money, and for their information, they had to see that he had enough money. Kang Hye-mi thought about it and still agreed to such a proposal. And if he agrees to share the information, then they are ready to sell them mana crystals. The boss explained that they constantly monitor the things that appear on the site for sale, and therefore they had very rare crystals in stock. The guy didn't know what to do, because with such values they can have many new opportunities. He looked at Christina, who could definitely figure it out. The sorceress thought about it too, and she thought that there must be something else they had that wasn't on the dungeon site, and she would like to know about it. The guy understood what Christina was thinking, so he decided to take action, and said that such a reward would not be enough for him. He asked if they had anything else. The employee asked if they were so sure of the value of their information. Kim Hyun-bo smiled and said that it was indeed true. He is even ready to bet his life on the truthfulness of his words. Kang Hye-mi got up from her chair and apologized. She immediately called someone and said that she had some problems. The owner, together with Christina, wanted to eavesdrop on her conversation, but could not make out anything. The employee decided to return to the conversation and said that she had just spoken with the director and he wanted to speak to Kim Hyun-bo in person. The guy greeted the director, and the director of the Operations Bureau organization was in touch with him, and they were ready to sell him cheap hospital herbs and metals. And they were also willing to sell him mana crystals as well. The guy thought about it and still decided to agree if he was given a 50% discount. The director explained that he could not go below 90% of the value of the product, but the guy asked for a 50% discount. The director said that the maximum he could give was 85%, but the guy said he would only accept a 60% discount. Still, they decided to negotiate a 75% discount. But Kim Hyun-bo had one more condition and said that then they would sign a 3-year contract. The director was very enraged by this conversation. The director felt that 3 years was too much, and he should understand that the 25% discount was already worth a lot. But in response, the boy said that he promises that he will not leave the country for all these 3 years. The director could not understand what nonsense this person was talking about. Kim Hyun-bo did, however, explain that one day the explorers would go through all the dungeons and then they would want to take them into their organization, so they needed information on the explorers, and he was a good candidate. Therefore, if he does not agree, then he did not care. He will find better conditions in another country. The director thought about these words and realized that they made sense. And he still agreed to sign a contract for 3 years. But he would really not like to work in the face of the government for these 3 years. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and said that he doesn't want to work for the authorities because they will always have their own conditions and restrictions, and he is not going to act on someone's orders. Therefore, this will definitely not happen. The director said he understood and offered a 2-year contract and was willing to give him up to 70% if he agreed to freelance for them. The guy thought about the employee's offer. He asked if there were any conditions, because mercenaries must also be paid money. The director replied that there were already conditions, but he did not want to offer twice. The guy finally agreed and asked to describe the conditions in more detail, and he said that he didn't agree to do some stupid tasks. The director said that he understood everything. The tasks would not be rough. Now he realized that this person was not so simple, and he did not know how long their cooperation could last. Kim Hyun-bo still agreed to draw up their contract and its terms. He will be willing to transfer through their employee, Kang Hye-mi. The guy hung up, and his skeletons were very supportive. They said he was on top of things, and now they will have many of the items they need. Kim Hyun-bo thanked his skeletons for their support, and they promised that he would always help them. Nidhogg was also satisfied with the terms of this contract, but the principal said they would still need a test, and the boy had heard of it for the first time and asked for more details. The boss explained that they were a government organization and he had many privileges, but other organizations would object if he personally signed the contract. And although he knows about their skills, if his team gives slack, then other organizations can try to take the director's place and control the researchers. Kim Hyun-bo understood that he meant that ordinary people could control the researchers, and he didn't really like that, especially after the situation with Gloria. He decided to think about it. The boy asked what he should do. The director said that he had to go through a dungeon first, and to be more precise, it was a sealed dungeon that no one had been able to go through before. It was the first time Kim Hyun-bo had heard of the sealed dungeon. Such dungeons were connected to their world, and they were sealed so that monsters would not appear here. The boy realized that this meant that monsters appeared in the real world, and that is why such companies wanted to hire researchers like him. The headmaster warned that this dungeon would be an F level, but it would be much more difficult than a normal F-class dungeon, and he asked if the boy was willing to take this test. Kim Hyun-bo turned to his skeleton subordinates and asked what they thought about whether they should take the test and sign the contract. Kai said he didn't think there was any point in fighting, or it would only make both sides worse off. Kessel said that he didn't really care if they were mercenaries or not, but it would be nice to have connections with the top, because it could give them great opportunities in the future. Christina only believed that they needed to become even stronger, and we had other larger problems, so this decision can only add new problems. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and decided to take this test anyway, and he asked first to give him more information about this dungeon. And after a few days, after studying the information, he still went with his team and Kang Hye-mi to this dungeon. They met people in military uniform there, and they asked the director if it was really the same researcher. Kang Hye-mi confirmed Captain Kim Jun's words. She introduced him and said that he was their assistant in the dungeon researcher Kim Hyun-bo. The captain said that he didn't really believe that this boy could handle monsters of such a high level, but if they decided to do so, then he was willing to let him into the dungeons. Kang Hye-mi explained that even though he looked like an ordinary person, he had already successfully cleared several dungeons, and they had confirmation from above. Kim Jun said that he was the one who chose the person in charge, so no one could be appointed to this important role. The employee said that such a decision was made by the chief of staff, and disobedience is a violation of military legislation, so he was obliged to let him into the dungeon. Captain Kim Jun warned that if he slipped, she was not going to take on that responsibility and retreated. Keslia was very annoyed by this situation. He couldn't understand why this person was preventing them from entering the dungeon. He didn't know what kind of test it was and wanted them to be given a chance to do their things sooner. Kai advised him to think of it as a welcome ceremony and not get angry too soon, but Castle thought he was being too nice to them. Kim Hyun-bo decided to enter the dungeon anyway, and the military couldn't help but ask if they were cosplayers, because they were wearing masks and superhero costumes, so they thought so, and also assumed that they must have stolen these costumes from the theater. Kim Jun asked the researchers to wait here, and he went to the door, which he opened, and the passage into this dungeon opened. Another door appeared in front of them, and he told the researcher that he could go. And when the main character came closer to this door, it suddenly began to open, and magical air began to come out of it. And suddenly they saw that there were goblins there, who were dressed in fine gear, and with rage when they saw people, they began to shout. They immediately rushed to fight and defend themselves. The military immediately began to close the doors and did not tell the researchers to destroy these monsters. But when the soldiers tried to close the door, they could not do it, and they immediately began to panic. Kim Jun immediately reacted quickly and ordered everyone to move forward. He did not understand what had happened and ordered that no goblin be allowed to escape into the real world. There was an order for the military to start firing, and they opened fire on the goblins. The monsters began to fall to the ground and were successfully dead. But suddenly new goblins started coming out of the portal. There was a goblin shaman who lit a fire around and captured the territory. The soldiers immediately began to look for shelter from the fire, because the fire spread even faster around, and already many people managed to receive injuries and burns. Some soldiers started to catch fire. The captain asked to call the medics because they needed to provide urgent help to the injured. Kim Hyun-bo went out to the fire and decided to summon his bone dragon. It was the perfect chance to show off Captain Kim Jun's strength. The bone dragon Nidhogg came out of the portal, and he was fully prepared to carry out his order. He was ordered to remove all these goblins. The dragon agreed to do so, began to stretch out his large bony paw. He began to grab the little goblins from her and crush them in his hands. And literally in a few seconds, the dragon managed to deal with all the monsters, and the path was completely cleared. As Kim Hyun-bo approached the portal closer, it began to flirt with even brighter lights. This terrible portal was already waiting for him. Kim Jun couldn't believe his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such power from a researcher, and he was now confident in his powers. Kim Hyun-bo said that he was now on his way and started walking closer to the portal and teleported to the new dungeon. After 30 hours, the test was successfully passed. His subordinate skeletons handled the goblins with ease and killed them very quickly. Kim Hyun-bo stood behind and controlled the whole situation and controlled the bone dragon. And when he remembered how hard they had passed the F-rank dungeons, he understood how much they had grown. In the control center of the dungeon company, after he signed the contracts with the company and gave them the information about Gloria, everyone was very worried. And the boss didn't even know what to do with it. He didn't understand how such a creature could be so strong, and he thought that they would be able to solve this problem somehow. The director decided that the whole world should join forces and ordered to send this information to the neighboring states. But only this should happen in secret to avoid leaking information. He also handed over a letter to one of the workers and asked him to also hand it over secretly. Class AC monocrystals cost 150 million won. The guy asked Christina if there was anything good on the company's list. The sorceress said there were lower and mid-level A crystals as well as mana alloys, and indeed, there was what they could buy. Kim Hyun-bo asked if it was too expensive, because even with a 30% discount, he wouldn't want to pay more than 25 million. Kang Hye-mi was telling them something about the price being set by the highest beings. The guy thought about it, but still agreed and asked how much of the magical materials Christina planned to take, but in reality she would like to take all of it, because she really wanted to use it all together. Kim Hyun-bo said that they shouldn't have done that, and even if they had a lot of money, they still shouldn't spend so much. And suddenly they felt some very strong rumbling. They looked up, and a rock started falling on them, falling like stones. The main character could not understand what was happening and heard a familiar voice in the place where there was a hole in the ceiling. It was Castle, and he was very apologetic for his behavior, and said that he was just looking for a place for the magic circle, as he had requested. Because he didn't think they would make a magic circle below, he didn't understand why he needed holes in the floor. Kim Hyun-bo laughed and asked his skeleton to be a little more careful, and during the rest they were busy with more than just the test from the company. And they also decided to once again move to a new place. The first floor was the lobby, and the second floor was Christina's laboratory, so that she could experiment and make beautiful things. And the third floor was his laboratory, as well as a training place for Nidhogg, Kezel, and Kai, so that they could train in peace. And now it was their big fortress. Vadim's exit and the lobby, as before, were connected to the dungeon, so for protection, Christina decided to draw magic circles all over the house. And this was what Kai was doing. He took his sharp sword and scratched a magic circle on the wall. This is how, with the help of an ordinary sword, you could create magic circles. And the boy even decided to try to do this one day. And thanks to the magic circles, it was also possible to gather data about what was happening in the dungeons. So in time, they would be able to find answers to all their questions. The Bone Dragon also began to practice drawing magic circles. He took his sharp claw and began to scratch the magic circle on the wall, and he was good at it. Kai praised Nidhogg and said that he didn't even need a sword. The dragon thanked him for the compliment. Kang Hye-mi has been to the main character's house a lot now and said that they had a really nice house, and she saw that they did a really good job of moving. Kim Hyun-bo was busy making a magic circle, and he asked the worker why she didn't warn about her visit and showed up so unexpectedly, because today was his only free day. He was told that he could spend the day as he pleased. Kang Hye-mi explained that this was the reason she was here, because very soon this door would be connected to the dungeon. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. The employee explained that they did not choose the dungeon for the players. However, they already knew which dungeon Kim Hyun-bo would end up in. And she said that in this dungeon there will be another 35 researchers who were personally chosen by their company, and this surprised them very much. Therefore, she asked to explore the D-class dungeon with them, and this dungeon was called the Cave of Doubt. Kim Hyun-bo apologized and said that he was forced to decline the offer, and the employee asked in surprise why. The boy explained that he wasn't strong enough to protect 35 people in a D-level dungeon, and if they decided to send him with them, then they would know that the central office didn't trust them, and there was a high probability that there would be conflicts between him and other players. Kang Hye-mi understood the reason for the refusal. She then decided to simply ask him to gather information about the D-rank dungeon, and she asked if he could fulfill the request, and the boy was sure to agree. By the way, the employee decided to give him all the files with information about the reorganization of the system and took out a flash drive from her jacket. Kim Hyun-bo took her in his arms in surprise. She explained that now there will be not only joint quests but also additional ones. Also completing the quest, he will receive community points. And she said it was best for him to look at the files himself. The boy thought it was strange because they could mail them instead of bringing them here in person. Kang Hye-mi explained that she liked meeting people in person, which is why she does it. The boy did not quite understand this expression, but the employee decided to quickly say goodbye to him and wished him luck in exploring the D dungeon and left his building. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to meet her again if he managed to survive. When he went to the dungeons, he noticed that the dungeons that were grade D and above already had their names. It used to be an E-class dungeon, but after absorbing the explorers, it went up one level. The number of researchers was 300 people, and the research time was 750 days. He was advised to be careful. Christina saw that there were only 300 researchers, so she hoped that they would succeed. But the boys said that they would be able to find out about it only later. Castle said that he no longer liked the name Cave of Doubt because he feared that researchers might start to suspect each other. The owner wondered if that was why she was named that way. Suddenly, a stone fell in front of the team. She was right in front of the master's face, and the subordinates immediately began to worry about him. Kim Hyun-bo hit the rocks and clutched his head. He told Christina that it was very dark here and asked to light their way. Kessel told him that it was not a problem for an undead to see in the dark, so he suggested that he practice with the night vision skill, because he remembered that he wanted to learn something new. The boy thought about the training and agreed that it was indeed very dark, so he said that it would not be too much and asked what should be done for this. Kessel said that there will be nothing complicated. He will just need to go a little lower when he walks, and the owner tried to replicate that. And then, the skeleton said that he needed to carefully monitor the movement of air due to humidity. It may be a bit difficult for him, but he will get used to it in time. He can also use his magic to replace the sensations he is missing. He can use magic to replace what he lacks. Kim Hyun-bo closed his eyes and lost himself in his thoughts. A magical aura began to appear around him, and this aura spread around and covered this area. He could sense everything his mana touched. He also thought about what could happen to him if he focused his senses and increased his mana usage. And when he did, he somehow saw Christina's evil face. And the sorceress was really very evil. She said that those people from the company were liars who had brought them up. They got so angry that lightning started to appear around her. She asked, "What happened?" And she asked to look at the phone, because public points could be used to buy 24 hours of freedom, and only 30 people a month could get them. And they were all sold out. And if they had warned them in advance, they could have accumulated them and bought a ticket. And now everything was already sold out, and she was furious. It was the first time Kessel had seen the sorceress so fierce, and he asked the owner if she had any alcohol, because it was a terrible thing. The owner replied that today was just a bad day. He asked her to calm down because they could buy it next time. The sorceress thought, because then, with the points that were left, they could buy materials and improve their core, and they could also buy something for Nidhogg. She wanted to prepare all this in advance. She said that she analyzed his body and his bones were held together by magic instead of a core like theirs. Previously, he did not have an organ that closed and controlled the mana circle. The bone dragon decided to jump in right away and asked what that could mean. Christina explained that he did not have a dragon's heart, and in order for him to become a true dragon, he needed a suitable core, so he needed to acquire a core. Nidhogg asked to make a core for him. Christina explained that the colonel also had disadvantages. At this point, his body was just a vessel for his soul, so even if his body was destroyed, his soul would remain. But if you destroy its core, it will die immediately, and they will be able to imitate the dragon's heart, but they will not be able to surpass it. But the bone dragon said he didn't care because he was a fake from the start anyway. If the core would allow him to even approach the power of a true dragon, then he agreed. And the main character saw that after meeting with Gloria, his subordinate Nidhogg had changed a lot, and he really now wanted to become a real dragon, so he obeyed everything of his master. She agreed that if that was the case, she was ready to teach him something, and the dragon asked curiously what it could be. The sorceress explained that if you looked at the dragon's heart simply, it was just a large crystal of mana, and it was considered special because of the creature it belonged to, that is, through the dragon himself. The bone dragon said he understood now and would keep it in mind and closed his portal. Kessel was glad that he was now their colleague and treated them well, and when the skeleton wanted to look at his partner Kai, he found that he was not around. He immediately began to look around and could not understand where he was. Kessel began to panic because he thought that he might have already begun to attack, and they did not even notice it. And suddenly they heard the voice of Kai, who more quietly crept up to Kessel and asked in a terrible voice if they were looking for him. Kessel immediately jumped back in fear and said that he had frightened him very much and asked him where he had been. Kai explained that they had been talking for a long time, so he decided to look around and scout out the situation. Kim Hyun-bo asked him if he managed to find anything, and he said that he found traces of an ambush. The owner asked if these were tracks like the ones at the entrance to the E-dungeon, but the skeleton thought that this time things were much more thought out because it felt like the monsters were waging a guerrilla war against the researchers. And that scared Kim Hyun-bo. And they still found in the dungeon an entrance to the space of the open world, and they saw in front of them a large city, which the researchers had already managed to build. The explorers had been training and fighting among themselves, and they were very upset to be attacked again. The fight was between Guildmaster Kim Tae-han, who was also under the head office, and he said that it was not their fault that they chose to attack. And he was fighting against Kim Jin-ho. He was also the master of the Kongjin Guild, and they thought it was his fault because he was the one who lured them here. Park Gik-hak suddenly intervened in the conversation. He was the master of the Taemo Guild, and he asked to stop because it was impossible for them to fight with each other anymore, and they had many other problems. He wasn't sure yet, but it felt like some intelligent monster was forcing them to fight each other. Behind him was Seo Jin-won, who was the master of the Hemosu Guild, and he was carrying a wounded man. Suddenly, a girl who hunted trolls appeared, and she finally found her opponent. She jumped out of the air and decided to attack him, ordering him to die. Park Gik-hak immediately ran up to the girl and asked what she was doing anyway, because this was their monster, and he was under control. And in general, others shouldn't do anything without his permission. It was Choi Mi-yeon, and she was the master of the Survivors Guild, and she definitely remembered that this monster had recently attacked their guild. And now he was in a subordinate position, and she did not understand what had happened. Kim Jin-ho thought. He could not believe that these monsters really do everything, and it seems that they really control people. And this meant that they would definitely come to an end. All the guild masters were in one place, and they were like cannon fodder. Suddenly, the earth began to shake under their feet. It seemed to them that it was an earthquake. Kim Tae-han immediately started calling Lee So-ri because she was in charge of all emergencies. She immediately climbed a huge tower and watched what was happening outside the city. She was also the deputy master of the Tae-han Guild and helped him. And after Lee So-ri looked around, she froze in fear. She began to shout and ordered everyone to prepare for an attack and immediately take weapons in their hands. Kim Tae-han could not understand what was going on there and demanded an explanation from the deputy. And she added that new monsters had begun to attack them. They were skeletons with strange defenses around them, and they were heading towards their city. People immediately attacked. Kim Tae-han swung his sword and easily cut off the skeletons' heads. But after a few attacks, he saw that his sword was starting to melt from this strange green liquid, and he didn't know what to do with it. And even some of the researchers got this liquid on their skin, and it started to eat away at their skin and their hands, and these people were begging for help in excruciating pain. Kim Tae-han immediately guessed that it was slime blood, and it was a dangerous acid. Therefore, he ordered them not to cut them, but simply to burn them. Seo Jin-won said that in that case, their Chemo's guild would be able to handle it very easily. They had a lot of explosives, and they warned the other researchers that they were launching an attack. They started throwing explosives at the monsters and warned that it would be very dangerous, so they asked everyone to run to safe places. And when they threw the explosive on the ground, it immediately exploded and began to destroy everything around, not only the monsters but also their city. The fire started to ignite around and spread to the wooden buildings, and debris from the buildings was falling, so Kim Jin-ho advised everyone to avoid. The researchers begged the spirit of noise to appear to give them power, and it did appear, using the ice mist skill, thus being trapped by ice. Choi Mi-yeon asked not to look back and attack immediately. She ordered to burn everyone they see in front of them. Seo Jin-won said that this was exactly what they wanted to do. They took a new batch of explosives and headed forward. Their main task is to gather all the monsters in one place in order to immediately kill them with one blow. Park Gik-hak ordered Hing-dong and Tae-sik to gather them all in one place. A nearby goblin tried to hit the skeletons with his bat, but they easily dodged his blows. And after that, the explorers saw that the skeletons began to flee, and this could not be allowed lest they attack their city again. so they decided to block their way. Seo Jinwon took a new batch of explosives and said that they will attack again and asked everyone to run before it's too late. And after a few more explosions, their city was on fire, and the fire continued to spread further. Lee Seo-ri prepared to attack and looked around in surprise. She suspected that the Hemus Guild had done it and considered it a powerful force, so she decided to learn something from them. Suddenly, she heard a whistle above her head, and when she returned, she saw that new monsters had begun to attack their city. They were lizards, and on them were riders with intelligence who controlled these monsters. Kim Tae-han really couldn't believe that the first attack these monsters were trying to get rid of their weapons. Now all the weapons were melted by the acids and they didn't know how to continue fighting. Choi Mi-yeon appealed to the Survivors Guild and ordered them to give all their mana to the Noe's creature that would save them, and they did so and began the mana transfer. The magical creature began to accumulate strength and cast the Ice Spears spell. Ice stones began to appear around her, which flew into the bodies of monsters, piercing them. Kim Tae-han asked if the researchers don't think that they will be able to die so easily, because they were able to make such a long way for a reason, so they will definitely manage. The main thing is not to lose heart. And the leader of the guild decided to rush into close combat with the monsters, and he shouted that he would not give up for anything and finished off the monsters in front of him. Pak Geek Hawk had his minion Goblin, and he was fighting against the monsters, but the next attack sent him several arrows that hit his vulnerable spots, and he started to fall. The researchers understood that there were too many of these monsters, and they would not be able to fight against them without weapons, and it was now clear that their chances of dying had increased. And suddenly people noticed that a strange portal began to appear above them, and they were already scared that it was a new batch of monsters that would attack them from the sky. But it was actually the bone dragon Nidhogg who decided to intervene in the battle and help them, and Kim Hyun-bo was on it. He ordered everyone to protect the wounded and asked to leave everything else to them. Kai also appeared in his knight armor with his team and ordered everyone to attack. The researchers couldn't believe it, because the skeletons and the bone dragon seemed to appear out of nowhere. And in fact, there were a lot of stories about him on the internet, and they were very happy to see the same necromancer, Wonyo. Nidhogg used his demonic breaths and destroyed all enemies below him, thereby helping the other explorers. The monsters watched the entire battle from the hill, and the leader of the monsters realized that they could not cope, so he ordered to tell his assistant that they were retreating. 1777. And suddenly the researchers saw that the monsters began to turn around and retreat. Finally, they fought off all the attacks and were very happy that they managed to survive. They looked at Wonyo, flying his bone dragon in the air, and praised him and called him a truly great necromancer. It was decided to demolish all the victims at home and build new barricades. They had to collect all their weapons and spell cards because they had lost everything, and they also needed an elixir of recovery for the injured. Choi Mi-yeon opened her phone and they had a special app where you could go home quickly. But there were many monsters around her, so she can't use that server right now. Everything was as usual. She looked around and could not understand where these monsters were. Behind her was Wonyo, who was thanked a lot for saving him and was called a wonderful necromancer. Suddenly, the guild masters ran to the other researchers and they asked for a moment's attention because something had happened to a member of their guild, but there were no traces of the monsters. And it was something very strange. Kim Tae-han couldn't believe that this had happened again. Kim Jin-ho proposed to increase the number of people at the posts again because it was not possible to just take and wait. Wonyo said that it could be that the monster was just hiding among them. Choi Mi-yeon now understood why they couldn't go home, because there was a monster next to them. Kim Tae-han asked Mr. Wonyo how they could tell the difference between a human and a monster. But the necromancer explained that if they had the corpse of such a monster, it could be examined, but he wasn't sure. Seo Jin-won said that he seems to know how they should do better. He explained that the only time the return function didn't work was when the monster was nearby or when they were fighting. But you could send people home in groups, and if the return didn't work, they wouldn't immediately understand who in that group was the monster. Kim Jin-ho asked if then it turns out that in the end there will be many monsters around and only a few people, and this group will be able to remain in danger, and probably no one will agree to this. Kim Tae-han asked if in that case they could leave at least a few vetted people for protection, and then they could use the place as a base, which they thought was a good idea. Choi Mi-yeon offered to do it right now, and then they could decide who would stay on the posts. Kim Tae-han said that it's best to divide by time of day. Park Geek-hak suggested just playing rock, paper, scissors. Seo Jin-won thought it was just a great idea, and asked if they were playing until 2 wins or if they decided everything right away. They offered to play in 1 round because it was quick and easy, and the question was whether they all play at once or split into pairs. And this made Kessel very angry. He turned to the researchers and asked if what was going on was a game for them, because he thought that was too easy an attitude. Kim Tae-han asked Mr. Won-hyo if he wanted to tell them something, but the boy really didn't know what to say. Kessel interrupted them and said that it wasn't Won-hyo who wanted to say something, but him, and he wanted to be listened to carefully. If they continue to pretend they are in the game, they will die tomorrow or even today. Seo Jin-won was very angry at this statement about them, and they didn't want her to think that they were some kind of weakling, since they had come here on their own after all. Kessel did admit that they were strong, but said that they could not rely on their strength alone, and they lacked concentration, observation, and cruelty. And they themselves must understand that the owner of this dungeon was a smart being, and if it wasn't for Won-hyo, then most likely they wouldn't be here now. Therefore, it is better that they listen to the advice. Choi Mi-yeon angrily intervened and asked what should they do then, since the only option is to die here or hide in the houses and cry in fear. Kessel said that they were thinking correctly, and advised them to go home and rest, and they would figure it out on their own. Kim Hyung-bo didn't expect his subordinate skeleton to talk like that, and didn't understand what he was saying or why he was so stubborn. Suddenly, Christina approached the owner from behind and asked if he didn't trust them, because Kessel wouldn't just say that, and he knows something. Kessel said that they would manage to deal with the master without any casualties, although there could only be 1 victim. Owners, it should have been good conditions for them. And the researchers didn't even have to pay for it. It's an offer from Won-hyo's team. Kim Tae-han asked Mr. Won-hyo if he could actually handle it on his own. The main character just let out a heavy breath and said that he had no choice, because he would either make it or die. The main character's team went to one of the houses in this city, and Castle decided to apologize to his master for deciding to act alone. Kim Hyun-bo asked why he didn't decide to consult with him. The skeleton said that he always tried to find the best way, but the world did not always meet all his wishes, and he was willing to waste time for a useless attack. And the guild members could turn against their masters. Kim Hyun-bo said that it would be better than him working for free. With a lot of money, there were a lot of opportunities for him. Kessel said that after he became a mage, he spent a lot of time strategizing and planning. And the skeleton believed that sometimes the best way to get out of an unpleasant situation is to act spontaneously, and he advised me to remember this advice. And even if his intentions are good, many may not understand him if his actions are too well thought out. Just didn't say it was a magical opportunity for him, and they all agreed with Kessel's thoughts. But still, they apologized profusely for not having consulted with him in advance. Kai also agreed with his friend, and offered all his apologies for being self-willed. Kim Hyun-bo said it was okay because they were doing it for him, and he would turn a blind eye to it once, but they better not act without his consent from now on, and the skeletons promised not to do that again. Kessel said that he also swears, but in some situations that require urgent decisions, he will think and act in his own way, and if his master becomes stronger, then he is also ready. In this case, Kim Hyun-bo asked to prepare for an attack. The main character's team gathered, and they thought that if they managed to catch the boss, then there would be no problems with the other monsters, and you just have to wait until he himself comes. Lyubov was in the depths of the dungeon, and suddenly the ceiling above him began to shake, and stones fell with it. He could not understand what was happening and looked around, and suddenly there were several strong explosions. Kessel laughed heartily and said he really wanted to try it out. Kai also agreed with this sentiment. These explosions took place in a city that had taken a very long time to be built by the researchers, and they were not sure that this was possible, because they destroyed all the bases so easily. Kim Hyun-bo said that there was no better way to take the mana from the D-class boss. They would need to spend it to rebuild the dungeons so they can have fun together. Suddenly, the explorers also felt a strange earthquake and immediately became alert and prepared their weapons. It was a golem that began to rise from the ground and destroy all the houses that were under it. The researchers thought that maybe Mr. Wanyo had just called him, and they had nothing to fear. But the necromancer said that it was not him, and probably this monster was a kind of home for them. It must have been the monster's home. All the researchers immediately ran away when the monster hit the ground hard. Kai asked Kessel to look at what a huge golem was in front of them, and it would be very interesting for them to fight it. But the knight believed that it was much more dangerous here. And when the skeleton looked around, they saw that new monsters began to attack them from all sides. It was a pack of lizards that were controlled by unknown creatures on top of them. The skeleton immediately ordered Kai to use the trap as quickly as possible, and the knight took the remote in his hand and pressed the red button. The monsters immediately became alert, and magic circles began to appear under their feet, which were drawn and masked in advance. Christina immediately cast an explosion mastery spell, and explosions began to come from these magic circles, destroying their enemy. Seo Jin-won watched everything happening from the sidelines and reported to his fellow guildmaster, Kim Jin-ho, that their trap had worked and their guild was indeed the best at it. But Kim Tae-han thought that it didn't matter at all right now, and they had to work on destroying all the monsters. And only then did Seo Jin-won decide to help in the fight anyway. After a strong explosion, the defeated monsters were lying on the ground, and they did not even know that the researchers were capable of such a powerful explosive blow. At that moment, Wanyo appeared. He stood on his bone dragon and said that from now on the monsters will be over, because Nidhogg began to use his exterminating breath skill. They realized that they had nowhere to run, and at that moment the dragon directed his flame at them, and the monsters began to scream in pain, dying. But suddenly they heard the voice of the monster who was the leader of this pack. He will not be defeated so easily, and he ordered his fellows to stand up and continue to attack. And at that moment, something strange began to happen to the corpses of the monsters. Their bodies began to melt before their eyes and transform into a new form. They resembled slimes that looked like bloody wolves, and this process looked disgusting. And they saw that these slimes started to move back and try to run away. Kai immediately turned to Kessel and asked him not to let the monsters escape under any circumstances. But suddenly these slimes started to rise up, and the bone dragon decided to deal with them, so he once again used his destructive breath and tried to destroy their strange bodies. But nothing worked, because these slimes had opposition, and they did not have a concrete soul and could always turn into something new. Kim Hyun-bo had no idea that there were so many monsters who acted just like humans. They had similar intelligence. And finally, he realized that this monster was a slime double that took place in the D-class dungeon, and it was the master of the Doubt Cave and was an incomplete copy. This terrible monster began to speak and called his opponent an abomination and said that from now on he would become dust. And from this body began to appear a fist made of slime. Kim Hyun-bo asked his bone dragon Nidhogg to focus, because it seemed to him that this time they would have to deal with a monster. And that slime-created fist started to strike and was about to hit Wanyo with the dragon. But the necromancer used a magic circle in time to protect them from a direct hit. He also ordered Nidhogg to burn their enemy. The bone dragon opened its mouth and used the vicious burning skill and dealt a vicious blow to the slime. But despite this attack, the monster was able to easily pass it and continue to attack, and the slime hit the dragon right in the jaw. Wanyo fell from the impact, but he still understood that the monster was much easier to fight than Gloria. It was the only thing that calmed him down, so he mustered the strength to attack further. Wanyo regrouped on his dragon. Nidhogg began to pick up speed and collided head-on with the slime and pierced the slime's body with his body, and the monster began to disintegrate. But when the main character turned around, he saw that the bone dragon's back was left with the remnants of the monster's slime, and they should be more careful with it, for they were poisonous and burned through the bone dragon's body. So the boy ordered the dragon to get rid of them, and in pain, Nidhogg began to fall, throwing off the remains. Wanyo began to fall and turned to Kai and Kesley, telling them it was their turn. The skeletons immediately fired their arrows and told him not to worry, because everything was going as he had ordered from the beginning, and they were fully prepared. They shot arrows at the snail, and the arrows entered its body and remained there without coming out. Kai and Kessel found this reaction very strange, because the slug did not react to it at all. Kai said he didn't know, but he understood that now they definitely had to run, because it was at this moment that the doppelganger began to behave strangely. He immediately turned his attention to the skeletons and started chasing them, and the monster was very surprised that the skeletons considered this a powerful attack. But in reality, these arrows were enchanted and they were about to explode. And it happened. The body of the slug's double tore it into small pieces and scattered it everywhere. Kessel did not understand why the explosion happened so late. At that moment, Christina raised her weapon and used the paralysis spell. Golden lightning appeared around her. Suddenly, a stone golem fell from the sky, and the researchers knew that this was their only chance, because the golem was falling. Kim Tae-han looked around and tried to believe that it had happened so quickly. They saw that something broke there, and the remains of this terrible monster fell there. These remains began to fall near the researchers, and they skillfully dodged them because she could easily burn their limbs. Kim Tae-han saw a slug that fell in front of him, and he saw that slowly this liquid began to turn into a monster body, began to speak and move. Christina asked to be careful, because they need to destroy all the remains. Kim Tae-han wanted to know what it was all about, and she explained that these were the remains of the slime, and they were now scattered around the city. Therefore, they had to unite and destroy them all until they became stronger again. The researchers immediately began to pounce on these slimes and cut them down with their swords and spears. But they were unsuccessful in this, because with just one blow, these slime monsters easily knocked them to the ground with one blow. One huge bull-shaped monster was created from the slime and said that it would destroy all the stupid people in its path in an instant. And unexpectedly, during the attack, it happened. The monster managed to take Kim Jin-ho hostage. He got caught in the slime of the monster inside and couldn't get out, screaming for help. Won-yo immediately tried to intervene in this fight. He used the Bone Spear spell, and with just one blow, he destroyed this monster and released Kim Jin-ho outside. The main character ordered all researchers to take all the wounded and run away from this place, and he himself will deal with this terrible monster. Suddenly, at his words, a new slime monster arrived and said that he would now die next. A few dozen more monsters began to gather around him, surrounding him. They were ordered to destroy him for the sake of all of them and for their victory. But Won-yo, raising his hands up, cast the Night Skeleton Raising spell, and his skeleton subordinates began to rise up around him. And he gave them orders to destroy all the monsters, and they immediately obeyed him and charged, cutting off their heads and limbs with their swords. Kai and Kessel also joined the battle and began to attack the monsters with their swords, attacking them. The monsters fiercely resisted and ordered them to disappear, attacking with their fists, but Kessel managed to block them and successfully restrain them. And while he held back the attack, he ordered Kai to destroy that monster while he was distracted. The skeleton knight was behind and struck several blows on the monster's back. Kai said that he was leaving this monster for Christina to finish off, and the sorceress agreed to take on the case. She prepared her staff, but suddenly a large slime started falling on her. And when the monster hit the ground, there was an explosion, and the slime flew around again. Researchers and skeletons immediately began to run away to the sides, and now the boy realized that this monster was ready to destroy the entire dungeon in order to spread its mana. And these slimes were much stronger than his subordinate skeletons. But Won-yo was confident that he would be able to claim this victory, so he summoned more skeletons and ordered them to attack. The skeletons began to pounce on the slimes from all sides, but they easily waved them off and destroyed the skeletons, which disintegrated into bones. The necromancer only managed to create new skeletons and spend his strength on it. And of course half of them coped with their task and destroyed the slimes. And yet they managed to defeat the great slug doppelganger. He was frightened and could not understand how the researchers managed to do this. Kim Hyun-bo came closer to the defeated enemy and wanted to answer the question why they did not lose. He revealed that people had limited mana, and he knew that, so he decided to attack them. At that moment, the boy took out a cube from his pocket and held it in his hands, and it was unusual. He created a treasury for mana, especially for this occasion. Already the process of its manufacture and the duration of repeated use of mana makes it not very effective, and this made the slug double very angry. The monster's body began to transform into a wolf, and he told Won-yo not to even think about the fact that he managed to catch them with his toy. But at that moment, Kessel ran up in time, and he cut the slug's body in two with his sharp sword, and the monster fell to the ground. Kim Hyun-bo explained to the monster that he wanted to absorb him and become a full-fledged double, and it was a really great plan, but the researchers managed to figure it out in time. However, sometimes the best result could be achieved only through a path without long deliberation, so in the end, the necromancer will win, not him. The monster became enraged and transformed into a new form of being. He asked to be mocked and told the fighter that his end had come. And the slug said that even if he tried to destroy this dungeon, his mana would still be able to recover and he would never be able to defeat him. Kim Hyun-bo just smiled back and began to suck his soul out of this monster and take it to his treasury with the help of his necromancy skills. And suddenly all the subordinate snails of the double froze and stopped moving. They immediately realized that something was wrong. The main character held the monster's soul in his hands and told him that part of his mana was in the spear with which he wounded the monster. And he did this to completely destroy his body. And then everything became clear to the boy because his body of a real monster is not this, but the soul that was in his hand. And he divided his soul and gave it to his twins. The monsters were very angry and demanded that they give up their souls because it all belonged to him. But the warrior just moved on and did not let this happen. Kim Hyun-bo began to shout as he addressed his bone dragon. He ordered him to destroy the slug doppelgangers. The bone dragon flew into the air and began to perform his task. He used the vicious breath skill and began to burn their bodies with his breath with his power. And also, he directed his attack into the sky, and suddenly he managed to break the glass that separated them, and it started falling in pieces from the sky. The dragon flew into this space, and they saw in front of them a small creature that controlled all this action. And actually the monster couldn't believe it. Because a little more, and he managed to become fully perfected. He had very little left. But now he was caught off guard. Nidhogg immediately decided to use his doomed breath skill once more and directed this attack at this monstrous monster, destroying its core. And after this attack, there was a strong explosion at the place where the monster was, and now it could be considered defeated. The researchers and guildmasters watched this battle from afar and could not understand how the explosion occurred in the air. They continued to fight the slugs while Kim Tae-han watched the battle in the air. Slugs started attacking him from behind, and Kim Jin-ho immediately rushed to his aid. But after a moment, they saw that all the snails stopped at the same time and stopped moving. They began to scream in pain and grab their heads. All this looked very strange from the outside. The researchers continued to watch them, and the monsters began to melt before their eyes and turn into a puddle. Now they did not pose a threat to them. Kim Hyun-bo immediately fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. He was very exhausted from the battle and knew that the end had finally come, however terrible it was. But he didn't have half his mana left. Christina approached the owner and said that it was not the end yet. Kai said that they still needed to kill the remaining henchmen. The boy happily looked at his skeletons and agreed with them, because they still had a lot of work to do. Kessel held out his hand to his master and said that he had done a great job and no one could save this dungeon but him, so he offered to destroy those who remained. It was already the third day after exploring the dungeon, and Kim Hyun-bo hadn't eaten anything all this time. He wasn't sleeping well, and he even lost interest in the novels and comics he used to read. And he suspected that maybe it was because he was able to understand too clearly what the nearness of death meant and the avoidance of it, and it bothered him a lot. He got out of bed and decided to at least take a walk, although there wasn't much free time. But it was better than doing something else than lying at home. Suddenly, Kessel burst into his room, and he said that he had one request for his master. The boy immediately asked in fear what had happened. The skeleton begged to be allowed to leave the house, because he and his friends at the game wanted to have fun. Kim Hyun-bo explained that there was very little free time, and besides, he was a skeleton, so it would be strange. And Kessel explained that it was precisely because of this reason that he did not decide to turn to him earlier, so the owner still agreed to help. They went to Christina's lab and she put a human mask on Kessel's skull, and he became like a real person. He could even change his facial expressions, and he could also adjust his characteristics, which will be seen by others. Kim Hyun-bo explained to the skeleton that his face was now connected to thoughts and mana, so he could control his emotions. The skeleton asked why only the head and shoulders were done to him, because he would like to have a full human body. The master grabbed his subordinate by the ears and asked him to have a conscience, because he should be grateful at least for the fact that they did not give him such an opportunity to feel like a man. He even felt pain with the help of a mask. Christina did not know that the owner could do such a thing, and she praised the boy. But Kim Hyun-bo said that he didn't really do anything special and that it was a fake head, but it still looked very human-like, and he agreed to take their words as a compliment. Kessel wanted to tell the host that he and his friends wanted to eat together, and he wondered if that was too much. The boy just smiled and said that he would not refuse his subordinate such a request, but only he was not particularly sure that the doppelgangers were eating. And it is unlikely that the choice will be large, but he will be able to make the skeleton feel the taste of food. The skeletons were very interested in this proposition and wanted to try it out. Christina ran up to the owner and begged him to start mass production of doppelgangers, and she was ready to definitely help him. Kim Hyun-bo laughed uncertainly and asked if Christina smelled money again in this production. And after a few days, Kessel left their house and went to meet friends. The owner very much asked to be careful and not to quarrel with anyone. Kai was very jealous of him and wanted to go out one day as well. Kessel said that everything would be fine with him, asked him not to worry. He was completely human and was incredibly happy. He happily went to the meeting, and after that, they managed to learn something very interesting. Kessel came home late and was behaving very strangely. He asked his companions why they were looking at him so strangely. But in fact, they learned that if the master did not leave the house, then their free time did not decrease, so his subordinates could calmly go outside and not waste the free time provided. And so, the main character got an idea. Until the free time runs out, they won't be able to get into the next dungeon, which means they won't have to clear anyone. And by using the image of doubles, disguising the skeletons as humans, they will be able to dump all the work they have left on the agents. And while they were doing this, a new patch appeared on the dungeon's website, and it was the mercenary system. Christina explained that if such a service appeared, then there were probably big problems with cleaning the dungeons. Kessel thought, because he had only recently heard the word mercenaries. Kai said that clearing dungeons as mercenaries was a good idea, and he asked what the master thought. Kim Hyun-bo was in complete agreement. The mercenary system is a new feature on the dungeon site, and researchers whose dungeon clearing time is less than 2/3 of the average time could apply. And this method is great for researchers who want to help other players and earn money in their spare time. And there was even payment from the client who submitted the application, as well as rewards that were given out when exploring the dungeon. In addition, after clearing the dungeon, free time remains the same. Kim Hyun-bo wondered why this kind of system was suitable for large guilds or very skilled researchers, and he wondered why they even decided to add such an option. Christina explained that this could be due to the mana from the dungeons starting to seep into their outside world, and it could be affecting them badly. The boy had heard of this for the first time, and asked if there was a difference between mana in real life and dungeons. But the sorceress replied that it was not known yet, but due to the increase in the number of researchers, the density of mana also increased. And in a year, or even sooner, the mana density of the dungeon and the real world will be the same. Kessel immediately understood what the sorceress was talking about, because until the mana density became the same, they could develop their talents and clear as many dungeons as possible. Kai said that they really were doing great, and Kessel was glad that he was finally right. The boy and the owner confirmed that everything was very good for them. But it was hard to close our eyes to the changes in the real world, and if dungeon monsters appear in the real world, then everything will be very bad. Because other researchers and he will have to enter into a brutal battle, but this world will definitely not be the same as before. And the main one was the disaster demon Gloria, and there was no guarantee that she was the final boss, but there were a lot of guesses. And if such monsters like her appear in their real world, then a lot of people can die. And from this terrible thought, Kim Hyun-bo began to shake with fear. Christina put her hand on the owner's shoulder, reassuring him, and said that the situation could actually be beneficial for them. But she explained that to begin with, they needed to become stronger before something happened that could not be reversed. Kim Hyun-bo exhaled and said that the sorceress was indeed right, and for now one must live with the real realities. Therefore, he still decided to offer his subordinate skeletons to work as mercenaries for a little while and save money. Kessel turned to the owner and said that they better be prepared for situations like the one with Kim Jin-hyuk, because things could happen. Because the skeleton was sure that with this system, someone would want to do that, and it would be difficult to get rid of weaker players. Kim Hyun-bo said that he had already made his decision and they would get rid of such people on their own, because they did not need enemies among their own people. The skeletons supported his decision because wolves in sheep's clothing were the most dangerous. Kessel also believed that they should not feel sorry for their traders, and the owner was right. Kim Hyun-bo thought their plan was great and asked when they planned to start it. They decided to first find a query that suits them, and they clicked on the appropriate site. And after examining everything, they saw that there were indeed a lot of requests, and this meant that they had a lot of work. There were many requests from America, Russia, England, and China, and it turned out that it was possible to respond to requests from all over the world. The guy was excited that they might not find a normal offer in Korea because he did not know foreign languages. Christina asked not to worry, because they would always be able to use the magic of translations, because they even had such a skill. And to put it briefly, it was telepathy, with the help of which you could understand each other. It was hard to get used to, but magic was actually very convenient. Kessel said he wanted to learn that way too, and so did Kai. The owner was very happy that they would all be tied together. The sorceress said that in that case, she is ready to make them special items for translation magic. They will be able to create a business and earn a lot of money. She immediately began writing down a new plan. Kessel told the landlord that if that happened, it suggested that he accept more such offers. The guy thought about it and said that it wouldn't hurt to work for them. Kessel saw the request on the screen and wondered if they wanted to choose him, because although the reward was not particularly large, they really needed them. It looked like these people needed urgent help. Christina looked at the monitor and agreed with this as well, because they needed slug fluid, so she would accept requests from Dungeon F. The boy could see that she and Castle had the same thoughts. That's why he still decided to take up this issue, which was suggested to them by Kai. He sent a letter and agreed to this request. Castle was happy to do a good deed and asked if all the skeletons agreed. They said yes. They were grateful to their master. Kim Hyun-bo said they had another reason. They found a request from Korea begging for help, and if the customer survived, he promised to do whatever they wanted. The boy said that they wouldn't mind increasing the number of allies for this task. Posts began to appear on the internet which told the whole truth about the necromancer Wonyo, because he had the power of an entire guild. Therefore, people wondered how he was able to become so strong. He must have signed a contract with the devil. The wizard leader was very interested but thought it didn't matter if this guy was an enemy or a thief. He needed to face him before he became too strong, and they had to decide something in order to have time to lure him to their side. The manager began to call the administrator to him, but no one responded. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and he did not understand what had happened. And suddenly, someone started to come out of them, and this person was very happy to meet the manager. The man said that he had come here to warn him. The leader of the magicians was very frightened and did not understand what he should be warned about, but the stranger said that the manager himself should know that their time has come. At that moment, he froze because he seemed to understand what was being said. The time has come, because now the terrible disasters that they wanted so much to avoid have begun in the world, but they have already begun. Researchers fought monsters while protecting people, and I would like to say that the disaster was too global. It was dangerous outside, as always, and now Kim Hyun-bo knew that he would definitely be able to win. There was a girl, Kim Mi-jin, in the world, and she could not leave her house because there was a terrible dungeon waiting for her outside the door, and she really didn't want to die. She wrapped herself in a blanket and did not get out. Everything was going according to plan until the encounter with the monsters on the 3rd floor, and the goblin commander had killed most of her squad. And all the others hid in their houses out of fear and did not want to return to this business. And there's only 1 month left to clear the dungeon, or they will all die as punishment. Kim Mi-jin knew that she still had a lot to do, and she really didn't want to die. And suddenly, a new message arrived on her phone, and she immediately read it. It said that the dungeon was cleared thanks to the mercenary system. The girl could not believe it and thought it was some kind of joke. She dared to open the door and look into the dungeon, and in front of her, she saw Kim Hyun-bo with a bone dragon behind her, and she was very frightened by the ferocious appearance. They saw the skeleton dragon in front of them for the first time, and in front of him stood the skeleton dragon master, and he was the very first necromancer. The researchers could not believe that they were seeing the legend of Wonyo in front of them, and they would be very grateful that he cleared their dungeon, and he was their savior. Kim Mi-jin came closer to the boy and thanked him very much for saving him. But Won-yo replied that there was no point in thanking him, and he did it for a reason. He reminded the people that their request had written that they were willing to do anything to save them, which was why he was interested in the offer. The girl confirmed that it was and asked what she could do to thank him. Won-yo held out the contract and asked him to sign it. Kim Mi-jin agreed to do this and signed the contract without even reading it. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that this action was very stupid because she signed the contract without even reading it. Kim Mi-jin lowered her head and said that she had read it. From now on, her soul is his property, and this truth cannot be divulged. These words cannot be conveyed to anyone by voice or text. And also, 5% of her income will be sent to him. And in fact, it was an unprofitable contract for the girl, but she signed it anyway. Kim Mi-jin explained that she made a promise that she was willing to do anything, so she's not ready to go back on her words and takes responsibility. Won-yo smiled and said that she thinks very quickly. He enjoyed dealing with her, but suddenly the girl began to behave very strangely. Kim Mi-jin fell to the floor and started screaming hysterically, begging him to make her stronger, because she knew she was capable of more, and was asking him to do it for him and for her, because she understood that this was the only chance in her life, and if she refused it, she would never be able to wait for it again. It was a chance to change her life. Won-yo said that he really liked the offer because the girl had a talent for magic, so he agreed to make her stronger and take her in. And he promised that he was very good with those that belonged to him, so she didn't have to worry. From now on, Kim Mi-jin was on his team. Kim Hyun-bo understood that everyone except her was selfless, but he seemed to be lucky. He looked over her specs and they were perfect. She has C-rank magic skills, C-flash memory, and C-calculations. And she also had potential in curse magic, which was related to necromancy. Besides, she was the leader of her squad, and they would follow her anyway. Kezel joyfully ran up to the owner and told him that they were able to finish their studies and successfully returned. Kim Hyun-bo asked the skeletons how their students were doing. Kezel said that they were fine, and they obeyed them. And that was the main thing, and the atmosphere in the classes was also pleasant. Kim Hyun-bo concluded that the fact that the dungeon didn't disappear even after being cleared, even if there was only one person there, made it a great place to train without spending any money on it. Kezel approached the owner and asked what was on his table. There was a photo of Kim Mi-jin and her characteristics. The owner replied that it was something like an investment, and the girl was very grateful for the fact that he gave her the opportunity to study. And on the last day of training, he decided to give her books on necromancy and magic and how to create cards for spells. Kim Hyun-bo went with his team and left her. Kim Mi-jin shouted that she would definitely survive and really hoped that they would meet again. And those he invested in trusted him completely, and they were also his followers. And this meant that they would support him in any situation. Kezel approached the master and said that it was time to start the next dungeon, and they should stop going through the low-level dungeons and they should move on. Kai also completely agreed with this opinion, and the main character was also not against going to the new dungeon and asked Christina what she thought about it. In response, the sorceress just got the results of her calculations, and she was already able to choose several goals for them, and she liked the last option most of all. She asked to look at the results of the owner. Kim Hyun-bo took the letter in his hands and began to read it. These dungeons required wizards above the 3rd circle with Class E, and they need to find 5 people, and there was also a nice reward for clearing the dungeon. Christina said that they also gave low-grade magic crystals from the amount of 5 units and 5% of all items that will drop from monsters, and they are also willing to compensate for all damages. The main character asked if it was too sincere on their part, but the sorceress believed that they needed a very experienced sorcerer, so they set such conditions. Kim Hyun-bo said that maybe they just wanted to find such a person and invite them into the clan, and they decided to choose this offer after all. But for this, they had to prepare well. The protagonist saw that it was an offer from the guild and asked what their name was. Christina said that it was the Golden Black Hole Guild, and they were among the top 10 guilds in America. And the team still went to the dungeon to complete the task. They had to fight against slimes and other monsters. He also learned how to control slugs and strike with slug fluid, and it was very effective. Kezel asked the owner if he enjoyed working with it, because it was strange to have a slug as his assistant. He just smiled and said that not at all because in fact the snail's body was warm and he was already used to it, so he even enjoyed working. And she is not him, but this creature's name was Tia. Kai turned to the owner and said that they had to hurry. They went forward and saw a very strange glow before them. They came closer, and there were several dozen people pointing arrows at them, as well as lights burning from all sides. The guy came closer to the people and introduced himself. His name was Won-yo, and he explained that he came here because he responded to their request and asked to remove the light. But the person conducting the interrogation apologized and said that they always do this for their own safety. But still they removed the light, and unexpectedly the leader of the wizards came to the team, and he was very happy to meet Won-yo. The leader said that he was the master of the Golden Black Hole Guild, and he was the person who hired him by the name of Richard Leon Hart, and it could be said that he was the director of all wizards. Kim Hyun-bo froze. He immediately understood who it was about. It was the same person who had helped him at the beginning of his journey, and now he was standing before him. It was this person who helped him in a difficult time when he read his ad, saw that he needed help, and sent him a package of useful books. And the director of wizards really hoped that one day they would be able to meet. And it was because of this person that the main character managed to survive. Then, although now they had the relationship of employer and employee. Next to Richard Leon Hart was his assistant, who was named Mike Hemmington, and he really hoped that they would be able to make friends and work with the Bone Dragon Master. Kim Hyun-bo watched the conversation with admiration and said that the director had very good Korean, and it was a good thing that he was wearing a mask now because he thought that it was not necessary to reveal who he was just yet. Although he trusted him and sent him the spell cards, it was for safety purposes. But the headmaster replied that he had been speaking in English all this time, and the dungeon system had automatically translated their language. Although they did not know each other personally, he thought that they would manage to get along, and in the end, even the language barrier was not a problem for them. Richard Leon Hart was very grateful for today, and said that after a little rest, he was ready to proceed to the briefing. They put the main character at a table, and he sat in front of the headmaster of wizards wearing a mask, and eventually decided to show his face. The headmaster thought that this mask had some purpose other than to hide his face, and it was good that he would be able to enjoy the tea that was made. Kim Hyun-bo said that you should respect the food on the table. The director suggested that the briefing begin if everyone was already here, and he revealed that he was their mercenary, Richard Leon Hart, and he wanted to clarify something right away. They were his subordinates at the time of this task, and it was clear to the mercenaries, and everyone agreed with that. Now, their Golden Black Hole Guild was busy clearing the dungeon thoroughly, which meant they would have to stay here as well. The mercenaries couldn't understand what this meant, and Kim Hyun-bo asked how long they would have to stay here. Richard Leon Hart replied that it might take a month or 3 weeks if they were lucky, and if they were wounded or something like that, they were willing to let them go home, but everyone else had to stay here until the end. Kessel was completely satisfied that they would be doing a complete dungeon sweep. Kim Hyun-bo was also glad that they chose this option. The skeletons said they were ready to make things right now and then. Kessel asked the owner if he could speak, and he was given permission because he had already begun. The other mercenaries saw for the first time that the skeletons could talk. The skeletons spoke up and said that he didn't see the point of constantly leaving the dungeon and coming back, and at one point they even had to recover and sleep in a Class D dungeon for most of the research. Other researchers couldn't believe it was true, or it sounded too cruel. They wondered if D-class dungeons were difficult at all. Kessel said that it wasn't exactly a Class D dungeon after all, so they were fine. Also, they were ready for the boss monster battle, so everything was fine. Richard Leon Hart smiled and said that he would be very happy to hear the story in its entirety one day, but for now, he offered to continue their briefing. Kim Hyun-bo went to the battlefield with his subordinates to show all his strength. The skeletons fought fiercely with the goblins and killed them in a few seconds. The headmaster of wizards watched the fight in surprise and was very glad that they now had an experienced necromancer on their team. Mike Hemmington also agreed with this sentiment. Although there was only a difference of 2 circles, he seemed to be slightly more experienced than the other mercenaries, so their choice was obvious. The subordinate told the director that he would really like this person to join their guild. It would be easier and safer for them. But in fact, it seemed to Richard Leon Hart that this person would not want to join any guild because he was strong and alone. They were even sorry to lose such a strong necromancer. The headmaster of wizards said that it was better not to talk to him about it, so as not to spoil their relationship. Mike Hemington asked the principal if these rumors they had heard were true, because apparently they knew that the boy had a dragon skeleton, and they would like to see it. They hoped that he wouldn't have to challenge him, but they still wanted to see Kim Hyun-bo's strength, and they thought it would be pretty cool. They went to another dungeon, and there was a lot of sand around. There didn't seem to be anything dangerous here except for the necromancer, but that was strange because it was an E-class dungeon, and the main character actually started to get very worried because it had happened in the past, and they really didn't want it because it meant that this time everything would be different, and the main task of the skeletons is to protect their master. Kim Hyun-bo didn't like that either, and the situation in which it was unknown what danger awaited them was very frightening. Kai asked the master what they should do, as he thought it was best for them to gather as much information as possible before beginning their descent into the depths of the dungeon. Kessel agreed that it would be very good, because if a monster of the highest class like that strange demon Gloria appeared again, then they could all perish. Christina decided that it would be best to unite all forces for the sake of survival, and the necromancer knew that in order to survive they needed to unite. Kim Hyun-bo stepped closer to the wizard director. Richard Leon Hart immediately asked if they had finished their interview, and if they were ready to talk about the situation that awaited them. The guy agreed to do it, and he said that he had already managed to meet similar dungeons of an open type, and that in such areas there are usually a lot of monsters, which was sometimes scary. The headmaster of wizards agreed that it wasn't very good, the location wasn't good, and besides, he would have to fight a boss that would be even more dangerous. Mike Hemington thought about it and said that he didn't know what to do either because they didn't have any tracks and the battle had to be over as soon as possible. The main character said that he had another bad news. He raised his weapon up and a protective dome appeared above his team and the director's team, separating them from the dungeon. Richard Leon Hart looked around and immediately assumed that maybe the boy didn't want them to be overheard. But actually, Kim Hyun-bo told that in one dungeon he had to meet one strange creature, and she told that she is a disaster dragon demon. Her name is Gloria, and she was definitely not an E-class level monster, and in fact, she was asking other bosses to survive in the dungeon, and he didn't know exactly how many such creatures there could be in the world, but 3 at the very least. The headmaster of wizards asked again if the creature had decided to absorb the 3 bosses for its survival, and the necromancer said that was true, and it was really surprising that the boy managed to survive after this situation. Kim Hyun-bo revealed that he thought it was just luck, because the monster actually didn't intend to kill him and just wanted to test his strength. It was the first time the director had heard that monsters could test the strength of opponents. The necromancer said that she wanted to fight him and see how strong he was. The director was very surprised that the monster did not want to kill him, and she asked him to stay on the battlefield for only 5 minutes and gave him 3 chances to hit her, promising not to attack during these intervals. Richard Leon Hart asked the boy what the 5 minutes had been between them and if she had used her absorbed monster bosses during that time. Kim Hyun-bo thought and admitted that the director was very smart, and he confirmed that Gloria used bosses, and it was difficult for him to last even a minute, let alone 5 minutes. Therefore, they all decided to attack her bosses together, and at the end of the duel, Gloria agreed to admit him and informed him that Kim Hyun-bo had successfully passed her task. The director of wizards thought about this situation and suggested that maybe this monster is traveling around the world and looking into different dungeons and trying to find subordinates or kindred spirits. And in the worst case, it may appear one more time. The director immediately asked if they needed help because he could provide his own people. Kim Hyun-bo refused this offer because he would be better off alone. Richard Leon Hart accepted his words and, approaching the necromancer, gave him a magical item for communication. There were a total of 8 of these items in the world, so he asked to return them later. Kim Hyun-bo put this magic bracelet on his arm and found it amazing. He had never seen magical communication items before and examined it from all sides. The guy promised that he would definitely contact them. The director really hoped that the boy would be able to survive in this difficult dungeon. Kessel became very happy and asked the owner to get his magic stone, and the boy still agreed to do it. He took out a magic stone from his pocket and threw it into the sand. A moment later, there was a loud explosion, and something new began to appear at the place of the explosion. And as the team got closer, they saw a car standing in front of them. The owner had said that Kessel would drive, and the skeleton was sure that he would be able to handle it. And this happened because in the past, Kessel decided that they urgently needed transport to move around faster. Kim Hyun-bo asked the skeleton what he was talking about anyway, and Kessel explained that they were spending too much time moving around the dungeons. Christina agreed with this opinion and thought that maybe they should summon a dragon and move faster on it. It could increase the efficiency of their work. The boy thought it could be done, but Nidhogg's mana consumption might be too much, and he might not have enough strength for powerful attacks. Meanwhile, Kai was holding a console and playing car racing, and he said that the best thing would be for them to buy a car. The sorceress asked why they decided to stop at the car, but the owner explained that it was the most familiar form of transport for him, and their whole group would be comfortable in it. Kessel was their driver, and the owner ordered him to step on the gas. They were driving very fast, and the skeleton wanted to show them what a great driver he was. The director, together with his employee Mike Hemington, drove away from them like a car, and they could not even believe their eyes because they did not think that they would be able to see such a thing in the dungeon. Richard Leon Hart said that the principle of this work was similar to the golems, and the main thing was to adjust the engine, and then it was possible to use it in the dungeon. The director smiled and said that he could learn a lot from the necromancer Kim Hyun-bo, but he decided to postpone the fun and ordered his subordinates to stand up. His team started building a new base out of sand. They worked hard so that it would be possible to fully survive there. And there was one strange story who watched the people who entered this dungeon, and she was glad that these people finally got to the second floor because she had already waited. But when she saw that the necromancer was with them, she was very angry. She did not think that she would see him with them, but still, she did not mind fighting with him. Team Kim Hyun-bo continued to drive in their new vehicle, and it was a bit strange and scary for them. They were supposed to arrive in 30 minutes. But Christina saw something very strange because she did not see any monster around. The boy agreed that it was very strange and asked everyone to be careful, because they had already been in such a situation. He tried to contact the director with the help of his magic bracelet, but nothing worked. The necromancer became very worried and ordered Kessel to go back because everything was very suspicious. They turned the car around, but for some reason they began to think that they were going in the wrong direction, although the skeleton assured them that this was the right way. But Christina decided to check it with magic. Kim Hyun-bo knew something had to happen, and he really didn't want to face it. The sorceress replied that even if that was the case, they knew neither the cause nor the solution to it. Still, the team decided to get out of the car and look around, and Christina said that she had both bad and good news. She asked which one she should start with. The guy asked to tell the bad news first because it is better to solve the problem right away. The sorceress said that it looks like they are stuck and their problem cannot be solved even with the master's magic. The necromancer asked Christina if they were stuck because of his magic, and she confirmed it, because it was sending his mana in different directions and it ended up in one place. Kim Hyun-bo thought, because if the mana was running out, it only meant one thing. The sorceress said that it was difficult for her to control her, but as she understood, the mana was moving to another place. And she believed that mana couldn't move randomly, so it was most likely meant to be. And now she understood that most likely what they were so afraid of could happen to them. Because the lowest level of teleportation magic is the 5th circle, but to move groups, you need the 7th circle. And if the distance was long, then the 8th lap was already required. And this meant that they were locked here by a creature with the magic of the 8th circle. The boy asked what good news she had, and the skeleton said that the creature had also trapped itself. They didn't know how to get out, but that wasn't bad either. Kessel asked what the owner was talking about. As Roman explained, if a creature with such magic is nearby and does not kill anyone, then it means that it can save them. Christina said that they need to find a way out of here. Kim Hyun-bo agreed that he wouldn't miss such a chance. Meanwhile, the Wizarding Director's team began to fight the first monsters, and it was a little more difficult than usual for them because the number of these monsters was very large. And although it was possible to kill more of them, the atmosphere was still very depressed. Richard Leon Hart said this attack was very unexpected. He said that first they would start by treating the wounded, and then they would rebuild their defenses. Mike Hemington asked the director if he wanted to build a new camp, and Richard Leon Hart replied that he would do it right now because they needed him urgently. And suddenly, a strange creature appeared near the director and his assistant, similar to a little girl holding a teddy bear in her hands. She came out of the portal and said they looked a lot like someone. She said they were too smart. She turned to Mike Hamilton and said she liked his thinking style, but the exam was still not over. Mike Hamilton was very angry and wanted to say something, but the headmaster of wizards managed to shut him up immediately. He did not allow him to speak. The strange creature girl agreed that he had better be careful with his words, because he might just die from his words. And she also told them that they only had an hour to rest before the battle would start again, so their fighters needed to prepare. And also the creature asked them, she was very interested in the director's opinion, which was better, large quantity or quality. The head of wizards laughed uncertainly and asked if he couldn't choose two options at once. The creature reacted very strangely to this answer. It seems that she had something in mind and was interested in the third option. Therefore, she agreed and left everything. She said that their future opponents would be superior to these fighters in both quantity and quality. So she asked them to prepare as they only had 1 hour. And suddenly, this creature of a little girl disappeared, and they were left alone. Everyone was scared and didn't know what to do. Richard Leon Hart started yelling and ordering all the fighters to move faster, because they only had an hour left and they needed to make it to the start. All fighters immediately got down to work. The headmaster of wizards knew that this was terrible because this creature was testing him, and after testing it, it would probably want to use all of them, and the opponents will be different. The man decided to talk to his soldiers, ask them to rest a little and listen to him carefully, because they need to know how to behave in such situations. Richard Leon Hart said that there were actually rumors that very strange creatures had appeared since the appearance of the dungeons. The necromancer Wanyo they saw told him about these creatures. The creature that the boy met was a dragon. It was no joke that scared all the fighters, because they were sure that they would not be able to cope with such a strong opponent, and they would meet with death. The headmaster explained that this creature was probably a lowest-class dragon at the very least, but he also had good news, because this creature only wanted to test them, which meant it wouldn't want to attack on its own. But he asked everyone to prepare anyway. But he immediately warned that this fight would be very difficult, and he didn't know how many people might die. But that was the only thing he could say for sure. All those who died will not be forgotten, and if even Richard Leon Hart died, then he asked very much not to forget him, to live. And he asked everyone who could survive to remember their brothers and sisters. And he promised that none of them would be forgotten, and that day they would fight for them all. And the director of wizards promised that one day they would take cruel revenge. And after exactly an hour, new monsters began to appear from the land of sand, which were really larger in number and quality, and they were preparing to attack people. Richard Leon Hart addressed all his fighters and said that they must survive, so he asked them to try to survive at all costs. And a fierce fight took place. And the victory in the second battle also rested with the wizard director's team, and the preparation was excellent, so everything was done with almost no injuries, and they were very happy. And after the end of this battle, this strange creature girl appeared before them again, and she asked what he wanted to increase this time. Emotions, quantity, or quality. Richard Leon Hart thought he asked if she could increase the defense instead of all this, and the girl just smiled in response. She agreed to choose defense and said that the next battle would be in 2 hours. And exactly 2 hours later, the third battle began. And after resting, the squad still managed to win without being wounded. And so far, everything was going just fine. And in the fourth, fifth, and sixth battle, the director of wizards continued to name other things at the girl's question, and it seemed to him that he managed to understand the rules of this game. He remembered that they had already asked to increase the rest time, so he thought that they should ask the girl to increase the difficulty. But after the ninth battle, their choices were no longer left, so the girl chose independently what she wanted to see in the battle. And after that, all the battles began to become more difficult. And in fact, the fighters were very exhausted from them, and from exhaustion, they became even more vulnerable. Richard Leon Hart and Mike Hamilton understood that the opponents were becoming stronger as their equipment improved, and they were even becoming smarter, meaning that very soon it could happen that they would not win. And after another battle, a girl came out to them. She was glad to see that they had survived again, and asked what they had decided to choose this time. And in honor of the 20th battle, she asked if they wanted to increase their rest time. The headmaster of wizards replied that he didn't want that, and he wanted to reduce the squad that would attack them. The girl was very surprised by this request, and she asked what he meant. The man said he wanted to remove half the people, or rather send them home, and asked if that would be possible. And the girl's reaction was very frightening. She smiled and agreed to save half of the people, but in return she said that he would have to choose the one she would leave alive. The creature also said that their next battle would begin in 21 days and 8 hours, and said goodbye to them. An explosion occurred in its place, and the fighters were left alone. Richard Leon Hart made a difficult decision and said that he would stay here and Mike Hemington would have to leave, which angered the employee, and he was against the decision. But the director said that he was in charge here and he was in charge here, so he wants to stay here and his employee should go home. Because even if he dies, Mike Hamilton will be able to continue running the guild. Golden Black Hole. Their whole country and the whole world hoped for them. The director put his hands on the worker's shoulders and said that everything had been prepared in case he died, so Mike had to take care of it. And the employee said that he understood everything and was ready to take on this responsibility. The director was glad to have such a dedicated employee. Richard Leon Hart looked at his fighters and felt great anxiety, but still he had to make a choice. The fighters began to express their opinions. Each had good reasons to stay or leave. One of the fighters recently became a father, so he was asked to leave them. He also asked the other mercenaries he had hired before the operation to leave. As soon as they decided, a large portal appeared in front of them, through which they could return home. Fighters began to enter him, and the director asked Mike to take care of everything. But Mike was very worried. But Richard Leon Hart reassured him because it didn't mean he was going to die for sure, and he might even be able to go back to work. And after this incident, Mike Hemington came out of the dungeon, and half of the warriors remained, or 62 people. The wizard director explained that during this time, they all had to receive the necessary treatment, and he strongly requested that they simply rest or do light training during the remaining time. After that, the leader went somewhere. The fighters began to catch up with him, asking where he was going, because it could be dangerous. But Richard asked them not to laugh, because there were no monsters here. The fighter asked the director if he really thought they had a chance to survive and win. The director asked the workers, have they ever seen him give up? There are always chances, and there were many more opportunities. Meanwhile, Richard Leon Hart decided to go in search of a necromancer. He followed the tracks of the car, but suddenly this trail broke off. After looking around the area a little, they found the continuation of the path. The director turned to his soldiers and ordered a monocrystal bomb to be installed here. They immediately carried out his order. A few minutes later, there was a powerful explosion. At first they brought monocrystals to battle, but now they had to just survive. The headmaster said that he thought they had 4 or 6 more battles left, but that it would be very difficult for them to cope in this state. That's why they need help. He also explained that he had to choose the lesser of 2 evils, to save at least half. After the explosion, a new path opened before them. They did everything they could. The fighters sat and waited for the appearance of a strange creature. They were very scared, their bodies were shaking, and a new battle was about to begin. The headmaster ordered them to go forward with their heads held high and not to show their fear. Richard Leon Hart apologized to the soldiers and thanked them for staying. He asked them not to give up, because there was hope, and he believed in each of them until the end. And so a new battle began. Monsters appeared from under the sand and were ready to attack. The warlocks of the wizard director also began to prepare for a new battle. He asked them to do everything possible to survive and give their all. The fighters threw several explosive crystals at the monsters. Although the monsters screamed in pain and burned, they were very resistant to fire, and it had no effect on them. Richard Leon Hart watched with fear as it unfolded. He understood that they had almost no chance, and it seemed that he encouraged his fighters in vain, because in 3 minutes they could not kill a single monster. Still, a few monsters did manage to deal damage, but it was a small amount, and generally the opponents held their own. The sand monsters began their attack. They took their spears and started throwing them at the soldiers, but they managed to hide. The headmaster of wizards began to shout, ordering everyone to gather together, and the second group to engage in battle. But he understood that Wonhyo was their only hope. The man ordered not to stop, otherwise they would die. The fighters continued to fight, but now switched to close combat. There were a lot more of them than they imagined, But they still held on well. Fighters tried to injure several monsters at the same time. Richard Leon Hart also jumped into the fray. They had to hold out as long as possible and quickly start attacking. And suddenly one of the soldiers was mortally wounded by a sand monster. His body was pierced through by the sword and he tried to hold back the pain and not cry out. But the headmaster of wizards still saw that Thomas was badly injured. He wanted to help him, but it was too late. But the dying Thomas asked the master never to stop and thanked him for everything. And then he fell to the ground and died from a fatal wound. This made Richard Leon Hart very angry. He began to call monsters to him and tried to focus their attention on him. He asked them to try to kill him first. But the sand monsters continued to kill his soldiers. Before death, they said goodbye to their master and understood that they were passing away. So they asked to take care of their loved ones. The director saw how one of the fighters attacked the sand monster from behind and tried to knock it to the ground. And after a few seconds, there was a powerful explosion. Where the last fighter was, Richard watched in horror as the fire engulfed everything around him. The leader of the magicians urged everyone to hold on because they had to survive. And yet several fighters remained alive, but they found themselves in a very difficult situation. They were surrounded on all sides by sand monsters, and they had nowhere to run. Although the fighters expected a lot, it was already too much. They understood that the monsters would easily defeat them, and they simply had no chance. Despair gripped them. Richard Leon Hart was aware that all this would not end well. It was not possible to continue like this. If he does nothing, everyone will die. He decided to summon the being, the girl who created all these trials. The fight stopped, and she appeared in front of the fighters. She walked over to the headmaster of wizards and placed her hand on his cheek. She said he made the right choice and saved many lives, and she admitted that it was the first time she had seen such a good commander who cared about his subordinates. But she believed that he was just a good commander, not a commander who leads people to victory. She knew that the man knew how to win and said that a commander should always think soberly without relying on human feelings. And the girl said that only if he had a lot of soldiers, only then could he win. And he should not have given up his men, because that way he just signed half a death sentence, and they could not be saved. Richard Leon Hart understood that the girl was absolutely right, and it was a truly terrible choice. He simply killed his subordinates and saved others. And right now he was watching the consequences of his terrible choice. The girl said that he can be sorry as a good commander because he had to act like that, because he wanted to save someone's life. But now he would have to watch the others die. And the creature vanished into thin air, leaving the headmaster alone with his thoughts. And Richard Leon Hart returned to his troops and ordered them to prepare to attack, for they would be attacked. And although the fighters did not understand how it was possible to attack at such a bad moment, and if they attacked now, they would surely die. But they could not obey their director and rushed into battle. And when people rushed at the monsters and tried to attack them, the enemy coped faster, and half of the army received mortal wounds. And the director understood that everything was going very badly, and he would like to stop. But before death, the fighters only told the master that he should survive and asked to take revenge for them. And actually, the wizard leader was very scared. He didn't want to do it, but he had to in order to win. And the creature was very surprised that the director changed the course of the battle and listened to her words. And according to his work, he could even be given the highest score, so she still agreed to give him her power. Richard wondered if he should take this power, because he understood that if he still took the power, he would be able to win. And even if he became a monster, they would definitely not lose. And he decided that he should think soberly and act deliberately. Let there be many victims, but he is ready to do it for the sake of victory. And Wanyo suddenly grabbed his hand. He begged to stop because even though he couldn't win by becoming a monster, then he would never be forgiven. And killing a monster is a hero's concession. And with just one blow of the bone dragon, he destroyed all the opponents from the sand with his breath. And this battle was considered defeated. The necromancer apologized for being late and took the headmaster's arm. He thanked him very much for saving him. Richard Leon Hart asked the boy what he managed to hear from what he was saying. Wanyo said that from inside he could hear all the words she was trying to brainwash them with. The head of wizards asked the boy how he managed to do it. Wanyo thought that the demon didn't like the monsters here, so he had an advantage. The director said that now they can and will be able to cope with his help against the enemy. but they need to become much stronger. Kim Hyun-bo said that there really wasn't much power, especially when it came to protecting someone, and they needed something other than their power. And in fact, the necromancer was right. Because not only strength was needed in battle, humans will always be weaker than monsters, and it was necessary to use the head in battle to prevent such a thing from happening again. Suddenly, the master was hit on the head by a fighter. He believed that he should be punished for what happened. But Richard reminded Grenna that he had already hit him, and that was enough of a lesson. But unexpectedly, the director felt several more blows. The fighters took out their anger on the master and took turns to hit the director and take revenge. And although the manager was badly beaten and had bumps and bruises from the beatings, he really deserved it for his terrible behavior, so he didn't even resist. Gren approached the master, put his hand on his shoulder. He explained that they wanted to follow a human, not a monster, so they did. The fighters explained that there was no point in becoming a monster since his power was theirs, and the fighters watched as the Bone Dragon and Wonyo destroyed the enemies in their path. The main character's assistant suddenly appeared. Kessel began to call him and reported to him that they had successfully completed the assignment and everything was ready. Wonyo said that he had the same setup as Richard Leon Hart and his squad. He had those beings on whom he could always rely. Suddenly, the same girl who controlled the director all this time appeared in front of the necromancer, and she was furious because she managed to take the director under control. But she could not do it through him. And she called the boy a vile wizard and could not understand how he dared to stand in her way. But the boy only replied that it was his job and he was doing it, so there should be no questions for him here. The girl threatened to tear him to pieces, because if he thought he had managed to defeat her, then he was wrong. And she asked him what opponent he wanted this time. But Wonyo calmly replied that he didn't want any opponent, and he wasn't going to choose anything because he didn't need that choice. This response angered the creature even more. She asked if he really decided to say goodbye to his life, because he was now on the verge of death. But the main character only answered her that he was not going to die. The girl asked if he believed that stupid lizard, because if he thinks that because of the fear of her she will not kill him, then he is wrong. But the necromancer answered her that she would not be able to kill him or cause him any harm. She simply would not be able to do it. And the girl was furious. She got so angry that her body began to change. She became even bigger, and sharp claws appeared on her hands. She could not believe that the boy allowed himself to look at her from a height, and now she said that his end had come. She began to fly at him and swung at him with her hand with sharp claws. In a few seconds, she could crush him in her huge palm. But the boy was not scared. He only replied that it was too strong, but somewhere in the dungeon there must be a source of this power. He gave her an example. It was difficult for Gloria to control herself, and she spends so much energy on her soldiers, so she simply will not succeed in killing him. And everything was very simple. She simply did not have enough strength for the next attack, because she was much weaker than Gloria. But she still remained a strong monster. But still, he managed to understand the secret of her power, and she was able to do this thanks to 3 coincidences. The first coincidence is that Kim Hyun-bo was able to become stronger by overcoming a new barrier, and this strength stayed with him forever. The second coincidence is that he is a necromancer. And the third coincidence is that he can control all the monsters and use them as his army. And this strange creature, a girl, decided to divide her soul into pieces in order to exercise it. And that's why everything turned out this way. And the ability to subjugate the soul and give it a physical shell was the work of the necromancer, so he was able to easily defeat all of its monsters. And if he didn't want to take her soul, he could just destroy it, because that was also part of his abilities as a necromancer. And by using the Soul Explosion 5th Circle magic, he could use souls to make explosions. And with that, he managed to destroy the soldier, which meant that her soul was greatly weakened, so she simply had no chance against him. And he also thought that the girl would have to recover for a very long time after this incident. Still, Wonyo managed to defeat her, and she began to dissolve into the air, dying. The girl managed to say her last words. She promised that she would definitely kill him and ordered him to die. But the necromancer only calmly answered her that he really hoped that this would not happen. Dissolving, the creature managed to say that this was not their last meeting, and now there was nothing left after it. And now she could be considered defeated. And after that, the necromancer fell to the ground exhausted. He had spent too much mana in this battle and was very exhausted. Suddenly, The master heard someone calling to him. It was Mike Hamilton. He came out of the portal with tears in his eyes, and he was very glad that they had survived. He immediately rushed to hug his director and said that he was incredibly glad that he survived. Richard Leon Hart said he was also glad to see him. It was finally over. In the United States of America, there are 90 survivors and 25 dead in dungeon number 1087 of Class E. The sweep was finished on day 219, and they could leave the dungeon. Kim Hyun-bo went to the field hospital and snacked on food after the hard battle while recuperating. Suddenly, the director of Wizards entered the room. He admitted that the boy had a good appetite. The director would feel very ill, and there was an IV next to him. The main character asked the master how he was feeling. But to be honest, his recovery will be quite long. But he believed that the most important thing was that he managed to survive. And he also told the necromancer that the dungeon was now gone, which meant they wouldn't be able to return yet unless they agreed to a second mission. Richard Leon Hart asked him not to worry because he was willing to pay him everything anyway, and asked Kim Hyun-bo if he wanted to stay in America for a while. And the director also said that it would be an honor for them to accept such a strong person into the guild, because they were the best guild in America, and the best guild in the world in general. Although the necromancer thanked him for the offer, he still did not want to be part of the guild. Maybe he could start his own guild sometime in the future. That was his wish for now. Richard Leon Hart said that now he understood everything, but he wondered what the boy thought about America, because they could continue to work together. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and said that it would be a good idea, but right now he has no plans to leave Korea anytime soon. The director asked him if it was because Korea is his motherland, but the necromancer explained that it was not quite so, because he already had everything ready there, and he does not want to part with what he was already able to achieve there. The manager agreed with his thoughts and suggested that he then come to other matters, but he wanted to thank him once again, because it was only thanks to him that they survived, and he was ready to pay him for his help. Kim Hyun-bo asked not to forget about the additional reward, because he had done much more than they had agreed. Richard promised that everything would be fine and asked him to rest well. The boy managed to contact his subordinates, and they saw that the owner was fine. And if it weren't for him, the director and his fighters would not have survived. Kai agreed with such thoughts, because if they came a second later, there would be no one to help. Nidog said they needed to get stronger. Kim Hyun-bo thought and said that surely this monster was somehow related to the Legion, and in fact the skeletons also immediately remembered the Legion when they saw the monster. But Castle didn't know who the Legion was, and Kai told him that the Legion was a monster of the highest order. He had similar characteristics to a ghost and was almost impossible to kill. You could say the Legion is a ghost that controls other monsters, and there were many different ghost-type monsters, and this creature was very much like a Legion. But for example, Legion differed in that he could control his puppets, and she was also able to divide her soul, control it, as if in pieces. But she wasn't undead at all, and her Rain had a physical body, so that option didn't fit the Legion's description. The main character decided to confess to his skeletons that he would not like to meet such a monster again, and everyone agreed with him. But the only one who disagreed was Nidog. The master asked what happened, and the dragon replied that he just thought it would be nice to absorb his soul and become even stronger. And the boy said that it was just a great idea because he wasn't a full dragon, which meant he had to do everything to become stronger. And the stronger it will be, the better it will be for all of them. Nidhogg thanked him for the advice. The guy decided that while they were in America, they could collect as many souls as possible, and there would certainly be more tasks here than in Korea. Richard said he would take care of the visa issue, and he was only glad that the boy wanted to travel around America, and he was really waiting for him to say it, and he hoped that he would stay for a long time. The head of Wizards was so overjoyed that he got up from his hospital bed, although he wasn't allowed to move yet, and he was getting a little worse. The boy agreed that the manager needed some rest, and while he recovered, they could use his hall. As for a magician, this place was just right. There was a lot of space, and it was quiet. Christina said that now they finally have a great place to train, and they decided to start because they need to get the most out of it while they are here. And during this time, the boy was able to learn the new concept of coordinates, which appeared on the 5th circle. And if there were points on the 1st circle, then there were already coordinates on the 5th circle. It could be said that these are simultaneously different and the same concepts, and he thinks that this feature was directly related to his specialization. And his starting point is himself, but he did not know whether he was developing his eye correctly. He had to go beyond his capabilities, and he was sure that the path he was following all this time was the right one. That's why he was able to give all of himself to this work. And although he was on the verge of death several times, it seemed to him that these were only logical errors. And now he was on the 5th circle, but he still did not achieve what he wanted. And that's when Gloria appeared. She called him a fool who couldn't achieve anything on his own, and then she helped him escape so he could enhance his abilities using the coordinates. And the boy had to go beyond his limits, using the teleportation magic of the 7th circle. And Nidhogg also used the vicious breath, using the coordinates this time. And eventually they managed to escape, but the bone dragon and he were incredibly exhausted from using such strong magic. And only thanks to Gloria, they were then able to heal quickly, although she did not believe that they would succeed, but she was ready to reward them with healing. And Christina had already said that they had to become stronger because they were surrounded by 2 difficult opponents, or they would simply die. And the creature, the girl who had lost to Wonyo, was just furious. She returned to the vault and angrily shouted Gloria's name. Gloria watched the girl who had just lost to the strongest necromancer, and she really liked it, because now she was fighting with anger like a bug. And the creature, the girl, believed that she had crossed all limits, and she asked Gloria not to think that she was ready to leave everything just like that. And although the demoness explained that she was never able to do what she wanted, but she was very sorry to kill her for an unfulfilled task. And Gloria said that she wanted the girl to call herself a demon, but she had nothing left of the demon. She was just a bug that lost. The demon decided to leave her and save her. Today she was in a good mood, but she asked not to forget that it was because of her that she remained alive. After losing, the creature screamed at Gloria's back and said that she would die, because she would definitely kill her. She was ready to kill both Gloria and the person she lost to. All of them. Richard Leon Hart asked Kim Hyunbo what he liked about America, and the boy thought it was pretty good, looking around and looking at the architecture. And the director saw that everything was new to the boy here, and the city of Washington seemed bottomless to him. He explained that he was a necromancer, so he saw a little more than the others. And if they go a little higher, then Richard Leon Hart can understand what he's talking about. They decided to board helicopters and fly over the city. Kim Hyunbo raised his hand and asked the manager to look at it. He used the Deadeye skill, and this skill really surprised Richard Leon Hart. Magical skulls began to appear around him, and now the man could see what happened to the dead. It seemed impossible. Those skulls they saw are the souls that leave the human body after death. That is why funerals are held. And this means that the souls they see are people who could not find peace after death, and now they have to walk around the world and look for peace. Now the director of Wizards understood everything, but it was a surprise to him that they could live peacefully with them and not notice them all this time. He understood that it was due to mana. He answered his own question. The necromancer explained that these were not simple souls and they could evolve. For example, they could absorb other souls, and the more energy there was in the soul, the stronger it was. And this was the law of survival among the undead. The director of Wizards didn't know what to do, but the boy knew one way, and for that, they had to go to the White House to the president's office. The President of the United States of America decided to consider their claim, and he considered it delusional because Halloween was long over. He couldn't believe that ghosts would be able to attack civilians for a year. He asked the Vice President if he could purchase crystals and holy water and was given permission if necessary, and they can still stock up on silver bullets just in case. The President of the United States just laughed, asked to call more exorcists for this case. But suddenly something strange began to happen in their office. The ground beneath their feet began to shake, and the windows began to shatter. The president ordered his aide to investigate what had happened, and when they looked up, they saw that ghosts were hovering above them, and they were destroying their office. Another employee entered the president's room. He ordered to evacuate as soon as possible. The president and others started running out and tried to find a shelter. And when they ran into the biggest room, they saw in front of them a huge soul holding an axe in its hands, which they definitely couldn't handle, so the guards started shooting at her with a pistol. But the monster didn't care at all about the bullet attacks, and he swung his axe and wanted to attack the president. But suddenly the legendary necromancer Wonyo appeared in the room. He managed to tame all the souls and seal them in his talisman. That is why the president should be more careful about the problems in the country. The president could not understand what was happening and started shouting at everyone and asked the vice president what it was. They tried to calm him down, and the vice president explained that it was a simple demonstration and it was all staged. And this is a demonstration of what can happen in a year in their country. Therefore, they should take it more seriously. The president asked who the two people were standing behind. And these people are Richard Leon Hart, who was the master of the Golden Black Hole Guild, and he was in charge of the demonstration. And next to him stood his best mercenary. He was a legendary necromancer who was known all over the world. Wonyo told the president that they had no time at all because the spirits were gaining strength. They managed to convince everyone of this, and all that remained was to tell the president and vice president about it. The necromancer said that it was time for them to act if they didn't want the realm of the dead to be here in a year. To begin with, they decided to conduct an experiment in a small town, and they first checked whether there were spirits there. And the main character saw that there were a large number of magicians and soldiers in this place. The headmaster said that in that case he could not worry about him, so they could begin. Kim Hyun-bo walked out into the middle of the street and released his bone dragon. He didn't tell him to start their special operation. 22:45. He drew a magic circle around himself, and it began to glow with violet light. Several more magical bodies appeared around them, and he controlled them. 22:46. And souls began to be magically attracted to these magical bodies, and they asked that their bodies be released. But instead, the necromancer destroyed them. 22:47. And at that moment, the boy realized that necromancers always needed mana, so he came up with a mana ritual to restore it. In this way, he takes the mana of the undead for himself, but it had a bad effect on living creatures. Therefore, he immediately handed it over to Nidhogg, without harming himself. The bone dragon prepared for the next attack, but the boy asked him to wait a little, because it is not only the amount of mana that matters, and besides, it is important that it is of high quality. The bone dragon understood what the master was talking about and began a new ritual. All this time, Kim Hyun-bo was watching Nidhogg and was wondering how he was feeling after the ritual. He decided to point his phone at it to see the specs, and he was very surprised when he saw that his characteristics had increased several times, and he was also given the title of Skeleton Dragon, which could change over time. His strength was 181, agility 56, stamina 215, magic 179, 150, skill 21, and the points he had left were 133. What surprised him the most was that his bone dragon had the status of a changing dragon, which could mean that it could become a different dragon over time. Nidhogg thanked his master. Kim Hyun-bo explained to the dragon that the stronger he was, the stronger the dragon became, and he asked him to stop trying to create a heart with one energy. And he thought that it would be best to take something material as a basis. And he had already asked Richard to get some good crystal for him, so that he would become even stronger, and they would only have to wait. Suddenly, a car pulled up near the necromancer with the dragon, from which the director of wizards got out, and he asked the boy how the ritual went, and the ritual was successful. Kim Hyun-bo saw a priest and a nun standing by the headmaster and asked why she was here. The leader asked to be allowed to introduce a necromancer named Wonhyo to them. The priest also introduced himself, and his name was Romeo, and a nun was standing next to him, and her name was Victoria. The boy wondered why they had come here. Romeo replied that they had come to make sure they were all right, and he was glad they were. And the priest said that he did not feel evil in the necromancer's energy, and he himself made sure that everything he does is only for the sake of expelling bad spirits. The boy explained that he was only taking spirit energy and nothing more, and there was silence between them for a few seconds. Romeo said that he understood what he was talking about, but he was sure that he was doing it for the public good, and they wondered if he now wanted to cleanse the great megapolis. Wonyo replied that it was indeed so. Romeo said that some of his colleagues would also like to test the results of his methods because not all of them trusted him so much, and he hoped for his understanding. Everything now became clear to Wonyo, because now he knows why these people came to him. There were many more people on their side, and together they were much stronger, and they came here first so as not to kill each other. The necromancer agreed to this proposal, but if something threatened his life, he would defend himself. The priest agreed and thanked for understanding. Romeo returned to the car and sat in it. He asked to try together for the sake of their world and left. Richard Leon Hart explained that the president himself had decided to send them here. They were exorcists who use holy power and cleanse the dungeons. Wonyo just laughed at the mention of the holy power, and he was glad that their ritual was a success. And the wizard director also really hoped that all the other rituals would be the same. Also, he had good news. He managed to get one beautiful crystal, and the necromancer asked what kind of crystal it was. He revealed that it was the Hope Diamond, also known as the Crystal of Misfortune, and it would be perfect for a bone dragon. As the exorcists were riding in the car, they knew that this necromancer Wonyo would become even stronger as time went by, and they had better get rid of him before it was too late. Romeo agreed with this opinion, but thought that the time had not come yet, because they were hiding their good intentions, but his methods were not very good. So for now, they better watch him. And in fact, the priest did not like that they had to turn to such a person, but it was their job to show how terrible and dangerous his power was. Kim Hyun-bo went to the office that the director had given him, and he had been working on something carefully for several hours. Richard Leon Hart approached him and asked what he was doing. The boy explained that he had to create an undead that could regenerate its mana and fight for 3 hours straight, and use at least 3 types of weapons. But it was a difficult task. The headmaster of wizards asked why it was difficult and what the problem was in creating such a creature. The necromancer explained that he needed a skeleton that could throw a spear and be a swordsman in one face, and the production was too expensive and time-consuming, and he himself did not know exactly how to add such qualities to him. The director thought about it, suggested that the team try to study robotics, because these were similar processes of creating a body, choosing behavior, and so on, and he thought it might help. Kim Hyun-bo thanked him for the advice, and Richard Leon Hart decided it was about time to give him the item. He gave the boy a crystal of failure for the following rituals, and after this incident, he managed to conduct 2 more rituals. They were able to drain all the negative magic from about 1,000 undead for the skeleton dragon, and they also began to conduct rituals in megacities, and the first for them was Vegas, and due to the fact that in this city they constantly held some kind of events, they managed to disguise the ritual as them. They created an event called Undead Against Humans. It was a parade show, and finally the day of the parade came. People were excited because it was the first time they had seen such a huge parade, and they thought it would be very cool. The reward was also great, but they were very surprised when they saw something very strange. Military equipment began to fall from the sky from parachutes, and they disguised it as the events of the show. A military man standing on a military vehicle asked everyone to pay attention to him and asked them to start moving on the other side. Also, people could get weapons. They had to kill opponents. One of the soldiers directed magic at a person who really wanted to try it, and the people around could not understand what it was. The military thus made a demonstration of weapons, and as they saw, these weapons did not pose a threat to the living and could be used on the dead and the undead. He ordered them to take away their power. And if their weapon fills up, the indicator turns red. They have to return the weapon to the base and get a new one. The more undead they kill, the better weapons and rewards they will receive next time. A battle between undead and humans began, and everyone was ordered to fight. People were just excited about this opportunity and started. Necromancer Wonyo watched what was happening, called it a very smart move. There is no other way to cope in big cities. Richard Leon Hart explained that it would be difficult for them to deny all the people in the houses, so it was better for them to do it that way. And he was ready to leave this whole matter to Wonyo. The boy agreed to this, and with one silk finger he changed into a magician's suit and was ready to go out to the people in it and to hide his true face. He went out to the people on a red dragon, and the people were enthusiastic because they understood that a lot of money had been invested in this event, and they dreamed of riding it too. The wizard went out to the people and told them to start getting rid of the evil spirits and really asked them to fight with all their might. The necromancer raised his weapon in his hands and began to suck evil spirits into it, channeling all the mana into the dragon. He asked people to fight the spirits for their victory. People started practicing this new weapon, and they liked it a lot and enthusiastically continued to play. And suddenly, one new spirit appeared near the people with whom they could not cope, and he was not going to disappear. At that moment, The military, who were in nearby buildings, were watching the spirit, and with one shot they managed to kill the spirit. He had already killed 15 spirits, and victory was definitely his. People were very surprised when they started getting new weapons, and now they had different ones. Some had weapons with fire, others with electricity, and some with the power of air. Wonyo watched the people and saw that they liked the test weapon, and it seemed good to test it in a real situation. And he thought that everything would end soon, because they had already been fighting the spirits for quite a long time. Besides, the people already looked exhausted, and it was necessary to finish. The wizard came out to the people on the dragon and called them well done. But after a second everything changed, and he began to scare the civilians that they had actually done something very stupid. Because all this time they were killing spirits with the energy of the dead. They were only feeding his dragon. And now they were useless. And this meant that they could be killed. And at that moment, a magical layer began to appear in the mouth of the red dragon, which then turned into a destructive breath, and a purple glow illuminated everything around. But at the last moment the wizard said that he had changed his mind, because today he had been very kind and was ready to turn a blind eye to it, and the people were immediately relieved. But he warned them that next time they won't be able to get out of here so easily. So he asked them to wait for this moment, because he was ready to conquer this world. After that, the wizard flew away on his red dragon, and it was finally over, and he could now go home. But suddenly he heard that someone from the crowd of people began to speak badly about the magician, and he was not ready to let him go just like that. These people were wearing silver armor and capes, as well as crosses and holy signs. It looks like they were knights from the Catholic Church, and it was very bad. Richard Leon Hart couldn't understand what was going on because they had made a deal with the church and they said they would support them. But it seems they were tricked. The headmaster of the wizards turned to Romeo and asked what was going on, and had they decided to break their agreement. But the priest replied that he did not understand what the matter was. He also said that he took care to warn everyone that they had a deal with them, and it seems they decided not to listen to Romeo and go against it. Richard Leon Hart couldn't understand why they did it, and they only caused trouble. And he was told by radio that 4 helicopters and 7 tanks were heading towards them right now. And it was very unexpected. Wonyo was radioed that the situation was bad, and it seemed that someone in the military was a religious fanatic and decided to turn against them. The director asked if he would be able to escape, but the boy replied that it would be quite difficult because there were helicopters and tanks on his way. Suddenly, a military man approached Richard Leon Hart from behind and asked him not to worry about it. He radioed his men to act according to the plan and asked them not to touch the necromancer. They also had arrangements with Captain Hedrick, and he demanded an explanation from him. The captain wanted to apologize to him, and he did not think that his squad could behave so strangely. The man asked if they had deliberately decided to wait so long to catch the traitors, and it was true, because they knew about their existence for a long time, but there was a lack of real evidence. Richard Leon Hart got it all figured out. He decided to radio the necromancer that they had a chance to escape. He told him the plan, and it wasn't a bad idea. But Wonyo replied that he didn't want to run away from here, and he wanted to try to change the scenario. Richard Leon Hart could not understand what was happening. The necromancer addressed the silver-armored knight and said that he could see his great displeasure if he chose to go this far. But the knights asked him to shut up and called him a child, and before the battle today was the last day of his life, and the Lord God himself wanted it. The wizard only laughed and said that they could only talk, and he admitted that they were following his design and following orders. However, he knew that they were not gods in their perfection, but were subhuman, and people were weak from birth, so they constantly tried to become stronger, and let them have different methods, but their goal was the same. They must be held accountable for their actions and words. But in their case, everything was not like that, because they only covered themselves with God and believed that He was protecting them. And He asked them to remember that their actions and words should be taken as the words and actions of God, which means that concessions and misdeeds also. And suddenly, some strange golden energy began to appear around the knights. They tore their weapons from their hands and fell to the ground and bowed before the red dragon and the wizard. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised because it was a much greater holy power, and he couldn't believe that it was because of the consequence of his words. One of the priests came out of the crowd and was very thankful that they were able to resolve their conflict. He admitted that they still lacked many things, but they only wanted to follow God's instructions. In addition to the fact that they were now slightly weakened, the wizard found it very interesting. From the very beginning, he had thought that they had come here to fight in full force. But the priest said that they would very much hate to see any people die in this battle, and if their god told them to stop, they always listened to him. The wizard only smiled and said that then he would leave as their enemy, and their battle would still be fought, and they would have to wait. His red dragon began to fly into the distance and was no longer visible. A sign appeared in front of the people saying that the first round was over, but there was also a message that the war was not over yet. But the people still rejoiced at the end of the round. Kim Hyun-bo changed his clothes, and they followed the bone dragon down to the ground. He didn't think there would be so many problems today. 25:38. But suddenly, the necromancer understood something, and he looked sharply at Nidhogg. He asked him why he was still under his control because his characteristics were much higher than his, and he could go. The bone dragon thought about it and said that it was probably all because of the oath, and if he was a fake in the past, now he felt like a full-fledged real dragon. He also remembered the moment he made the oath to Kim Hyun-bo when the boy called him fake, and the fake could never become real. But if he was with him, the necromancer was willing to make him better than the original. And now he thought that this oath was able to become an oath between the dragon and his swordsman, and this greatly surprised the necromancer. The bone dragon remembered the boy's words, and he really managed to make a fake better than the original, and now he can make his master stronger as well. Suddenly, the boy heard Christina's voice, and she said that, to put it simply, now he has become a dragon master, and Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised by this phenomenon. Now he could have full power over the dragon he was sworn to, but overall nothing changed because he was still a dragon master. Castle told the master that this was great because it meant they could become even stronger in the future. And also, the skeleton thought that it would be good to make contracts with each other because he would like to become a death warrior or death champion. Kai thought about it, and also said that he would like to be a death captain or a death soldier. But he asked his master not to worry because they were willing to follow him either way. Christina understood that not much was clear yet, so she asked not to speak while they were uncertain about something. And the more they waited, the more disappointed they would be. Kim Hyun-bo turned to the skeletons and said that he was sure that they would become even stronger as time went on. The skeletons agreed with him, and they decided to go to the city because such a chance could not be missed. After 45 days, the second phase of the event began and was also successfully completed. And also Kessel, Kai, and Chris were able to get a lot of negative mana, and by using the Moonstone core for the crosses on Ruby for Kessel and Sapphire for Kai. And after adding the cores to their bodies, their characteristics changed. Christina had a strength level of 122, dexterity of 57, defense of 105, magic power of 225, mastery of 155, and her remaining points of 122. Castle was now level 128, his strength 128, his dexterity 102, defense 183, magic power 145, mastery 132, and his points remaining 127. 2444. Kai had a level of 127. His strength was 132, his agility was 150, his defense was 28, his magic power was 195, his skill was 125, and his remaining points were 126. Due to these drastic changes in characteristics, their races also had a new status and could change over time, and he was also able to level up. Kim Hyun-bo was level 107. His race is human. He had strength 43.5, agility 57, defense 69.5, magic 135, skill 85, and the points he had left was 106. They were able to successfully clear the E and F level dungeons and successfully completed the third stage. Richard Leon Hart asked the boy if we really had to go back, because he thought the boy was used to life here. Kim Hyun-bo explained that his home is Korea, so he wanted to return home. The director of Wizards agreed with his position, but asked him to remember that he would be happy to see him at any time. The necromancer also thanked him for his work and said that they would see each other again. Kim Hyun-bo and his team managed to get to Korea easily, and the boy admitted that even the air at home was much nicer. And suddenly he saw Kang Hye-mi in front of him, who decided to come to meet them, and she was very happy that they came back and hoped that everything went well for them. The guy asked if there were any problems and how things were going with what he asked about. The girl replied that everything was ready and asked if it was really enough. Kang Hye-mi showed off a replica of the Korean peninsula that Kim Jong-ho made, and she sent the replica home to them. But only the employee did not recognize those people who were standing behind the necromancer. She asked who they were. Kessel came closer to Kang Hye-mi and gave her a friendly push with his hand and asked her not to bother, because they had already met several times and he asked her to take a closer look. The girl could not believe that Kessel and Kai were standing in front of her in human form and began to examine them from all sides. It was the first time she had seen them like that. She asked how that was possible, and Kessel explained that they were well pumped in the United States of America and could now take other forms. Christina turned to the owner and said that they had to go. Kang Hye-mi said she had something from the principal and handed them the letter. The main character saw talismans and even a letter to him, because in the letter it was written that this talisman had a special power, and thanks to the necromancer he managed to create it. Therefore, he decided to send the talisman to its true owner. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and still accepted this gift. It will be useful. After returning home, the routine did not change much. Training, studying, clearing dungeons, and he also started looking for information about talismans. He had thought it was part of Asian culture before, but this talisman was a little different. He studied it with interest. There really was power in this talisman. Despite the size of A4, there was so much power that he still had to learn how to control the talisman. Christina approached the boy and said that she would like to know where the director got such knowledge. She offered to shake him. The guy agreed and said it was a good idea. Kai approached the owner and said that someone had come to them. The necromancer asked if it was Kang Hye-mi, but it wasn't her. This was the headmaster he wanted to shake, and he looked much younger than he imagined. Kim Hyun-bo didn't know if he was really the director because he felt a lot of mana in him. The director saw that the boy was looking at him with interest and asked if he had finished yet. The guy said yes because he was the director. And in fact, the main character was very surprised that the person who made that talisman decided to come to him personally. And it seems that he did not know how dangerous wizards were. But the director said that he knew all this because he had already had to fight with magicians, and many of them were really crazy. At that moment, everyone looked at Christina because she behaved the same way in battle. The headmaster still agreed that they were dangerous people. They had learned to increase their mana even more, and the problems were compounded even more. He was talking about wizards in general, not wizards in dungeons. And now the main character learned that there were wizards in the ordinary world as well. But this did not surprise him so much because magic existed all over the earth. The headmaster confirmed that although this magic was not much, the wizards managed to learn how to use it properly. He asked if the necromancer was interested in the subject. Kim Hyun-bo replied yes. The man offered to show him what he had learned about the wizards he had personally killed, if he, of course, asked for it. But the boy did not think that he should ask for this, because there were many of them here, and there was only one director here. Therefore, he asked simply to transfer to him everything he knew. The man said that usually other wizards tried to kill him right away, and he was just trying to teach the new generation. And suddenly, the necromancer felt as if the air around his body began to compress, and he could not move. Now he understood that the director must have managed them all easily. Kim Hyun-bo understood that everything was very bad because he could not feel the external influence. The director got up from the table and said that today would be a great experience for him in the future. The man came to the window and reminded him that he needed a fee for all the information, and all Kim Hyun-bo had to do was do whatever he said for just 10 days. The boy understood that he could not resist this, agreed to these conditions. Besides, he needed this information. The director also told him that if he manages to cope, then he is still ready to give him a bonus, and maybe it will be a new house that will improve it. And he also put the talisman on the table and explained that with its help, they would be able to contact each other. And it is not a fact that the phones will work in such conditions. After that, the director left the room and said goodbye. Kim Hyun-bo and his subordinates sat in front of this ticket and still could not get up. They were completely broken. It was unclear how he used magic of such a high level, and the necromancer said that they needed to prepare, or his tasks would surely be very difficult. At last they felt that they could move. Kai apologized to the host for them losing, and it was just awful. Kim Hyun-bo sat still and couldn't understand what it was. He speculated that it might have been paralysis or pressure, or that it might have been worse, a time stop that they had no control over. The next day, Kang Hye-mi came to them, and she had to deliver something to them. Behind her was the payment for the task, and she hoped that the boy would manage. These were the words of the director. And behind her were several powerful machines. Kim Hyun-bo asked why they had so many, because there were only 5 trucks weighing 10 tons. The employee also handed 3 books to the soldiers. He also asked them to hand over. It was entry-level for modern wizards, an entry-level book of the dead and a book of talismans. Just what he wanted. A few days later, the first assignment began, and he asked Richard Leon Hart to help him. He sent him help, and for it he even had to contact the Vatican. The protagonist thanked the director. It was 1.5 tons of silver and 18 tons of iron, and for this the director had to try hard. He ordered the golem to move it all inside, and they got to work. He also asked them how the preparation for the task went. He was told that they needed to create a good defense, and even though they were at the level of primates before, thanks to the development of their talents, they also managed to improve their brains. Kim Hyun-bo asked to be careful with the new materials, and they took this order into consideration. So much so that they even became demanding, and these demands had to be met. And it was a good thing that the American government took care of it, and not him. And in any case, the soldiers were under his control. As with the arsenal in the basement, America sponsored it with weapons of various formats, and even bombs and missiles. This weapon will help him arm his army, and will also provide external protection. And they also started developing new weapons. Christina came up with sketches, America developed them, and turned them into reality. The sorceress showed new sketches, and there was no big difference in success so far, because it was difficult to improve energy efficiency and most of the power and cost of production at the same time. The guy understood this and ordered her to continue working, and he will help her a little later. They also started mass production of spell cards again, and they also got crystals from America, and they supplied them with maps. Over time, because of this, the Americans learned to do it too, and that was the end of their business. And many people from the world felt the changes in the world, but they still did not even suspect that a full-scale invasion was ahead, and the fighters had already managed to prepare to the maximum. Kim Hyun-bo folded his hands and addressed the gods. He asked to protect them from all the worst. Over time, dungeon explorers could not go inside because now not all bases and houses were connected to the dungeons. Therefore, new quests and tasks did not appear. But experience and skills did not decrease over time, and one could say that from that moment, global changes began. January 1st came, and on that day the director went to work, and he was very angry that he had to work on the first day of the year, and he really didn't want to. He was looking out the window and looking at his city. He saw that something was strange, because for some reason at 9 o'clock in the morning there was no sun at all, and it was not at all like the ordinary world. Also, their car got stuck in a traffic jam, and the driver was very angry. So he got out of his car and started arguing with other drivers. But when he opened the door to another car, the body of a man who was coughing up blood and looked like a corpse fell on him. And when the driver raised his head, he saw that a huge orc appeared in front of him, destroying everything around him, and ordinary civilians fled in all directions with terror. And so began 4 days of life in hell. Ordinary people began to attack monsters, and these 4 days completely changed all humanity. Kim Hyun-bo was watching the live broadcast of what was happening in the big metropolises on his phone. People screamed in fear and monsters attacked them. The boy was wondering how the reporters were able to get so close to the monsters and film it and put it on the internet. But suddenly, the managing director called his phone. The headmaster told the necromancer that it was time for him to go, and they would meet in the Sula. He asked to try to destroy all the monsters that he meets on his way. And the man very much expected that the boy would succeed in destroying everyone he would see in his path, and he asked not to worry if he suddenly involved someone else. Kim Hyun-bo said that he understood his task and asked how much time he had to complete it, and he had until lunch tomorrow, and he had to do it. One of his subordinates approached the boy and called this task stupid. The necromancer agreed to this, but now they could go and kill all the monsters. Civilians tried to escape from the bloody wolves. They got on a motorcycle and drove forward at maximum speed, but the monsters still caught up with them. When the man turned his head, he saw that a monster was also attacking him from the other side. He couldn't understand what was happening, because before that they lived an ordinary life, and how many more monsters would appear out of nowhere? But still, the blood wolf managed to attack this couple, and they fell from the motorcycle to the ground, but still remained alive. And when the man opened his eyes, it seemed to him that something had saved them. It was a great white bear they called an angel, and he began to fight the bloody wolf. Suddenly, a knight in armor came up to these people, and he told them that when Russia is a fog, then all the soldiers will be here so they can go. And yet the great white bear managed to deal with the monsters. The owner of the grizzly came up to him and praised him for his work, because he also had a hard time today. The civilians thanked them for saving them, and now they could leave in peace. And they saw before them many soldiers who were ready to defend them. In a mysterious bunker on the outskirts of Seoul, there were people who controlled the situation, as well as the president of South Korea, Kim Dae-chol. He was informed that the military was now trying to clear the city. This was reported to him by Minister of Defense, Han Kyung-chol. The president asked what the reasons were for the monster attack, but so far they have not been able to find out. Also, 60% mortality was expected in all cities of the country, and this will only be in the best case. Suddenly, someone in the room started clapping their hands, and this attracted the attention of the president and the Minister of Defense. It was Park Man-hyo. He was the youngest son of the CEO of Changdae Group. He wondered what the president would do in such a dire situation. His father suddenly approached him and asked Park Man-hyo not to attract the attention of the president and to behave a little more modestly. The situation was very difficult now, but at that moment, the younger son of the company's CEO hit the man in the face, and he fell to the ground and hit his head hard. But there was not a drop of compassion in the boy's eyes, because he was incredibly glad, because now his father would not interfere with this, and at last he was done with this delirium. And one of the workers spoke out against the boy's actions, and this only made Park Man-hyo more angry. He grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him up. He asked him to shut up and listen to him, or he would die first. The president watched the boy's actions, understood that it was an inhuman force, and most likely he was a traitor. Park Man-hyo turned and looked at Kim Dae-chol. He agreed that maybe he was a traitor to the president, but he just decided to choose the right side. He explained that he had decided to choose the side of the force, and he wondered who would dare to accuse him of it, for now he was the most special of them all. And no matter how hard others try, people still cannot defeat these monsters. Park Man-hyo showed his new powers, but it was only a part of those powers, and you can't even try. But the monsters were ready to show their mercy, and if they decided to join them, then they were ready to destroy everyone around them, except them. After all, they could refuse the opportunity to work with monsters, and then they would all just die. All the people immediately bowed before Park Man-hyo's feet, and they were ready to go with him and take the side of the monsters. President Kim Dae-chol approached the boy and asked him if he didn't realize how terrible the things he was doing were. Park Man-hyo turned to the man and asked what the difference was to him, and in response, the president simply remained silent. And if he had nothing more to say, the boy wanted to kill him too. But at this moment, this blow was restrained by the military. They really admitted that this blow was not bad, and even her hand was shaking. Sergeant Hyun asked to leave this boy to him. He was an ordinary sergeant who had experience in dungeon crawling and as a soldier. He had to destroy a traitor to humanity, so he decided to punch Park Man-hyo right in the face. And at that moment there was a blow, and the body of the boy, who had been performing cheerfully all this time, fell to the ground as if dead. The soldiers just started laughing and asked the sergeant not to touch his head. Hyo just laughed because he forgot about it. He was ready to deal with the traitor because he had to pay for his choice. The first day of the 4th Black Days of the Earth has begun. Even then, people were able to understand that sometimes the most terrible monsters were among them, and they had to be destroyed in order to save the lives of others. The military command ordered to attack the monsters and spare no bullets, because while they were stalling, their comrades were dying. We had to work quickly. A huge monster began to attack them, and they directed all the bullets into its heart. But still, it did not affect the monster. And the military was very surprised when they saw that the monster was carrying a car with a person inside. The civilian was asking for help because he didn't want to die, because they did not understand that if the matter concerns the rescue of a person, then they need the help of tanks, and they were ready to take responsibility. They directed the tank at the monster and wanted to attack it, but they managed to stop it in time. Kim Hyun-bo suddenly appeared among the soldiers and stopped them. He said that he would deal with this monster himself, and they decided to obey him. He began to attack and hit the orc in the knee. At that moment, the monster began to fall, and he let go of the car. And while the car was falling, the boy managed to run to the other side and catch the car, and it was very difficult to hold it in his arms. But it was possible to do it. He managed to push the car aside, and at that moment the military began to attack the monster with tanks. There was a huge explosion and the monster died. Kim Hyun-bo said that their toys were very dangerous. In fact, the soldier approached the knight and asked who he was. And he replied that he was a reinforcement. The military asked if the reinforcements consisted only of him and Kim Hyun-bo. And Kim Hyun-bo replied that there were other reinforcements whatever was in the way. And he asked not to shoot at him. He lowered the car to the ground and saved the person. And the soldiers saw that even more monsters appeared in front of them, which were advancing on them. But the boy explained that it was reinforcements, which he was completely handing over to them as help. They can use these monsters as a shield. The commander asked if reinforcements of this kind had been sent to other cities as well, and the unknown knight confirmed this. The commander ordered reinforcements to be used for defense purposes as soon as possible, and the military began to carry out the order. And now these monsters began to unite as if in a pack and attack. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was because some were picking up human corpses, and someone was controlling them with magic. But suddenly the magician saw that there was a magic circle on the ground, and it looked very strange. It was a special conscription round, and he understood that someone should appear here right now, but it was not entirely clear who exactly. But with his professional eye, he could see that the circle was so strong that he would hardly be able to destroy it by himself. Christina asked him to calm down and asked what they were going to do. The best thing was for them to get out of here, but in the worst case, a creature or a mage of the highest level would be summoned here. One of the civilians tried to hide between the garbage cans. She turned to all the gods she knew and asked them to help her survive this apocalypse. Just yesterday, everyone was living a normal life as usual, but for some reason today, everything happened in the worst possible way. Suddenly, the blood wolves heard that someone was in that pile of garbage, and the monster came closer to look around and smell this area. The girl became very scared because she realized that she was definitely noticed. She tried not to breathe in order to confuse the monster, but she failed to deceive the monster, and he still managed to find her. He began to roar and rush at her with fury. The girl began to run away in fear and asked for someone to help her, but there was no one nearby. Looking around, she saw that she was surrounded by several monsters. She closed her eyes in fright and asked for someone to help her. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice offering her help. The girl was on a magic circle that shone with pink light. She asked who was talking to her, only to be told by an unfamiliar voice that she must be sad to die when she was so young. The unknown person asked if she did not want to surrender and was ready to fight for her life. The girl once again asked who it was, and was told that this being was the incarnation of evil, which had become such because it had lost to a god. And also he was the force that can oppose him. And he promised that they would not just watch. A girl could just wish what she wanted, and he was ready to fulfill her wish, and unlike God, he was ready to fulfill it. The monsters began to approach the girl even closer, and she began to scream in fear, to address the demon. She asked him to help, and at that moment the demon fulfilled her request, and the monsters around her began to transform into some new strange creatures that looked like demons. The demon approached her, thanked her for her cooperation, but asked her to think faster next time. The girl just froze and her body trembled when she saw him. Now she understood that there was a demon in front of her, but he was also her savior, so she might not be afraid of him. Suddenly, this handsome demon took the girl in his arms and told her that he would take her to a safe place and asked her to hold on, because these days were going to be very stressful. And as the demon carried her in his arms, he saw something very interesting in the sky. It was Necromancer Wanyo flying his bone dragon, and he really didn't think he would be able to see a necromancer of such a high level. The main character descended from his dragon. In his hands was a bag, because they had killed many monsters, they were able to collect enough materials. But suddenly the boy felt that something was wrong here, and turning sharply, he saw a demon carrying a pretty girl in his arms. And he was sure that in front of him was not a person. The demon greeted the boy and admitted that he had never seen a necromancer of his level before, and he suggested that Kim Hyun-bo talk to him for a bit. The boy said that he would agree to talk only if he was not his enemy, and the demon replied that he did not want to impress. And after the demon said that he was glad for this meeting, a red fire began to burn in his eyes. And he also said his name. His name was Andromalius. And actually, Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised because he knew this demon from the Keys of Solomon. He was level 72 and was also a deposed god and Count of Justice. And as far as he knew, he was an archdemon and Count of Justice. Andromalius confirmed that people did know him by those titles, and it was surprising that the necromancer wasn't surprised. The boy listed that he saw many things: monsters, undead, dragons, and demons. He will definitely not be surprised. Andromalius said that he was indeed an amazing magician, and he did not even think that there were such among men. Suddenly, the demon began to come even closer, and the bone dragon was a bit wary, but Kim Hyun-bo replied that everything would be fine. And if they didn't, he would remain an archdemon, and they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. Therefore, it is better for them to just have a good conversation and not face each other in battle. Andromalius told the necromancer that he looked very young, and at such a young age he had already managed to reach such great heights, and that was commendable. Kim Hyun-bo asked how he knew so much. The demon explained that many of the demons had access to information about human lifespans, and the demon also wondered if the necromancer had purification magic, because she couldn't leave their treasure in such a state. The boy did not understand what he was talking about, and assumed that this girl was a treasure for demons. Andromalius confirmed that he had saved his life, which meant she now belonged to him. Kim Hyun-bo didn't even know what had happened between them, but he could see that the demon really valued her. Andromalius said that was true, but he could see that their conversation was already dragging on, and the demon decided to suggest that he talk in another city. The necromancer wondered why the archdemon needed a normal human and asked if he had a contract with her, but he denied it because they didn't have one. And Andromalius explained that he was only trying to help her avoid death. And if you think about it, it was even very surprising because she agreed to help so easily and simply. Kim Hyun-bo didn't understand why he needed to save an ordinary girl, and he wondered why the demon had decided to tell him all this in the first place. The demon just laughed and explained that he was only doing it to get closer. The necromancer asked why he would do that, as he was much weaker than him. Andromalius explained that the boy had low self-esteem, but his skills were outstanding. In addition, Vasago gave him advice. He had the gift of predicting the future. Kim Hyun-bo asked what kind of advice it was. The demon explained that he was asked to befriend the first craftsman he saw on Earth, and this meeting will be useful to him. And he turned out to be this person. The necromancer said that it was a great honor for him, and it seemed that in his future he was still alive, and it was a relief for him. The boy asked if the demons were planning something. Andromalius explained that they were only working for each other, and that was a very obvious answer because they were. Kim Hyun-bo revealed that he had already managed to see two of the strongest enemies, and he now knows that demons are not the strongest, so he does not see the point of demons doing anything for the sake of humans. Andromalius thought that Vasago's advice was sound, and now he wondered who exactly the necromancer was fighting against. The main character decided to tell him about Gloria and the creature he managed to meet in the wasteland. The demon said that it was an interesting story, and his enemies were really serious because she was even a representative of the dragons. Andromalius thanked him for the story and gave him a manacall that can help him grant his wish, and he can use it up to 3 times. And also with its help, he will be able to personally ask for help from the archdemon. The necromancer examined this gift and said that it was already too much and returned it. But the demon still asked to accept him because it was in honor of their friendship. Kim Hyun-bo decided to remember this incident, and after that they continued to talk and exchange information. He told him a lot about dark magic and the world of dragons, and he also learned that demons had not visited the earth for ages except when summoned by dark wizards. Andromalius told a lot and even told about Lucifer. He also told that they were allowed to come to Earth only after the manifestation of the last dungeons, and also he told why this treasure was so dear to him. Kim Hyun-bo understood that, considering they hadn't been here for so long. The demon also said that there were many more dark mages. 300 years ago, there were only thousands of them. Kim Hyun-bo asked how many dark mages there were now, and Andromalius replied that there were more than 10,000. There were more every year. Everyone wanted to become stronger in such a situation. And also, he was ready to hand him the book. Here was all the dark magic from the first to the sixth circle. Christina also really wanted to look at it, and Kim Hyun-bo agreed to let her read it later. The necromancer enthusiastically examined the book from all sides and thanked him. Suddenly, his talisman given by the director appeared in front of the boy. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised and remembered that this talisman could be used as a telephone. Over the phone, the director praised the necromancer for making it to Seoul so quickly. He asked to come here, and they will wait for him at the indicated place on the map. He asked to come as quickly as possible because the people from above had already started moving. Andromalius was very surprised that the boy had remained neutral all this time. He promised to remember it. The necromancer was surprised that he knew Andromalius. The demon said that the boy had known about the existence of heaven and the underworld for so long, and now he understood why he wasn't so surprised during their conversation. Andromalius got up from his seat and said he would leave then, and he also wondered if Kim Hyun-bo was married. The guy was very surprised that he was being asked about this at all. He replied that he was not married. The demon was glad that his guesses were correct and said goodbye. Kim Hyun-bo headed towards the director and approached him, but it was obvious that something had happened to him. His face looked very exhausted, and he asked what happened. The headmaster said he thought the necromancer would kill him as soon as he met him. The fighter admitted that he really had such a thought. The man thanked for the excitement and for saving his life, and to thank him, he wants to give him something. They were already giving him a talisman, and he would need this as well. They gave him a new mascot. The director asked the boy to rest tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, he will have to go to Yoido. Kim Hyun-bo said he would do it and asked why tomorrow was a day off. The director said he would find out for himself and asked him to rest before the trip. Suddenly, the director started coughing up blood. It was immediately obvious that something was wrong with him even by his appearance, but he still asked not to pay attention to him, and he would soon feel better. The necromancer once again asked what was happening to him, but the headmaster believed that he had nothing to worry about him, because he himself was a selfish person who only thought about himself. The director said that his family had supported this country for many generations, and he was tired of constantly living for the sake of others. But he had to do it that way. Because, for example, many other people were ready to do anything to save their own skin, and he was not ready to let this country perish, so he does it all for himself. Kim Hyun-bo said he would understand, but asked if he would be the only one going to Yoido. He was told that there would be other people there, but they would not be combined into one team. The principal said he had a lot to do, so he would leave. The necromancer also turned around. They decided to go with the team and go through the magic circle. After killing the monsters, the soldiers began to collect their corpses. They tried to work as soon as possible. The military knew that they could pay a lot for selling these corpses, and he even thought about starting a business because they killed them themselves, so they could take them and sell them. But suddenly, in the war, they saw how frightening monsters began to approach them, and they began to scream out of fear. It was the second of 4 dark days on planet Earth. The soldiers saw that these were unusual monsters and corpses that began to come to life one by one and attack. The dead began to come back to life. The soldiers began to run away from the corpse monsters in fear. It seems like it was a mistake to start picking them up and selling them. The monsters were too close to them. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared in front of the soldiers, who rushed to protect them and beat the corpse monsters. The defenders had time to run back to a safe distance, and after a moment there was an explosion at this place. The main character watched what was happening from the side, and a strong explosion. And although this creature was undead, it was not so undead. But the boy understood that if he intervened in this as a necromancer, then they might think that this creature was created by him. Christina asked what they decided to do in that case. Kim Hyun-bo said it's best to test them because it's an exam. Jin is a new race that appeared as a result of contamination. This is a new transcendent being, and he was neither an angel nor a demon. The necromancer used his magic to release his new subordinate being, Agni, who was a genie. This is a great way to experience it, and Agni was very glad that they had finally called him. Jin asked if he decided to take advantage of their contract. Agni is the genie of fire, and he could grant their wishes and live in the lamp until he was summoned. Kim Hyun-bo ordered his genie to burn everyone around except for civilians, and not to burn anyone who was associated with a necromancer. Agni smiled and was very happy to have such a master, and agreed to complete the task. And also the necromancer asked him to try to lead the living to a safe zone. Jin began to happily climb up and laugh. He ordered everything around to be burned with fire, and the world had never seen a fire of such a huge scale. Christina asked the owner if all this was normal, because Jin could burn down the whole city in this way. Kim Hyun-bo asked him not to worry, and said that it was normal because Seoul would not be able to return to its previous state anyway. The sorceress said that it would be better if they told everyone else about it so they wouldn't get caught. Kim Hyun-bo agreed with this opinion, and indeed, they should have been warned and all the civilians removed. He also said that tomorrow they will go to Yeouido, as the military had assumed. Suddenly, a new scary monster with 2 heads appeared on the battlefield. In front of him was a magic circle, into which he wanted to step. As soon as he stepped on the magic circle, a monster that was even tougher appeared in front of him, and he grabbed its body with a clawed paw and crushed it, killing the 2-headed monster. The next day in Yeouido, the undead and monsters decided to unite with each other to destroy humanity, and it looked really scary. Kim Hyun-bo had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he was wondering how it would end. He thought it was good to be a necromancer in such a world. Christina revealed that her sister, Kim Mi-jin, had been working on the challenge, and they were excited to see what could come of it. Agni returned to his master, who was on the bone dragon, and the boy praised the genie for the successful completion of the task. The genie said that everything was just wonderful, and he really wanted to see the magic circle, and asked the owner to show it, and they went to him. Agni examined the magic circle and said that he felt like the circle was summoning some kind of monster, and he didn't know who, but they would find out who after a while. Kim Hyun-bo asked Jin how much time was left since they had to prepare, but Agni replied that they didn't have time because the magic circle was starting to activate right now. Suddenly, the entire city of Seoul began to be sanctified by the glow of the magic circle, and there were several of them around, which only made it more frightening. And suddenly some very strange creatures began to appear from these magic circles. They looked like elephants with large claws, a long tail with spikes and long sharp tusks. A bloody glow burned around the monster. This big elephant went to the ground and looked for new victims. Agni began to laugh enthusiastically, for no one would have thought that such a strange adversary could emerge from this magic circle. Kim Hyun-bo decided to ask who it was anyway, and Jin replied that it was either the Earth King or the Monster King. He was one of the best monsters on planet Earth. And the name of the monster is Behemoth. The necromancer thought and remembered that he had seen such a monster before. This creature was similar to angels and demons. Agni began to laugh again, and asked his master not to be afraid, for he was sure that he would easily overcome the monster, for it was much stronger than him, though it had not been so from the beginning. Jin decided to use his powerful attack on the behemoth, but suddenly the magic circles around them began to burn even more powerfully, and it was impossible to approach the monster. The boy understood that everything was very bad, and they had to have time to use the amulets. Each of the team members took the talismans in their hands and began to concentrate the power around them. The necromancer addressed his team. He said that everything would work out for them and asked them to prepare for tactics. The main character remembered the gift that Andromalius gave him. It was glasses, and he decided to give them to Christina because he knew for sure that she would handle them. Kim Hyun-bo climbed onto his bone dragon, and he began to use the vicious breath spell. Dark energy began to flow from his mouth, which was directed at the behemoth. And even after using this powerful attack, it could be seen that it did little damage to the monster, and they were unable to deal with it. The huge monster began to rise from the ground and tried to attack the bone dragon with its huge clawed paw, but Nidhogg reacted in time and began to run away. At this moment, the dragon tried to continue using attacks that caused lightning. Kim Hyun-bo could see that the amulets were holding him back a bit, but the lightning took too much mana. The master ordered Kai and Kessel to prepare for the next strike. They jumped off the dragon and wanted to attack the behemoth with their powerful sword strikes in parallel with the lightning attack. Kai ordered the monster to die and used the power strike skill. Kessel also used the shock sword skill, and they cut the elephant several times. But after a few seconds, the monster's skin began to regenerate, and the wound tightened. This monster was very strong and had great strength. The skeletons didn't even know what to do with it. The fire genie decided to join the fray as well. He flew closer to the monster and hit the monster in the face with his fiery hand. At such moments, even his blood was on fire. Agni moved back a little. He mustered all his strength because they had to end this. He began to gather all his forces around him and began to burn with an even fiercer fire. He touched the behemoth's body, and it too began to burst into flames and scream in pain. Then the fire genie touched his heart and delivered an even more powerful attack. Kessel watched the fight in amazement and could not understand how Agni had it so easily. Jin explained that the behemoth monster was drawing power from the ground, which meant that it would not be able to withstand this last attack. He ordered all non-humans to fight. Kim Hyun-bo raised his weapon and used the bone spear skill. A dozen stone spears appeared around him, piercing the monster's body with great speed. And even after this attack, the necromancer saw that these attacks didn't work, and Behemoth continued to feel good because his skin was too thick. Suddenly, the monster, in pain everywhere, grabbed the fiery Jin's arm with great force and threw him several hundred meters back, and Agni was unable to resist. Kim Hyun-bo decided to move his bone monster closer to the behemoth to try to attack it again, but suddenly the monster jumped up trying to attack them. Nidhogg immediately dodged the attack and flew back. They saw an exhausted Agni sitting on the ground, asked him to gather himself because they had to defeat this monster. The fire genie began to shout, saying that he needed more fire to defeat this monster, even more than he had in the beginning. The guy thought about it and still decided to help him. He turned to the undead and asked them for help. Bombs with skeletons on them began to fall from the sky. Agni spread his arms out to his sides, and after a few minutes, several dozen explosions took place around him, igniting fire around him, and he absorbed all this fire into himself to then attack with it. Kessel watched this in amazement and could not understand how a person could withstand such powerful explosions. And he also had an idea, and he asked the owner to give him an amulet. The skeleton said that the undead was scarce, and they needed more. They needed to do something that was not available to other people. And when they prepared everything, they were ready to attack further. The castle began to increase in volume and became so large that it was almost as tall as a hippopotamus. His plan worked, and everything worked out. But only he found it very difficult to move. Kai turned to his friend. "I asked you to help me, because at this moment I was trying to awaken my inner energy, and he had to fight." The skeleton said that it was just a great plan and asked to help him then. Kessel began to walk forward, and this made it much easier for him to move. The fire. Genie watched everything from the side and laughed because he thought this was how a battle should be. Kim Hyun-bo was turning to Jin and asking him to help Keslu. Nidhogg began to fly up and then plummet down, and he began to launch several attacks at him. It was several bones that flew at him, and these bones fell right next to the behemoth and crushed his limbs so that he could not move anymore. It was just the perfect moment for the next attack. The bone dragon opened its mouth, began to use the vicious breath spell as well as the dark explosion skill, directing the attack at the monster. At that moment, the behemoth began to be attacked from two sides by Castle and the fire genie. The two of them tried to pierce the skin of the elephant with their weapons, and it was very difficult. Kim Hyun-bo was trying to find the right moment and used the reverse gravity spell. At this moment, people with wizard skills decided to gather around the monster and began to gather all their magic in one big layer. The girl asked to help Kim Hyun-bo with all her strength. She used the necrofleece skill. Kim Hyun-bo immediately started calling Agni and Kessel and ordered them to attack together. They did so, and thrust their swords into the behemoth's ear. Before this battle, the main character talked to Christina, and he admitted that this was his weakness, the lack of strong attacks. He asked her if it was not possible to increase the negative mana, but the sorceress answered him that everything was possible in magic if he had all the attributes of death and curses. For example, the glasses he was able to get from Basago and the negative mana that was contained in that amulet. And by combining all this, they will be able to destroy the enemy much faster. Kim Hyun-bo understood that the end would definitely come after such a powerful behemoth attack, and he gave the order to use this powerful attack and let this large layer explode. There was a powerful explosion, and after him, the monster was no longer in the deep pit. Agni was just enthralled by it because it was just a great attack. The owner looked at Christina and was very surprised, because after such an attack, She was left with her limbs, but she calmed them down, explaining that she was undead, and the owner could easily restore her. Agni said it was finally time to get the prize for his work. Kim Hyun-bo climbed higher on his dragon and using magic began to raise the level of his subordinates. Along with leveling up, fire resistance and recovery were increased, and the mission went from level B to level B, and there was a limit on monster type A. It was life force. The fiery genie was incredibly happy, and he ordered everyone to follow him, because he wanted to show everyone the blessings of the great Allah. He began to climb high up. The owner watched him in surprise. He had never heard anything about the blessing, but they could find out about it later, so he suggested they go and rest. He wanted to leave, but suddenly Christina, who was lying on the floor, turned to the owner and asked to restore her body. He completely forgot about her. And while the main character was fighting Behemoth, the others also continued to fight. But on the fourth mysterious day on Earth, people were finally able to understand everything. Now they have come to terms with the fact that after the monsters, nature will become their enemies. It was incredibly cold because it was now winter, and in the fear of death, people managed to find angels and demons. Desperate people turned to God and asked him to help them. They could not understand how they could deserve such treatment, and so far, all the gods had ignored their prayers. Demons decided to take advantage of this opportunity, and people began to turn to them. They were ready to give their souls for salvation, and the demons agreed to such a deal. One of the demons approached the people with an offer. He could save them, but instead he wanted to make a contract with them. At the same time, he assured that he would not demand their souls. Demons decided to endow their subordinates with dark power. Among the people, dark wizards began to appear who fought on the side of evil. However, in addition to darkness, people also began to feel light. After 4 days of suffering, the gods decided to return to Earth. The gods helped people to restore the destroyed and returned the city to its former appearance. They explained that the terrible events that took place had an otherworldly origin. The gods declared that they were ready to help people, but on the condition that they unite and make every effort. This is how people with sacred power appeared. Thanks to divine help, the skills of dungeon explorers have greatly improved, which has helped humanity avoid even greater disasters. The day of the return of the gods became a new beginning for the world. It was called the Day of Miracles. 6 months later, the main character was invited to an important meeting where he was offered to join the saviors of humanity. However, Kim Hyun-bo recalled that he never wanted to become a defender. The Defenders are an organization created to protect humanity. The director asked the hero to inform him if he changed his mind. The boy understood that he did not want to participate in such organizations. He wondered why the director had approached him now. Maybe something unexpected happened? After the head of the department taught him how to use amulets, their department was disbanded. In their place, a new organization from another world appeared, which positioned itself as a neutral trading company. They declared that the war had brought too much suffering and suggested that trade should solve the problems. During all this time, Tia was able to transform into a new creature and received new abilities of slugs. She informed the landlady that she had successfully returned from her mission. Tia said that she saw a meeting between 2 very serious uncles, and they claimed that Kim Hyun-bo was a danger to them and needed to get rid of him. The guy thought. He asked if she was talking about the military and politicians. Tia confirmed this, and also added that her daughter said that the issue was pressing. But they didn't scare Kim Hyun-bo that much. The main character told the creature to leave because they were going to their new home. Castle was simply fascinated. He thought that this house was the best city, and he already wanted to start playing. Kai told the master that he planned to take care of the master's business. The boy thanked him and said that he would leave to rest in the meantime. Christina asked Kim Hyun-bo what they had for dinner tonight, but the necromancer asked to order something from the internet and said that he agreed to any food. Kim Hyun-bo remembered the words of the boss, who had said 6 months ago that chaos would soon begin, and asked him to be ready for anything. The boy could not believe that he could plan new chaos in the country again. He supposed that the chief had the ability to see the future, which meant that it would definitely happen then. Suddenly, Tia started screaming and yelling at the master. She said that they had an important guest. The boy immediately got up and went to the door. He saw Andromalius in front of him. He laughed happily and saw that now the necromancer felt good and was happy. Kim Hyun-bo greeted the demon. The archdemon looked around and said that he thought the boy had settled in well here. It was a different time then. But now everything has settled down. Behind Andromalius stood a few more people. He explained that his friend was nearby, also a demon named Saer, who was also called the Duke of the Underworld. Saer reached out to the necromancer and told him that Andromalius had actually talked a lot about him. He was happy to meet and wanted to give him a small gift. Opening the box, the boy saw that it was the horn of Baphomet. It seemed that he would not need it in the future. Andromalius said that he also prepared some and got the mithril. He revealed that he was actually very useful to wizards. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't believe that he could just accept these gifts. And behind the demon was a girl, and Kim Hyun-bo wondered who she was. Andromalius introduced this girl as Lady Sue. Everything seemed fine. The necromancer began to remember that it was this girl that the demon decided to save 6 months ago. Most likely, she was the demon's treasure now. Lady Sue turned to Andromalius and asked why they had come here, and the demon explained that he had some request for the necromancer. The demon looked at the main character and said that he would really like to ask him to be Lady Sue's first teacher if he didn't mind. This surprised the boy very much. Andromalius asked if it was possible the necromancer didn't want it, because they have to go with the Asian Union to China, and many people needed their help. The Asian Union is an association that was formed after China broke up into several separate states. And probably because of the war, people decided to make a contract with demons in Korea, and so many monsters appeared. But we will have to deal with Japanese monsters. This is why the demon decided to entrust Kim Hyun-bo with their treasure. The boy asked if they wanted him to protect her and teach her, and it was indeed true. But Kim Hyun-bo said that he had several languages and asked her to be okay with the fact that she might get injured, because to get stronger, you need exhausting training. Andromalius smiled and said that he understood all this, but the treasure girl was against it and did not want to feel such torment. But the demon asked Lady Sue, didn't she want to become stronger because there was no easy way anyway? Or does she want to give up such a rare chance? The girl lowered her eyes and said that she agreed for the sake of such a result. And the second condition that the necromancer had was that he asked for permission to conduct research, because it was also necessary for the effectiveness of the training. Lady Sue agreed to this condition because she herself wanted to know more about herself. Kim Hyun-bo also said that he had a third condition. He needed her blood and hair because it was necessary to summon a huge demon, because she should know that wizards are very living creatures. Therefore, for the sake of survival, they are ready to do anything. Lady Sue lowered her head and still agreed to all these conditions to begin training. Also, Kim Hyun-bo asked that the demons cover all the expenses of the study. These were all his conditions. Andromalius said he would now send an approximate amount, and if it was not enough, he asked to be told. The necromancer decided to check his bank account and was very surprised to find that it was too much more than promised, and he probably should have given up. But he decided he wouldn't, and simply shook Andromalius's hand, making a pact that from now on he was Lady Sue's teacher and would teach and protect her. And 3 days later, the guy and Christina looked at the treasure girl. She was lying on the sofa with a lot of fast food and watching TV, and she was not interested in anything else. Kim Hyun-bo asked the sorceress, does he need to train such a girl? And he got confirmation. So he decided to intervene in Lady Sue's space. He asked if she had relaxed too much, but the girl defiantly replied that she didn't think the teacher should care at all. But that was exactly what worried him. Lady Sue reminded him that the teacher had been gone for 3 days and asked if he had finished his training yet. Kim Hyun-bo said yes, and now it was time for them to talk about her. The necromancer explained that now they needed to learn about how he needed to develop her magic, because from the research it was possible to say that she was immortal. Also, Kim Hyun-bo said that most likely, if you drank her blood or absorbed her flesh, you could become stronger. Lady Sue couldn't believe that they had planned to eat her. Kim Hyun-bo remembered that they were able to become stronger when they took away Behemoth's life force, and if the girl was absorbed completely, one could become practically invincible. Therefore, in such a case, Lady Sue might become the main target for the others, but the teacher asked not to worry because they were ready to protect her in such a case. But in fact, the treasure girl began to feel very scared, and her body trembled. Kim Hyun-bo asked if she was scared and wanted to run away, and Lady Sue admitted that it was indeed so. Then Kim Hyun-bo explained to her that in such a case she should become stronger so as not to waste time on her fears. The girl agreed to start working on herself and completely relied on the teacher. So the next day, they immediately started working and testing Lady Sue and her true powers, and the teacher and the sorceress were incredibly surprised, because in this study, they tried to measure the amount of mana that was stored in the girl's body, and in general, she had 10 times more mana and strength than the owner. Kim Hyun-bo was also very surprised because all this time, he thought that he was the one who was getting stronger quickly. But in fact, she was also developing rapidly. And with the help of mana, or black magic, she can keep the coins in the air for more than 30 seconds. But if she combines them, then it will be 30 minutes. And this was an incredible result. Christina said that this power was simply incredible. But this research even exhausted the teacher a little. So he said that it was time to rest, and he went to his room. The sorceress entered her master's room, asked if he was all right, but Kim Hyun-bo was beside himself. He thought he was completely out of order and was banging his fists on the table. He didn't understand anything because he thought that he was not afraid of anything in this world. But the facts of the existence of a strong fighter like Lady Sue only made him more nervous, so much so that he wanted to destroy her. Christina asked, "Why doesn't he want to do it then?" But the boy said that it was just disgusting, because he did not want to become an abomination, which is so strongly dependent on its feelings. The sorceress asked the owner to calm down, and she admitted that she also felt anger and envy and had already felt such things, because she had already watched how Kim Hyun-bo was getting stronger every day. And now it was strange that now he could understand how Christina felt all this time against the background of the necromancer. But only now did she realize why her urge to kill had been suppressed, because she could still grow stronger. And the boy also understood this. So the owner decided to refrain from his desire. Therefore, Christina tried to use these feelings correctly. Kim Hyun-bo thought and realized that he could also become stronger with these feelings. Therefore, the teacher went with the student on another study. Lady Sue began to use the magic aura spell, but after a few seconds, she stopped using the spell. Kim Hyun-bo asked the girl if she had already given up and didn't want to try again, but in response, Lady Sue began to freak out and said that she just needed another spell. The necromancer decided to explain to her that she didn't come here to learn spells. She came to learn how to defend herself. So he asked her to stop being so stubborn. Lady Sue lowered her head and agreed. The teacher told her that she should not give up so easily because she needed a specific goal, and then they could choose good training. The boy understood that he should not give in to his emotions, and he had to use them to survive in any situation, so he was ready to put as much effort into his studies. And at the same time, in the group of mysterious magicians in the main headquarters of the Abyss, Andromalius asked Tantalion what the current situation was. Tantalion was one of the 71 great demons, and he was the Archduke of Hell, and he reported to the headmaster that everything was going exactly as planned, and they had already begun moving into phase number 2. The director relied on him completely, and asked him to follow up on the information that the great demons had already managed to visit Mr. Wanyo with Lady Peck. And he could not wait for the moment when they would react to the danger. In Gangnam in Seoul, the guards, the Hunters Association, the Abyss, and the Necropolis were located here. And for these people, he was the leader, and those who were subordinates were chosen. The great demon Andromalius and Sarah had been spotted in the Asian Federation, and according to their informants in the Abyss, a witch had been spotted there. Tantalion, who was in charge of the Japanese and Korean people, signed a contract with the demons. But there was no information about the necropolis. They really hoped that the news would be good, and they were sure that this was the perfect way to get rid of the great demons and their followers. It was necessary to destroy all who decided to follow the path of evil, and also the traces of the necromancer were not discovered. Therefore, they had the task of trying to find him and his followers, who were also not the last in this game. Meanwhile, the teacher and his student continued training. Lady Sue was unable to attack the necromancer because he always dodged her small attacks. She said that they did not agree that way, but the teacher decided to give her one piece of advice. He asked to use the maximum of his magic, and Lady Sue did so. She threw a now slightly more powerful attack at the teacher, but he also easily dodged it with a kick. Suddenly, this attack started to scare Lady Sue very much, as she realized that she would lose and immediately used a shield to try to protect herself, but she still felt very scared. And this time the teacher understood that the end had come. He cast his shock spell, and she fell to the floor from such a powerful charge. Kim Hyun-bo immediately ran over and checked to see if she was okay. And even though it was only the 9th day, she had indeed gotten a lot stronger in those days. The girl suggested that he rest a little and continue training, and then she will definitely win. The teacher said that he was very sorry, but from now on they would have special training. Lady Sue was very surprised when she heard the offer of special training, and Castle came, who brought the goblin, who was tied to a stick and could not move. The teacher said that now it is her task to kill this monster by herself, but only she should do it. Without the use of black magic or mana, she had to do it with her own hands. Lady Sue couldn't believe that she had to do this, and she didn't want to kill a living being. Castle said that this goblin had already suffered if he was here. Kim Hyun-bo told her to kill the monster again, and it was a huge fear for the girl. She was breathing heavily and took small steps towards the monster. The goblin began to scream like a madman out of fear, but Lady Sue was able to step over herself. She took a dagger in her hands and used it to pierce the monster's heart. She began to deliver several more powerful attacks and ordered the monster to die. And indeed, the goblin began to fall dead. After this brutal fight, he was considered defeated. Kim Hyun-bo said that they could start training from now on. Kessel asked if he was sure of his decision, and he said yes. He warned the girl that they would start in 10 seconds. Lady Sue was acting crazy. The situation with the goblin made her very exhausted, and she began to attack the teacher with a dagger with terrible words and ordered him to die. She couldn't understand why he treated her like that. Kim Hyun-bo applied the shields, explained that it was necessary for her survival, and she should know how horrible it is to take someone else's life, because a strong person like her and a strong person like him will have to take many other people's lives, because the girl who made a contract with the demon and who will hate everyone, and he, who was a necromancer, everyone will be against them. Baek Sung-soo is a creature that worshipped great demons, so she will definitely be a target for everyone with a holy attribute, and she will have to kill them in order to survive. Lady Sue began to cry and said that she had no idea what was coming and she just wanted to live. That's why she needed help when she was saved by a demon, because when she turned to God and he did not answer her request, she decided to turn to the help of demons, and she did not understand why she should suffer, because it was not fair. Kim Hyun-bo agreed that this world was unfair, so they only had 2 options. The first option is to kill the creatures that stand in your way for the sake of survival, or surrender to them and die, paying with your life. Baek Sun-soo fell to the floor and began to cry. She was so exhausted that she immediately fell asleep after the tantrum. It seems she overexerted herself. Kim Hyun-bo said that there was nothing they could do about it and that she should get some rest. They moved her to the bed and left her to rest. Tia suddenly returned to the owner. She said she noticed people circling their building, and at first she thought they were normal people, so they didn't pay attention. But then she began to feel that the mana these people had was connected to a holy attribute, and she thinks that they will be able to attack them in 2 or 4 days. And also she overheard the conversation of these people, and they were talking about the fact that the army had begun to advance. The necromancer did not even know that these people had forgotten here and why they were here. The boy said he would take care of it and thanked Tia for her help, and she went on to observe. Kim Hyun-bo turned to Christina and asked what stage the defense process for Baek Sung-soo was at, and the sorceress replied that everything would be finished today, and they were ready to test her in a real battle. The next morning, when the girl woke up, she ate everything that was in the kitchen. She showed the empty plate to the teacher and said that she needed 3 novels at once. And she also asked for fried chicken, pizza, rice with vegetables, hamburger and spaghetti to be delivered to her. This is how she coped with her stress. Kim Hyun-bo came closer to the girl, and Lady Sue said that she decided that she did not want to die, and from now on she will do anything for her survival. So she is ready to kill other beings that will stand in the way. Glad that she was able to take the plunge so quickly, he asked her to rest for now, as they would soon have a lot to do. Kim Hyun-bo came back to the room and asked Christina if everything was ready, and she said yes, so she was ready to show the results. She showed 2 glasses that contained magical power, and she was very surprised that even when Baek Sun-soo made a contract with a demon, they managed to extract both mana and demonic magic from her. The sorceress assumed that probably the magic within her had not yet had time to form, so for now it would be mixed, like 2 dishes on one plate. The boy said that he thought about it too, but he still wanted to compare her to paper, although it was a strange association. But he explained, because if Baek Sung-soo is doused with water, it will be impossible to return to her former form, so they need to be more careful. Therefore, he wants to check whether she is similar to other contractors. Because if all the gods answered her request, then she would have become an incredibly strong priestess, but the demon answered her request. Kim Hyun-bo remembered that when Andromalius spoke about her, he said that it was as if two forces were fighting inside her, and one of them was rushing upwards, while the other wanted to destroy itself. Christina said that these observations were very interesting. The boy confirmed that he had already learned more from an older being. He was talking about Agni. Yijin replied that he couldn't tell anything about the creature. The only thing he could say was that Baek Sun-soo was incredibly strong, and by acquiring her flesh and blood, one could become much stronger. The sorceress said that it was strange that even Agni, who was a transcendent being, should speak of her like that. The boy agreed to this, so it was interesting why the demons decided to entrust her to him. Christina asked what he planned to do in the future, but the necromancer replied that for now, they would do as the demons wanted. But suddenly they heard a loud explosion, and the teacher immediately went to Baek Sun-soo's room and ordered her to go down to the basement immediately. The girl sat on the floor in fear, asked what was going on with them. Kim Hyun-bo explained that they were being attacked. There was a big explosion right on top of their house, and the fire started to spread around. The teacher grabbed the girl's hand and began to lead her to the shelter, and although he was expecting an attack all this time, he did not think that it would happen so quickly. They went into a room where there were surveillance cameras all over the house. Half of the cameras didn't work, but they still managed to see what was happening from outside the house. Christina confirmed that these were indeed representatives of the saints, and they were targeting contract workers. The teacher asked Baek Sun-soo if she understood what was happening. He asked to prepare for battle, and Lady Su was immediately able to change into her battle suit with the help of magic. She was also given a new staff, and it will help her control the force. She thanked the necromancer and said that now was the time to deal with everyone who stood in their way, and he already had time to prepare everything and the stairs that they could not avoid. The holy warriors stood in front of the necromancer's house, and they declared that their main enemies were the necromancer and the witch. He ordered everyone to gather and start attacking. The holy knights prepared themselves, but suddenly they saw unknown creatures crawling out from under the ruined building begin to attack them. It was an undead that Kim Hyun-bo was preparing for defense. The warriors began to attack the undead and hit them with firearms, and after their attacks, the undead still died easily. But the number of enemies increased every second. They simply did not have time to fight them off, because a new batch of skeletons immediately appeared. And suddenly, Christina came to them, asking that the gods give them their strength together. And at that moment, the knights raised their hands up, and a sacred energy began to appear above them. Everything did not go according to plan. The commander analyzed the situation and decided that the best solution would be to retreat. They used those munitions that were designed to defeat fortified structures that were deep underground. A plane was flying in the sky, which dropped a rocket, and it fell directly on the building where the necromancer and the witch were located, and the explosion was of incredible power. The commander ordered everyone to stay here while his unit would go forward. He ordered everyone to make sure that no one escaped from the building, and everyone accepted the order. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-bo and the girl with the treasure tried to escape. He pulled her by the hand and she almost ran. Now he realized that it was most likely a mistake, because Baek Sun-soo's physical form left much to be desired, and they simply wouldn't be able to escape. The teacher told the student that they had to be very careful, and he simply wouldn't be able to protect her if he was attacked unexpectedly. Baek Sun-soo was very scared. Her body began to tremble, and she asked if he had decided to leave her at such a difficult time. Kim Hyun-bo said that this was completely wrong, and he was willing to try his best to protect her. But he reminded himself that he only had one life, so he would have to do it this way. Lady Su lashed out at the necromancer and simply begged him not to leave her because she didn't want to die. She squeezed his hand with great force. But in response, the boy only asked her to pull herself together and asked her to stop acting like a child, because she didn't always have to rely on him, and one day she would have to stand up for herself. And now that moment has come. Baek Sung-soo can only protect herself on her own. He really asked her to try to survive or she would have to die. He explained that they cannot go back in time. The gods and their archbishops know that she made a contract with a demon, so she is now their prime target. Baek Soon-soo lowered her head and said that she knew about it, and Andromalius had told her about it. The teacher said that now Christina, Kessel, and Kai are trying to drag out time as long as possible, but she was still the goal of these people, and if they knew more about her than they did, the advantage was on their side. But Baek Soon-soo was left with 3 options to deal with this situation. The first option is to be killed. The second option is to become subdued. The third option is to die from carelessness. And he also had a fourth option. She could deliberately shorten her life and end it. The girl clenched her teeth in fear and said that these options did not suit her, and she did not want to accept the rules of this world, but she also did not want to accept such a life. Kim Hyun-bo said that this talk was enough, and then they could go on their way. He will try to protect her, but she must put her efforts also to survive. They began to flee through the streets, but they were still able to be detected, and the enemies decided to surround them from all sides. The necromancer tried to attack enemies and run away at the same time. But when he looked at Baek Soon-soo, he saw that she did not attack. He ordered her to attack, but she only looked at her enemies in fear. They ran after her, and she heard orders that they should kill the witch and kill the demon henchman and the demon litter. And these words scared the girl even more. They continued to flee, but now helicopters began to appear above them, from which snipers began to aim at them and shoot bullets from firearms. Baek Soon-soo just looked around in fear, and couldn't believe that these people wanted to kill her so badly. She could not do anything because of fear. Meanwhile, her teacher was trying to figure everything out. He used the Bone Shield spell. The girl also managed to use the Ghost Shield spell, and the boy fired several fire arrows. They ran forward, and even ahead they met their enemies. They wanted to kill the witch and the demonic henchman and said that this place would become their grave. Suddenly, one unknown commander appeared among these people. He asked everyone to stop and said that they would have to burn these people. He repeated once again that their task is to burn them. Kim Hyun-bo didn't really understand what they meant by the word burn. They probably wanted to cleanse this whole world of evil. Baek Soon-soo was very scared and she couldn't stand it. She started screaming and asking bitterly why they wanted to kill her so badly. Because she didn't do anything to anyone, she didn't kill a single person, and she just wanted to live. And when she called an angel to her in a moment of desperation and asked for help, they were silent. So she had to turn to a demon to help her. The unknown man closed his eyes and said that he knew that many people had died in 4 days and that she was an innocent sheep, so he was willing to grant her mercy. Baek Soon-soo even had time to rejoice and was very happy that they were willing to spare her and save her life. But in response, she only heard that they only wanted her to surrender and fall to her knees. And then he was ready to quickly cut off her head, in which case she would receive forgiveness and go to heaven to God. He said that she should have died back then, and then he gives her a chance to correct her mistake, and then she can go to God. Before that, Kim Hyun-bo talked about the mercy of these people. If they wanted to just talk, then this group of warriors and knights would not be here now. The commander ordered all the apostles to connect with God. They raised their hands up, and a sacred energy began to appear around them, and God said that he supported their choice. Baek Soon-soo began to cry bitterly and said that she did not want this at all, but no one even wanted to listen to her. Looking up, she saw that the apostles began to shout at her and said that they would kill the witch because she must receive her punishment. Kai was able to come to their aid. Kim Hyun-bo began to cast several spells, and the skeleton managed to kill several apostles in its path. Baek Soon-soo closed her eyes in fear. She asked to leave her. She did not understand what she had done to these people because she was a person just like them. But suddenly she still thought about the words. Was she human? And opening her eyes, she began to laugh bitterly. Finally, she understood everything. She turned to the apostles and said that now, thanks to them, she managed to understand herself. She decided that they were not human, but only subordinates of their selfish God. She believed that every life was important except the life of these apostles, who as a whole wanted to take away from her the life she was fighting for. She explained that she made a contract with a demon to survive, and they call her a sinner for not wanting to die, and a witch for being forced to make a contract. Therefore, Baek Soon-soo felt no guilt, and now she had no doubts because they were even worse than anyone else and were real monsters. She gathered all her magic and energy around her and began to lift the apostles into the air, knocking them down with her powerful, dark, demonic power without even touching them. The angel commander started yelling at her and calling her a witch because she finally decided to show her true colors. Baek Sung-soo said that it was a fake face, and she could only tell by their attitude, and finally she was able to accept herself as she was. Lady Sue looked at her teacher, begging him to save her. Kim Hyun-bo promised that he would do it. The girl reached out her hand, and with the help of her magic, she began to lift the opponents up, and she really looked demonic. Kim Hyun-bo watched his students work with fascination and saw that she was using his spell. She used the power of a weaker opponent. And after this attack, the enemy fell to the ground exhausted, and next to them was their commander. The girl admitted that it was time for them to end it. But suddenly, the commander rose from the ground. A divine power appeared around him, and he said that he was ready to put his life on the line to prove his faith. And the necromancer watched these people in great surprise. They behaved madly because they began to use the magic of resurrection, a great sacrifice. These people knew that Baek Sung-soo had been training very hard all this time, and that was why they were willing to make such a great sacrifice. The main character raised his hand up and cast the restrained, radiant beam spell. A shield appeared around them to protect them. The student asked the teacher what he was doing. Kim Hyun-bo turned to her and asked her to listen carefully. Their opponent was now trying to use resurrection magic, and it was deflecting the caster's will. Therefore, she should not forget that their goal is her death. And the necromancer explained that there was only one way to survive: to absorb them. She needed to absorb their holy power, and then she would definitely be able to win. He explained that her body was capable of containing not only demonic magic and mana, but she also had other types of magic within her. Baek Sung-soo was in shock, and she did not dare to attack so powerfully. The teacher started yelling at her and explained that his shield wouldn't be able to last that long, so he told her to get ready now and he would help her. The girl fell to the ground and could not do it. She began to try to use this technique, but it was given to her with great difficulty. Kim Hyun-bo came closer to her and asked her to listen to him very carefully. Now they will join their forces, so they were in the same boat with her. Therefore, if suddenly she begins to die, then they will die together. He ordered her to gather her strength now. Baek Sung-soo started screaming and said that she would do it. The boy asked to prepare because demonic magic was the opposite of holy magic. He explained that she needed to absorb holy magic and turn it into demonic. Demonic magic began to appear around them. Baek Sung-soo remembered Andromalius's words at their meetings. He wondered who she thought would win in a battle between light and darkness. But the girl answered that the light should win in this battle, because the light always defeated the darkness, and they were always taught this. Andromalius only smiled and said that she was wrong, because the one who is stronger will win, and she must remember that the strongest always wins. The teacher and the student continued to fight, and although it was very difficult for them, he understood that everything was going according to plan. Because she has already become stronger physically, so if everything continues like this, and at that moment, the boys' thoughts stopped. Their powerful attack had now culminated, and from this powerful force they fell to the ground exhausted. But suddenly after that, soldiers appeared on the battlefield. They ordered to kill the demon and the witch. They are obliged to kill them here and now, and began to release bullets from their firearms. But when they lay on the ground, they still remained under the protection of their shield. Kim Hyun-bo found the strength to get up from the floor, and he said that they had time to prepare very well. Baek Sung-soo also got up and stood next to him. The necromancer admitted that this battle was indeed dangerous, but still they had advantages. Tia, who was reporting everything to her master, was receiving mysterious information, and they were going to use a great sacrifice, and he knew it ahead of time. But he did not think at all that all 200 people would agree to this, and that they would be willing to make such a great sacrifice and give their lives just for the sake of killing Baek Sung-soo. But thanks to the ability to convert mana, the student can go through the change phase and become stronger, and thanks to their union, he himself gained a profit. It was a risk, but it turned out to be a success. Therefore, now they could deal with those who remained of them. Kim Hyun-bo began to use a new spell and direct it at his opponents. But suddenly they heard a familiar voice behind them and turned around. It was Andromalius with his crew. He saw that they were late, but said that they could leave these monsters to them. And after a few minutes, the demon managed to deal with the other opponents who were trying to kill his treasure girl. And now they were dead. Andromalius approached the teacher and thanked him for trying so hard to protect Lady Sue. He understood that they had suffered losses, but he promised that the reward would be commensurate. The demon also asked if the necromancer would mind going with them, but Kim Hyun-bo replied that he had his own way, because he understood that now it was dangerous to leave with them. The demon thanked him again for his work and said that they would see each other later then. He gathered Lady Sue with him, and they teleported through the portal. Kim Hyun-bo was left alone, and he decided to summon his dragon Nidhogg, and he told him that he was leaving everything to him, and now he was in charge here. And after these words, the necromancer fell to the ground exhausted. His subordinate skeletons immediately rushed to his aid, checking to see if everything was fine with him. Sayer watched Nidhogg fly away, and he asked Tantalion if he was sure they should let him go so easily. Even if they had a contract, it might have been better to remove it. But Andromalius explained that it was thanks to him that Lady Sue managed to absorb a large amount of holy energy, and he did not know how else such a development could be achieved without a necromancer. Also, the demon said that this person could bring them a lot of benefit, so he asked not to touch him, because they might even continue to develop their relationship and lure him to their side. They teleported again, and Tia appeared in their place, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation all this time, and now she can tell it to her master. The mission to kill Baek Sun-soo ended in failure, and almost all of God's henchmen were killed. Only a few soldiers and apostles survived. And the video where they fought the apostles quickly became a topic of discussion among people, and it began to gain crazy popularity in just a few days. It was sent to many authorities for investigation, and efforts were made to find survivors. But in fact, the necromancer took these people captive, and he ordered Christina to give them back to the apostles. She relayed the words of the owner, said that for him the main goal is survival. Therefore, he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal, whoever tried to attack him. And the apostles who were near her trembled with fear. And after this incident, various mass media rushed to report on the strange behavior of the henchmen, and everyone in society paid a lot of attention to it. That is why the government, the military, the Hunters Association, and security guards took up the case. Therefore, they decided to start an operation to suppress these people. All factions began to try to get rid of henchmen in their ranks, and some even sacrificed them in order to maintain their status as chosen ones. And they will certainly never forget their choice. Kim Hyun-bo was finally able to come to his senses, and was very surprised when his subordinates told him that he had slept for 30 days. It was a very long period of time. Tia handed the phone to her host and asked to see the video she managed to record. They were very surprised to learn that it appeared that their opponents were using the gray market to imprison 1,000 henchmen. She also said that they used special equipment and extracted precious materials and other rare elements from the killed monsters. Kim Hyun-bo noted that money has already lost all meaning on Earth. Unlike the idea that gave birth to the currency, it depreciated over time. This indicated the great weakness of the Earth. Christina agreed, adding that the idea was once very strong. There was magic, magical creatures, and even dragons in it. The boy agreed that this really said a lot, since there were no more dragons in their land. He asked Christina if there was any way to lure the dragons to their land, but the sorceress remembered Tantalion's words. He said that the dragons left their world a long time ago and now lived in other dimensions. When the dragons left, the gods began to struggle for power, and the age of myth began. Christina warned him that, despite the presence of dragons, that world was very dangerous. The boy agreed that that world was dangerous for people, but the sorceress assured that she had a good time there. She also suggested that the host check it out for himself. By joining forces with Baek Sun-soo during a brutal battle, Christina's body changed twice while he slept. As he checked his mana, a rainbow glow appeared around him. The sorceress noted that it was very strange because both dark and light magic could coexist in the human body, and they only now found out about it. But she also told the landlord that they had two problems. Kim Hyun-bo said that he already knew how to solve them and suggested that the sorceress go to the abyss. And when they went outside, they met Baek Sun-soo, who greeted the teacher very happily and hugged him. But in fact, the necromancer's subordinates were very surprised that she could walk the streets so easily, because they were sure that after that incident, she would have to hide for a long time. Lady Sue took out a mask from her purse and said that she uses an ectoplasm mask and she can look like a completely different person. Kim Hyun-bo watched the girl. He could see that she was very confident. He asked again if she was sure she was okay, and she said yes because he had saved her life. The boy smiled and said that in this case he would not deny her gratitude. Castle also asked the lady to remember that their mage needed a lot of money for his work. The girl just smiled and said that it wasn't her money, so they can take it as much as they want, and if the subordinates also need something, then they can order it. They approached a building called the Gray Store. Baek Soon-soo examined it and said that it looked like an ordinary building. But when they went inside, there was an extremely beautiful interior and a great variety, which surprised them very much. In this building there were trees and counters with food. Lady Sue said that she felt as if they had entered another world, and Master said that was true. Suddenly, a worker approached them, and she was an elf. She greeted him, but then abruptly fell silent and did not want to continue the conversation. The boy immediately understood what was the matter, because it seems that she was able to understand that he was a necromancer. Elves hated undead and could not communicate with them. Another worker immediately ran up to the elf and apologized for her behavior, because she was their new employee and she didn't know much. He started yelling at her. The employee's name was Anna, and he ordered her to apologize immediately. The elf apologized for misbehaving around them. Kim Hyun-bo said that everything was fine, but asked to be more careful from now on, or other customers might not be so patient. And Anna promised that she would be attentive. The employee said that for such behavior, they are ready to give them a coupon for a discount in the gray market, and he can personally help them with the selection of goods. The elf said that he was the manager of the Korean department of the gray market, and his name was Bellaran. He was pleased to meet them. Suddenly, the worker called out the name of the necromancer, Kim Hyun-bo, which surprised them greatly because it meant that he knew them. Bellaran laughed and said that they were actually very famous. And he also noticed that the lady who was next to him was also extraordinary, and he invited them inside because he was sure that there they would be able to satisfy their requests. Kim Hyun-bo took the mana crystal in his hand and called it wonderful. Bellaran said that as a wizard, he had excellent taste because there were only 5 mana crystals of this quality on Earth. The boy asked if such crystals were found elsewhere, but was told that the gray market alone possessed more than 10,000 crystals of similar quality. Christina told the host that even in the world of idea, crystals were highly valued, and usually only empires and wizard guilds kept such a large number of crystals. Kim Hyun-bo asked, "What is the price of this crystal?" And Bellaran replied that they sold 5 such crystals together, and could also sell him 50 kilograms of mithril. The teacher asked Baek Soon-soo if she would like to buy one, and she happily replied that she would buy anything. Bellaran was very surprised. It even made him angry. He couldn't believe that someone could buy more than 10 kilograms of mithril in Korea. He thanked for the order. Together with the teacher, they collected a lot of materials that could be useful to them in the future. Bellaran thanked them for their purchases and was very surprised to be serving such rich people. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that they just couldn't pass up such nice prices, and he was glad that the employee showed them the best of the store himself, because they wouldn't have been able to do it without him. The elf said that they offered such services only to the most important customers. He handed them an envelope and asked them not to open it here. The company left the store with new purchases. Kessel began to laugh very loudly because he had seen the salesman's face when they bought such expensive goods, and he already thought he would pass out from the shock. Baek Soon-soo asked the teacher what was in their envelope and started it. Inside was a letter, and at that moment, Lady Sue froze in shock. The wizard asked her what happened, and she showed a letter that said the invasion would start tomorrow and it would be like the 4 dark days of the earth, and wished them luck. The main character thought, because another invasion sounded very frightening. He told Christina, Kessel, and Kai that they were returning to their base immediately. Baek Soon-soo turned to the teacher. "Although I know that he will most likely refuse, I still decided to ask him if he wants to join the side of the demons." Kim Hyun-bo said, "I'd better refuse as you thought, because I don't trust them at all, but you can do as you see fit." Lady Sue sighed and said that there was nothing she could do in that case, and she said that they would meet again, and said goodbye. Christina thought that this was not the first time that the gray market had received such mysterious information. The necromancer agreed that they would need to find more information about them, and the main character and subordinates returned to their base, and now it was completely destroyed. It was a country that had been destroyed by monsters. North Korea. Kim Hyun-bo made it his goal to begin to understand how his mother behaved. He had to feel its origins and ways of displacement in the flow and veins. and if he manages to learn to manage them, he will become stronger. But still, the team managed to get to the base. Their bone dragon was there, and Kim Hyun-bo asked him if anything had happened to him. Nidhogg replied that he was fine except for his condition. The owner asked what happened to him, and the dragon said that he would be very surprised to see it. He began to climb out of his hole and show his body, and he very joyfully told that he began to have scales like a real dragon. Kim Hyun-bo thought all this time that the galactic stream would be able to affect the dragon, and it did. He began to look like a real dragon. But the necromancer still found it very strange because he was dead. So where could the scales have come from? Nidhogg said that his powers had increased during this time. Kim Hyun-bo decided to check if it was true. Nidhogg was level 215. As a bone dragon, he had 265 strength, 459 stamina, 409 magic, 151 skill, and 214 remaining points. The necromancer agreed that it was very strange indeed. He asked if anything else had changed in the dragon in his state. He replied that from now on he began to sleep, and it was very strange because in general the undead could never sleep, because she was dead. Nidhogg confirmed that he had indeed had a dream, and during it he began to have some memories. But when he woke up, he remembered nothing at all. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was very extraordinary, especially considering that a new war was supposed to start again tomorrow. And maybe it had something to do with the dungeons, but he didn't know for sure. The owner said that he would very much like to investigate the dragon's changes, but they did not have time at all. He wanted to at least examine his scales that appeared. He told Christina to take a sample. The sorceress approached the dragon's body and tore off several pieces of scales. The boy decided to start with Mana's circle. He touched the ground with his hand. Magic began to appear around him, and a strange substance began to appear, which began to come out of the magic circle. They began to send all this strange substance into a large glass in which it accumulated. And at that moment, the main character understood everything. And after this ritual, they fell exhausted on the ground in front of a large glass. And he told Christina that it was an extremely interesting thing. And when the necromancer got a little closer, he recognized that it was a real treasure, because thanks to this elixir, they could manage to restore mana and increase their maximum mana pool. And although the boy was very exhausted after this ritual, he decided that next time they would have to prepare much more of this elixir. It can be very useful for them. The bone dragon began to fall asleep and began to think about his changes. He understood and was very curious as to why his body began to change. Kim Hyun-bo has new information about the Abyss of the Fallen in his phone. She was assigned Grade C. His task is to subdue the leader of the group, who was a human, but if they do not subdue him within the specified period, then an abyss will open in the earth and cause erosion. 25 powerful people, including them, were forcibly assigned to face the enemy, and they receive a reward after completing the passage. There will be 5,000 people on this expedition, and they have 150 days left. How did Roman understand that this was their enemy? They were past humans, traitors who betrayed the human race, and this time the battle will be very different. Kessel thought about the word traitor. The main character went to his subordinates and said that their fight will be very serious, so he asked them to try to deal with it as soon as possible. There are 150 days left before the erosion, and the maximum number of participants in the first expedition is 50 people. Only 25 people were actually participating, and Kim Hyun-bo was preparing to attack. On the first day, preparations for the war were underway. All these doors were connected to dungeons. But now everything has changed. It will never be the same again. Now even the most common people were connected to the dungeons. And there were many exits and loopholes to avoid danger and escape from this hell. Those who were not ready could do it. And there was no penalty for not starting to explore dungeons. No one forced them to do this because the monsters could leave the dungeon on their own anyway. But the boy was sure that this war could be resolved quickly if people remembered the 4 dark days on Earth and had the desire to confront this horror. And when the team entered the dungeon, a world with a valley opened before them. There were no shelters nearby, so they were unlikely to be ordinary monsters. And most likely, they will have both brains and consciousness. Kessel approached the owner and said that he had some bad news. The necromancer asked what happened. They turned back and saw that this door didn't disappear, and it was just terrifying, because usually doors disappeared so that monsters couldn't get out, and that was a big threat to humanity. But if the door still remained, it meant that the monsters could follow them out. And if the door is too close to them, then you could die just on the way to the door. According to gray market statistics, there were roughly 50,000 Class F dungeons, over 8,000 Class E dungeons, 800 Class D dungeons, and exactly 36 Class C dungeons worldwide. Each country began preparing to explore Class D and Class C dungeons. And about 2 weeks later, coalition forces began the first expedition, entering the dungeons. The order to leave was issued at the air base of the Korean Expeditionary Force. The workers began to slowly open the doors so that they could enter the dungeon. But suddenly, after opening the door, stones and other force started to fly out, and then you could see monsters that wanted to go out. And they easily killed the first soldiers. The monsters began to laugh and called the people stupid. They haven't had such an easy battle in a long time, and finally blood will be spilled. Their task is to kill everyone. During this battle, 1,500 guardians, 1,500 soldiers, and the same number of police hunters will be summoned. Will be around 1,000 for this fight. And the Abyss will decide to call its heavenly guard, about which there were light forces, to at least somehow help humanity. Kang Hyun-cheol was the commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Force, and he informed his troops that the Necropolis troops would be few. Kwon Hyun-oh was the general of the Hunter Association, and he came forward with the statement that he heard that Necropolis A's forces would be moving in with Necromancer Wonhyo. Kang Hyun-cheol said that in that case they would go first, and the association general agreed to the plan. The commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Force spoke before the military, said that they were the elite of this country because there was little information about the enemy and they were fighting on his territory. But they must fight and win because they must be ready to die for their country. That's why Kwon Hyung-oh really asked them to try to survive the battle. He asked the defenders to stock up on weapons and provisions because they must live to return to the battlefield again. The defenders raised their hands and were ready to work for their future. But when the defenders began to go into the abyss, they were scared, because it did not expect that there would be so many monsters, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. The commander ordered his soldiers to use protection magic. A shield appeared around them, which they thought could protect them. But the monsters began to fight back, and with a powerful blow of the hand, said that this defense was useless. They wounded several soldiers, destroying the defense. After that, they brutally took the wounded people and began to devour them alive. The soldiers who managed to survive were very scared and understood that they would not be able to cope on their own. But suddenly, they saw that a purple glow began to appear above the monster, and this meant that there was a necromancer next to them. Looking up, they saw Wonyo's savior with his team of undead standing on top of a large bone dragon. One of the defenders began to shout that he saw a dead dragon, and they also told the necromancer that the head of the necropolis had arrived. Undead summoned by the necromancer began to appear behind the soldiers. Among them were many skeletons, as well as several large dead monsters that were ready to fight. The head of the necropolis apologized for being a little late. Behind her stood the entire necropolis she had brought, and they were also already prepared. The main character's team and he himself began to jump off the dragon. They reported that they had also successfully arrived here and ordered to go forward into battle. As Wonyo fell, he cast a mass healing spell, and with that he healed all the wounded defenders and restored health to everyone else who participated. He ordered everyone to move while this magic worked, and he asked them to try to remove from the battlefield those who were seriously wounded, and asked to call doctors and priests. There are already 135 days left before erosion. The maximum number of people in the detachment is 5,000 people, and in real time, 4,537 people participated. Kim Hyun-bo had been participating for 15 minutes already, and he was in the process of using healing magic. And in just 10 minutes of fighting, 463 people died, and 3 times as many were injured, and it was a very bad result. The commander-in-chief decided that he should talk to Necromancer Wonyo and Kim Mi-jin, and they had to thank them because thanks to them they survived. The head of the necropolis said that they did what they had to do, and she was very apologetic that she and the squad had arrived too late. The commander asked if he could find out the reason for the delay. The head of the necropolis looked at the necromancer and he explained that he had asked her to wait a bit. The commander asked if they specifically decided not to come right away, and did they know right away what their enemies would be. Wonyo said that wasn't the case as he immediately realized that monsters would be surrounding the door. The commander asked why he decided not to warn them, because if they had known about it, they would have been able to stop the monsters. The necromancer said that this information was important to them. The commander was very angry. He asked if they decided to hide such information only for their own benefit. This is a matter of state importance, and this made him a traitor to his country. Wonyo asked not to be called a traitor because someone had to take responsibility, and he did so that the war would end with their victory. And also the necromancer had two questions. First, did any of them try to find a place to sleep and eat for 4 days in the dungeon? And the second question, have any of them already tried, due to a lack of provisions, to feed on monsters or plants from the dungeon? The defenders were very afraid to even taste them. The necromancer explained that the war was forcing them to do things they never normally did, and it was time for them to understand their situation and take it more seriously, because they were going to places like this to stop the invasion of their world, and the sooner they realized that, the sooner they could use the current situation for their own purposes. The commander couldn't believe that Wonyo was trying to convince them to stop thinking of him as a traitor. But the necromancer said that he did not, because they would hardly understand. The military always spit on the opinion of others, and for them, war is a normal business. The commander believed that it was because of the necromancer's beliefs that they had lost almost 500 men, but Wonyo explained that there is no war without human sacrifices. And he also did not see a problem in the fact that if there are more survivors in this war, then maybe it will be almost insignificant losses. Kim Mi-jin turned to the necromancer and said that such a thing could not be said because he was a human himself, and it was unclear why he would treat others like that, because he must understand how valuable human life is. Wonyo said that sometimes he had to think about the benefit, but the head of the necropolis warned him that if he kept saying that, the necropolis wouldn't be able to follow him, because the #1 rule of the necropolis is that as long as there is hope, they will try to save every life. The boy said that it wasn't his rule, and he wasn't part of the necropolis because they called him their guide on their own, so they can go back on their word. Kim Mi-jin understood everything and said that then the necropolis does not refuse to follow him. The commander approached the necromancer and said that he was granting him independence and he was sorry, but the content of their conversation had leaked out. Therefore, now not all fighters were ready to follow him, and some even became his enemies. Wonyo understood all this and said that he did not need brothers and followers from the very beginning. However, he warned that he will kill anyone who decides to swear on his life, so let them be aware. The commander said that he would remember it because tomorrow new soldiers would come, and almost all of them would be from the necropolis. The main character reached into his pocket and almost forgot to hand over the information about the dungeon, as well as the map of the area near the door. He managed to collect it. The commander reviewed the information and maps and said it was a great job and thanked him for the information. Wonyo said he would contact them if he managed to find out anything else. Kim Hyun-bo began to approach his skeleton subordinates. Kessel saw his master, and he could already see that everything was going according to plan. The guy really said that everything went according to plan, and thanks to Kim Mi-jin, the information about him spread very quickly, and he even managed to gain independence. He said that soon they would start a new phase tomorrow, and today they would look around. He told them to follow him. He was telling the skeletons that he had learned that C-class dungeons were space-type dungeons, A-class were royal class, and S-class were world class. So they don't even know how they will explore these dungeons. Kai said, "Fortunately, I died before I had to explore the C-class dungeon. All the other skeletons also died before, so they were safe." The boy apologized to them and said that it was stupid because C-class was 1/4 the size of Korea. But the others would only have to walk when they had a dragon. He felt sorry that they were at such a disadvantage. He concentrated the magic in his hand and cast the Reveal Life Force spell. They managed to find her quickly. The place where the life force was located began to glow with a green glow. They found life after 500 meters. And if they manage to destroy all life in this abyss, then maybe they will be able to avoid the attack tomorrow. But when they flew a little closer, he saw a new city. There were many elegant houses and streets. He could not believe that there were two such different cities in the same dungeon. He saw a large number of people there, and they lived a peaceful life, talking in the streets and doing farming. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised that he saw monsters and those people who tried to survive in such a difficult dungeon. Christina also thought it strange because usually middle-aged people in good physical shape do not do farming. The necromancer said that there were only children and old people here, and it was very strange that they decided to build a city in such a place. But he offered to just quietly observe them and how they live. But suddenly monsters started attacking civilians. People immediately rushed to protect the children and women, and they had to wait for time to hide. The monsters called people damn bugs, ordered them to disappear, but they had to be careful because they could not kill everyone. The monster attacked the people. He needed to relieve his stress, and he was saying that all these people were his, and he wanted to kill them. If they eat them, they will become much longer, and this was just to their taste. The monsters couldn't understand why they were suffering there at all when there was so much food. But there were only old people and children here, nothing to enjoy. They were allowed to attack anyone they saw. Civilians, especially the elderly, were very afraid. They thought that the monsters wanted to turn them into monsters, but they were waiting for those who would come to save them. One old man decided to attack after all, but he didn't even manage to injure the monsters. It was a mistake. The monster grabbed him in his hands and wanted to eat him. And when the monster began to open its mouth, Kai and Kessel appeared, who pounced on this monster from all sides and wounded him. They were ashamed before the master because they disobeyed him. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was all right because he was going to attack as well. He ordered Nidhogg to launch an attack. The dragon opened its mouth and began to use prophetic breath. It was an incredibly powerful blow that he managed to destroy several monsters in their path. The skeletons attacked all the monsters, but they couldn't waste too much time on them. Kim Hyun-bo descended to the ground with the dragon, and he began to use a healing spell, which he used to restore the health of all the inhabitants. They felt new strength and all their wounds were healed. Civilians immediately fell to the ground and began to thank the savior who came to them. Wonhyo didn't even know why they called him a savior, but he wanted to check something right now. The protagonist asked people to follow him because they deserved it because they were alive. The people continued to worship him and agreed to follow him. The necromancer decided to take only a few people with him, and the old man said goodbye to the survivors. Several more children followed him. The other civilians begged very much for him, the savior, to take them as well. They were ready to go with him to the end and asked for his forgiveness. They really wanted to thank him. The boy was taken to a house from this city, and Christina told him that the head of this city was brought to him. He allowed him to enter. The head welcomed their savior. As Roman came closer to him and concentrated, he applied the reading memories spell. And he learned that people who die become monsters, and it was necessary to control oneself so that this did not happen. And in the village, only a shield can help, but they need the savior they have been waiting for so long. The chapter couldn't understand how he managed to read the chapter's mind, but he apologized profusely because he was their savior, and they should treat him with respect. Wonhyo asked not to be called that anymore and asked, "Isn't this a fairy tale they decided to create?" The head could not understand how he managed to understand this. He assumed it was due to magic. The necromancer said it was true and he used magic. The head asked why he had decided to help them then, because he had heard that Wonhyo was disinterested in the general welfare. The necromancer said it was to his advantage to save them. He gave his name, Kim Hyun-bo, and he tried to find God in this dungeon. He explained to the chapter that, to put it simply, he could give him power instead of God for now. He was ready to make all the lies he invented true. And although he could give strength, there was one condition. The head asked what the necromancer wanted in exchange for the power. Kim Hyun-bo said that he wanted their faith as well as the soul of the chapter. Only then will he give them strength. The necromancer also explained that his soul after death would not return to God, but to him. And while he was alive, he was an ordinary person. But if he decides to give him his faith and soul, then he will share his power with him. The chief thought and said that he agreed to everything. He just wanted to save all the people from the village. Kim Hyun-bo decided to start the soul transfer ritual. He heard the head say this very sincerely, and his dark magic and his sacred attribute reacted with each other. The necromancer took out a piece of paper on which a magic circle was clearly drawn. And if the head agreed to sign the contract, he asked to touch the magic circle. The head did it. His soul and faith had passed between them, and now their contract was considered valid. Therefore, he will really transfer some of his power to him. It was easy enough to restore dark magic, but with light magic, everything was not so easy. because there was only one sure way to do this. It was the faith that was directed at him. Because God became stronger through faith in him, and then he can share his power with believers. Buddhist lamas and monarchs say that divine power is the power that came from man himself, and that a person can become a Buddha himself through careful study. Buddha was like God. Ideas appeared in his head like lightning that pierced the whole body. And yes, maybe he himself can become like God, and this was a great chance for him to become a savior from the prophecy. This is the best situation for him. Christina approached her master and asked how he was feeling. He replied that it was normal. She also wondered if there had been changes in his body and strength. The necromancer said he hadn't tested it yet, but he would now. He stretched out his hand, and a purple glow began to appear around his hand, from which many paths emanated in different directions. The boy said that he felt the strongest connection with the head of the city and many minor connections with other civilians. It was a strong connection with the main pastor and light connections with other believers in him. And it was very cool. Christina was simply fascinated by this phenomenon, because she did not think at all that she would be able to see the transformation of man into God. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was still too early to be happy. He explained that he needed even more contractors, that is, believers. He was even called a great seer. Therefore, he decided to show them his power for better persuasion. Christina agreed that they had to do something special because these people were really fanatics, so they expected. Thanks to the exchange, they can quickly pump to the second level of magic, and they will also receive divine power, and even a little dark. And it was possible, thanks to the curse. When Alan unexpectedly got into this dungeon, there was only one village here, and the village was full of pleasant drinks, food, and other entertainment. That's why greed was able to destroy many, and they became monsters. And knowing this, the elders decided to live outside the village, so they created their settlement. 32 years ago, if a person entered the village, he could no longer leave it. And since then, the number of monster attacks has increased, and the number of villagers who have become monsters has also increased. Kim Hyun-bo said that it would be very difficult for them to get rid of this curse, considering that the village had excellent conditions for mutation. There was even a list of these conditions. The first is a location that was located in the wooded middle of the dungeon. The second is people who had to consume food. The third is the possibility of independent choice. The fourth is weakening of mental strength. The fifth is a change of character. Sixth, at least 6 months per shift. And it was surprising that no one knew how to use mana correctly, because it's surprising that no one wanted to become stronger to fight monsters. But when you consider that this is a mutating curse, everything becomes clear. Because ordinary civilians decided to spend mana to support their lives. But thanks to Kim Hyun-bo, they will be able to get rid of the curse and spend their mana wisely. Christina asked to bring an old man to his room. They also needed a really old man, and the older he was, the easier it would be to get rid of the curse. The commander was with his unit, and he thought it was good that they had an opportunity to fight the enemy. He asked if the others had reports. In response, the military reported that the situation was under control, but they were concerned about food and water. The commander said that they thought about bringing them out of the dungeon in case of shortages, since they had nothing but weeds growing around them from the start. The military asked if they had already tried to contact Wonyo, but unfortunately, there was no connection in the dungeon. Suddenly, a defender ran into the ward to the military, and he told the commander to find a village with people. Christina informed the owner that the military managed to find this village. Kim Hyun-bo was keeping count, and it was already the 4th week, and it wasn't as long as he thought. He wanted to make at least half of the civilians his apostles, but it seems that he will not have enough time to do this. Christina said that many of them quarreled with each other. Therefore, it has not been possible to combine them yet. And yes, and monsters, the death of family and friends. Kim Hyun-bo told the sorceress that they only had 215 apostles for the battle, and 1237 other civilians decided to choose the peaceful path. They must go now, because they cannot let their enemies win. The commander came to the village and asked them to give him water and food. The civilians let him take as much as they needed, but in that case they would become monsters like themselves and see the prophet. The commander did not know who the prophet was. He was approached by a researcher who thought that the civilians must have been talking about Wonyo. It seemed like he had been here for a long time. The commander said that they would go inside the village and he asked not to eat food. This will be allowed only after a thorough inspection. The military began to look around the village, and they saw that the civilians were looking at them strangely. People could not understand what the military was doing in their village because they were locked here for a long time. They became so angry that their bodies began to turn into the bodies of monsters. They decided to kill everyone who was here, to beat all the people, and the prophet who decided to abandon them. The troops immediately began to retreat. They recognized that these were the same monsters they had encountered at the beginning of the dungeon. Suddenly, the soldiers heard a familiar voice behind them, and when they came back, they saw Kim Hyun-bo. They immediately recognized him and asked if he was the local prophet. The necromancer said that it was indeed the case, and he could explain it a bit later. But for now, they were all preparing for the onslaught of monsters that decided to rebel. The commander asked the boy if he really decided to make these people fight monsters, but Wonyo told them that they would be able to see everything for themselves. Suddenly, dark magic began to appear around the people and apostles, and Impa fire demons also began to appear. It was an incredibly powerful force. And they understood that for a dark mage to get such power was possible only with the help of other souls. The apostles of the necromancer began to attack the monsters. And after a few seconds, Kim Hyun-bo decided to use light magic and use the Holy Land spell. Thus, he managed to heal his subordinates. The military could not understand how the necromancer managed to use dark and light power at the same time. It was impossible and contradicted each other. Kim Hyun-bo held dark power in one hand and light power in the other hand. He was ready to show others his new powers, the powers of the god of life and the god of death. He cast a chaos strike spell. During this spell, light and dark power collided and an incredibly powerful explosion occurred due to the clash of forces. And with just one explosion, he managed to destroy all the monsters in their path. The commander was very grateful for the help, but he could not understand how he managed to use such magic. Kim Hyun-bo took out the map and said that it was new, and although it wasn't complete, at least it was a map of the ancient area around. It also marked the location of the monster's lair. The commander looked at this map and thanked him very much for his work, but he was interested in where he got the strength to use light and dark magic. And they were all interested in who is the god of life and who is the god of death. The necromancer explained that everything was so because there is a god who ruled life, there is a god who ruled death, and they decided to choose him. The owner of dark magic gave him light power. He explained that all this happened because of the faith of civilians. Kim Hyun-bo understood that the military might not believe him because they had not seen his full power at full strength. The commander understood that this meant that he was like a seer of God, and he had all the qualities to become one. So it looked plausible. They also wondered if something like this could happen to the commander, and this question put the main character in a stupor. He did not expect this at all, and did not want to tell and share his power. It was a good thing he was masked now, or else they would be able to see his confused face, for it was a chance he could never have dreamed of. The necromancer said that this could only happen if they needed to make people believe in themselves. They needed to get their souls, and then they would be willing to do anything for them. And they should also be ready to give their strength to people. The military was asked if this is exactly what gods do, and not demons. But it is much easier for God to gain followers. The commander admitted that these were simple requirements, and he wondered if Kim Hyun-bo could make him the same. The necromancer replied that he would be able to do this only when he signed the contract. He took out a ready-made contract and handed it to the commander. He explained that it had to be done in order for him to prove his faith, and it was nothing special. The commander immediately put his signature without further thought. The necromancer said that this is how Kang Hyun-cheol was able to become a seer, willing to do anything for his god, and even give his life and death to him. His followers will receive his power. He asked the people, was there anyone willing to swear to him in their faith? Kang Hyun-cheol spoke first. He said that he was ready to do anything for his power, even to give his soul. He asked God to give him strength. Rainbow magic began to appear around the commander, enveloping him, and he fell to the ground in surprise. The necromancer announced that the contract had come into force and wished his faith to be eternal. The soldiers lifted Kang Hyun-cheol off the ground and asked if he was okay. He confirmed this and explained that he was just a little surprised. Kim Hyun-bo smiled because now, through this contract, he could feel his reverence for God. The commander was very excited. He felt something new in his body and assumed that it was the power of God. The necromancer was pleased as this would give everyone even more confidence in his powers, and it was the best learning experience for a follower of God. He snapped his fingers and summoned Nidhogg. In that case, he said he left. He climbed onto the dragon's head and said that they would see each other again, and they flew into the air. Kim Hyun-bo stood exhausted on the dragon's head. Christina supported the owner and said that he was well done and did a good job. Kessel asked the owner not to try so hard. The sorceress also asked to be more careful. Kim Hyun-bo apologized and said that he will be more careful now, and offered to return home. The monster looked around and saw a large number of soldiers, and now he understood that the matter was with that necromancer. Only these problems were not enough. Meanwhile, the monster was in the ground and turned back into the depths. Tia also continued to work. She followed into the hole in the ground where the monster had descended and continued her research. The main character and his team reached the door. He thought they would be able to rest for a week. He used magic that could hide them from prying eyes. He teleported to the village and asked the civilians to take at least one full day of rest before they would return to training, and they gave their consent. Kim Hyun-bo slumped down on the chair, exhausted. They had only 105 days left, and while he did not have time to figure out this dungeon because he had many other things to do, the necromancer approached Christina and asked if everything was fine. She was currently working on a new electronic creature that would fight by their side. The sorceress said that these robots were strong. They were tall and had good defense, so they could be useful to him. And they looked good too. Kim Hyun-bo was simply enthralled, and he hoped that their development would be successful. Indeed, he was surprised by the knowledge of Richard Leon Hart in this area. Christina also asked the owner, "Has he checked his statistics yet?" And the guy replied that no, and he would check now. He took out his phone and started looking at the statistics. His level is 189, strength is 93.5, agility is 112, stamina is 129.5, holy power is 246.24.8. Dark magic is 246.24.8, mastery is 176, and his remaining points are 188. The necromancer was surprised that he had new characteristics of holy power and dark magic, as well as numbers next to him, which were added to the main power of magic. The sorceress looked at the characteristics and admitted that it was very interesting and indeed skills that were worthy of a prophet. Kim Hyun-bo said that they need to develop more in this area, and most likely, the weaker the prophet, the weaker his followers. And the more followers there are, the closer he will be to God. Alan fought in the dungeon with monsters, and he managed to defeat them easily. He called the monsters trash and couldn't fathom how many were even here. The fighter explained to the monsters that they probably couldn't understand that their attacks just didn't work on him, and they were just wasting his time. He couldn't understand why nothing was changing. Alan exhaled, because he had to hold on like this for another 100 days, and he hoped that one day he would be able to complete all the tasks. He hoped that time would go faster. But suddenly the fighter heard sounds that were similar to a new monster. He got very angry. He couldn't tell if they had decided to follow him, but he was ready to meet the guests. Kim Hyun-bo was meeting Tia, who was back from her mission, and she gave him a map that made it clear that this was the basement of the fortress, and the bosses liked to build their lair in deep and dark places. The protagonist asked Tia if she knew about the basement device, and she said no, because there were too many monsters and she couldn't see him. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was no big deal and that information was enough. He also wondered if she could show him the face of the boss. Tia's head began to transform into a new form, and she showed Garen's face, and they all already knew him. It was very interesting because he used his fast fighting style, tactics, and an element of surprise. He was a typical con man. Kai turned to his friend Kessel and asked him what he thought about it. Kessel asked Tia if the monster had said anything extraordinary. The slug girl confirmed that she heard something. Kessel ordered everyone to be quiet and not disturb Tia so she could recreate it. Garen started yelling, and he was asking if they couldn't figure out that their attacks weren't working. Keslia was very angry at these words, and he told the master that he must surely kill this man, even if he was against it, because he felt that he should kill him himself. The necromancer exhaled and asked him to calm down for a start. But the skeleton replied that he was calm and asked him not to worry. Kim Hyun-bo explained that he had to fight with a cool head, and he asked to leave the idea because it was ridiculous and unfounded. The subordinate defiantly answered the master and ordered him to abandon the idea of refusing him, because he wanted to kill this person. And he also reminded that he had already had to kill his master. Kai asked Kessel to calm down, because he was not himself. Christina said that they were all stupid and pushed them aside. Kessel apologized to the owner because he was a little out of his mind. Kim Hyun-bo told him he was ready to talk when he calmed down, and the skeleton agreed and returned to him a few hours later. Kessel said that he did not remember his homeland, nor did he remember his family, but he knew that he had a wife and a son. But the memories of them were completely erased, and he could not remember anything. But he managed to remember his death by betrayal, and he knew for sure that the traitor was able to survive, and he did not. That's why it annoyed him so much. And he also clearly remembered that all the people close to him were killed by a traitor because they continued to believe in him and decided to follow him and died together with him. And he really wanted to forget about revenge. He really wanted to. Kessel began to laugh hysterically and said that this person now appeared right in front of him and he simply had to take revenge in the most brutal way. Kim Hyun-bo now understood why the skeleton wanted to kill this monster so badly. Kessel explained that he simply couldn't control himself because of his memories. The owner asked to tell about his death, and then he would think about having Kessel himself go to kill this monster. He asked to help Kessel understand him. To help. Meanwhile, Garen went out to the monster and asked how many there were now. The monster told him that there were 15,000 of them, and there were 3 times more than at first, and if you take into account the rank, then there are all 5 times. The boss from the dungeon explained that the strongest of them was a team of undead dragon and necromancer, because he knew that they had their own death knights and lichs. Heron remembered that it was as if the necromancer was on the 6th magic circle, and that was not a bad result. He was considered the most important of all fighters. Wonhyo. The dungeon boss asked the other monsters to start preparing for another powerful attack, and they accepted the order. But suddenly, the intelligence monster told them that the people they had been hunting for all this time had disappeared, and so had all their henchmen. They seemed to have simply evaporated. But suddenly, Heron felt the ground above them begin to shake. The monsters could not understand what had happened. It was like an earthquake. Stones started falling from the ceiling. It was the necromancer. During this time, he decided to destroy both the fortress and the dungeon they were in. So he waited for the boss and the monsters to come out. Kang Hyun-cheol was standing behind him, and he was surprised that the necromancer was able to influence the nature around them with magic. The magician said that he used the magic of the 8th circle, earthquake, and in the place where the dungeon of the local boss was, the most powerful earthquake occurred, and the monsters from the middle began to be covered with stones. The commander praised Wonhyo and called it a great job, because now they had something to work on with the military. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of monsters roaring with rage and starting to come out from under the ground. They were already preparing to attack people. Kang Hyun-cheol returned to his team and said that they had one thing to do: defeat these monsters. But they must swear to him that they can survive this duel. About a dozen monsters crawled out from under the ground, and they began to attack the defenders with fury. The fight was fierce and fast, but still the defenders had their advantage. But after they defeated half of these monsters, a new kind of monster appeared that they had never met before. It was a dinosaur that had 6 heads, and it looked incredibly powerful. The defenders stood in front of him in fear, and it seemed to them that he was the boss of this dungeon. At that moment, the monster said that he would kill each of them without exception, and all 6 heads began to open their mouths and release deadly poison, which was aimed at the defenders. The necromancer decided to intervene in the fight, using magic and his subordinate slugs. He used the Poison Eater spell to block the poison attack. The fighters were very surprised that he managed to absorb the attack of the local boss. The true powers of the necromancer impressed him greatly. New monsters began to emerge from this poison, which decided to attack the defenders again. And while the monsters ran at the fighters, the dinosaur decided to use his fire breath and directed his fire at the necromancer and his team. Kim Hyun-bo decided to take this chance and summoned his fire genie Agni, who was able to easily absorb all this fire and hold back the attack from the boss. And after restraining the attack, He declared that this fire was tasteless and disgusted him. He also saw that his master became stronger if he summoned him so easily. That meant he could have more fun. The fire genie began to use his fire attacks, burning opponents with hot flames. Half of the opponents received many burns. The dungeon boss was furious. He asked the necromancer how he even dared to ignore all his attacks. Ice spikes began to appear on his forehead, burning with a blue glow. The main character understood that the next attack would be connected with ice, so he immediately prepared. The dinosaur began to release icy breath at the necromancer's team. But in reality, this attack was also useless. Kai managed to deflect this attack with ease without even taking any damage. The dungeon boss couldn't understand how they even managed to mirror all of his attacks. Kim Hyun-bo answered him that it was easy for them because they already had time to learn everything about him. The dinosaur asked how they did it, and the wizard replied that they had been told everything they knew about him. The boss said it was impossible because he kept killing all his enemies. Suddenly, the monster began to sink underground and now appeared right in front of Kim Hyun-bo's feet. In his mouth, he began to concentrate a new fiery charge that he wanted to unleash on them. But the necromancer managed to deflect this attack as well, and a fiery charge exploded right in front of the main boss's face. The necromancer told the monster that it was better not to waste their time, because the boss himself should understand his own weakness compared to them. Kang Hyun-chol couldn't believe how strong they were. The necromancer explained that this monster was too weak even for a C-class monster. The commander considered this opponent to be very strong indeed, and asked what exactly was its weakness. Kim Hyun-bo replied that the dungeon boss wouldn't come here knowing he would lose, especially with so few henchmen and low level. The protagonist noticed that one of the monster's 6 heads seemed to live its own life, separate from the others. The monster laughed and said that the fighter was careful, but it was too late for him. Kim Hyun-bo told the monster that his true self was actually moving towards the exit of the dungeon, and everything was going according to plan. The dungeon boss didn't understand what his opponent was talking about. Kim Hyun-bo defiantly replied that the boss would not be able to achieve what he wanted because he was only protecting someone who was a real monster. These words enraged the boss of the dungeon, and he rushed at the fighters. But the necromancer was ready for this and used the ice spikes spell. Huge spikes pierced through the body of the boss. Kim Hyun-bo said that this was enough for now, and he was leaving this whole situation to the military and other defenders. But Kessel was on the battlefield. He stood before Garen and his pack of monsters that he had prepared for battle. The dungeon monster was furious. He immediately recognized Kessel and realized that he managed to regain his memories after death. So he decided to come to him for revenge. Kessel replied that it was indeed so, and it was a good thing that he managed to survive. Unexpectedly, an undead subordinate began to appear in front of the skeleton, preparing to attack the boss. Garen just laughed and couldn't believe that Kessel had decided to defend himself with these stupid weak toys. Kessel just laughed and said that he didn't come here to defend himself, and the dungeon boss must have misunderstood something, because he came here with a specific purpose, to take revenge and kill him. He began attacking Garen's subordinates with fire, and they began to burn alive. They grabbed their faces and could not understand what was happening. They wanted to retreat because they understood that they would not be able to survive. The boss of the dungeon called Kessel a psycho and could not understand how he even dared to kill his underlings. Kessel said that he actually learned this through Garen because he decided to teach him that for the sake of victory, you can go to such extremes. Harren was frightened. He immediately understood who could say this and immediately remembered Glanz. He killed him and his whole family. Kessel stopped when he heard his real name. Then something very strange began to happen in his body. He managed to remember his name and his entire past. All his memories returned to him. Kessel looked at his hand and admitted that it was just a disgusting feeling. He thanked the dungeon boss because now he at least learned his real name. The dungeon boss delved into his memories and was able to recall the moment he brutally killed Glance. He did this because without him he could achieve anything, and he only wished in his way. And this made Garen incredibly angry, so much so that his body began to turn into a violent monster, and he was ready to kill him again for what he had done to him in the past. The boss of the dungeon began to transform into a large green dragon. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was because of his behavior that he did not become a dragon, but an ordinary wyvern. Even during his life, he was trash. A fierce fight broke out between them. The subordinate undead Keslia attacked the dragon from all sides, but the boss managed to repel the attacks with its tail. The skeleton raised his weapon up, and light magic began to appear above him, which he directed at the dungeon boss. Heron could not understand where the undead had light magic, and he replied that it was a gift from his master, and the name of this gift was Judgment. The necromancer team had been watching Kessel's fight all this time and were always ready to help him, and now it was their time to enter the fray. From this bright divine energy, the monsters began to burn with fire. Garen now realized that they had decided to use them as bait, and now they were trapped. The dungeon boss knew that the only way he could save himself was to absorb the power of others. Therefore, he began to eat his subordinates, trying to take away their power. Kessel just smiled and said that it was very reminiscent of Garen's past and how he treated other people. But even absorbing his subordinate fighters didn't help the boss of this dungeon. He screamed Glance's name in pain and asked him where the holy magic had appeared in the undead. Suddenly, several more charge attacks that were created from holy magic flew at the monster, and they began to split the monster's body. He screamed in pain. Kessel explained to the dragon that this holy power was his master, and even an undead was capable of such a thing. Therefore, now it has definitely come to an end. Kessel started to run at the monster with the sword. Garen tried to block all the sword attacks with his claws on his hands. Kessel got too close to the monster, so the monster laughed and was happy that he finally managed to catch him. But the skeleton began to move back, repelling all movements with the dragon's paws. The dungeon boss was very angry. He didn't understand why his attacks stopped working. Kessel continued to fight and called his opponent very weak. And if he was at least the boss of this dungeon, then I asked him to at least try his best in the last fight and show all his strength. The dragon lifted its head up and began to scream furiously. Marks began to appear around him, creating large streams of destructive energy. The monster was very angry that the fighters decided to take civilians from his village, thereby taking his subordinates. Kessel said that they did it so people wouldn't become monsters like him. Garen attacked the skeleton with such force that even his weapon fell from his hands, but Kessel continued to shout that this was not the end for him. The skeleton used dark magic to create new hands that it could control. He grabbed the weapon in his hands again and was ready to continue the duel. In those minutes, the dungeon monster was able to understand Kessel's weak points and started attacking him one after another. The skeleton barely had time to fight back, and unexpectedly, the dragon managed to hit an important vulnerable point on the skeleton's body. It disintegrated into pieces, leaving only one head, and his body was now made of magic. The dragon began to laugh furiously and decided that he had won this fight. He stood over Kessel's body and asked him if he liked the taste of defeat and the taste of death. But in response, the skeleton only smiled and said that it was not the end. Suddenly, new charges of dark magic began to fly at the monster, striking his body. It was checkmate and checkmate. When Kessel talked to his master at home, they decided that he didn't have to fight the dungeon boss one-on-one. And if he does, the necromancer will cast a curse of death upon Garen. This curse causes an explosion when the resulting life force meets the original. And if this was the Heron that Kessel knew personally, then he would surely die immediately. And the dragon's body began to burn, and only Garen's body remained in his human record. He fell to the ground and begged Kessel to spare him. He begged very much for mercy. Kessel said that he was ready to forgive him, but only Glans, who was inside him, could not allow such a thing. Therefore, with the help of black magic, the skeleton used a strong explosion. And in the place where the boss of the dungeon stood, nothing remained. One Kessel head was able to cope with Garen. Kessel began to fall to the ground. He felt that his strength was leaving. He was able to mentally contact his master and apologized. The necromancer and his team immediately started sounding the alarm. He shouted at Kessel and asked him not to give up because he had to survive. And after these words, they were very excited. Kessel was lying on the ground, and only one head remained from him. He was very afraid and could not believe that he could die so easily. But suddenly the skeleton felt his body begin to change. It began to fully recover and grow new body parts. Something incredible was happening. Kim Hyun-bo jumped on his bone dragon with a team and ordered it to fly very fast. A very strange dark energy began to appear around the necromancer. Christina was the first to notice it and couldn't believe it, because such a sign meant that something had happened to Kessel. But the master told Nidhogg that he might take his time, for he felt that his subordinate Kessel was definitely alive. And when they returned to the place where Castle was, they did not recognize their friend at all. He looked completely different. Now he was not a skeleton, but had a human body. The necromancer looked at Kessel in astonishment and could not understand how this could happen in the first place. Kai asked if it was really Castle. The owner saw that he looked different, but it was definitely him. And this meant only one thing. In fact, an undead can become a person, and this was just an incredible discovery. Kessel returned to his account. He had red hair and brown eyes. The sorceress was very interested in this question. The necromancer looked at Christina and asked her to keep herself under control, and she could investigate this a bit later. Kessel couldn't believe that they stopped there and discussed him and didn't even want to go near him. He also admitted that if it weren't for his master, he would definitely be dead by now. Kim Hyun-bo said that he forbids him to die because then he will work for him forever. Kessel began to scream and said that he forbade any experiments to be performed on himself because now he looked like a human. The owner told him that he was still undead inside. A message appeared in front of the owner that in the C-class dungeon, they managed to return the henchman to human form. Therefore, the attack was successfully completed. Of the 36 Class C dungeons that have appeared in the world, only 28 are known, and humanity has suffered greatly. But only one piece of news could shake the whole world. It was the news that South Korea was able to successfully clear the C-class dungeons. And also, Kang Han-cheol was able to tell the world about the necromancer Wonyo, who managed to get help from God. And he said that Wonyo could use both dark and light magic. And this person was also able to tell about the inhabitants who were in the dungeon, and the news that some dungeons did not have a limit on the number of players spread around the world. And news quickly spread in America that Korea had successfully cleared the Class C dungeons. Kim Hyun-bo decided to immediately call Richard Leon Hart and congratulate him on his new achievement. The director also congratulated Wonyo, and he also congratulated him on his new discoveries. The necromancer said that he was very surprised when he got to see the Goliaths for the first time, and this meant that it was possible to establish their production in America. The director replied that everything was possible with the money, but it was still too early, because the production of Goliaths was very expensive, and the setup took at least 10 minutes, so that he is not sure that they will be so good. Kim Hyun-bo asked if the director could share some important information with him. Richard Leon Hart replied that he could not do so, as he might accidentally reveal their technology to their enemies. The necromancer realized that he was most likely offering cooperation, as the Goliaths were very different from his toys. Toys usually moved by being controlled from the outside. And the Goliaths were much easier to control, but they were not as advanced. The difference was great, so it would be possible to exchange technologies and create something new that would be much stronger. The director told the wizard that what he actually saw was that Kim Hyun-bo decided to copy the enemy's moves, and it was cool. So he asked if he wanted to trade technology. The necromancer asked if America would allow it because he would have one condition for the exchange. Richard Leon Hart smiled and said that he was willing to do anything to win this war, so he was willing to fulfill any wish. And after this conversation, Kim Hyun-bo started official cooperation with America. And after signing the contract, the American authorities held a press conference and talked about future plans. The president talked about the fact that the United States of America was ready to accept refugees from other worlds if they could prove their right to do so. And this meant that they agreed to Kim Hyun-bo's terms. 50,000 people were rescued from the dungeon. And although they lived in North Korea before, South Korea happily agreed to accept them. America also actively contributed, and they were happy to see Wonyo in the United States and welcomed the guest. Richard Leon Hart met the necromancer and admitted that he was very glad that he had decided to come to them. He saw something behind the boy that was covered with a white cloth and asked if it was his robot. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was indeed him and he just came here to test him. The necromancer agreed to show it, but only on the condition that no one would touch it, and asked to convey this condition to everyone. But still, after some time, when the main character entered the room together with other workers, they realized that someone had decided to touch the robot. Because in this room, they saw scattered motionless bodies of people who were around the robot, and this meant that they still tried to touch the robot. Richard Leon Hart asked if they were all right. Kim Hyun-bo replied that yes, but curiosity will not lead to good. It was the action of a curse. The necromancer decided to explain that there were weak curses, insomnia. And are there strong curses that drain life force, cause hair loss and infertility? The director admitted that it was indeed worse than death. The workers became very worried and grabbed their heads, checking for hair. This fact scared them. Suddenly, they saw a person sitting on the floor, screaming and cursing this curse. And he said that he would have to take revenge for everything. Kim Hyun-bo was surprised to hear Korean spoken in this room. The director asked Dr. Alex to calm down. The necromancer asked Richard who he was. The director explained that this man designed the Goliaths. He was a genius with S-class skills and he came to them from another country. The necromancer asked if he managed to escape the curse. Alex started yelling at him because he was very surprised because Mr. Wonyo, who was famous all over the world, was standing in front of him, and he was actually very happy. The main character decided to ask him what talent he had. Alex said that his talent is retransmission. Kim Hyun-bo explained that it was probably because of this that he was able to escape the curse and pass the curse on to other people who were nearby. Alex confirmed that he knew about it and that it was difficult to do in general. He knew that the necromancer was the creator of these toys, so he asked for this robot to be included. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to do this because he had nothing to hide from others. He removed the canvas from the robot, and everyone saw its massive body. The main character took out a bracelet from his pocket and asked Alex to wear it, because with its help, you could control the robot. To do this, he needed to inject his mana into the bracelet. Dr. Alex was very happy and wore this bracelet. He began to move, and the robot began to repeat all his movements. He could even do a flip and kick. It was a unique robot. But the guy who tested the robot said that it was made a little crooked, and it hurt the necromancer. Suddenly, Christina's face appeared above the boy's head and climbed out through the portal. She admitted that it was very rude, and she is not ready to forgive him for these words. The owner asked Christina to calm down, but the sorceress still left the portal. Alex was surprised that she was the one who came up with it, but said that the robot looked very strange. I want the idea, and it was cool, but remote control, mana management, defense, and attack, all this was good, but he could have done much better. And he simply asked to give him time and people. Christina said that it is possible for him to do it, so she offered to discuss all this and arrange a battle. Dr. Alex said that he was only in favor, and in this way the sorceress could independently verify his abilities. Kim Hyun-bo decided to ask Kessel if he remembered anything about spatial erosion. The boy told the owner that he had memory lapses, especially when it came to spatial erosion. Kessel started to jump and said that Glance's memories weren't that important because now he was Kessel and his past life didn't interest him anymore. The necromancer reminded him that he was still his eternal servant. But suddenly the boys felt something start to glow behind them. They turned and saw in front of them a large portal that had just appeared behind them. Kim Hyun-bo immediately took out his phone and his app update started. A notification came to the phone to prepare for the second C-Class raid. This will be the Lord of the Wastelands. The maximum number of participants is 15,000. There were 2,000 defenders in the dungeon. They have 300 days left. In case of failure, a second erosion will occur, and the third quest will begin. The necromancer was very surprised because he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Mark suddenly ran up to the protagonist. He was calling Richard and Kim Hyun-bo and looked very scared. He was asked what happened. And the employee said that they had just received a new landscape map in Nevada City. Well, it really surprised everyone around. They learned that in places where spatial erosion has occurred, the devices become inoperable. And the power over abilities has also been weakened by about 5%. The directors said that there were dungeon entrances in the erosion zone, but they were equal to the number of previously failed raids. Apparently, erosion begins where the cleaning of the dungeon failed. There are undead golems and even werewolves in the Lord of the Wastelands dungeon they plan to attack. It was here that the American Sky Guard was destroyed twice. Kim Hyun-bo knew there had to be something else out there, and they needed to investigate the area better. Richard Leon Hart thought about it and still agreed to it and gave his permission. So the necromancer team decided to go first. They were flying on a bone dragon, and Castle looked around and he asked if this dungeon was somehow related to the idea of where they used to live. Because when they first met in the dungeon, it seemed that they were all somehow connected to the universe idea. Therefore, The protagonist will not even be surprised if this dungeon is also connected to this universe. Christina asked if the owner believed in fate. Kim Hyun-bo replied that he didn't believe in fate, but it wasn't like it was just a coincidence. That's why it worried him. And also in this area there was a heavy blizzard, and as reported in the report, it must have been snow magic. They flew all over the icy mountains. Christina now understood why the Heavenly Guard was so easily destroyed, because the Heavenly Guard was a unit that used sacred magic, and it does not work well at low temperatures. They went down one mountain, and the necromancer very obviously felt the negative energy here. And although it was difficult to feel it because of the snow and wind, it couldn't be better for a necromancer. Kim Hyun-bo had seen enough of what he wanted to see and suggested that everyone return. But Kai stopped the owner because he said that something was wrong here. The skeleton looked like a map, and there was something strange about it, because this card seemed very familiar. Kessel was very happy for his friend, because their team had definitely not been here before, and this meant that the skeleton could recall its past. Now it was his turn. Kim Hyun-bo asked him if he remembered anything. Kai tried to focus harder, but he couldn't see anything clearly. He just felt that it was an important place for them. Kim Hyun-bo decided to return to the director and tell about this and the unusual incident. This meant that dungeons could be copied from or modeled on another world. Richard Leon Hart said that it was very good that Kai was somehow connected to this city, and they still had some time left, so they should try to explore this area as best as possible. The director came out to the defenders, and he informed them that this raid would not be easy either, because more than 10,000 people had already died, but they still had to go through it. But if they cannot do this, then many will have to say goodbye to this life. Therefore, they should try for the sake of the survivors and remember the dead. They cannot give up for anything. A sacred energy began to appear around Richard and the other fighters standing in front of him. It was a new psychological power that Richard was able to acquire after the battle with Angie. It was called Link. And this ability connects allies in a certain field with Richard on the battlefield. There is no better psychic magic than this. The director turned to Kim Hyun-bo and asked him why he chose not to join their psychological magic. Kim Hyun-bo explained that he was closely related to the undead and dark magic, so he had better not do that. Richard understood this because there was nothing more to be done, and they were already ready to go. They entered the portal with other fighters. It was incredibly cold there, and the fighters immediately saw that they were being met by monsters. Therefore, they immediately decided to congratulate them as well. The military immediately got ready and began to lay out special weapons. It was called Juggernaut, and they began to release incendiary bombs at the enemy. Richard was pleased with their enthusiastic welcome. A necromancer entered the battlefield. He raised his weapon up and used the Inferno spell. And in the place where the monsters were, there was an explosion of incredible power. No one has seen this before. It was the magic of the seventh circle. Kim Hyun-bo seemed to be a powerful weapon himself. Christina raised her hand in front of her and cast the moving wind spell, as well as absorbing storm and tornado. And the fire that the necromancer had ignited began to swirl into a great whirlwind. And in this way, it caused even more damage to the entire surrounding area and to the opponents who came closer. The fighters simply could not believe that these spells were controlled by an undead, and they even stopped working due to shock. Richard Leon Hart immediately saw this and ordered them to attack the enemy. And suddenly new monsters appeared in front of the fighters, and they were not at all like the monsters before. They all flew skillfully and had their own flying horses. And their leader was surprised that the people were stronger than he imagined. And when he saw the necromancer, he was also in shock, because he was a magician of the fourth circle, also a necromancer and a wizard who could use dark and light magic. He analyzed them completely, and he also felt that his body and soul were very unique. He began to laugh from his heart because finally the long wait is over and you can have fun again. The headmaster asked the necromancer if his henchman was able to recognize the city, but Kai only told that the area looked very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember anything clearly. Richard suggested that maybe it was Kai's homeland. He just couldn't remember it yet. But suddenly, Kim Hyun-bo became very worried. He burst out of his seat and told the director that he no longer felt connected to Kai, and that scared him a lot. Because in the meantime, Kai looked around the area, and finally he managed to remember who he was. He was a high-ranking nobleman who had his own lands and a large estate. And he also remembered that his land had a lot of land around it, but he couldn't understand why his homeland decided to become a C-class dungeon. It was very strange. He assumed that maybe the boss of this dungeon was a traitor, and he began to worry that the boss might be part of his family, and he needed to check it out immediately. He found a rock with a very familiar sign painted on it. Kai could not understand how it was possible to betray a member of his family. He considered it simply impossible. He decided to touch the dark eagle that was painted on the wall, and suddenly the stones in front of him began to dissolve. He saw a lot of treasure and gold. The skeleton fell to his knees in shock. Memories began to flood his head, and he couldn't understand how this was even possible. Suddenly, Kai heard someone's steps behind him, and turning around he saw his master and the team. The necromancer ordered him to return if he still remained his master. Suddenly they all heard a very low, ominous voice. It was the boss of this dungeon, and he asked Kai who let him come here in the first place, and how did he even dare to go against the family. Kai knew that this was the perfect moment to attack, so he swung his sword and directed an attack at the boss, which hit his iron horse. The opponents couldn't take it anymore, so they began to pounce on Kai from all sides. But the knight managed to repel all their attacks with ease. He tried to run away a little, and pushing off the ground, he managed to take off. He flew up to the boss of this dungeon, and they clashed in melee with swords. And as they fought, the boss of the dungeon analyzed their fight, and he saw in Kai's punches a hidden family technique, which they passed down from generation to generation, and everything fell into place. Kai continued to fight. He asked his brother why he behaved like this with him because they are one family, and they should not be enemies to each other. And suddenly the attack stopped, and Kai's brother decided to take off his helmet. He showed his face and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that he was able to meet his brother. He grabbed his face and asked if he was his younger brother named Kairos. He had wanted to see him for so long. And at that moment, when Kai heard his real name, memories from his past life began to come into his head. He decided to take off his helmet as well and told them that they were called the mysterious sword of the royal family. And when Kai did take off his helmet, instead of a skeleton, you could see a cute guy. He also managed to return to human accounting. He remembered that he was the third son of Count Kiona and his name was Kairos Kiona. The older brother was very surprised, because all this time he thought that his younger brother was dead, and it just seemed impossible after so many years without him. Kai revealed that he actually died, but he was very lucky and got his new name and some of his memories from his past life because he forgot everything. Kairos Kiona also admitted that he actually thought his elder brother had died, but he was very curious as to how his elder brother was able to become the master of this dungeon. And suddenly the elder brother ordered his troops to capture him, and he began to flee on his air horse. They were surrounded by troops. Kessel approached Kai. Now it was clear that apparently his relationship with his brother was not very good. They took out their weapons and prepared to fend off the attacks. Kim Hyung-bo raised his weapon up and began to use light power, chanting, "That which grants the grace of life to all living things, that which purifies the impure, defeats the darkness." A large solar charge began to appear above him. He cast the rising sun spell and sunlight began to appear around them. And after using this spell, the elder brother's knights fled, and Kai and the team decided to go a little further to find his brother. The boy turned to his older brother, and he did not think at all that he would decide to become one. He asked why he treated him like that. But in response, the brother only asked Kairos Kion not to be angry, because he promised that he would not kill him. Suddenly, Kairos began to feel that he was being grabbed from all sides. The subordinate witches seized him with chains by all his limbs, and he could no longer move. The team began to get very worried, but they could not help him and intervene in the battle. The elder brother asked him not to worry, because he promised that he would definitely release him. He was sure that Kairos would be able to understand him. The team started to run towards Kai, but by the time they got there it was too late, as the witches cast a mass teleportation spell, and they all teleported in an unknown direction. Christina began to tense up and informed the owner that she had managed to feel the movements of Kai, and it seemed that he was in the Lord's manor, but it would be very difficult for them to get there. They decided to rest and sat down on a rock. Kessel asked the landlord what they were going to do with Kai, and the necromancer really wanted to believe in him. Kessel thought and said that faith was very good, but he didn't even know because he once died because of his faith. Therefore, it was not always profitable. Christina said that the owner understood and suggested that he at least be always ready. They agreed to do so. Kim Hyun-bo closed his eyes. He was trying to find Kai, and he really hoped that he was all right, and he asked him not to give him faith because he really didn't want to lose him. Kai and his older brother were in Lord's Manor, gave him a sword that was their family sword and he can take it for himself. Kai asked him why he was giving it to him, since this sword also belonged to him. But the elder brother replied that he was a criminal who did not deserve him, so he asked to take it, even if he is not going to use it. Kairos Kion asked his brother why he couldn't use this sword. Maybe it was because he was the master of this dungeon. The younger brother still decided to take the sword for himself. The elder brother realized that he must be very curious about how he was able to become the master of this dungeon, and he must be curious about why he became a traitor. The elder brother rose from his throne and asked to follow him. They entered the depths of the Lord's Manor, and in one of the rooms there was a magical mark painted on the wall. And the brother clicked his fingers once, and a new picture appeared in front of him. Capsules appeared in front of them, in which there were still living people. There was a special substance inside. He could not believe it. He saw his brother in the Lord's Manor and began to angrily ask why he was in the dungeon and in general. Why all this? The older brother turned to the younger one and calmly explained that all members of their family remained alive. And these words angered the boy even more. The older brother explained that he decided to put them all to sleep for the sake of his wife. In the middle was his wife, who was also in the pink capsule with all the family members. He asked him to meet her. It was his wife, and her name was Beatrice, and in her womb was their third child, who was never born. And if the elder brother used the life force of their family, he would be able to save his wife and son, and that was the most important thing for him. When he was on the verge of life and death after a failed raid, the older brother was saved by one vampire who was able to heal him. And due to the fact that he was only a pawn in battles, she was always by his side to protect him in time. They fell in love with each other and were going to run away from the city. But there was no chance for them to get together, so he decided to make this dungeon his own. But before his death, the previous owner managed to put a curse on them, which completely broke their plans. Before dying, the dungeon boss said that they would never be able to return to normal life, and that was his curse that would stay with them forever. But there was actually an antidote, and to break the curse they needed blood. Kios Kairos simply could not believe that his brother could do such a thing and shouted at him. The brother also said that the antidote required a victim who had the same blood as them. That's why all their family members were gathered here. And he also explained that he did it for the sake of their family, because if he leaves this dungeon, Kion's family will be completely destroyed, and so he continues to live, remaining in these capsules. Those who attacked the idea did not only attack the families that were able to survive, and there were rumors that those who survived had gone over to the side of the captors and thus became traitors. But it was just a rumor. But many were going against their family, and even his existence could put their family in danger. And when he learned about what was happening, he decided to meet mysteriously with his brother, whose name was Rhinos. He thought he was dead, but he treated him well. Kairos Kion was very happy to hear his brother's description because he wanted to remember him too. They were very close at one time, and after their conversation, the older brother decided to leave him, and then he found out that he and their family fell, and this was terrible news. And in fact, he didn't care what state he was in. The main thing was that he was alive, so he decided to put him to sleep and began to transfer his life force. He told the younger brother that if he could sacrifice the others, then Brother Reynos would be able to wake up. And not only would he wake up, but Beatrice and his child would too. So the elder brother turned to Kairos Kion and said that he valued and cherished him very much, and he was very much asking him to help them. They needed to find a necromancer to help them. The boy became very worried. He began to see poorly, because he understood that if he decides to betray his master, then all the other people dear to him will be able to return to life. He had to make an important choice. The necromancer and the team were able to reach the Lord's mansion. He sat down on the box exhausted and took off his mask. Kai began to enter the room, or there were many maids behind him. He was glad to see his subordinate. Kai was surprised that the owner managed to find him so quickly. Kim Hyun-bo said that he was very worried about Kai and asked him what happened to him because he looked gloomy and also wondered if he had made his choice. Kai explained to the owner that he should always start with him, but in fact he was a little confused because he was in a very difficult situation. The necromancer stood up from his seat and said that there was one piece of advice he could give Kai, that any choice he made would bring pain and loneliness, so let him try to choose what seems more profitable. Kai nodded and thought about his words. More profitable sounded good. It was so that the pain and loneliness would not be so suffocating. Suddenly the boy took out his weapon. He admitted that this advice was very valuable, and he decided that he would be greedy. Kim Hyun-bo agreed with his choice, but warned him that he showed no mercy to his enemies. He began to back away a bit, casting a spell. The necromancer was informed that an enemy was heading towards them and that they were being attacked. He immediately moved back a little, and there was an explosion where he was standing. He used the lightning spell. Kim Hyun-bo started to run back and went outside. Behind him were the troops, as well as his undead and bone dragon subordinates. They were ready to defend themselves. He saw how other opponents began to go all over the fire. The necromancer asked Kai if he was the one who tried the attack, but it was his older brother who helped him. Kim Hyun-bo understood everything, and said that he represents how the elder brother was happy, and admitted that they had prepared very well for the attack. But suddenly the necromancer felt something very strange, and looking around, he saw that someone started to attack his shadow. He realized that it looked like a vampire was here. Suddenly, these shadows began to attack Nidhogg, but the necromancer could not save him in any way, because he was getting worse every second, due to the attack of vampires. And the main character began to feel that he began to fall from exhaustion. He couldn't move. Kai ran up to him and managed to catch him. He apologized to the owner for his action. He carefully placed the necromancer's body on the ground while his subordinates and warlords battled the other knights. Kessel felt that something very bad was happening. He started running and saw that his master was on the ground. But suddenly he saw Kai carrying the necromancer's emaciated body somewhere. Kessel could not understand what he was doing and tried to catch up and stop him. Kai just turned around and apologized to him as well, but he had to do it for the sake of his family. But when Kessel tried to run to him, Kai used teleportation and immediately disappeared. Now they couldn't find him at all. The boy was very angry, and he angrily asked Nidhogg why he did not intervene and protect his master. Christina explained to Kesley that Nidhogg never did anything he wasn't asked to do, and she asked him to be more angry with their enemies. Kessel couldn't understand. Wasn't the sorceress worried about their master? But Christina calmly answered that they had better think about what awaits them next and how they will save him. The guy was incredibly angry. He gritted his teeth and said that they would just have to kill them all, and only then could they save the master. Keon's Kairos brought the necromancer in his arms and approached his older brother. In this way, they will be able to save their family. The elder brother apologized to the younger brother because it was a very difficult choice for him, and he apologized for having to put Kios Kairos in front of him, but the younger brother just remained silent in response. The elder brother ordered the necromancer to be taken away and sent to their family's room. But suddenly, Kairos Kiona took the sword in his hands and ordered them to stop, for he had made his choice, and this man was still his master. He was a wizard of the highest level. Therefore, he asked that he be treated in the same way. The elder brother said that he was right, and they should not forget that he was actually very dangerous. The older brother asked the younger one if he now understood the seriousness of the situation. Kios Kairos nodded. They decided to drink to their victory. And the next morning, after many pleasant drinks, the boss of the dungeon was lying on the table. The younger brother got up from the table and said that he would go, but in reality, the elder brother only pretended that he fell asleep. He did this to make sure of Kairos Kioni, because he could have easily killed him, but he didn't, so that meant he was on his side. Richard Leon Hart, along with the other fighters, were advancing, and they were all incredibly angry. He was satisfied with this experience, because now they became even stronger. But actually, when he looked at Kessel, he looked very dangerous. This situation angered him even more. Due to stress, the bone dragon flew very quickly. He practically did not talk to anyone. Christina saw this and explained to Nidhogg that everything was fine with the owner and he need not worry. And yet, the next day, Kim Hyun-bo woke up. He was kneeling in front of his older brother. He decided to introduce himself and greeted his brother's owner. The necromancer asked why he had decided to call him here. It was because of Kai's request, because he wanted to finish everything properly. The necromancer replied that he did not want to do business with traitors. Kai asked the owner if he remembered the oath he gave him at the beginning of his journey. Kim Hyun-bo defiantly replied that he had already completely forgotten about this oath. Kairos Kiona said that he truly believed that it was all for nothing, because their oath with him could serve to save their family. The necromancer exhaled, because he understood that this meant that now he would not be able to convince him. He then asked to be allowed to ask him something one last time, and asked to come closer. Kai began to slowly approach him, and when they were already quite close, the owner hit him in the face with incredible force. The younger brother fell to the floor, injured. Kairos Kion apologized, but the necromancer continued to shout at him, explaining that he would still live. Uranos watched his brother being beaten and asked his subordinates to take Mr. Kim Hyun-bo to his room. The guards immediately grabbed the necromancer by the arms and began to forcibly take him out of the room. Kios Kairos began to wipe the blood from his face. His older brother offered him a drink today, but he refused because he wanted to be alone today. Uranos let him go and told his guards that they could no longer follow him. Kai sat alone in a closed room. He planned to spend the whole day in thought. Meanwhile, the fighters were already able to reach the Lord's estate. They were preparing to attack the fortress, but their opponents, who were guarding the castle around, were already waiting for them. Suddenly, dragons soared into the sky and began to pour icy chunks of ice, which they threw at their opponents. The fighters prepared for the attack and began to throw spears at the castle and the opponents. Orders were given to Kessel to begin the attack. He did so, and there was a strong explosion. Uranos Kioni was watching from the sidelines, and he thought it was remarkable how things were unfolding as their opponents were able to reach the castle walls in just 20 minutes. The older brother turned to the necromancer and said that very soon he would help him fall asleep. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that it was a very interesting offer. The emperor rose from his throne and thanked the necromancer for everything ahead of time. He thanked him for giving him his soul, body, and magic, and now they would be his forever. Uranos took the sword in his hands and placed the sharp end on the floor. A magic circle appeared around him, which had a bloody color. With the help of this magic circle, he was able to place several magic circles in his city and near the castle, which would be able to drain the mana of their opponents. And the fighters immediately felt the influence of this power. They began to fall to the ground from weakness. Their mana was gradually running out. Richard Leon Hart began to encourage his soldiers and told them to stick together, because in a little while they would be able to break in, so they had to hold on a little longer. Uranos began to laugh as he watched the necromancer. It was funny that he really believed he could get past him. Kim Hyun-bo suddenly rose from the floor and began to attack the emperor. Uranos immediately turned around and asked what he was even doing, because he was not allowed to go up. All his strength was taken from him. The necromancer explained that he decided to exchange the energy of the living for the energy of the dead, so he was able to rise. This made Uranos Kion very angry. He swung his sword at the boy and asked how he dared go against him in the first place. But when the older brother swung his sword at Kim Hyun-bo, he was met with another sword in close combat, for it was Kairos Kiona who wanted to protect his master. The older brother asked the younger one why he did this, because he always thought that he was on his side and called him a traitor. Kai told how his master had once advised him to look for profit and that he could be greedy if need be. The younger brother turned to Uranos and said that he could still abandon his path and stand on the side of the earth. Kairos Kion asked him if mana and life energy were needed for his child. The emperor was shocked and couldn't understand how they were able to find out about this. The necromancer said that they managed to find out about everything thanks to Tia, who was exploring this castle all this time. She appeared before the emperor. Kai revealed that he decided to swallow the magical artifact and bring her so that she could recognize his magic, and also told that vital energy existed on Earth. Uranos said that he knew all this and he was not going to become a traitor. He said that they did not understand anything, and even he was only a grain of sand in this huge plan, and he could not afford to betray his family. Kai said that they had faced opponents of this level before, and they had managed to deal with them. He listed the names: Chloe, a demon, a dragon. He spoke of a monster that could use souls by enclosing them in sand and controlling them. Uranos could not believe that they had met her. Kairos Kiona admitted that such monsters scared them too. But they continued to fight anyway, and because Kai had already died once, he was going to take revenge on everyone. The emperor bowed his head sadly. He called himself a fool because he was actually able to believe that his younger brother could help him. Kai asked Uranos to wake up because now he would not be able to do anything, and suddenly there was an explosion behind the older brother. It was Richard Leon Hart's team that managed to successfully get here, and just in the nick of time. He was glad to meet the local lord and also agreed to offer him one last time, because the earth would be happy to receive him, and asked if he refused. Uranos asked not to talk nonsense. The director exhaled and said that there was nothing for them to do then, and they would have to fight. Kim Hyun-bo was able to get all his strength back. He ordered the others to start dealing with the security. The emperor asked how Roman was, and if he was going to go against him alone. But Kim Hyun-bo replied that Kai alone would be enough for him. With Mai's help, he managed to take control of Kai's body and transfer his powers. Kai began to attack his older brother, but the emperor claimed that even with the additional effects, he would not be able to defeat him. They clashed swords in close combat, and the younger brother offered to check it out. A fierce fight continued between them. The necromancer sat down next to him and watched what was happening. For now, he decided to focus on making Kai even stronger and channel his energy into him. Uranos couldn't believe that Kai would dare to think he could defeat him with such worthless attacks, and with one well-placed blow, he cut off his arm. Kai couldn't pass because of the shock. The emperor decided to take advantage of this moment, and with another swing of the sword, he cut the body of the younger brother in half. Kai fell to the ground, and his brother brought the point of the sword to his throat. He told him that this was his last chance to come over to his side. But Kairos Kiona replied that he was not going to give up, and he was obliged to win and become a hero. But the emperor understood that the boy would not be able to live long with his body cut in half. He raised his sword aloft and considered himself victorious, and he would no longer hinder him. But suddenly Kai's severed hand began to move. She hit her older brother on the head, and he didn't expect it at all. And after this blow, the severed parts began to grow into a new body. The wounds were completely healed and healed. Now that Kai was fully recovered, he was ready to continue the fight. The younger brother decided to remind the elder that he was already undead, and he should have dealt with him a little earlier because now he had no chance. Uranos Kioni was simply furious because he didn't expect Kai to fully recover. He angrily hit him on the head. The undead moved back to a safe distance and prepared for the next attack. The emperor was breathing heavily. Now he understood that the boy was able to die and resurrect so easily. Now he will take this into account and will try to fight with his full strength. Uranos asked to look at him. He raised his sword and pointed it at his stomach. He explained that this was the true power of these monsters, and he was sorry he didn't manage to kill Kai sooner. The younger brother could not understand what he was doing, and a moment later the emperor plunged his sword into his stomach and fatally wounded himself. But instead of dying, something very strange began to happen to him. His body began to grow in size, with blood magic surrounding him. Kai tried to fight against this monster, to make attacks, but they hardly worked on the enemy. The younger brother couldn't tell if it was just a part of his power, and after the attacks, the older brother grew even larger in size and released more blood magic around him. And those bloody attacks were aimed at Kai, and he couldn't duck from them, so it swallowed him inside. He couldn't believe that it could end like this. He didn't want to die again. But unexpectedly, an ice wall appeared in front of Kai, which managed to protect him from this attack. From fear, he could hardly breathe and could not control himself. The boy heard the owner's voice in his head. He turned to Kai and explained that at this rate they could lose. Kai thought about it and said that if the owner's words were really true, then he would definitely be able to find the right solution. He trusted his master, so he was sure that he would be able to cope against his brother. Kim Hyun-bo asked if he believed him and received a positive answer. He asked Kai to let Uranos absorb him. He offered to become a part of it and manage it. It was the only way out. The younger brother clenched his weapon. He understood that it would be a difficult test for him, but he would manage. He understood that there were no other options, so he threw away his weapon and charged at his fearsome brother, and the attack tore his body into pieces. And after that, the boss from the dungeon became even bigger and more powerful, and the defenders began to inflict powerful attacks on him with the help of explosive crystals. Their task is to stop him and prevent him from passing. But despite these attacks, the boss was still able to withstand them easily and began to attack the fighters. And the defenders began to run away and move to a safer distance. And on the other side, there was a necromancer with his subordinates, the knight Kessel and the sorceress Christina. They used magic and created a powerful, strong shield over themselves, because a monster tried to break out of the dungeon, but it could not break through the defenses. Kessel turned to the owner and asked him to hurry because Kai would not be able to last long inside the monster. But the monster emperor did not give up. He continued to attack the shield and it began to break. Now it was Christina's turn to use the spell. The sorceress raised her wand and said that it would be difficult, so she asked to hold on. She began to cast spells. With the help of a spell, they strengthened their shield even more, but it was not enough for long. Kessel began to scream and explain to the owner that they would not be able to hold out. Uranos did not give up. He continued to hit the shield powerfully. And suddenly, something began to change in the monster's body. And this meant that Kai managed to cope with the task, and they were practically finished. The necromancer recognized that Kai was a master-level Death Knight and was much stronger than the Soul Curse. Thanks to Richard, he was able to get inside and absorb Uranos. So now the necromancer could call him back. The Emperor began to scream in rage because he was unable to defeat Kai, and after a few minutes he turned back into a human and fell to the floor exhausted. And that meant that this fight was for Kim Hyun-bo and his team. Kai was also able to get out, and the owner praised him for his job. They managed to win this dungeon boss fight. The younger brother immediately rushed to the elder, and he saw that the body of Uranos began to split in the air. He told the owner that something had to be done with him and prevent him from dying. The necromancer said that was impossible because the dungeon boss had already started dying. Kai, furious, began to ask if it was because of his interference. But the elder brother answered him that it was not so. When Kai heard that his brother was talking, he went down to him and checked what was wrong with him. Kim Hyun-bo revealed that this was the price of his curse, and that curse made him move in the direction of achieving his goal. It makes him stronger, but even one loss destroys his soul. Kai took his older brother's hand, but he asked not to be sad, because he had already seen with his own eyes what loyalty meant. The younger brother began to shout and said that he should go on living, but Uranos said that he had only one request for him. He asked to absorb his soul and body and use his power, and he also asked to look after his daughter. This was the only request for Kairos. The emperor's body began to disappear, and he told his younger brother that he must become happy. Kai laid his hands on his brother's body and began to absorb all his powers, and after this ritual, Uranos's body disappeared completely. And after the death of the dungeon boss, the necromancer and his team felt something very strange, as if the ground beneath them began to shake and the castle began to tremble. The necromancer realized that the castle must have started to change after the death of the dungeon boss, and they needed to solve something urgently. But suddenly the team saw an unknown woman next to them. It was Uranos's wife who was able to get out of the pod, and she started running towards Kai. The woman fell to the ground where her husband had died and began to cry. She could not believe that this had happened and missed him very much. Kai walked up to his brother's wife, and he was very sorry that it turned out like this, and he really didn't want it. But the woman said that she knows all this because she watched the battle with her own eyes. Her younger brother helped her up from the floor. He asked if she was all right. The necromancer came closer and said he would examine her. But unexpectedly, the woman hit Kim Hyun-bo on the head. The blow was so strong that the necromancer's head simply dissolved in the air, and there were bloodstains all around. The emperor's wife began to laugh. She was glad that the boy came to her for this reception. She even felt a little better after that because her distraction maneuver was able to work. Kai saw his master, who was without a head. He asked what kind of reception it was, and did she really do all this because of her child? The girl looked madly at her husband's younger brother and confessed that she never wanted a child and was ready to kill this useless story and all of them too. She looked at her huge belly and her baby started to move. Out of fear, she began to scream because she did not want the child to be born now. This was not in her plans. But suddenly, she heard the necromancer's voice. All this time, she thought that she had killed him with her unexpected blow and was very surprised that he was still alive. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that he wasn't even injured after that hit. Suddenly, the shadow that had been in his body all this time began to emerge from the place where she struck. The owner praised her for a job well done, and he asked the woman if it was not surprising that she had not been able to give birth to a child during all this time. And now, everything became clear. Most likely, the pregnant wife of Uranos used their power to raise her level, and all the while she was using her husband. The woman said that all this was delusional and untrue. But suddenly her stomach began to increase even more, and the child inside began to push hard. Kim Hyun-bo reached out his hand and began to read the emperor's wife. He said that he felt the soul of people. for he was a necromancer, and her child now wants to be born, and he will help him. The necromancer began to direct his power to the woman's stomach, and she began to cry out in pain. She fell to the ground with the child. Kim Hyun-bo came closer to her to examine the child she had just given birth to. He took her in his arms. This was the child of Uranos. The necromancer, along with his team and other defenders, saw that the castle began to crumble before their eyes, and they had to run as fast as possible from here to save themselves. They all got on the bone dragon's back and flew as fast as they could. Kai decided to turn back and saw another dragon chasing after them. It was another bone dragon that wanted to fight them. He ordered them all to die and said that the defenders would now be finished. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and realized that it was most likely the second stage. He asked the knight what they were going to do about it. Kai said he would try to deal with him. The owner allowed him to do this, but warned that it would be difficult for him alone. Kai still decided to fight the dragon and jumped down from Nidhogg, leaving his team behind. And when he fell, he agreed with the owner's words that it would be difficult for him on his own. So using his magic, a dozen fighters appeared around him, whom he called to fight on his side. It was the first time the team had seen Kai's strength. Kessel asked in surprise what it was near him, and Christina answered that he was most likely collecting ghosts. After analyzing the situation, Kim Hyun-bo realized that it was most likely undead, squads, loners, and the spirits of already dead people. When Kai landed on the ground, his ghosts began to attack the monster, and during this time he tried to form a legion. The knight approached the dragon and told her not to think her death would be quick, and called her a thief. Out of rage, the enemy dragon began to create a magical charge in its mouth to use fiery breath. She told everyone that their end had come. The dragon began to release its fiery flames at Kai's ghosts. He did not want to mess with the enemy for a long time and ordered his spirits to end this duel. The knight raised his weapon up, and with one powerful swing, he cut the dragon's body in two. The monster was very scared. She could not believe that she could die so easily, and did not imagine her death to be like that. Kai said that this death wouldn't be like that because he wasn't going to kill her now. He ordered his spirits to surround the enemy from all sides and start making new attacks. The knight explained to the dragon that she will not die just like that, but will die in hellish torments, and this will be a lesson for everyone. And when Kai dealt with the last monster, a message appeared in front of the team that the clearing of the third dungeon was successfully completed, and they could safely return home. 2 weeks later, Richard Leon Hart walked into the necromancer's room. He was now in the hospital, and he asked how he was doing after his last fight. Kim Hyun-bo replied that he was fine and trying to recover. The director explained that he would have to wait because the wounds were serious. And also, Richard was interested in what he plans to do next and where he will go. The boy replied that he wanted to return home because there was already a lot to do at home. The director thought about the word home. He also said that they had a lot of work to do, and he thought about making this city his new home. Kim Hyun-bo said that he did not mind doing so, but he was not going to leave his home in Korea. Suddenly, someone knocked on the room. The director said that this would be good news for the boy. A little girl with blonde hair entered the room, and Kai was standing next to her. This little girl was named Iris Keon. She was Kai's family and greeted the master. Iris joyfully ran up to the necromancer and began to hug him. She said that she was in the store today. In just 15 days, she was able to grow up by 5 years. She spent too much time in her mother's stomach. So now she had a great desire to enjoy the world outside with joy. Kim Hyun-bo. After the conversation, he asked Iris to leave the room to talk to the director. Richard Leon Hart told the team that she was a good child and should just be looked after. The boy agreed with this. It was like raising his own child. There were approximately 36 Class C dungeons on Earth, and only 3 had been completely cleared so far. 1 dungeon was cleared in Korea, and 2 dungeons in America. And it was a very bad result, because the difficulty of the dungeons was very high, and during this time something happened in the outside world. The necromancer found out that 12 dungeons were suddenly cleared all over the world, and this happened in Europe, France, Germany, England, Italy, Greece, and Russia. And no one could explain it. Kim Hyun-bo continued to read the report. In Asia, dungeons in China, Japan, and Indonesia were cleared, and this meant that in America someone, besides them, was also engaged in cleaning. Richard said that not only they were supported, but also the Golden Black Hole, and they had one sponsor. So the news was good. The necromancer asked what he had on them. The director said that the identities of these people were a very strict secret, so he did not know anything about them. And they said that they are the ones who have existed since the creation of the planet. They decided to go out on the terrace and sit in the fresh air. Richard asked the necromancer if he knew anything about the situation. Kim Hyung-bo was just silent. He knew something was wrong. He remembered the director of the Korean branch of the Dungeon Society, and he couldn't just leave this situation alone. Therefore, the next day he took the tickets and went to Korea. And when he got off the plane, he saw the director already waiting for him. The branch manager greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And he admitted that it was strange that Kim Hyun-bo continued to refer to him as director, since he had long since left that position. The necromancer reminded him that in all this time they had known each other. He still didn't know his name, and that was true. The man held out his hand and said his name was Pak Gik-yeon, and John is his name. Kim Hyun-bo shook his hand and said that he did indeed have an interesting name, and he wondered why he had asked him out in the first place. Pak Gik-yeon told that he had one errand, and some time ago, a rather interesting group appeared, cleaning the dungeons. The necromancer was very surprised. He assumed that he must have been talking about the very people who cleared the C-class dungeons. Pak Gik-yeon said that he wanted Kim Hyun-bo to train these people, and for that favor he was willing to give him a book that contained the forces of the afterlife and data on American territories, because the man knew that he was interested in America lately. The main character was surprised to hold these books in his hands. He was very happy to receive such valuable information. Pak Gik-yeon said that America was very big. Therefore, it will definitely come in handy for him. The necromancer thanked him for such an offer and asked if these were the only conditions for the job. The man replied that, of course, it was not so, because he wanted to show him once the most terrible result of the future. And these words really scared the main character. Pak Hyuk-yeon explained that indeed, it might reduce his longevity a bit. Kim Hyun-bo said it was really worth it. The man agreed with this and said that it had to be done, if only for his sake. He offered the necromancer to meet a little later, because now there are people coming here with whom he would not want to do business. Pak Gik-yeon used his teleportation skills and disappeared on the spot. Kim Hyun-bo understood that something was wrong here. He called Nidhogg and told him that they too must leave. He climbed on top of his body and they wanted to fly away. But suddenly people started chasing them. They asked him to stop to talk, but the necromancer decided to ignore them and fly away. The main characters and their team successfully returned home. Along with them was Kai with his niece, and Kim Hyun-bo wanted to take on her training from such an early age. Kai knew that the master sometimes had very cruel and difficult training, so he was against it. Kim Hyun-bo asked not to worry, because the girl was actually very strong, Kai thought. Kim Hyun-bo revealed that actually the niece knows how to use this power, and he himself should understand that it will benefit her. Kai said that was true, but he was still very worried and agreed to do the training anyway. Iris Kiona thanked her uncle very much because she was interested in learning about her power. They entered the training room, and there was a large glass containing a large amount of healing power. The girl asked to start training. Iris Kiona touched the glass and began channeling her mana and magic into it. And at that moment, this liquid began to swirl in the air and fly up. This power was very powerful. The team decided to move on. And they began to enter this liquid inside. And when Kim Hyun-bo went there, he was very surprised. It looked like a portal through which they managed to teleport into the dungeons. Iris kindly asked Kiona to enter her dungeons. Kessel was very surprised and told the owner that the girl's skills were really surprising. He asked the necromancer how he was able to understand that she was so talented. The main character explained that when almost 20 days had passed since the birth of Iris Kiona, Kai began to notice that his niece disappeared somewhere and then returned. They decided to follow her and found out that she created this dungeon by herself and can completely adjust its size and change it. Kim Hyun-bo explained her actions by saying that she used this dungeon as her home, which is why she disappeared there so often. Iris Kiona began to look around and said that this dungeon had become even wider than before. The boy suggested that she try to change him some more with magic. The girl agreed to try it. She began to delve into thoughts and create a new space with the help of magic. Everything around began to shake because the reconstruction was taking place. And after the reconstruction, the team was in a forest area. Kim Hyung-bo was simply enthralled. It was a forest maze, and he asked the girl if she had come up with any monsters for this town. Iris Kiona enthusiastically began to tell her teacher about all her thoughts and share her experiences. Kim Hyun-bo listened to her, and Kai suddenly interrupted the conversation. He turned to the owner and said that he could take his niece with them to Korea and show them everything there. Kim Hyun-bo agreed to do so and thought that the girl would like Seoul very much. And the team decided to return to their hometown after all. Kim Hyun-bo and the team were sitting in a cafe. They were very interested in what Kai and Iris were doing now. And also looking around, they noticed that the world has changed a lot lately. Kim Hyun-bo leaned back a bit and asked, "Does Colonel Kang Hyun-chol agree with this opinion?" The colonel was sitting behind them all this time, and he could not understand how he managed to understand that he was here, and he also told that he was now a general. Kim Hyun-bo congratulated him on his promotion. Kang Hyun-cheol revealed that he actually heard that the operation was successful. The necromancer said that all this was possible only thanks to the help of his loyal associates. When the colonel heard about the loyal associates, he was a little upset because he was jealous of the boy. Kim Hyun-bo saw that he was having some trouble and asked what was wrong. The general said that it was not important, but thanks to the victory over the fanatics and the successful missions in America, he was promoted. And because of the promotion, they began to follow him even more carefully. The necromancer imagined how hard it was for him. The general decided to ask him if he was going to work for the motherland. Kim Hyun-bo said that he is refusing the offer. The general just smiled and said that he thought so. Kessel asked Kang Hyun-cheol, "Did he choose to accept this so easily? Wasn't that an order?" The general replied that there was nothing to worry about. And although he himself did not like the idea, in their world people should be encouraged to patriotism. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was really hard for them, and he really hoped that they would take pity on the general and let him rest. The necromancer took out a pouch from his pocket which contained space expansion magic. If he can research this material, he will be able to use it in different ways. The general was very grateful for this gift and hoped that it would help him in the future. They said goodbye and left. After Kang Hyun-cheol left, a strange girl approached necromancer Won Hyo. She asked, "Were you the apostle of the god of death and life?" Kim Hyun-bo replied that it was all true. The stranger explained that she was under the command of the Red Lord, who was ranked 9th in the Magical Association, and was addressed by Helena Scarlet of the Scarlet Witch, and she handed him a letter. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised. He could not believe that he was being approached by a magical association and did not think that they would ever want to contact him. The stranger explained that this envelope contained an invitation to a great banquet from the 6 highest lords of the Magical Association, and also said that all this will take place in a week at Buckingham Palace. And also many world heroes will visit this city. So they were also waiting for Kim Hyun-bo at such an event. And it was strange that now world heroes want to contact Kim Hyun-bo. And it was very strange that both the top and the bottom decided to activate and increase their power at the same time. The necromancer replied that it was a great honor for him, so he agreed to take part in this event. Castle was very pleased, because it meant they were waiting for them. Kim Hyun-bo also felt that this woman seemed to be a very good magician, and it would be interesting to meet other magicians. This banquet was held in Britain, and adventurers who had conquered sea-level dungeons around the world, and those who played an important role in clearing dungeons were invited. Iris Kiona also went to this banquet with her uncle. She was very happy because it was her first time at such a banquet. Kim Hyun-bo told the girl that she better not expect anything special from this city. Iris couldn't understand why. Kim Hyun-bo explained that something would probably happen here today. Therefore, he will be here all this time to monitor the situation. The team gathered around Iris Kiona, and she was indeed very beautiful today and well prepared and dressed beautifully. They were ready to go inside. And looking around, the main character saw Baek Sun-soo, who was also invited to this party. She said that the wizards couldn't just ignore them. The devil Andromalius approached her, and he was also very happy to see Wonyo. He felt that during this period of time he became even stronger, and this planet would only benefit from this. The necromancer was also happy to see the demon, and although Andromalius understood that the necromancer would be uncomfortable cooperating with them, could he just ask him to escort Lady Sue? Kim Hyun-bo replied that of course he would. Baek Sung-soo approached the teacher and said that she had heard that he had successfully conquered 2 C-class dungeons. The guy admitted that when he went through this dungeon, he really thought he was going to die. Lady Sue was very surprised because the dungeon did not seem that difficult to her. The necromancer was very surprised. The girl explained that she had also destroyed one C-class dungeon in China, and it was called Garden of the Fallen King of Giants. And there were huge bears, trolls, ogres, and storm giants, and they were all bosses. And to be honest, no one except the storm giants caused her difficulties. Kim Hyun-bo asked, "Didn't monsters sneak up and set traps in your dungeons?" Baek Sung-soo said that nothing like that even happened. The boy asked how they managed to find their way. She said that they were just walking down the road and saw the boss's castle. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised because the difference in difficulty with the same dungeons was very strange, and it was not at all like the one he had to go through after all. Richard Leon Hart was standing next to them and eavesdropping on the conversation. He called it strange as well, because he thought it was normal for monsters to set traps and attack suddenly. Baek Sung-soo said that it was all true, but there was nothing like that in her dungeon. The headmaster thought that was impossible and asked if it was possible that their dungeon was somehow special. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it and said he didn't think that was the case. Richard decided that the girl was probably just lucky, and she probably was. And finally the host of this party arrived. He greeted everyone and said his name was Arista Crowley. He was the first wizard in the Magical Association and was called the airiest of space. Starting tomorrow, apart from him, there would also be other high-ranking wizards attending the reception, and he really hoped that the guests would really enjoy the party they had prepared for them. And after this greeting of Arista Crowley teleported away, leaving the guests alone in the hall. Kim Hyun-bo thought about the Mage Association, and it seemed to him that it was more like a group of monsters, and Richard agreed with that thought. Kai carried Iris Kion in his arms. She looked very scared and her body was shaking. She tried to find Kim Hyun-bo because only with him did she feel safe. Richard Leon Hart immediately explained that such a place can be a big shock for an unusual child, so it was okay. Arista Crowley approached the group of friends. He saw that the little girl was crying and wanted to comfort her. The magicians were very surprised that he approached them. Crowley held up his finger. There was a cut on his finger that was bleeding, and he asked to accept it as his apology. He put that bloody energy into Iris Kiona's mouth. She tasted it. This blood was indeed very sweet. And after that, something happened to the girl. She felt very lethargic. Arista Crowley immediately apologized and explained that she must have been drunk on blood. Kai was very grateful for such hospitality, and it was surprising that he was able to quickly realize that Iris was actually a vampire. Arista Crowley began to laugh and thought that there was nothing special in the blood of an old man who could die at any moment. He said goodbye to everyone and wished the wizards to enjoy the party. After that, he teleported again and disappeared, leaving the guests alone. Kim Hyun-bo was surprised that this person was a very skilled magician. The necromancer thought about it and said that today was not the last day of the reception, so they decided that they would move on. Richard nodded and said goodbye. Each of the 6 days of the grand reception, you appeared in the image of magicians in the rating from 1 to 6. On the second day, Tesla came. He was a lightning wizard. On the third day, they were visited by a magician of the earth. His name was Maha. And on the fourth day, they met a wizard of trees. His name was Gaia. And on the fifth day, they met with the witch of healing, Arya. And after these days, Arista Crowley went out to the guests and very much hoped that they liked the receptions held. And if so, then he was very happy. And if not, then he was sorry. But he still offered to get closer to the point. Their magical association was influential in Europe, as well as in the Middle East and Africa. However, at the moment, Africa is occupied by invaders from another world. Therefore, by the end of this reception, the association decided to make a serious decision. They were determined to hold a great rapture for the purpose of restoring Africa. Arista Crowley explained that indeed it was not as easy as it sounded, but there were still many dungeons that remained the vanguard of their enemy. This is why their association came to the conclusion that the dungeons that were created for humans must be conquered first before conquering all of Africa, and they are also ready to actively cooperate with other factions. And of course, they weren't going to just watch enemy forces flourish in their territory. That is why their association decided to prepare gifts for the strongest people in this world. Arista Crowley stated that they wanted to give all the guests the newest magical weapon absolutely free. However, he had one condition for those who did want to obtain this weapon. They would like the wizards to be able to prove what they were truly worthy of. Therefore, exactly 5 days later, they decided to hold special exams for powerful wizards, and anyone could participate. Besides, he was going to share this event with the whole world. And Arista Crowley was sure that when people see wizards who will be the protectors of all mankind, they will feel much easier and calmer. Therefore, after exactly 15 days, he asked them to show themselves from the best side and also to take away the gifts of tonight. He told them about an object that contained the magic of space. It was lightweight and stabilized, and he really hoped the wizards would like it. Arista Crowley teleported away again, leaving the guests alone. Kessel was very surprised because it meant that now they didn't have to cause any trouble. The necromancer admitted that he did not even think that they would be able to prepare something like this for them. The knight asked the host if he would participate in this contest, and Kim Hyun-bo decided yes, because he had received an invitation, and it would be a good experience for him. He suggested that his team go to prepare for the exam. Information from the reception quickly became known all over the world, so it was necessary to be in time. Wizards, alchemists, shamans, psychics, and the rest also became aware of the further competition. As a result, the existence of supernatural beings brought the whole world into chaos. And because of this news, the whole world was excited. The battle of superhumans with forces that went beyond any limits. An incredibly exciting event. When it was announced that only 100,000 people could apply, a second wave of superhuman panic began. It was also a great opportunity to show your strength. And so 1 month passed. Transportation to the venue of the competition was organized by the Association of Magicians, but if it was possible to arrive separately, the coordinates were given. And these coordinates were in the sea, and it was very strange because there was nothing around, and the wizards had already thought of deception. But suddenly the sea waves began to fly upwards, and as if something began to rise from the bottom of the ocean. And it was an underground city that was hidden under water. No one could even imagine such a thing. A hologram of Arista Crowley appeared, and he thanked all the wizards who had come here. He kindly invited them to Atlantis because it was a city of magic and science. They sailed closer to the city, and the magicians began to look around. The city looked very nice indeed, but it didn't look like the area where the competition would be held. Kazel agreed with this idea, but thought that it would be too obvious, and surely there should be some kind of epic appearance, just like in the movies. And everything happened as the knight imagined. Suddenly the buildings began to move apart, and a large arena was opened, where the main competition of this month will take place. Kim Hyun-bo was fascinated because it was a shield that was controlled by the magic of gravity, and it protected the city. He wanted to get closer and see everything, but they probably had to get permission first. Kai approached the owner and told him that he needed to calm down, because if he was too excited, it could affect the results. The necromancer agreed to this, because he cannot forget. Kim Hyun-bo and his team checked into the VIP room at the Atlantis Hotel. As Roman, I was very interested in whether it was possible to get permission to explore this building. Kai approached the owner and told them that a person from Irist had just come to them, and he was calling them for dinner today. Kim Hyun-bo thought about it because Arista Crowley had been very mean to Iris, which could mean that in the worst-case scenario he would decide to kidnap her. But they prepared for any outcome of events. That's why we still went to the Ariest for dinner. He was waiting for them in a very beautiful gazebo and asked them to come here. Kim Hyun-bo looked around and said that it was very strange that his room was like a huge garden. Grandfather explained that with age he wanted to become even closer to nature. Therefore, he had to try very hard to arrange this room nicely. He asked the team to sit down at the table with him sooner. Arista Crowley revealed that he was unaware of their food preferences. Therefore, I decided to prepare my favorite dishes for them and asked them to treat me. And when the team tried this food, it was incredibly tasty. Kessel was so pleased with the food that he said he was ready to eat everything here. Arista Crowley apologized for wanting to start a conversation right during the meal, but he wanted to ask him directly if Necromancer Wonyo would like to be his apprentice. Grandfather once again asked to become his student, and even gave the real name of Kim Hyun-bo. It wasn't clear how he learned his real name, but it meant he found information about him. Arista immediately explained that it was not difficult to find this information about him, but he apologized for the inconvenience, but asked him to consider that this was only a confirmation of how much he was interested in him. Kim Hyun-bo asked his grandfather why he decided to choose him as his apprentice, because he was sure that there were even more talented candidates than him. Arista Crowley explained that he made such a choice only because of his talent for magic. The necromancer asked if he was talking about his luck, and it was really so. He admitted that it is very difficult to define what luck is, but it's scary because it's a huge power, and he thinks that Won-yo has been very lucky so far. Kim Hyun-bo agreed with this thought because he was now here due to a chance encounter with Christina, Kesley, and Kai, and if he hadn't reassured Nidhogg then, he would surely have died then. Arista Crowley explained to him that luck helped him in hopeless situations, which is why he was able to survive. He called Won-yo a real lucky guy, and he also said that now there are only 1,000 people in the world who have a talent related to luck. The association tested 3 billion people and found that only 1,000 of them are associated with success, 1021 to be exact. And there were only 4 people who had an A-rank luck talent in this world, and that included Kim Hyun-bo. He entered this rare list. This information shocked the necromancer. Arista Crowley also revealed that the other beings who had A-rank luck were gods. Therefore, he was the only person with such high luck. Surya, the god of the sun in India, was chosen by A-rank luck. And by the luck of rank A, God, who is the greatest religion of mankind, was chosen to become a saint. Valkyrie, the daughter of Odin in Scandinavian mythology, was chosen as the evil year of rank A. But, as Arista has already repeated, this is only an offer, not a threat or coercion. Therefore, if he did not want to, he could always refuse. But they could swear with their soul and mana, and in any case, if he wanted to get someone, he couldn't be forced. Arista admitted that he really wanted to make Kim Hyun-bo his disciple because of his talent, and wanted to create a worthy follower for himself, so he asked him to think and give him an answer. Arista Crowley was the first wizard of the Magical Association. If a necromancer decides to become his student, he will be able to receive the best education in the association and great support. And although Kim Hyun-bo understood all the benefits, he was very sorry that he would have to give it up, because if he becomes his disciple, then he will actually get a great advantage, and he will have access to all the knowledge of the Magical Association, and he will be able to improve his abilities and learn more about the enemies. But there were 2 reasons why he had to refuse. The first reason, he was sure of the path he was on. Uranus also told him that his power was only a fraction of their power, so they were very powerful. And as Kai had told him, his brother had also experienced their power himself, and was able to achieve it after long training. But he managed to take the easy way, and he also described this power as the power to change the world, rule it, and control it. Therefore, Kim Hyun-bo immediately understood that in order to become stronger, he had to follow this path. And now that he knows his way, he finds it more important to stick to it than to become a wizard's apprentice. The second reason was simple enough. He felt bad about giving his achievements to the Magical Association because they belonged to him. Arista Crowley let out a frustrated breath. He admitted that he actually assumed the necromancer was unlikely to agree. Kim Hyun-bo thanked for understanding. Grandpa took out a book. He explained that it was a gift. It was one of the things he was going to give him if he agreed to become his apprentice. He asked to take her. Kim Hyun-bo looked her over. It was a book on the magical theory of necromancy. The wizard was actually very happy because it was just the thing that would be incredibly useful. He thanked for the gift. Arista smiled and was very glad that he liked it. He invited him to have dinner together today, and then he would let him go. And so, the Wizarding Association Championship has finally begun. The rules of the competition were very simple. Depending on the number of participants, both individual and group competitions will be held. It will also be possible to use any force methods, but it was forbidden to attack the enemy before or after the competition. But even if someone dies during the competition, the organizers will not bear any responsibility. And this condition was a little alarming. There was also a damage absorption system. This is a system that takes a certain amount of damage instead of those who should have been hit. Therefore, thanks to this system, if you receive too much damage, you are automatically eliminated from the competition. And after analyzing all the rules and their powers, Kim Hyun-bo was very happy, because it meant that they could win all the competitions. Kessel encouraged the owner and really wanted to try. Kai promised that he would try his best. Kessel promised that he would definitely not indulge them if they crossed paths. The first individual competition began, so all participants were asked to gather at the stadium. Kessel was pleased because he went first. Kim Hyung-bo asked him to be careful during the one-on-one battle and asked him not to relax because there were so many factors affecting melee combat. Kessel asked not to worry because in fact close combat for a mercenary was easy. And right now, the first round of individual competitions was supposed to start. The magicians entered the arena and the audience happily cheered them on. There was excitement in Kesley's eyes. He said he could finish them all in one fell swoop. He swung his sword and started attacking everyone around him. He was called the servant of the apostle of the god of life and death. He was also Wonhyo's henchman and was a top-class paladin. He literally flew, which was completely unnatural for a paladin. Kim Hyun-bo watched the recording of the match and couldn't understand how long Kessel had decided to become a paladin. Christina remembered that he was called that after the necromancer became an apostle. And besides, he was quite popular on the internet and often sat there. So he was confused about it. Kessel took down all of his opponents with ease, and he was victorious in this round. He decided to return to his master, and Kim Hyun-bo praised him. Kessel said it was very easy for him to handle. And after this competition, already the second group started the battle. A new magician entered the arena. He began to laugh confidently, ordering the others to attack him because he was sure that he could finish them all at once. His name was Hercules. Christina watched his fight. We saw that he had a blessing. She explained that it is God's blessing, and even when attacked, it remains with the player. Kim Hyun-bo agreed that it was wrong because it was considered a trick, but he still couldn't complete the round faster than Kessel, so the knight was ahead. The 9th round of individual combat was about to begin, and they asked all the contestants to enter the arena. Kim Hyun-bo understood that it was his turn. The team encouraged him and believed in him. Kai said he would cheer for him. Iris Kiona begged her uncle not to get hurt. After this conversation, the necromancer entered the arena. The presenter introduced Kim Hyun-bo. He called him a world-renowned Superman, a necromancer, and he was the master of a skeleton dragon, the apostle of the god of death and life, and the great conqueror, Master Wonhyo. But his opponents reacted with fear to his appearance. All participants of the 9th round gathered, so it was decided to start the fight from this second. By the time this round began, the opponents had managed to collude against themselves, and they decided to attack Wonhyo from all sides together. The necromancer cast a bone freeze spell and blocked all the attacking attacks completely and was not even injured. The fighters were very surprised. They couldn't understand why he was so strong. They considered this fight unfair. Therefore, Kim Hyun-bo wanted to use a more powerful spell, and this spell was called Bone Explosion. A dark energy began to appear around him, and it frightened the opponents very much. He also cast the Bone Army Corpse Parade spell. Several dozen skeletons appeared behind him, and also, apart from them, he used the Demon Squad spell. And besides the undead, he had monsters of various kinds at his disposal. And this powerful force greatly surprised everyone around, because he managed to summon an army of undead from 1,000 individuals in one moment, and only one person could do that, and that is the player. Although the opponents were very scared, they still had to at least try to resist him. And they still wouldn't die because he had spent too much energy, so he wouldn't be able to last long. Kim Hyun-bo silently closed his eyes and, using his magical powers, set off powerful explosions. This was the expected ending, and such a result was usual with such an army. The preliminary round consisted of 30 individual competitions held over one day. After 6 hours, the competition became open to the public, and the audience bought all the tickets. And it was pretty good that their video with Necromancer Wonhyo went viral on the internet and they got a lot of fame. However, now the enemy can learn more about their techniques. Kim Hyun-bo asked Christina what she thought their enemy would do, but she thought they would only find out later. Christina explained that due to the fact that melee and ranged combat were independent of each other, there was also a danger to their ranged combat style, and there was nothing they could do about it. Suddenly, one sorceress began to approach the necromancer's team. She sat down at their table and said hello, and she scared them all a lot. They looked at her face, and although the appearance had not changed much, they could not forget that face. It was Gloria. They remembered her very well. Meanwhile, the puppet master lost the fight. His name was Lord Chang-gok. He was very angry and threatened everyone because they would not dare to treat him so unfairly. And suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice. This voice asked him not to worry, because he was ready to help him take revenge and get the glory he so longed for. Lord Chang-gok looked at the screens, saw Kim Hyun-bo on it. He was pleased to see this person. Finally, he managed to find it. Gloria examined all the team members and saw a little girl. She called her extraordinary because she looked like that bag of blood. And besides, Iris Kiona's skills were the same. Kim Hyun-bo asked what she was talking about and who the bag of blood was. Gloria said that she was talking about the vampire emperor, and she had already been in his dungeon once. And after that she realized that it must have been his child. Kai rose from his seat in a rage. He did not like that his niece was treated so humiliatingly, but the necromancer reassured him and explained that everything would be fine, and he should trust him. Because if something were to happen, Kim Hyun-bo was ready to take full responsibility and solve the problem. Kai calmly sank into his seat, and the conversation continued. The necromancer asked why Gloria had come here, as he knew for sure that she was not interested in such activities. Gloria just smiled, or didn't say that she was very bored, and also missed him because Kim Hyun-bo was actually very special to her. The necromancer couldn't believe that this was really the case. Gloria admitted that all this time she thought that after their meeting he could die very quickly, but he was able to grow up well, which was not a bad result. She wanted him to grow even further and bend everyone else, and then he could and would succeed in becoming as strong as she was. She also added that she only sees him as an enemy, because she explained her choice by the fact that she had few worthy opponents, because she was too strong, and being strong was not so easy, because there were no good opponents. Kim Hyun-bo told her that she was too confident, and she agreed with that because she was special. And being strong is not so easy, because there were no worthy opponents, and there was nowhere to grow. The necromancer wondered how she managed to get out into the outside world, because usually the highest-level dungeon masters couldn't leave it just like that. Gloria said it was extremely easy. She raised her hand and revealed that her hand was made of stones, and that meant she was using a golem. She confirmed that this was indeed the case, because in her true form she could not leave, but in her golem form she was able to leave the dungeon easily. Kim Hyun-bo understood that this meant that there was no point in fighting her now, and in any case the fight would not be able to take place, and thus he would only be wasting his time. Suddenly, a waitress approached the magicians. She greeted them and asked if they needed help with their order. Gloria took the menu in her hands and said that she wanted everything from here, from the beginning to the end. The waitress asked if she really wanted to order the whole menu, and she did. All the menus were brought to Gloria, and she got ready to eat. She loved how varied and delicious the food was in their world. She started eating, but only she said that she would not pay for this food, and Kim Hyun-bo had to pay for it because she could not pay in this body. And in return, she was ready to tell him something important. Gloria said that not only she got out into the outside world, but also Bukashka got out, with whom the necromancer had already fought, and now she was also hiding here. And she also said that this bug was very angry with Kim Hyun-bo. He decided to remember this information and be careful. Also, Gloria warned that she would also follow the championship fights, so she asked very much that the necromancer would not disappoint her in his powers. She got up and left. The boy exhaled heavily. He decided to go to the aquarium a little later. He apologized to Iris Kiona as he had urgent business to attend to. Kim Hyun-bo decided to go to arrest Crowley's office and tell about everything that happened. He was very surprised to hear the whole story. He explained once again that their enemy is the demon disaster dragon Gloria. They had met her before, and it had happened again today, so he was wary. Arrest Crowley said he understood everything and asked him to wait. He approached the magic layer and, reciting the spell, began to look at something in it. He showed this layer to the necromancer and asked if he was talking about this woman. Kim Hyun-bo looked around and said that it was indeed her, but now she was in a golem's body. Arista Crowley was surprised that she managed to cross all the borders so easily, and this was definitely an unusual enemy. The necromancer asked the grandfather what borders he was talking about. He recalled the pieces of skin and blood that were collected when entering and leaving Atlantis. They are used as a means of monitoring everyone, and they just couldn't help but feel Gloria walking inside. Arista Crowley asked if there was anything else he could tell about her, so they would have more information to analyze. Kim Hyun-bo revealed that she confessed that she was not the only one who could make it to the championship, and that scared Grandpa a lot. Arista Crowley said that the necromancer was actually incredibly lucky to be able to find two such powerful enemies at once, and they were able to sneak into such a carefully controlled event. The boy explained that he probably had a talent for such difficult tasks. Arista explained that he needed a little more information about them in order to prepare his security. The necromancer agreed to transfer all the indicators. Meanwhile, the owner asked Christina to start preparing for the next fight, and he will be back soon. She entered the arena, and in front of her stood a prepared opponent. He was an Indian warrior without divine protection, strength and wisdom, so she thought she would be able to hold her own against him. The fighter began to swing his arms and throw dozens of weapons at the sorceress. Christina fought off all the attacks, but warned the fighter that the sudden attack during the conversation was not at all like the warrior, humiliating him. And these words angered the Indian warrior. He began to stomp his feet. Magical energy appeared around him, and he released magical chains from his hands. He continued to fight, although he himself understood that he would not be able to defeat Christina. The team watched the fight, and Kessel liked that approach. The owner noticed that this fighter was the same style as Kessel. The knight asked the master if he could go to the arena to fight them as well. Kim Hyun-bo replied that he can do whatever he wants, but he has to remember that they should come first. Kessel came to the door and said he would be back soon. Kai also said he was leaving because he wanted to go out with Iris Kiona. But after a few minutes, someone burst into the room and reported that they were in trouble. Kim Hyun-bo immediately jumped up and started running to help. The necromancer saw Kessel standing on the floor in front of the body of the Indian warrior. This warrior lay exhausted on the ground, showing no signs of life. The owner immediately asked what happened between them. Kessel explained that when he was going to meet the Indian warrior, he was suddenly attacked by two wizards, as if from nowhere, and after these attacks, the warrior fell to the ground. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't believe it was true, but as proof Kessel showed a piece of cloth he found next to the body of the Indian fighter, and he said it was the only evidence there was. The necromancer examined this piece of cloth and realized that it was the equipment of the association's mages, but he couldn't understand why they chose to attack him because it made no sense. But suddenly, other guards started running up to the team. They ordered the capture of Kim Hyun-bo and the others because they believed that they were the ones who killed the wizards. The main character and his team were sitting in a room with Arista Crowley, and if they were here, it meant that they were accused of killing the mages of the association. Arista explained that while he was acting as a guarantor, he was able to buy some time for the necromancer, but the situation left much to be desired. Grandfather explained that two corpses of magicians were found in Atlantis, who were from the Association of Magicians, whom they met along the way. Castle understood that this meant that the wizards who attacked them had died, and that was the problem, because those who died were the disciples of the previous lord. That is, they were considered sufficiently talented magicians in the association, and no one could explain the fact that they could lose to someone and die so quietly. The Indian warrior regained consciousness and said that he had indeed been attacked, so he was in no way involved in the murder. Arista Crowley said that he fully trusted him because he verified it through his memories, but the problem was that he was unable to summon the souls of dead wizards. He asked a top-level necromancer if he could stop it. Kim Hyun-bo asked if they really thought he would choose to destroy their souls after killing them in such a convoluted way. Arista Crowley trusted him and knew he shouldn't act like that. But there were suspicions, and the association needed to find the killer, so she considered every option. The necromancer let out a breath, for he had not yet been arrested for murder, and it was only because of master arrest that things had turned out this way, for which he was very grateful. And when Kim Hyun-bo got up from his seat, he began to feel something very strange in his body. Now he understood that the soul of the contractor could be attracted by his power. He asked Arista Crowley if he could help him catch the criminal, because now he had a new plan. Lord Jangok was in his office and realized that including the association members, he now had great dolls and very little left. He was just waiting for Wonyo's reaction, because his task is to tear his body to pieces, extract his soul, and make him suffer for all eternity. But suddenly Lord Jangok heard someone knocking in the room. He wasn't expecting guests at all, so he was scared. And Arista Crowley entered the room. And he was very surprised that he was so surprised, because they had already known each other for a long time, and his reaction was strange. Grandfather sat down on the sofa, and he imagined how hard it must have been for him, because he looked very thin from their last meeting. Lord Jang-gak himself said that a young person gave him advice. A body that has lived in a world with little mana content for a long time cannot adapt to a new environment, which is why he felt so bad. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes. He told when he heard the news about his students. He finally realized that the man was right, and if he had understood this truth a little earlier, he would have been able to save them. Lord Chang-gak was very apologetic for his tears at this age. Arista Crowley said he understood him, but he couldn't give up now because the other students still needed him. Arrest Crowley revealed that he only had 2 pieces of news, and he started with the bad. It was officially decided that Kim Hyun-bo was not a criminal. Therefore, they must continue their search. And the good news is that they had a clue that would lead them to the trail of the criminal. Lord Jang-gak was very surprised because all this time he had thought that there definitely shouldn't have been any evidence left after this incident. Mr. Arista asked if he was willing to go with him to the proof. They exited the building and began heading to another building that was fully secured. Lord Chang-gak looked around. It seemed to him that this road led directly to the heart of Atlantis, and there was a different energy in this area. How many times had he tried to break into this place, each time to no avail? Arista Crowley came with him to a large crystal that glowed at full power. He thought the Lord had seen it for the first time, but it was a magic stone. And this magic stone was left by their ancestors from the Wizard Association many years ago. He absorbs various powers, turns them into mana, and releases them at regular intervals. And thus, he increased the concentration of mana in that place. And this was the real heart of Atlantis. Everyone was already waiting for them, so they decided to go further. Lord Jang-gak and Mr. Arista went inside. Before this stone, where there were several people who were standing in front of the corpses of wizards from the association, who were lying in the middle of the magic circle, and other people, they were waiting for the Lord. Arista Crowley addressed everyone who had gathered here. As you all know by now, someone managed to infiltrate the territory of Atlantis, and in this way, we will find out who this henchman of our enemy is. Lord Jang-gak began to worry because this meant that they had guessed. But it's okay because now only these magic stones were in his thoughts. Arrest Crowley introduced the past lord to everyone. His name was Jang-gak, and he will appear here as a person of interest. Fortunately, they found out that the souls of his students were sealed, or the criminal decided to make them a part of him altogether. Lord Jang-gak couldn't understand how they were able to find out about this in the first place because he tried to hide it all very carefully, but he failed. Arista Crowley said that to test this hypothesis, they decided to prepare this magic circle, and this circle can only do one thing: summon souls. And he explained that their task would be to protect the bodies of the dead wizards, and the necromancer Wanyo would take care of that in the near future. Lord Jang-gak couldn't understand what the hell this was, because there was a very powerful energy in the air here, as well as wizards with experience. And it was very strange that they decided to gather here just to summon souls. Jang-gak started to laugh because he thought it was even great for him, because it meant that Wanyo's soul would now become his as well. Arrest Crowley then suggested starting a magic circle. It began to glow with blue magic, and all the wizards gathered around it and began to use their magical powers. Kim Hyun-bo said that he will also start his ritual. He sat down in the center of the circle and began to concentrate all his strength and magic there. Lord Jang-gak just laughed and thought they were all fools, because all he needed was to pretend to be a victim, and in this way he would be able to lead all units away from him. Bukashka started to laugh. She really wanted to take Wanyo's soul. She asked to go to him, because then his soul would become her doll. But still, the necromancer kept his distance, which was a very smart decision. Then she decided that she would make her move first. Kim Hyun-bo was transported to the desert again, and he looked around. And there was only wasteland, and there was nothing. Bukashka was for rage, to laugh. She was very glad that she finally managed to catch the necromancer. She explained that this was her spiritual world, completely her world that belonged to her, and now he definitely couldn't defeat her here. New sand fighters started to climb out of the sand. It was this bug's army, and it was ready to fight against Necromancer Wanyo. Kim Hyun-bo also prepared and summoned his army of undead and other huge monsters. He prepared all his forces for this battle. But before the fight started, Kim Hyun-bo had only one question. Because in all this time they had known each other, he still didn't know her name and didn't know how to address her. The beetle began to laugh furiously. She still agreed to tell him this secret. Her name was Engit. She was a puppet master, a commander without subordinates, a queen of a country without a people, and she was the future mistress of his soul. The necromancer replied that he did not know whether she would become the mistress of his soul, but asked him to remember that she was the queen of a country without a people. And a fierce fight began between the fighters of Engit and the necromancer. They were, in fact, at about the same level and not inferior in strength. New sand fighters formed from the sand, and she ordered them to die and disappear. They were set with fury in their eyes. Kim Hyun-bo watched the fight and analyzed it. His squad only used force, but Engit's squad only used soul, and she had complete control over their souls. One of the necromancer's fighters fought against the sand monster and tore his arm off in rage. The sand monster began to fall to the ground. The necromancer immediately noticed him and decided to use a new spell. After death, the sand monster went over to Wonyo's side. Now it will fight on his side but will be completely free. Kim Hyun-bo was addressing the sand monsters and said that when this battle was over, he would start with Engit, and then he would be ready to release the souls of the sand monsters if they sided with him. That is why he asked to fight for him and to fight for himself and for his brothers, because by killing them, they free their souls. The sand monsters on Wonyo's side began to attack the monsters of the previous mistress. Engit was simply furious. She couldn't believe that a necromancer had the audacity to take away her dolls. Kim Hyun-bo understood that power was very important in the mental world, and if he lost control, he would die immediately. But if he can take the souls that Engit has already absorbed, then his chance of winning increased several times, so he decided to use this tactic. The undead hit the sand soldier, and after he died, he went over to their side. Engit knew that her chances were slimmer now, so she decided to end it. She closed her eyes as she cast a new spell. The ground began to shake under the feet of the sand warriors. They began to fall, as now a new sand monster began to form beneath them. But now it was much larger. A huge sand soldier with pumped-up equipment appeared in front of the necromancer and his team. Raising his leg, he wanted to crush all the scum. Kim Hyun-bo saw that they were being attacked, so he decided to end this fight as well. He cast a powerful spell, and everything exploded at the place where the huge sand soldier was. And after this explosion, the walls in the mental world began to crack, and thus the mental world began to become even weaker. Engit hysterically asked the necromancer what he was doing. Kim Hyun-bo decided to explain to the opponent that during battles, the mental world opens up to whoever takes the initiative, and finally, the initiative came to him, so he had complete control over him. Therefore, he ordered all monsters, undead, sand troops, and knights to go to his world, and everything went according to plan. Kim Hyun-bo turned back to see Lord Yang-gak. Behind him stood the dead wizards who had been attacked. They were surprised to see a mentor because they had already died. The necromancer explained to them that these were the souls of life that Engit took away, and then everything fell into place. Engit started screaming hysterically again, calling Wonyo a bastard and asking what he was even doing. Kim Hyun-bo decided to explain to her after all that he only brought back the souls of those she mercilessly killed, and he decided to become a decoy to lure Engit here. Now all the forces were on his side. He decided to use the connection between her and Lord Yang-gak's disciples, and Kai managed to penetrate her soul. He attacked Engit to save those she had absorbed. The necromancer explained that only Kai, who was a legionnaire, could pull off something like that. Kim Hyun-bo asked Kai how many souls he was able to extract from Engit's mental world. Kai replied that he only managed to pull out less than 10%, but it was still somewhere around 300 million. So it was a good result. Engit was furious. She asked how they even dared to do this. Out of anger, it began to increase. Kim Hyun-bo realized that something was wrong, and he was stunned. Opening his eyes, he saw Arrest Crowley in front of him, who had been watching his condition all this time. The wizard grandfather explained to the necromancer that he must have been watching, so he was ready to help him. He explained that his enemy was enraged. Rising from the floor, the necromancer told Mr. Arrest that their adversary was now trying to infiltrate this world, And at that moment, a huge hand of the monster began to emerge from the magic circle. The guards immediately ran to the sides, but they still tried to attack this huge hand and prevent it from passing. Arrest Crowley said that they should start defending themselves as well. But Kim Hyun-bo very unexpectedly replied that they wouldn't need to. Gloria suddenly appeared next to the wizard. She was interested in this fight, so she moved closer to the magic circle from which the monster's hand was peeking out. She immediately understood that it was Bukashka Engit, and they had not seen her for a long time. And the enemy immediately recognized Gloria's voice and asked her what she was doing here. How could she even betray her? But Gloria pretended not to understand what she was talking about, because she was not going to betray her. He was the one who sent her here on a mission. Anjit was in even greater rage. She could not believe that he could do such a terrible thing towards her and betray her. Gloria began to increase in size and create a powerful charge in her mouth, because no matter how evil Engit was, she must restrain herself, but she was a bug, so there was nothing they could do. And with this powerful charge, she hit Engit's hand, and a powerful explosion occurred. The opponent's hand split into pieces from this blow and flew across the room. Gloria moved closer to the magic circle and asked Engit to remember what she felt today and learn patience until she started fighting in earnest. The demon turned to the people and said that today the victory was for the people, but she asked not to forget the power of real demons, and if they do not become even better, then next time they will definitely lose. And after this statement, Gloria left them. She teleported away, leaving behind only the clothes of the Hunter Association. Kim Hyun-bo took off his mask. He understood that this was far from the end, but still the enemy was still not fighting in full force. It was officially declared that the opponents who had infiltrated Atlantis were defeated, and all those who sided with Engit were brought to justice. And as a result, the operation ended well, and all the souls that Engit managed to capture returned to Earth in their native bodies. But due to the fact that the team was recognized as suspects, they had to leave the finals, and they could not take part in the group competition. Kessel exhaled with disappointment because he knew for sure that they would definitely win if they took part in the finals, but it was already as it was. Kim Hyun-bo told the knight that they still had a chance to participate in a power duel. Christina asked the owner if he was sure that they would be able to go to a power battle alone. The sorceress explained her doubts by the fact that the limit of participants was 500 people. The necromancer explained that there were only 5 of them, so would they be able to do it? Kessel began to shout that they had him. Christina also said that they even had a legionnaire Kai, who was worth like 1,000 souls. Although Kim Hyun-bo didn't want to turn on Iris Kiona's character because he knew what a special child she was. The girl always furiously explained to everyone that she was not a simple child and her godfather and uncle protected her too much. If they continue in this spirit, she will immediately run away from them, Kim Hyun-bo thought, because even if there are scouts and not soldiers, then everything will be fine. They were not weak, but still the strength of the majority could not be ignored. That is why Christina insisted on increasing the number of participants. Kim Hyun-bo explained that if his goal was to win, he would do so. Kessel asked, hadn't they been fighting for victory all this time? Christina understood what was the matter because he wanted to test his limit in this fight. Kim Hyun-bo explained that they were guaranteed safety, so this was a great chance to test the limits. The sorceress decided that in this case she should prepare well for the battle. Kessel also told the owner that he was leaving because it was impossible to have fun all the time and he wanted to train. Kai also said he had some business. Kim Hyun-bo was left completely alone in the room and exhausted. He closed his eyes to take a break from what was happening. A few minutes later, when he opened his eyes, he saw Pak Gik-yeon in front of him, sitting across from him, and saw that the necromancer had been meditating for a very long time, so he had already drunk one drink by himself. Pak Gik-yeon also said that this association of magicians surprised him a lot because there were many magical pleasant drinks. He came later than the necromancer thought because he was busy. Kim Hyun-bo asked him if he had managed to prepare the contract already as they agreed, and it was done. Pak Gik-yeon took out a huge letter on which a lot of text was written, and even though he drew up the contract himself, even he couldn't break it. The boy began to read it. The content was far simpler, because if he destroys the organization, it will show him the worst possible future development. It was only 4 organizations. Their names are Asgard, Argonaut, Onmyo-ryo, and Murim. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't understand why the Heavenly Demon Clan was removed, because it didn't have the right players, because there was a complicated class system. The necromancer accepted that he would only need to destroy them. So he signed, and the contract was successfully concluded. Pak Gik-yeon explained to the necromancer that this mission would be completed only on the last day of the year, and he would go to his base. Kim Hyun-bo took all the orders and agreed. The Association of Wizards announced another piece of news to the world. Power Battle is now a match of 5 teams instead of 3, and all teams compete without previous matches. Spectators began to cheer loudly for the teams that will participate in the Power Battle. First, they met the Dragon Association that came from Murim. Then they met the Asgard team, who arrived from Northern Europe. Next came the country of Samurai, the country of Ninja and Onmyoji. It was a great state of the East, and it was called Onmyo-ryo, and they came from Japan. And now it was the turn of those who inherited the names of the heroes of Greek mythology, and it was the Argonauts team. And there remained the last and only team, which consisted of only 5 people. There was Necromancer Wonyo, who was the king of life and death, and this was his team. Once the necromancer struck his weapon on the ground, and a large bone dragon, Nidhogg, came out and stood next to the command. The audience was enthralled. It will be very interesting and cool for them to watch the dragon during the battle. It was so epic you could go crazy. A hologram of Arrest Crowley appeared, and he greeted everyone in the audience. He explained that the entire association was waiting for this battle, so they prepared a special arena for this legendary fight. However, he could see that the necromancer wanted to say something, so he decided to let him speak. Wonyo thanked him for his time and only wanted to say one thing. He addressed the teams he would be playing against: Asgard, Argonaut, Onmyo-ryo, and Murim. And he had one piece of advice for them. It was better for them to unite their efforts because otherwise they may not expect victory. And he agreed to give them a handicap for the first 30 minutes after the fight. These teams were very worried and could not understand what the necromancer was talking about. He seemed to have lost his mind. The commentator was commenting on Wonyo's actions and said that he was very confident of his victory and was very interested in what kind of power he would show his opponents. The wizards began to channel their mighty power and decided then to start the battle sooner. A magic dome began to appear around the arena. With each passing second, this dome began to expand. Kim Hyun-bo did not expect such a scenario and looked around. Their arena was completely rebuilt. Arista Crowley addressed the wizards and explained that the time of the match was unlimited because it was a battle royal that lasted until the last team won, and they decided to begin. Kim Hyun-bo and his team went to the extended area. They walked along the path and looked around. One enemy looked around and saw that their target was moving in that direction and reported this movement to the captain. The captain immediately prepared for battle and began to summon his subordinate monsters around him and wait for the necromancer Wonyo and his team to come upon them. And unexpectedly, the commander still heard Kim Hyun-bo's voice. He decided to give them one more piece of advice. They should first find the enemy and learn about his capabilities, and only then confidently attack. And suddenly, a large number of undead, controlled by Wonyo, began to appear in front of the enemy team, and it was ready to attack. Kim Hyun-bo told them that he could summon more than 5,000 undead of the lowest level, and it was not only the common undead, but also other larger monsters. The necromancer also told the team that they were the first to choose to compete with him. Therefore, if they can hold out for 10 minutes, he will give them a second chance. The necromancer's undead began to advance and the battle began. The advantage in strength was on the side of Kim Hyun-bo and his team, because even though the opponents tried to kill the undead, Wonyo kept summoning more and more undead, and they just didn't have time to deal with them. And they also saw that the necromancer had strong subordinates, and the commander understood that he would not be able to get into them and win. The situation was more complicated, but the enemy team continued to hold on and fight against the necromancer team with their last strength. And suddenly the runny nose stopped coming. Wonyo entered the arena. He showed the timer and apologized, but time was up, and their team managed to hold on for 15 minutes. Therefore, he is ready to fulfill his promise. The necromancer raised his hand, and a light force began to appear in it. As he promised, they will continue the battle, and with the help of healing magic, they will be able to heal all their wounds and recover. The opposing team was very surprised when they began to feel a new surge of strength. Now they understood who they were dealing with. Kim Hyun-bo said that it was just a great battle, so he wanted to see them later. But next time he promised that he wouldn't feel sorry for them anymore, and they should prepare to lose. The necromancer and his team gathered on the bone dragon and flew off into the distance. The commander abruptly turned to Suzuki. He ordered him to immediately begin the search because their goal from now on was the second team. The colonel of the team, named Magni, offered to join forces with another commander of the Argonaut team, whose name was Alexander. But Alexander was against it, because he could not believe that they were able to scare a team of 5 people. And although they seemed so great, but in reality they did not have a drop of courage. Magni told Alexander to get out of his sight because he would gladly destroy him, but he can't destroy a player in the form of a lion, so he was lucky today. Kessel intervened in the conversation between Magni and Alexander. He realized that it looked like their alliance wasn't working out, so he asked to be allowed to help them resolve the issue by killing them. The knight asked the master if he could deal with these 2 teams on his own. Kim Hyun-bo allowed it to happen because then they would find another team to fight. Magni couldn't believe that Castle, who was all alone, decided to attack such strong opponents. And such a strange action could be explained only by its powerful force. But suddenly Kessel felt something very strange. And suddenly, roots with sharp thorns grabbed him from all sides, completely binding all his movements, and he could not resist them in any way. Magni started shouting, and he was absolutely itching for a fight. They just wanted to kill the knight and send him to Earth, the only way they could deal with him. But using fire magic, Kessel managed to easily burn them all around him and land on the ground. This root was too weak and Magni too carefree. So the knight advised Magna to work on this moment, and he started attacking him. But Kessel's opponent moved extremely unexpectedly. He was able to run very quickly, swinging his sword sharply at the knight's head. But Kessel was able to easily dodge the blow by leaning back. And such an attack only made the knight even more excited. He believed that it was dangerous, because combining 2 tactics at once was no joke, and his opponent was indeed strong. Kessel hovered in the air and cast the spell. Division into 3 bodies. His body split into fire element, air element, and water element, and he wanted to have fun in battle. And after a long battle, still Alexander and his team received many injuries. They were exhausted, and everything around them was burning with fire. Magni and his team were also incredibly exhausted. He understood that they would definitely not be able to do it on their own, so he asked Alexander if his offer was still valid. He wanted to join forces, and they still decided to unite the Asgard team and the Argonauts team. They headed forward, looking for the necromancer Wonhyo, and unexpectedly met a skeleton with a tablet in his hands. The sign said that this was the last warning. If they move beyond the table, they will immediately be considered enemies. But there was an additional offer. If anyone could find Necromancer Wonhyo, he was willing to give them a special gift. Magni annoyed Wonhyo even more. Therefore, he decided to blow his head as soon as he met. One of the teams began to analyze this area and saw that there were many magical and mechanical mines, so they turned to Atlanta and asked to open the way for them. The fighter fell to the ground. He turned to Poseidon, the brother of Zeus and the great god of the seas. They asked to help him use the ship Hera had blessed him with. He asked Argo to appear. And indeed, a legendary ship appeared before the soldiers. It was as if he fell from the sky in front of them, and they immediately rushed to him to get away. Kim Hyun-bo's undead immediately saw that something was wrong when they saw a flying ship in the sky. Therefore, they immediately started shooting at him, and also at the soldiers who were on the ship. And yet the skeletons managed to get into people's vulnerable spots. Several fighters received mortal wounds of brutal complexity. And after this incident, all wounded fighters were teleported to an empty room. The fighters immediately, looking at her body, realized that she was moved here due to the damage system. They didn't even have time to do anything and simply dropped out. But still, some fighters managed to get to the place where the sand giants were. They were subordinate monsters of the necromancer. The commander and crew were pleased to see the legendary giants, because the legendary heroes would be able to defeat them, and they confidently headed forward to attack. Kim Hyun-bo stood behind and watched everything that was happening. There were still 900 people left. This was already less than half, because initially there were 2,000 people. Necromancer Wonhyo raised his weapon up, and as everyone could see, he was already starting to wear down, but this would just end in their victory. Kim Hyun-bo decided to announce a special rule. He asked that the people try to produce him. Then he was ready to stop the battle and they would retreat. The commander turned and looked at Karen. He said it was now his turn, and the fighter was ready to enter the arena for battle. Karen ran and began to run with great force at the monsters. He said that he would destroy them all because the angel of death would never come to them, and they would simply disappear from the universe. Meanwhile, Kezel continued to fight against Magni and Alexander. He swung his sword with excitement, explained that it was impossible for anyone to forget about him. Kezel stopped for a while and wanted to talk to them. He explained to them that they still wouldn't be able to win because they had already tried several times, and it still didn't work. So it was better for them to back down gently. But the opposing team began to attack him again. They explained that this time things would be much different, and they met again in a brutal melee. Christina decided to go out to the opponents and explained that the owner wanted to allow a grand fight, but it already looked like complete chaos, so she wanted to talk. But suddenly the opponents began to take out projectile weapons and began to throw them at the sorceress, but all these charges flew everywhere. Christina didn't like this at all, so she raised her staff and cast a lightning spell, and she also cast the spell, and magical hands began to grow out of the sand, grabbing the opponent's legs. The archer girl jumped off the magical ship and started shooting her arrows at the sorceress. And when Christina stood, she heard the voice of a man from heaven, but it was as if transparent, and he was only one, and it was the hero Perseus. And suddenly she saw Perseus in front of her. It was problematic for him to be so famous, because how did she know that he originally had a sword with which he was able to decapitate the Gorgon? The hero Perseus surrounded her with his partner, and this story about Perseus meant that she understood that they would not be easy to deal with. Meanwhile, one fighter still managed to get to Kim Hyun-bo. The necromancer clapped his hands and called the hero well done for reaching him, and that was commendable. Karen began to shout, to appeal to the head of hell. He asked to meet him, and yet the three-headed Cerberus appeared behind Karen. He was the head of hell, and he was angry that he still decided to summon him and called him a fool, because he is ready to compete only against the strong. Karen explained that his adversary was the Apostle, beings who claimed to be the god of life and death. That's why he called him. Cerberus said he had done the right thing then. But a second later, the three-headed Cerberus was frozen into a large piece of ice. Karen was frightened and did not understand what it was. Kim Hyun-bo still appeared and decided to explain to him that it was an ice trap, and Cerberus would not be able to get out of it until the end of the battle. So he suggested that everyone finish and surrender. The necromancer cast a fear of death spell. It was a magic that instilled the fear of death in its subject, and he asked not to worry, because he made sure that the opponents did not die. Won Hyo stated that there were 3 minutes left for this spell to take effect, and he would be completely unarmed while using it. He asked to try to cut him down if they wanted to win. The commander decided to attack anyway. He asked everyone to rely on him. He cast a split spell. After that, the commander ran up to the cannon, loaded the cannon with a spear, and with a sharp movement released this spear, which flew straight at the necromancer. And yet, this spear managed to break through the large stone barrier and completely penetrate Kim Hyun-bo's body. And the opponents had already started to rejoice. But unexpectedly, even after this attack, the necromancer was able to speak calmly. And this instantly scared all the fighters, because this means that all this time they had an ordinary dummy in front of them. Kim Hyun-bo said that this was the last warning, and he asked not to believe the words of the enemy because it was not profitable for him to tell them the truth. Honor is not something you can count on. Arrest Crowley watched the fighting and decided that there was no point in continuing this contest anymore, and it was time for them to end it. Therefore, he decided to officially end this battle after all, and named Wonyo's team the winner. The audience was very surprised, because the teams together lost to a team of 5 people. It was a kind of superpower. Kim Hyun-bo and his team entered the arena. He was introduced to everyone and was named the official winner in this nomination. And after the end of the competition, the Holy Apostles won in a team battle. But if the bards and poets who did not take part in the Battle of Asgard, and the secondary units of the Holy Throne who supplied them with effects, if they did join the battle, Kim Hyun-bo's forces would not be so confident of their victory. But luckily, everything worked out perfectly for their situation. The championship gave experience to the strongest in this world, and the association also announced that it will distribute magical items according to the level of activity. So after the victory, Kim Hyun-bo went to Wenian's tool-making workshop. He came here to receive his reward, and the blacksmith asked him what item he needed. The necromancer replied that if he needed something, he would do it himself. The blacksmith laughed because he knew, and this meant that he came here for the right ingredients. The blacksmith took out a large bag of ingredients and gave it to the boy. He told that he used spatial magic during creation. Therefore, there should be no problems with the subject. Suddenly, the blacksmith called out the name of Kim Hyun-bo, and this greatly surprised the necromancer. He asked how he knew the real name. Koval invited him to leave to talk. They went into the middle of the forge, where tea was already waiting for them. The blacksmith asked the necromancer if he knew what dragon veins were, and Kim Hyun-bo didn't know. The stranger said that in the West, the veins of the dragon are called a sanctuary, which is a hidden sacred place. This is a soundhage, one of them, and they were priceless. So much so that the smith wondered how the necromancer would decide to use them if he did manage to find them. Kim Hyun-bo replied that he could just use them as an item to preserve his power, and it was much easier than the blacksmith had imagined. He got up from his seat and said that next time he would prepare better and offer something else in return. Koval said he would wait for it. And when the team left the forge, Christina was very angry because he was trying to extract information from them, and there was a bad feeling that someone was constantly eavesdropping on them. She wondered what this Venian had decided to do. They had to check it out, because maybe these materials were also magical. Kim Hyun-bo asked to rely on him. The championship ended successfully, so they decided to return to their office at the base. Kim Hyun-bo collapsed on the couch exhausted. He was glad that they had done most of the important work so far, so now they could rest a little. And opening his eyes, the necromancer saw in front of him Kessel, who was sitting on the floor and watching TV. The owner asked what he was doing. Kessel said that the more he watched the video of the second C-class dungeon clearing, the more strange it seemed to him that they had time to film. That's what freedom is. Kim Hyun-bo said that this dungeon looked much easier than the one they had to clear. Christina brought the owner a cup of tea. Kessel told the owner that he and Kai had already managed to solve their problems and let go of their resentments. They had turned into their bodies, so probably now it was Christina's turn. The skeleton said that she was just an ordinary witch from the people. Kessel asked if that meant she had no grudges or regrets. Christina replied that if they were, she would not have been able to achieve such a high position in society. This is the only thing she remembers. Kessel asked her why she had to reach this high position at all, but Christina really did not remember anything and could not answer the question. She didn't know, but she thought there was some very important reason for that. Kessel was happy, because now Christina also had her own goal, so he suggested that she try to find out why she needed it so much. Kai entered the room, and he turned to the owner and said that they had a job. He called them the rest, and they sent a man to them. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised, because the rest was an amalgamation of different races that were either a minority, but he couldn't understand why they came to him. And now he realized that they had most likely come through Iris Kiona, and that was incredibly bad news. Kai also thought about it because this person said that he was from the aristocrats, and it scared him even more. Because even Castle knew that aristocrats were definitely vampires, and they weren't human, but they liked to play monarchs. Christina also thought with their thoughts and decided that they were faced with a vampire and their target was Iris Kiona. Kim Hyun-bo turned to the girl and asked if she remembered that the choice was hers, and no matter what she chose, they would always be by her side. Iris Kiona said that she wanted to meet other vampires and it was her choice. The third-ranked aristocrats were also a vampire faction. However, those that remained were created by a dragon. And it was said that the ancient dragon had created all that remained and gathered the other races, and now that dragon was still fast asleep. From those three factions of aristocrats, a faction of ancient blood came to them. They were not pleased that the host did not apologize to them, even though he had kept the guests waiting. Kim Hyun-bo introduced himself and gave his name. He was the guardian and godfather of Iris Kiona. He explained that the faction were not very welcome guests, so he wouldn't even come if it wasn't for Iris. The head of this faction understood everything and asked where Lady Iris was now. He would like to see her. The necromancer called the girl, and a small child of Iris Kion appeared in front of the chapter. She was very scared and worried. They apologized to her for such a violent reaction. They were just very happy to see her. Kim Hyun-bo asked the faction leader to get to the point and asked why he wanted to meet Lady Iris. The head frankly answered that they needed her blood, and these words incredibly scared the little vampire. Kai also drew his sword and prepared to attack. He didn't want anyone to touch this small child, but Castle stopped him because it was still too early to attack. The head of the faction was very apologetic. He explained that they only needed part of her blood and their real goal was survival. He explained that he was a Galleon, and he was the only one of the ancient blood faction who was able to awaken, and they were in dire straits due to the dwindling mana on Earth. The concentration of mana in people's blood had dropped greatly, so their gene had also become much weaker, and they needed help to survive. And when the head found out that they could regain their power if they got the blood of another ancient vampire, then they could save themselves. Kai opposed. He said that there was no reason for Iris Kiona to sacrifice herself for them. Kessel also reached for his sword. He said that then it would just be easier for them all to die out. Christina said that it was just a great chance to get materials for experiments. Iris Kiona returned to the team and asked them to wait, because they just came up with their own way to solve this problem, so they don't have to be killed. Therefore, she asked to listen to them first. The head of the faction said that there was already another way for them to sacrifice themselves instead of her. Lady Iris could simply absorb him, and then he would become part of her blood. Kim Hyun-bo looked at his niece and asked if she could do it. Iris Kiona explained that it was too difficult to create a blood relative this way, especially when the chosen one was very strong, so she suggested first absorbing a weaker vampire than him. Galleon began to scream. He explained that they didn't have time at all, and if it wasn't the blood of the best vampire, then they could disappear right now, so he begged them for help. Kai began to shout at his niece, and explained that she did not have to sacrifice herself for the sake of other vampires, but Iris Kiona believed that she did not sacrifice herself, because she believed that she could become stronger if she gained his memories and experience. But instead, she was willing to fall asleep during the process. Kai began to shout and explain to his niece that it would be too difficult for her, because she had already slept in her mother's stomach for a very long time, and this experience should not be repeated. Kim Hyun-bo turned to the girl and asked her to do as she wanted, because she had already decided everything for herself, right? Iris Kiona thanked her godfather very much for giving her the right to act and apologized to her uncle. She pounced on the head of the faction and began to absorb his blood. Galleonum began to turn blue from blood loss and lose consciousness. The girl stood in front of him and began to order her first blood relative to find everyone else, and she orders him to obey her godson while she is gone. Iris Kion was once again placed in a huge capsule. Kim Hyun-bo was monitoring the whole process and asked the vampire if they were going to save everyone else and stay here. The vampire explained that this was not the only order of the leader, but it meant that he had completely changed, because when the blood exchange takes place, the vampire seems to become a completely different person. And they also asked not to treat them so respectfully. The necromancer agreed to do so, and he did not give the first order to find all his blood relatives and become the head of the aristocrats. The vampire bowed to him and thanked him for such a merciful order and went to carry it out. Kessel asked the master if they could definitely send this vampire alone. Kim Hyun-bo asked him how strong Galleon seemed to him. The knight replied that he was strong enough and was on the level of Herod of the Mage Association. So after the ritual, they would no longer be able to call this girl a baby, because she would become an incredible lady. Kim Hyun-bo said that her awakening would take place just before the operation to restore Africa, and before that, they had a new job. A notification from the gray market came on the phone. Forces all over the world were mobilized to advance into Class C dungeons at the same time. In addition to the 6 dungeons in Africa, the passage of others began. And he also started the passage with the Guild of the Golden Black Hole. They were in a snowy area and the necromancer thought it was too weak. Richard Leon Hart agreed with him, because he didn't think that a C-level dungeon would have this level, and they were even a little offended. Wanyo agreed with this. Thus, in just 4 months, all the dungeons except those in Africa were completed, so he was able to return home and meet his guest. He had been waiting for a long time, so the necromancer asked him to sit down. It was an employee from the company, and he was very apologetic for coming so unexpectedly, for he had heard that a necromancer did not like to waste his time, so he decided to get to the point. The SNU wanted their cooperation. The worker explained that there were many factions within the SNU, but theirs was concerned with measuring bodies through artificial genetic manipulation. and they decided that genetic and surgical modifications were not enough. So they would like to ask for the help of a team that can artificially influence souls. The employees submitted documents about unsuccessful cases of genetic manipulations and modifications. They faced various results: vegetative state, loss of consciousness, immobilization, and so on. Kim Hyun-bo admitted that it was very interesting, but if he becomes part of this project, public opinion may become his weak point. The necromancer apologized but wanted to give up, and the worker was truly sorry. But Kim Hyun-bo said that he could help them in rehabilitating the injured patients. He was thanked for his help because it would be more than enough. They shook hands. Thus, he will be able to maintain good relations with the SNU and not become an enemy of other forces. And that was the only correct answer in this case. Operation Africa. Recovery was the reason why this operation was recovery and not dungeon clearing. It was that Africa was beyond human control. Therefore, in order to take possession of the continent again, it is necessary to go through the dungeons of Atlantis, which was the base of the operation, and also gradually move towards the African water. On the 4th day after the conquest of the C-class dungeon was completed, the real war for the recovery of Africa began. Necromancer Wonyo understood what life was like through death, so he called them here, the dead who wished for life. And this was only the beginning of the war. In the landing city on the coast of Africa, Wonyo got there and looked around. There were many priests, soldiers, and other liberators. Team A, already in such an operation, the forces of the Allies were very different, so Commander Kang Hyun-cheol will have a very difficult time here. Iris Kiona had grown a lot in all these few months. She already looked like a grown woman. Kim Hyun-bo apologized to her because she just woke up. Lady Iris replied that she was fine. The necromancer even reached out to hit her on the head, but he remembered in time that she was now quite an adult. He speculated that perhaps she was using a vampire's power of seduction. Therefore, the necromancer asked her to be careful with baiting, because it can only create additional problems. Iris Kiona told the godfather that she would be more careful then. The next night she went on a hunt and fought against huge monsters that is very clever. She destroyed her opponent with several movements and laughed with excitement. Using her magical skills, she easily struck all the opponents around her, and they immediately fell from their injuries. The vampires in her faction were fascinated by her skill. She was now their head, and she was indeed magical. Therefore, they decided that they should also move for her sake, because this was their first banquet. So because of this, the dishes would have to be chosen especially carefully. Suddenly, robots began to descend from the air. It was a squad of giants. The necromancer didn't understand why they were already here, because hadn't they agreed to use them when entering the dungeons? The commander-in-chief explained that they had received word that the other allies would also only attack the monsters at night, so they had to use the measure ahead of schedule. Kang Hyun-cheol asked if he did anything to stop them from attacking them. Kim Hyun-bo explained that all this will only be thanks to the Masters of the Night. The main character explained that he was talking about the rest. And it was a good thing that they were on their side now, because the night was what limited them. Nidhogg began to address the master, and the boy was frightened, asked what was wrong with him, because he decided to start talking just like that for no reason. The Bone Dragon asked his master to allow him to enter the battle as well, because he wanted to test his strength in the area called Earth. And he was also very worried about something. Kim Hyun-bo said that he had 4 hours and allowed mana to be used at his discretion. Nidhogg got out of the portal and said he would be back. Now it's the Bone Dragon's turn, and these tests will only benefit him, so he saw no point in limiting him. Nidhogg flew into the air, using his breath to destroy all butterflies and other small insects in his path. But as he climbed higher, other dragons appeared in his path, and he was very angry. He ordered them all to disappear, and ordered them to get out of the way immediately. But no one listened to him. The dragon understood that there was something that annoyed him so much, and somewhere on this continent there was a dragon. He decided that this dragon would be his enemy and his main target. Nidhogg decided to return to the master and told him that there was a living dragon on this continent and that he was their main enemy. He needed help to find it. When the commander-in-chief found out about this problem, they decided to hold a meeting because they had a problem again, and besides, it was very serious. They needed to discuss it. Kim Hyun-bo explained that it was inaccurate information so far, and Nidhogg said that he had no proof. One of the fighters said that he couldn't just turn a blind eye to his premonitions, because he thought that Mr. Wonyo himself understood all this better than anyone else. Many people agreed with this opinion, because even the subordinate dragon of the necromancer could feel the dead dragon here. Kim Hyun-bo realized that they must all have believed that the bone dragon's words were true and asked, was it true? Everyone whispered to each other, and Kang Hyun-cheol said that he had to warn the general staff about this. The necromancer left the room, and Kessel immediately ran up to him. He asked the owner how everything happened. Kim Hyun-bo told his subordinates that they had decided to alert the general staff about Nidhogg's statement, but he still didn't know if they would accept the offer or not. Christina said that even if they don't accept her, they should still be ready. Kai said that she was right, because after all, Nidhogg had told them about it and not someone else. The necromancer agreed, and they had to prepare well for the battle with the small dragon. Dragons were said to be the race that originated magic. It was a large amount of mana, unlimited memory, a powerful body that was covered with scales. Castle said that it was the monster described and was their enemy, and he would not want to fight it because it was an enemy of incredible power. Kim Hyun-bo said that he wouldn't want to fight a dragon either, but he made a promise to Nidhogg, and doing the fake was even better than the real thing, and now was their chance. In addition, if there was a dragon, then there was a person who was the master of this dragon, so they need to prepare. His skeleton subordinates didn't really understand who he was talking about, and the necromancer explained that there was a person who protected the cave, and it was a dragon protector. The dragon protector approached the magic eye and asked the eye if the master really came to his senses. The eye answered her that it was indeed so, even if it was only for a short time, and these enemies really seemed strong enough. All worlds had their strongmen, and the master himself wants to become the strongest. The dragon's protector said that the master did not think so, and he said this because he did not want to work. She couldn't just give up like that, and yet she was the protector personally chosen by the master. Oko said that in that case they would follow her on the order of the first defender. But she had only one order: to destroy the enemies of the master and bring him victory. Their allies were able to create 3 barriers in the Egyptian citadel. Also, such buildings as restaurants, shops, bars, power stations, water stations, and factories were created here. The necromancer team looked around. Kessel realized that they were raising good money on new technologies. The war was fought with money. It was true, because a lot of money had to be invested to win, but suddenly the team heard a very strange sound, and they immediately went to find out what it was. They went to a shop, and the door of the shop was glowing brightly. It looks like it was a new dungeon, and this meant that the store and the dungeon were connected. Kim Hyun-bo asked how the situation was, and it turned out that there were several more F-class dungeons, and it turned out that the highest one was F. The necromancer said that in such a case they would wait for instructions from the general staff. But in case of an emergency, they would act according to the circumstances, and he took responsibility. The wizard mounted the bone dragon, and they took off to look around. It was visible how several dungeons began to appear, and I wanted a surprise. But maybe it was even good. Christina explained that previously they had to find the entrances to the dungeons on their own. But if it was all connected, then there is a good chance that the African dungeons will be the same. Kim Hyun-bo said that there was definitely something here. Kessel decided that first they should go to headquarters and report it. They did so. At the meeting, where there were representatives of each faction, the discussion of the expected issue began. However, opinions were divided. Someone wanted to observe what was happening and not interfere, and some already wanted to start going through the dungeons as soon as possible. Although they were about to begin the sweep, the necromancer decided that they should stop their work. Kessel said that no one but them could clear the dungeon faster than them. Kim Hyun-bo explained that their team alone was stronger than all the allies put together, so it was already clear to everyone. Kessel didn't like that they had to just stand by while the others dealt with the matter, but the necromancer explained to him that they were just waiting to be asked to leave, and it would be better to all gather together. The knight asked if the master really thought so, and it was true, so Castle still agreed to wait a bit. And suddenly at night there was a loud roar. Everything around began to glow with a blue flame, which meant that another new portal appeared with the entrance to the dungeon. A large number of monsters began to emerge from this terrible portal. They began to go out into ordinary streets and looked for their first victims. Kim Hyun-bo immediately proceeded to start the task activation. He used magic of the second pattern. Magical marks began to appear on the roads of the city, which began to glow with a purple flame. Under these magical bodies, the undead began to appear. which was an enemy for the monsters that came out of the new portal. The military also attacked the monsters. They were ordered to attack and not even be afraid to destroy buildings. One of the soldiers reported to the commander that there was an urgent report from the third barrier. It was wonderful. We decided to continue the military operation. Necromancer Wonyo decided it was their turn now. He was on the third barrier, and suddenly he saw a great glow in front of him, which became even bigger. And after looking a little closer, he realized that it was a dragon's breath. Raising his head, he saw that they were dragons, but only dragon-like monsters. They were simple drakes and drakens who also had dragonfire breath skills, and they were attacking the city from all sides. Suddenly, the monster began to attack the necromancer, but he was able to use the reflective shield spell in time. After using the shield, he began to draw a new magic circle in the air and release dark charges from it, attacking the dragons. And after these attacks, the monsters seemed to disappear. Kessel couldn't believe it was the end, and the necromancer thought it would be great, but it wasn't. They decided to go down and saw in front of them a whole pack of golems attacking them. Kim Hyunbo ordered his team to gather as they began their revenge, and he asked them to keep a close eye on the one who controlled the life and death of all beings. The necromancer cast a revenge spell. A magic circle began to appear above the heads of the golems, which began to emit holy light. Thus, they began to collapse and die. Christina was fascinated by this attack because the synergy between will and sacred power was amazing, and suddenly the team saw that a new enemy had appeared before them. It was a dragon protector who wanted to personally deal with the necromancer's team, but Kessel managed to react in time. They met in close combat, and he said that it was impossible to attack so suddenly. He called her very cool, and he liked the fight scars on her body. He offered her some tea, but he didn't guarantee that she could drink it with her own hands. He prepared for another attack. But unexpectedly, several more powerful monsters appeared near the team. They began to surround them from all sides. The dragon protector asked Duran and Henry why they were all here, and they explained that their plan had failed, and they were telling Ciela that they needed to retreat urgently. What they explained was that the Legion and a vampire were on the enemy's side, so they wouldn't be able to deal with them in any way. Suddenly, a large eye appeared above them, which also ordered them to retreat. Ciela, along with her subordinates Duran and Henri, retreated, and the team was left alone again. Castle was not pleased with this. He was very sorry, because he would have been able to catch her at once. But they ran away, cowardly. Kim Hyun-bo said that they had to deal with the other monsters first, and then they would search for Ciela, her other subordinates, and the dragon. A vampire entered the room where the commander-in-chief and the other guild heads were, and he explained that he was a vampire from the rest, and he would like to help them. Han Kyung-chol immediately wanted to ask him one question. Was he really on the side of the people? But one of the heads of the guild said that monsters cannot be on the side of humans because his subordinates died because of vampires, and this was like proof of that. The vampire was very apologetic, but he explained that it had nothing to do with them, and he was sure that thanks to their team, many more people would be able to survive. The head of the guild was angry. He ordered the monster to shut up. The vampire asked him, weren't they alive because of this monster? Kim Hyun-bo said that he understood why they didn't trust vampires, but they had been around since the creation of Earth, and he was willing to swear that the vampires were on their side, and now they were more important because they were all C-class dungeon boss level. Kang Hyun-cheol realized that this battle was going to be difficult, and if it was just the main boss's subordinates, then was this main boss really a dragon? The next day, a vampire visited the necromancer's room and greeted Kim Hyun-bo. He explained that a death priest had come to them from the nest. This unknown woman asked if she had arrived at the necromancer and his subordinates, and it was true. But in fact, Kim Hyun-bo was a little wary because this woman was human, and he didn't feel the life energy at all. Her energy was the opposite of what humans have. She said that she had come here to invite the necromancer at the behest of her master, the head of the nest, and she asked if he was willing to follow her. The necromancer replied that before giving his answer, he would like to ask a question, and the stranger allowed her to ask. Kim Hyun-bo asked when he would be able to come back, and she replied that the earliest is 30 minutes and the latest is 24 hours. He decided to leave right now. But suddenly this stranger, who was already not human, tore off her arm, wires sticking out of her shoulder, and her body was made of iron. And now it was clear that she was a robot. Christina knew even before that this stranger was a robot, but she did not expect that she was an auto-robot. She managed to open the portal with her hand and asked the team to go inside. They appeared in the room of a small child. There was a boy sitting on the sofa who was very angry that he had died again in his favorite game. Reminded the hostess that the game limit was only 6 hours, and according to the rules, his limit was now halved, and he was now allowed to play for 3 hours in the afternoon. The boy was angry. He began to cry and asked that they take pity on him and not impose punishment. The boy had white hair and looked like a silver dragon. He remembered that the auto-robot had promised him that he would bring guests to him today, and with a snap of his fingers, he burned several things around him. Kim Hyun-bo knew immediately that this boy was unusual. The silver dragon was pleased that he was able to sense his energy so quickly. Kessel wondered if dragons were all like that. Did that mean Gloria wasn't using her full power? Kai said that it was impossible because it was not a C-rank dungeon creature, and he was just an ordinary boy. The boy told the team that there was a dragon in Africa, and they were the same being, so he was able to easily sense the energy of other dragons. Christina asked him if that meant he was also a dragon. The boy stood up and said that it was true, but he wasn't an adult yet, and he was the only living dragon on Earth right now. Kim Hyun-bo bowed before the feet of the small silver dragon and asked him if all dragons were as strong as him, but the boy replied that he wasn't, and he was special. He explained that dragons left this world to survive, so he was the last. The auto-robot explained that he was still a child, not an adult dragon, so he couldn't do much. The necromancer said that the guys they met were dragon guardians, and they didn't have enough strength to defeat them yet. The silver dragon told the team that he could only give them a chance to increase their power if they agreed to become his guardians. Kim Hyun-bo was very surprised because this offer was very tempting. He asked what might happen if they refused. The boy asked not to worry, because it was an offer, not a condition, because there were still many advantages of being with a dragon. The first advantage is longevity. He could live 5 or 20 times longer, and secondly, he was physically 5 times stronger than other creatures. Kazel was delighted with the terms and said he would like that too. Kim Hyun-bo suggested that a possible third advantage was the treasures that the dragons left behind. Christina had heard for the first time that dragons had treasures and asked if it was true. The silver dragon confirmed that this was indeed the case. If they become guardians, he is willing to share this power with them. His fourth advantage is to share his dragon body with them. He explained that his blood and flesh were the best ingredients for elixirs, and bones were the best ingredients for weapons, so he thought they would definitely need it. And the fifth advantage, he is ready to share his protection magic with them. All these advantages sounded incredibly attractive. Kim Hyun-bo decided to give the proposal some thought anyway and asked the dragon to give them some time to discuss it. The auto-robot led them to the room. Kessel thought it was just a great chance for them. Christina also thought it was a good offer. Kai admitted that the conditions were really good, and the necromancer Won-yo decided to refuse after all. The sorceress could not understand why he decided so, because for the wizard it was just a great chance. Kim Hyun-bo explained that he became stronger in order to survive. The witch said it would be even better then, but that was the problem. The necromancer explained that he was very afraid that he would be able to relax due to the protection of the silver dragon, and that this could hinder his development. Because when he becomes stronger, he always thinks, maybe this will be enough, but every time it is not so, and he needs to become stronger and stronger in order to reach the ideal. So if they didn't get such a powerful power just like that, would they be able to find a way to become stronger than their enemies later on? And he is afraid that he will not be able to allow himself to feel such security. But he did not force anyone, because they were free to make their choice. And this was the master's order for his subordinates. He was ready to give this power to one of them. Kessel replied that he was very loyal to his master and would like to keep their contract as it was from the beginning. Kai explained to the owner that he had fulfilled his wish, so he decided to follow him as well. The necromancer was very pleased to hear such words. Kim Hyun-bo, along with Kai and Kesley, decided to leave this room, so he asked the girls to make a choice for themselves. Christina and Iris Kiona remained in the room. They left the room, and the knight was very curious. If the other three still decide to become the guardian of the dragon, what will the necromancer do in such a case? Kim Hyun-bo replied that there was no concrete plan yet, but they would have to supplement their energy with something else if they decided to drink. And yet, a vampire entered the room together with a sorceress, and a silver dragon boy stood next to them, and they wanted to listen to their decision and we'll think about what to do next." Nidhogg appeared behind the host and asked if he could be the first to say his decision, and Kim Hyun-bo allowed him to do so. The dragon remembered that the necromancer promised him to become better than a real dragon, and he wants to do just that for himself and not serve another dragon, so he refuses. Christina said that she was also very doubtful, but still decided to choose the master, and she hoped that they could become stronger as wizards in the future. Kim Hyun-bo was indeed very grateful to Christina, his dragon, for their loyalty, and decided to ask what Iris Kiona had decided for herself. And the girl firmly decided that she would become a bodyguard. The necromancer said that he had a lot of respect for her decision, but he wondered why she made that choice. Iris Kiona explained that both he and she were still children who had yet to become adults, and although she liked having her goduncle around, but she did not want the necromancer to continue to see a child in her. The silver dragon was angry. He asked not to be called a child because he lived longer than she did. In this case, the vampire asked if she could call him elder brother. The boy was very angry. He did not like this frantic sound. Autorobot exhaled heavily. She admitted that it was not possible to tell the hostess about games and comics. The silver dragon said that he couldn't watch his first guard's brothers die, so he decided to help them a little anyway. He said he had 3 gifts for them. The first gift is his blood. He allows them to drink it and asks them not to think about the curse and drink immediately because they can become stronger thanks to it. Kim Hyun-bo wondered what the boy meant by the curse since they knew nothing about dragon blood. The boy explained that the dragon's blood could make a person stronger, but in return he would feel terrible pain. Of course, with his permission, there will be no curse in the blood. Christina said that in that case they were only in the red, but they asked to also give them the cursed blood to research it. The silver dragon agreed to give him another vial as an exception, since it didn't take much blood anyway. He also had a second gift for them. He placed the dragon's spine on the table. Kim Hyun-bo looked at these bones with fascination and felt the strong mana radiating from him. And indeed, they were the bones of a dragon. The necromancer couldn't believe that he was actually giving it all to him, but the boy replied that it was only a small part of what they would be able to get if they became guardians. Then he would give the whole dragon, and the last gift that the silver dragon wanted to give them was the dragon's heart. He asked him to use his gifts properly and live until he becomes a full-grown dragon. The witch asked how long it would take to grow up. The boy replied that it could happen right now, but it would be better to wait 5 years. Kim Hyun-bo thought, because 5 years is a short period, and it will not be difficult for him to last that long. He decided that he would leave then. The necromancer explained that because of the gifts he was very happy, so he wanted to do research urgently, because he was a wizard, and he was drawn to such things. Uncle said goodbye to Iris Kion and told her that they would see each other next time. The dragon promised that he would look after her, so he didn't have to worry. Kim Hyun-bo enthusiastically carried the dragon's heart in his hands. He was incredibly pleased. Christina was also very interested in looking at this material, and she asked that they be given to her urgently. Kessel was not at all interested in gifts. He said he would go out for a bit, asked to finish their research. The necromancer immediately decided that he would give all the bones of the dragon to Nidhogg, so that he would become even stronger, and the dragon was incredibly grateful. While Kim Hyun-bo was spending all his time in the laboratory and researching new rare materials in the world, several events happened. First, large-scale monster attacks stopped, and many rumors of war began to circulate. And those who were dissatisfied with the war were also against the war. And there were those who would like to stop the war and completely subdue the monsters in the human world. But there were also people who benefited from the existence of monsters. So many people split into 2 sides, and clashes began to occur in society. And everything went according to the plan of the enemies. Kim Hyun-bo came to visit the bone dragon and asked how he was doing after transplanting new bones. The dragon thought he could already move. The necromancer said that to describe Nidhogg's condition at once, he was now dead and alive at the same time. Because with his mother, he will be able to restore his body if he wants it. And there were no limits to his development. And now he has become a real dragon. Kim Hyun-bo explained that normally this was impossible, but because of the necromancer's mistake, that all changed. He explained that his task was to make him stronger than the real dragon. That's why he decided to name it Nidhogg, after a mighty dragon from myth. But this was a major mistake, because it was in the name that all the power was, and when they met the silver dragon, he asked if all the dragons had left this world. And the boy replied that actually most of the dragons had left this city, but there were some dragons that were still on planet Earth. Some of them chose to become part of forests, mountains, and lakes, and some chose to become part of the galaxy. Nidhogg was very surprised. Kim Hyun-bo told the dragon that the real Nidhogg was among the dragons that still remained on Earth. He was a dragon spirit that had dissolved into space, and he was trying to take his body. Therefore, the master had only one way to protect his dragon, and he had to make Nidhogg even stronger than before and defeat the creature that wanted to take his body. Nidhogg promised that he would definitely not lose. The necromancer suggested that in such a case, he should go check his body so that he would become even stronger. Kim Hyun-bo decided to test his characteristics, and he already had the 8th circle. He had level 329, strength 148, dexterity 171, stamina 183, holy power 255, demonic power 501, dark magic 255, skill 260, and points remaining 328. According to Christina, there were less than 30 historical records of the Idea universe. In addition, the dragon's blood raised his limits, and the stats of his subordinates also increased, but Nidhogg had yet to drink the dragon's blood. He knew that the bone dragon already had the highest limit among them. Christina asked the owner if she could ask a question. She wondered if she needed to know everything about herself before reaching the 8th circle. The necromancer replied that it should be so. He asked to stop asking everything about the magic of the 8th circle because it was already 78 questions. The sorceress apologized, but for her to get the 8th circle is a dream. Kessel looked around and told the owner that it seems that everyone has already arrived at the meeting place. Therefore, they should also go. The team was told that they would be able to reach anywhere in this palanquin. They sat down with her, and she began to climb up. They didn't even think she could fly. They flew to the right place and got out of the palanquini. They saw Pok-gik-yon, whom they had not seen for a long time. And in fact, he was the first to find out that the magician was already in the 8th circle, although in reality, Kim Hyun-bo's chance of not getting the 8th circle was 90%. Pok-gik-yon and the necromancer began to climb up to the main building. They were already here, and all that was left was to wait a little. He also congratulated the necromancer with the 8th circle, as he had taken another step towards becoming a top-level wizard. The boy thanked. Pok-gik-yon asked the boy what he thinks will happen to the world in the future, because he believes that it will only get more difficult. Because those who want war and those who are against it were not enemies, and now everyone was for himself. Democracy is a wonderful thing, and it allowed everyone to live with respect. But now society should be ruled by a strong minority, not a weak majority. The necromancer agreed with this opinion. However, Kim Hyun-bo believed that it would be difficult to accept because it would become a problem in today's society. Pok-gik-yon agreed that there were always those who were against change, and he would have liked to talk more, but time was running out and they had to start already. The protagonist thought, because sacrifices must be made at the altar, and if he rises by himself, then something was wrong. Pok-gik-yon said that the price for being able to see the future was very high, so he asked for his hand to be tied. Kim Hyun-bo asked if that meant he had to endure to learn the truth about the future. The man explained that it was better to do this, but if he was afraid, he would not be able to pay the price. He explained that it would not harm him, so he could not be afraid. Kim Hyun-bo tied the rope tightly around his wrist and said that he was willing to believe him. In this case, they decided to start the ritual, and raising his head, the necromancer saw his future. In front of them was a large dragon that his team and Iris Keon were trying to fight against, and it was clear that they were going to lose. The dragon began to scream and ordered them all to die and become part of his soul and body. He destroyed them with his fiery breath. Kim Hyun-bo couldn't tell if it was destruction or absorption, but this dragon was destroying everything in its path, and the main character could not believe that everything would die and it would happen in the battle with Nidhogg, who still managed to take the dragon's body? And was it really the same terrible version of the future? And even if they are pumped that much, it still won't be enough. Kim Hyun-bo decided that they would need to become even stronger than they had planned. The ritual ended, and the necromancer returned to his normal life. His team was very frightened when they saw that Kim Hyun-bo had completely stopped moving out of fear. Park Gik-yeon asked not to worry because as long as his soul was looking into the future, it just didn't react to what was happening here, and he hopes that now he can heal him. Because the price of showing the future necromancer was damage to his internal organs. Kim Hyung-bo agreed to heal him and channeled healing magic at him. Park Gik-yeon reminded the boy not to forget that the future he had just seen could always change. The necromancer said that he understood everything and asked Kessel to help him. They decided to go back and discuss the future he had just seen. The team questioned if this meant they would all die. Kim Hyun-bo explained that this was an imprecise future for now, and they should prepare to prevent it from happening. Christina said that they still had a lot of work to do, so they should start as soon as possible. The boy suggested that they should first deal with the things they had been putting off for so long. He was talking about using the points they had been accumulating all this time. The sorceress decided that she would be the first because she did not have the breakthrough that Kessel and Kai had, and in this state she would simply be an obstacle. Kim Hyun-bo understood that this was indeed the case, because now their weakest point is Christina. That's why they started with her. She used her points and her stats increased. She had level 201, strength 92, agility 92, stamina 108, magic 345, skill 310, and points remaining 119. The team was very happy because she had received the 9th circle of magic, and they congratulated her on such an achievement. The witch said it was nothing special, because she wasn't as good as the others anyway. Kessel said that was not true because she had just received the 7th circle. And also on the continent, the idea of wizards of the 7th circle was almost non-existent. Christina still thanked for all the congratulations. She was very pleased to achieve such a mark. Kessel said it was now his turn, and he asked the host to raise his stats. He wanted to suspend everything except sacred power and dark magic. The owner did so. Kessel was now level 412, race gray spirit, strength 471, agility 402, stamina 617, holy power 491, magic 541, dark magic 491, skill 292, and remaining points 161. The team looked at his stats, and they were very high indeed. Now it was Kai's turn, and he asked the owner to hang up only the magic and leave everything else as it is. Now, after applying the points, Kai is level 442. His race is Legionnaire, strength 492, agility 503, stamina 509, magic 1000, skill 392. And besides stamina, his stats are a bit higher. Also, Kim Hyun-bo told Kai that he also had very high magic, and it was all because he was a Legionnaire. The necromancer was addressing his subordinates, and he thought that they all already knew that they could easily lose to their enemy, so they had to prepare to win and survive. Kessel, Kai, and Christina nodded. They were ready to develop together with their master and do everything to become better and win. People do not know that time is not on the side of humanity, so fighting each other is the greatest tragedy. And now, Kim Hyun-bo began to wonder if he should have become the guardian of the Silver Dragon, or if he should have become Arrest Crowley's apprentice. And the main character, as a result, decided to choose a battle alone, together with his associates. No one forced him, and it was only his personal decision. Kim Hyun-bo knew what he had to choose, and he thought a lot, and still came to a conclusion. Everyone considers their choice to be the right one. And it was possible to survive in such a dangerous world only thanks to self-belief and battle. And no matter what their most terrible future might be, they will fight and will definitely win.